Chapter 1. Seeking an Heir. Chu Xia, why am I not yet pregnant? Are you perhaps inadequate? Within the ancestral dragon forbidden ground of the great Qian palace, a woman of captivating beauty sat upon the lap of a youth, his form stained crimson with blood. Her raven tresses cascaded like a waterfall, her figure possessed an ethereal grace, and her exquisite eyes shimmered with golden luminescence, evoking a sense of both divinity and alluring mystique. Chu Xia, his strength waning, barely managed to open his eyelids. I only consented to dual cultivation with you. I bear no responsibility beyond that. Nay, I must conceive. Continue. The woman, disregarding his plea, pressed herself upon him once more. Chu Xia, at the end of his tether, was powerless to resist, resigning himself to his fate. 2 hours later, the chamber lay in disarray. Garments were reduced to tatters, and even the unyielding jade floor tiles were fractured in a web-like pattern, centered upon the two figures. The woman radiated vitality, the golden light in her eyes intensified. Yet, a shadow of melancholy veiled her brow, a sense of dissatisfaction lingering in her heart. Still, it is insufficient. Though you possess a pure yang constitution, your cultivation is too feeble to resonate with my immortal physique. However, it is not entirely without merit. At least my strength has been somewhat restored. The woman, known as Jiang Yunji, was the former Xianyin empress of a previous dynasty 0.5 centuries prior. She was betrayed by her subordinates and ultimately perished in a self-inflicted explosion. However, Jiang Yunji did not truly die. Instead, she feigned her demise, concealing herself within the ancestral dragon forbidden ground, biding her time for revenge. Yet, her injuries were severe. Despite 5 centuries of arduous cultivation, she struggled to regain her former power. Her immortal physique was unique. To fully restore her peak strength, she had to first conceive an imperial fetus within her womb, relying on the innate imperial energy of pregnancy for a glimmer of hope. However, the royal forbidden ground was fraught with peril. Few dared to approach it on ordinary days. Those who strayed and were merely eunuchs and maids from the palace, of little use. Had Chu Xia not stumbled in today, covered in blood and grievously wounded, she might have resigned herself to slumber, only to emerge after centuries or millennia. Gazing upon Chu Xia, unconscious and barely clinging to life, Jiang Yunji felt a surge of affection. I asked this to be the man of mine. She hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now she realized that Chu Xia was quite handsome. What a boon for this lad. Awaken. Jiang Yunji pinched Chu Xia's cheek. Chu Xia groggily opened his eyes, instinctively uttering, "Come, come, while I still draw breath, make haste and ravage me. Once I am dead, you shall have no more chances. Who says you shall perish? My meridians are severed, my cultivation is utterly depleted, and I bear at least 7 mortal wounds. Even a deity would find it difficult to heal me." Chu Xia's expression dimmed. 18 years ago, he was transmigrated into this world, becoming the young master of the esteemed divine martial general's manor, a figure of exceptional talent envied by all. However, since his father's death on the battlefield, his status had plummeted. Those who once feigned friendship now revealed their most hideous visages, including his betrothed, the great Qian's 6th princess, Xia Lanqi. To eliminate him, Xia Lanqi even deployed the Dragon Abyss guards to hunt him down. Chu Xia never imagined that the girl who once followed him, vowing to marry him in this life, would now seek his demise. Fear not. You are now my man, Jiang Yunji's man. I shall not permit anyone to take your life. A pair of gentle, slender hands caressed Chu Xia's cheek. With these words, Jiang Yunji retrieved a pill adorned with golden lily, held it in her mouth, leaned forward to kiss Chu Xia, and subtly channeled her spiritual power, guiding the pill into Chu Xia's abdomen. However, as Jiang Yunji was about to part, she suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. A lotus, radiating divine light, bloomed from her chest. As its petals unfurled, a small, pure black cauldron materialized, falling like a ripe fruit and vanishing into Chu Xia's body in an instant. This is the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron. Jiang Yunji's expression shifted with astonishment. The MYRIAD Gods Cauldron was a treasure left by the ancestors of the Jiang family. But since the ancestor, no one of the Jiang family can stimulate the power of the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron, which led to it being sealed in the blood of the Jiang family. But now, the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron had voluntarily detached itself from her, entering Chu Xia's body. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that Chu Xia possesses the talent to wield the myriad gods cauldron? Chu Xia, how do you fare? Chu Xia was stunned. He had just heard a voice, seemingly from the primordial era, resonating within his heart. The beginning is pure and clear, with glorious and mighty power. Holding the supreme tribulation, misfortune leads back to the heart. The ultimate cauldron reappears, and myriad gods come to pay homage. Chu Xia inwardly inspected his body, beholding a jet-black divine cauldron, arrogantly devouring his sea of consciousness and dantian, replacing them and occupying Chu Xia's. Dantian. Within the cauldron's mouth, chaos stirred, and wisps of inky spiritual energy continuously erupted, circulating throughout Chu Xia's body, restoring his damaged meridians to their original state, even making them sturdier than before. Even the wounds on Chu Xia's body and the damaged organs were healing at a visible rate. Witnessing Chu Xia's transformation, Jiang Yunji's beautiful eyes shone with joy. She was right. The myriad gods cauldron had recognized Chu Xia as its master. This was beyond belief. The myriad gods cauldron had been passed down from the Jiang family's founder to the present day, spanning at least 10 millennia. During this time, the Jiang family had produced countless unparalleled geniuses and supreme powerhouses, but none had been able to activate the myriad gods cauldron. To think that she would witness the day the myriad gods cauldron was revived. However, it was not activated in her hands, but in Chu Xia's. But made no difference. Chu Xia was now her man. The myriad gods cauldron? Did you bestow this upon me? Chu Xia had regained his strength. He sat up, gazing at Jiang Yunji with a complex expression. He had assumed that this woman was merely using him as a furnace for extraction, but he had not expected her to bestow such a generous gift upon him. Though he did not know what the myriad gods cauldron was, the fact that it could resurrect him in an instant meant that it was no ordinary treasure, of course. Who else would treat you so well? Jiang Yunji said, her tone slightly guilty. Now that your injuries have been healed, let us try again. Jiang Yunji did not give Chu Xia time to think. She pounced on him again, beginning to demand wantonly. 1 day, 2 days, day and night, they were lost in ecstasy. Several days later, Jiang Yunji gave up completely. I understand now. It must be because your cultivation is insufficient that I cannot conceive. I will give you 1 year. Within this year, you must break through to the Grandmaster realm. Then you may enter the ancestral dragon forbidden ground to cultivate with me again. During this time, I will seclude myself in slumber. Also, you are now my man, Jiang Yunji's man. I do not care how many women you have outside, but they can only be concubines. With a flick of her sleeve, Chu Xia felt a dizzying sensation, followed by a heavy fall onto a soft bed. This woman does not know how to be gentle. Chu Xia grimaced as he climbed to his feet. As he opened his eyes, he saw a girl with bright eyes and radiant teeth, dressed in a semi-transparent light pink gauze dress, revealing her graceful neck and visible collarbones. Her vermilion lips were slightly parted, and she stared at him in astonishment before the girl could cry out. Chu Xia swiftly reached out and covered her mouth, pressing her beneath him, threatening, "Do not scream, or I will strip you naked and throw you out." Chapter 2. Coercing the Eldest Princess. The girl was intimidated by Chu Xia's threat, nodding in terror. "Where is this?" Chu Xia looked around, discovering that this was an antique boudoir, decorated luxuriously. Upon closer inspection, the furnishings in the room were carved with dragons and embroidered with phoenixes. This was clearly a palace utensil that only members of the royal family were qualified to enjoy. "Where did Jiang Yunji throw me?" Just as Chu Xia was about to ask, he heard a burst of footsteps outside the door. "Elder sister, are your injuries better? I brought you ginseng soup. This is a 500-year-old purple gold ginseng, and its effects are very good." This voice. Chu Xia was all too familiar with it is indeed the sixth princess, Xia Lanxi, the fiancé who poisoned him to cripple his cultivation and pursued him to the forbidden land of the ancestors. Chu Xia furrowed his brow as he glanced at the terrified woman beneath him. She looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this the eldest princess, Xia Zixuan? At that moment, the door to the outer room was pushed open. Chu Xia inwardly cursed his luck. Xia Lanxi harbored a relentless desire for his demise. If she saw that he was still alive, she would undoubtedly take action. Although he did not fear Xia Lanxi alone, she was always accompanied by the Longyuan guards whenever she ventured out. The Longyuan guards possessed strength starting from the refinement stage, and they always acted in groups. Even if Chu Xia had restored his cultivation with the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods, he was merely at the 9th level of the gathering chi stage and could not hope to win in. A direct confrontation. With the door about to be pushed open, Chu Xia found himself with no means of concealment. Suddenly, he noticed the thick phoenix robe on the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the covers, placing one hand firmly over the young woman's heart, coldly asserting, "If I am discovered, you will not escape death." Either. Xia Zishuan winced in pain, nodding vigorously before lying on her side to completely obscure Chu Xia's form. Feeling the warmth and pressure of Chu Xia's large hand, Xia Zishuan couldn't help but blush. At that moment, the door swung open, and footsteps approached. "Sister Zishuan, why is your face so flushed? You haven't caught a fever, have you? Should I fetch the imperial physician for you?" Xiao Lang's concerned voice rang out. "No need. I just took some medicine. My body feels a bit overheated," Xia Zishuan replied, fabricating an excuse as she dared not resist with Chu Xia's hand in such a compromising position. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Lanqi remarked, "For this grand dragon festival, my royal sisters and brothers have truly suffered, as members of the Qian royal family. Such is our inescapable fate. However, sixth sister, you are nearing adulthood. When do you plan to marry Chu Xia of the Divine Martial General's mansion? If you wed sooner, you wouldn't have to endure the same hardships as us." Xia Zishuan spoke earnestly. Chu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Why did Xia Zishuan suddenly mention him? Could it be that she recognized him? He tightened his grip slightly, silently warning Xia Zishuan not to attempt any tricks. "Sister, what are you saying? It is impossible for me to marry Chu Xia. Not only has the pillar of the Chu family fallen, but even if the Divine Martial General were alive, it would still be unthinkable for us to be together. I already have someone I admire." She concluded. Xiao Lang's voice took on a hint of shyness. "Really? Which young master is so fortunate?" Xia Zishuan inquired, curious. "Well, it is still too early to say. Just wait a few days, and you will know, sister," Xiao Lanqi replied, embodying the charming demeanor of a bashful maiden, leaving Xia Zishuan momentarily dazed. "Enough of this chatter. I have matters to attend to. Sister, remember to drink the ginseng soup. It is good for your health." With that, Xiao Lanqi took her leave. Only after her footsteps faded did Chu Xia cautiously peek out from the covers. "Oh, you recognize me?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Could you please loosen your grip?" The eldest princess pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Do not feign innocence with me the moment I release my hold. You will call for help. Do not think I am unaware." Having suffered enough at Xiao Lang's hands, Chu Xia understood that he must remain vigilant. "But it truly hurts. I am already seriously injured. If I were to inadvertently die here, your situation would become even more perilous. You seem quite eloquent. You hardly appear to be in pain." Seeing that Chu Xia remained unconvinced, the eldest princess lifted her gauzy skirt, exposing her smooth, flat abdomen. On the lower left side of her abdomen was a deep scar radiating a sinister aura. The scar was severe, seemingly inflicted by the claws of some ferocious beast, and it was quite a ghastly sight. Just as Chu Xia was about to inquire further, he felt the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods within him tremble slightly, as if it were intrigued by the dark energy emanating from the scar. With a thought, he reached out toward the scar. The eldest prince's face flushed, yet she dared not resist, allowing Chu Xia to press on her abdomen. Upon touching the wound, pain seized her breath, and tears welled in her eyes. What a pitiful sight! Yet, Chu Xia remained unmoved, his interest in the scar intensifying. At the moment of contact with the dark energy, the divine cauldron trembled once more, drawing the dark energy into Chu Xia's body. The eldest princess emitted a sound that was both pained and pleasurable, unable to suppress a soft moan. In a moment of urgency, Chu Xia, with both hands preoccupied, leaned in and bit her cherry lips, glaring at her to keep silent. This was the depths of the imperial palace. Surrounded by Longyuan guards, one could not afford to be careless. The eldest princess winced in pain, quickly stifling her cry and pleading with her eyes. Their current position was undeniably intimate, causing the eldest princess, who had never experienced such closeness with a man, to have her heart race uncontrollably, leading her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. "What the?" Chu Xia was caught off guard, his mouth filled with blood, momentarily dazed. Just as he was about to react, he noticed the eldest princess slumped down, unconscious. "She can't be dead, right?" A wave of panic surged through Chu Xia. He had no enmity with Xia Zishuan. If he inadvertently harmed her, that would be a grave sin. He quickly checked her breath. Though faint, she was thankfully just unconscious. Feeling somewhat relieved, he continued to press on the eldest princess' abdomen, extracting the dark energy that had accumulated within her. The dark energy gathered in the divine cauldron of 10,000 gods, rapidly devoured by it. Just as Chu Xia was filled with curiosity, he noticed another surge of dark mist rising from the cauldron. With a loud bang, a torrent of blazing golden flames erupted. Amidst the flames, a tome emerged. To be precise, it was a manual of cultivation, the Great Sun Yang God Technique. Upon seeing the 5 golden characters emblazoned on the cover, Chu Xia's heart trembled. In the next moment, the book transformed into a golden radiance, merging into Chu Xia's sea of consciousness. Like a divine revelation, the complete cultivation method of the Great Sun Yang God Technique flooded into Chu Xia's mind. After a brief moment, he emerged from his astonishment. A superior celestial technique. This is a cultivation method for immortality. Chapter 3. Sharing a bed. The Daqian Kingdom venerates martial arts, with warriors classified into 5 major realms: gathering qi, refinement, profound understanding, catastrophe transformation, and master. Only by becoming a master can one possess the key to immortality. However, all cultivation methods for immortality are monopolized by the royal family of Daqian. The royals use this as bait to nearly control the entire martial power of the Daqian dynasty. Chu Xia understood well how challenging it was to acquire a cultivation method in Daqian. His father fought valiantly for the kingdom, slaying countless foes, yet all he sought was a cultivation method, which he never attained before his death. To his astonishment, Chu Xia had gained one so easily. Moreover, it was a superior, celestial technique. With no time to ponder further, Chu Xia sat cross-legged and began channeling his spiritual energy to cultivate the Great Sun Yang God Technique. He practiced for half a day. As dusk descended, Chu Xia suddenly opened his eyes. I actually broke through to the refinement stage. Chu Xia was filled with surprise and delight. Though he was at the 9th level of gathering qi, a normal breakthrough to the refinement stage would take at least 6 months. The Great Sun Yang God Technique was indeed a superior, celestial method, a world apart from martial arts techniques. Just as he intended to continue his practice, his stomach let out a loud growl. Upon reflection, it had been 7 or 8 days since he had been trapped in the forbidden land of the ancestors, during which he had not eaten a single grain, relying solely on his willpower to endure. Are you hungry? Would you like me to summon someone to prepare some imperial dishes? The princess, sleeping beside him, had long awoken and was curiously observing Chu Xia. Her complexion had noticeably improved compared to before that he was aware of her awakening. Yet at that moment, he was in a crucial stage of a breakthrough. Noticing her discretion in refraining from shouting, he chose to ignore her. Nevertheless, Chu Xia remained uneasy. There's no need for that. You needn't resort to any tricks. I shall be departing from this place shortly. How could that be? You saved my life. I can only express my gratitude. The princess replied with a benevolent smile. Chu Xia cast a glance at her abdomen after the dark energy had been siphoned away. Her injuries seemed to have healed significantly. That is unnecessary, he stated, lifting a ginseng soup placed beside the bed, preparing to drink it. If I were you, I would certainly refrain from drinking that, the princess suddenly remarked. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xia seemed to sense something amiss and dipped his finger into the soup. Instantly, the divine cauldron reacted, extracting a mass of poison from the ginseng soup. This poison, Chu Xia was all too familiar with it. It was the dispersing qi powder that Xia Lanqi had administered to Hema, lethal toxin capable of severing one's meridians and obliterating one's cultivation. Wasn't this ginseng soup meant for the princess? What was Xia Lanqi thinking, not content with harming him, but also attempting to poison her own sister? How did you know? Chu Xia inquired, his brow furrowing. The princess sighed with a bitter smile. Little Six has not visited me, even once in a year. Her sudden appearance can hardly be interpreted as goodwill. The heartless are indeed of the imperial lineage. That saying holds true. Chu Xia remarked before, to the prince's astonishment. He raised the soup and gulped it down in one go. Are you out of your mind? A mere poison cannot harm me. Chu Xia replied with an air of bravado. Were it not for the divine cauldron having absorbed the toxicity of the dispersing qi powder, he would not dare to drink recklessly. Upon witnessing Chu Xia consume the poison without any adverse effects, the prince's eyes sparkled with delight. He could detoxify. No wonder he survived little Six's clutches. Little Six, you certainly misjudged him this time. Chu Xia, would you be willing to cooperate with me? Xia Zishuan asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Cooperate in what manner? Disguise yourself as my bodyguard and assist me in safely navigating the Ancestor Dragon ceremony. In return, I can help you deal with Xia Lanqi and also investigate the true cause of your father's death. This woman possessed quite a bit of knowledge. Chu Xia realized he had underestimated her. The Ancestor Dragon ceremony, he had heard whispers of it, a perilous ritual wherein the royal family of the Qian contended for the throne. Each ceremony claimed the lives of princes and princesses, with only the survivors deemed worthy of ascending as the next emperor or empress. I possess merely the cultivation of the gathering Qi realm. How can I assist you? The princess shot him a flirtatious glance. Stop pretending. I can sense that you've just broken through to the refining spirit realm. She sighed again. It's easy to evade an open attack, but hidden schemes are far more treacherous. I fear not direct competition, yet I am defenseless against underhanded tactics. You are unafraid of potent toxins. Even if you merely serve as a poison tester, it would be immensely beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia recognized that he had no better options. Remaining by the prince's side to act covertly might indeed be his best course of action. Very well, let us cooperate. Chu Xia rubbed his stomach. I am hungry. Xia Zixuan instantly beamed with joy. Wait here, I shall ensure you are well fed. Within the span of a single incense stick, an array of sumptuous royal dishes appeared in the prince's chamber. Chu Xia devoured the meal with the voracity of one reborn from starvation, his belly round and full. After satisfying his hunger, Xia Zixuan approached a corner of the chamber, seemingly activating a hidden formation that a section of the wall descended, revealing a staircase leading underground. This below is a training room. It is seldom entered. You may reside there temporarily, she explained. Alternatively, you can share my bed, as long as we are discreet. Xia Zixuan smiled invitingly. Presenting Chu Xia with two options, he felt as if she were teasing him. Without further thought, he lay down on the soft, fragrant bed. Xia Zixuan appeared momentarily taken aback. The young man was quite bold for his age. Do not look at me like that. I cannot fully trust you yet. If you were to confine me in a basement, I would be utterly trapped. Having narrowly escaped death, Chu Xia learned his most significant lesson. Never trust a woman. The more beautiful, the less trustworthy. Xia Zixuan paused, then burst into laughter, her attire loose and flowing. Her laughter seemed to stir up a tempest, almost overwhelming in its intensity, yet Chu Xia remained utterly unfazed. After being tormented by Jiang Yunji for several days, he now felt remarkably tranquil. The allure of women was but a fleeting distraction. Just wait until I recover, then we shall see how haughty you can be. A sleepless night ensued. While Xia Zixuan slept soundly, Chu Xia felt no fatigue. He was wary that this woman might disregard propriety and take action while he was asleep. Moreover, within his dantian, he discovered that the divine cauldron had inexplicably expelled an objecta dark green pill. As his consciousness connected with the pill, a wealth of information flooded his mind. Accumulated evil pill. This was a toxin with effects similar to the dispersing qi powder, yet its potency was amplified tenfold. Is this the function of the divine cauldron? The substances it absorbs are subsequently enhanced before being expelled. But why did the previously absorbed dark energy yield a superior cultivation technique? I cannot comprehend this. It seems further testing is required. Lost in thought, a delicate, soft arm draped over Chu Xia's chest. The princess murmured in her sleep, Mother, Mother, Xin'er will surely avenge you. The dog emperor must die. Chapter 4. Deputy Commander of Longyuan Guard. A dream-laden murmur, filled with indignation from Xia Zixuan, reached Chu Xia's ears, catching him by surprise. It seemed he had stumbled upon a scandal of considerable magnitude. Xia Zixuan's mother, after all, was none other than the late Empress Meng Wanqing of the Great Qian dynasty, who had perished over 2 decades ago. It was said that after giving birth to Xia Zixuan, the Empress succumbed to hysteria, spiraling into madness, claiming to be the elixir of immortality, ultimately locking herself in an alchemical furnace and perishing in flames. In her dreams, Xia Zixuan cursed her biological father. Could it be that the emperor had orchestrated Meng Wanqing's demise from the shadows? Chu Xia shook his head, dismissing the thought. Throughout history, monarchs have shown little mercy. It was not uncommon for them to eliminate wives, fathers, or even siblings without a second thought. There was no need for undue alarm. Moreover, Xia Zixuan might be attempting to ensnare him in a web of sympathy, hoping to provoke his loyalty in service. The royal family was a veritable cauldron of intrigue. One could hardly trust a word from those raised in such an environment. Restless and unable to sleep, Chu Xia pushed aside Xia Zixuan's arm, rising to sit cross-legged and resumed his cultivation of the great sun-yang divine art. As his spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, his body felt akin to a furnace, his temperature steadily rising. It was uncomfortably warm. Even in her slumber, Xia Zixuan was drenched in sweat and in a state of drowsy confusion. She loosened the ties of her fragrant skirt, revealing a fleeting glimpse of springtime. However, Chu Xia remained unperturbed, engrossed in the pleasures of his practice. A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered across Xia Zixuan's lips before she settled into a steady breath and truly fell asleep. The following morning, a rapid series of knocks resounded at the door. "Your Highness, the second prince requests an audience." Startled from her dreams, Xia Zixuan opened her eyes, a flicker of suppressed fury momentarily surfacing in her gaze. She tidied her disheveled hair and attire, saying, "Have him wait in the front hall." "Yes, Your Highness." Once the maid departed, Xia Zixuan turned to Chu Xia. "The second prince may not come with good intentions. I must go and confront him. Would you care to join me?" Chu Xia, still in the midst of his cultivation, slightly opened his eyes. Very well. Since he had agreed to collaborate with the princess, it was prudent to acquire greater insight into the current dynamics of the royal family. "You wait here. I shall fetch you a suitable outfit." After Xia Zixuan exited, she returned shortly, only to find Chu Xia absent. Where has he gone? Chu Xia had merely slipped back into the room from behind the window. Cautious indeed. A person of her nature is destined for longevity. Ignoring Xia Zixuan's compliment, he glanced at the garments she held. "You wish for me to masquerade as a Longyuan guard?" "Not a masquerade, but a bona fide Longyuan guard." Xia Zixuan handed him a golden-laid jade dragon insignia, aside from the 3,000 Longyuan guards under the Emperor's command. Each prince and princess is entitled to recruit 100 Longyuan guards. Recently, a portion of my subordinates suffered casualties, leaving vacancies that you shall fill. You need not worry about your identity being revealed. My Longyuan guards are all sworn to secrecy, and only I am privy to their backgrounds, inaccessible to outsiders. Xia Zixuan added. Chu Xia ceased further inquiries and promptly donned the Longyuan guard and Appos as attire. Unlike the standard uniform, this one was crafted with exquisite detail, featuring a discreet three-clawed dragon embroidery at the collar. This was the attire of a deputy commander, classified as a 5th-grade military officer's uniform, permitting him to wield a blade throughout most of the palace. Chu Xia's eyes brightened. This certainly facilitated matters. Xia Zixuan then produced a golden mask and handed it to Chu Xia. Put this on to avoid being recognized by the second prince. Chu Xia nodded. He had encountered the second prince, Xia Ruiming, once before and had faced his reproach regarding the engagement with Xia Lanxi, receiving a rather hostile reception. Although time had passed, it was wise to err on the side of caution. His father and Appos' death had been shrouded in mystery, and with the entire General Shenwu and Appos' household embroiled in peril, vigilance was paramount. After applying a light touch of makeup, Xia Zixuan adorned herself in a black palace gown, exuding elegance and maturity, embodying the allure of a refined woman. While she might not quite rival Jiang Yunji, she remained one of the most exquisite beings Chu Xia had ever beheld. Follow closely, keep your head down, maintaining a distance of no less than 3 feet, yet not too far. As they stepped outside, Xia Zixuan's demeanor transformed into one of icy authority, commanding Chu Xia with a tone of authority. Chu Xia cast a glance at the graceful figure of Xia Zixuan, mused over the multitude of rules, yet kept his distance and followed her lead. In the front hall of the Ziyue Palace, a tall, slender man clad in resplendent garments stood with hands clasped behind his back. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, and his gaze was deep and frigid, seemingly devoid of any emotion. This was none other than the second prince of the great Qian, Xia Ruiming. Beside him stood an elderly man in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles, exuding an aura as profound as the ocean. As the princess and Chu Xia entered the hall, their eyes met with Xia Ruiming's. With his hands still clasped, he remained motionless. "Your Highness appears frail. It seems your injuries are severe. Given this, it is time to surrender the key to the treasure pavilion." Xia Ruiming. "The trials of the martial ancestor hall have yet to conclude. Are you so certain I will fail?" The princess's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of sharpness crossing her features. With less than 3 days remaining until the closure of the martial ancestor hall, the princess's failure was all but assured. Why prolong the inevitable? The old man beside her let out a cold snort. Wu Yushan, what are you? A mere eunuch has no right to flaunt your authority before me. The princess rebuked. The black-robed elder was instantly incensed, his robe fluttering dramatically as dozens of venomous centipedes surged forth from his sleeves, crawling ominously. Enough! Xiao Weiming shot a glance at the elder, exuding a palpable oppressive aura. The elder hastily withdrew the centipedes, retreating into silence. Your Highness, my subordinate's temperament is as such. Not intended to offend you, Xiao Weiming stated coolly. However, his words ring true. With only 3 days remaining, given your current state, it is impossible for you to complete the trials. Rather than struggle in vain, it would be more prudent to hand over the key to the treasure pavilion as compensation. I can offer you a 4th-grade Peiyuan pill to assist in your recovery. With that, Xiao Weiming produced a purple sandalwood box, opening it to reveal a pill exuding an extraordinary, alluring fragrance. Are you finished? Once you are, you may take your pill and leave my Ziyue palace, for you are not welcome here. The princess waved her hand dismissively. In an instant, several Longyuan guards emerged from the shadows, menacingly drawing their swords in a clear display of intent to escort him out. Xiao Weiming narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice flashing through them. Foolish woman, Xia Zishuan. 3 days hence, I shall await your folly outside the martial ancestor hall. I hope you do not regret your choices by then. With that, Xiao Weiming turned and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 5. The Hall of the Martial Ancestor outside the Ziyue Hall. Wu Yushan spoke in a hushed tone, Master. That woman, Xia Zishuan, is far too ungrateful. Should I discreetly teach her a lesson? Although he had intentionally altered his voice to sound less sharp, he could not escape his inherent nature as a eunuch. In the carriage, Xiao Weiming's gaze fell, and without warning, he struck Wu Yushan across the face. No matter how ungrateful she is still my half-sister. Do you wish for me to bear the disgrace of being unfilial? Forgive me, my lord. I spoke out of turn, Wu Yushan said, his face filled with dread as he knelt. Xia Zishuan must remain unharmed. But it would not be detrimental if a few more souls perished within her Ziyue Hall. Wu Yushan nodded repeatedly. I understand, my lord. Indeed, Xiao Weiming replied, casting a nonchalant glance at Wu Yushan. Little Shan, I have heard you have been getting quite close to Princess Xia Lanqi lately. Wu Yushan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly explained, My lord, you misunderstand. The 6th princess sought my assistance in refining the qi dissipation powder. She offered a generous price, and I thought to earn more to alleviate your burdens. How considerate of you, Xiao Weiming mused, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Though the 6th princess was young, her methods were quite impressive, having managed to form a connection with the holy son of the Ascension Gate. With the Ascension Gate's backing, the upcoming Zulong festival would undoubtedly be more intense. As the final year approached, the situation remained unpredictable, leaving one to ponder who would ultimately triumph. Wu Yushan immediately donned a sycophantic smile. The throne will surely belong to you, my lord. Starting today, the Ziyue Hall shall bolster its defenses, particularly against the intrusion of venomous creatures, Xia Zishuan instructed within the hall. She then turned to Chu Xia, saying, You shall accompany me to the Hall of the Martial Ancestor. Very well, Chu Xia replied without hesitation, eager to witness the Hall of the Martial Ancestor for himself. My lord, your injuries have yet to fully heal. It is perilous to venture to the Hall of the Martial Ancestor now, 2 strikingly similar Dragon Abyss guards urged, their expressions concerned. At that moment, Chu Xia noticed that the 2 were identical, unmistakably a pair of twin sisters, and both possessed formidable abilities, having reached the profound realm. There's no time to waste. You 2 shall accompany me, Xia Zishuan commanded decisively as they set off. In a flurry, they boarded the carriage and soon arrived outside the Hall of the Martial Ancestor. Upon disembarking, Chu Xia felt an inexplicable pressure wash over him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld an ancient edifice stretching across the heavens. The structure was grand, exuding an aura of antiquity, yet remained intact, adorned with intricate carvings and pavilions. Enveloped by a dense circle of towering locust trees that cast a shadow over the hall, lending it an air of somberness. Stay close and refrain from wandering, Xia Zishuan instructed, striding purposefully toward the hall. The twins flanked her, their expressions tense and serious. They proceeded to the main hall without incident, encountering no sign of others. However, Chu Xia sensed an underlying strangeness within this place, a presence of eerie energy. The main hall was vast, dominated by a pitch-black stone tablet inscribed with the words Martial Ancestor Xiankong. Who is he? Chu Xia inquired, perplexed. I do not know, Xia Zixuan replied. The history of the Hall of the Martial Ancestor predates our great Qian dynasty. It is likely tied to a martial master of the previous dynasty. With that, Xia Zixuan approached the stone tablet and pressed her hand against it. In an instant, the hall trembled and the floor tiles began to descend, revealing 8 hidden passages that led underground. It begins. Remain vigilant. Your cultivation is insufficient. Stay behind me, Xia Zixuan instructed, choosing one of the entrances. Is there any significance to this entrance? Chu Xia asked. None. When the trial of the Hall of the Martial Ancestor begins, there are always 8 entrances, each leading to a different space with varying challenges. The trials are entirely based on luck. Chu Xia's thoughts stirred. If you trust me, follow this way, he said, gesturing toward the southwestern entrance. Xia Zixuan paused momentarily, then decided to follow Chu Xia after a brief contemplation. The twins exchanged surprised glances at the Long Princess's trust in a newcomer. Though the man was handsome, he was too young to possess any real insight. Nevertheless, since the Long Princess had faith in Chu Xia, they had no objections and quickly fell in line behind her. Without further ado, Chu Xia stepped into the passage. Soon, he arrived at a spacious underground chamber, where a sword radiating a cool luminescence stood upright atop a massive jade stone. Is this a sword trial? We're doomed. Xia Zixuan's expression darkened at the sight. The twins wore faces of utter despair, glaring angrily at Chu Xia. You are leading us to our demise. The sword trial was renowned as the most arduous challenge within the Hall of the Martial Ancestor. To draw the sword, one required a mastery of sword intent forged through countless trials. Otherwise, even a master would be unable to unsheath it. Is simply drawing the sword sufficient to pass? Chu Xia asked, disregarding their fears as he strode directly toward the suspended sword. In the astonished gaze of the Long Princess and the twin guards, Chu Xia confidently approached, grasped the hilt, and lifted the sword effortlessly. Is it truly that difficult? He remarked casually, executing a simple sword-drawing posture that conjured a haze of sword light. Xia Zixuan was left speechless, while the twins stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, the sword in Chu Xia's grasp was suddenly enveloped by a dark mist and vanished without a trace. Just as I suspected, Chu Xia mused inwardly. When Xia Zixuan activated the trial, the Wanshinding had reacted. Following its guidance, he had chosen the southwestern entrance, and indeed, something here could be absorbed by the Wanshinding. As the sword disappeared, Chu Xia focused inward, soon witnessing a brand new sword being expelled by the Wanshinding. Superior Spirit Tool, Jusha Sword. A spirit tool. Chu Xia rejoiced internally, knowing it was a flying sword reserved for cultivators. Without hesitation, he summoned the Jusha Sword. The fierce and domineering sword energy instantly filled the underground chamber, capturing the attention of both the Long Princess and the twins. What formidable sword energy! I can scarcely breathe. When the twins gasped, ordinary swords lacked such brilliance. This was undoubtedly the might of a superior artifact forged through countless refinements. After regaining her composure, Xia Zixuan remarked, Chu Xia, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Whether we can pass the trials of the Hall of the Martial Ancestor now rests upon you. Chapter 6. The swordsmanship trial is the trial not yet over? Of course, this is merely the first stage. What lies ahead is the true test. However, Xia Zixuan hesitated, her expression betraying her concern. What is it? My apologies for not clarifying sooner. The trials of the Martial Ancestor Hall are divided into 3 stages, and the difficulty of the subsequent challenges is determined by the first one. Since you have chosen the swordsmanship trial, the next 2 stages will undoubtedly also pertain to swords. This is the most arduous of all trials, and any misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Xia Zixuan and Appo's tone reflected her resignation. With her injuries not fully healed, she had initially intended to scout the path, but unexpectedly passed the first stage of the swordsmanship trial. Now, abandoning the trial was no longer an option. She could only forge ahead. Why not? Let us proceed. Chu Xia sensed that the myriad gods cauldron continued to tremble, indicating that there was still something of interest beneath. This was an exceptional opportunity to enhance his strength, one he could not afford to miss. Very well, let us continue. Xia Zixuan's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as she ventured deeper down the passage. The twins followed closely behind, bowing apologetically as they passed by Chu Xia. Chu Xia, I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. May I see your prized possession? Chu Xia generously extended the Chu Xia sword. The treasures emitted from a myriad god's cauldron seemed to resonate with him, as if they had recognized their master. Outsiders could not seize them. The twins simultaneously grasped the Chu Xia sword, enchanted as they caressed its surface. It's so adorable. It feels exceedingly hard. I'm certain a mere prick will be fatal. Upon hearing their descriptions, Chu Xia could not help but twitch his mouth. Their mental state was undoubtedly questionable. Not daring to linger, the twins returned the sword to Chu Xia and hurried to catch up with Xia Zixuan. After traversing several dozen meters down the tunnel, Chu Xia arrived at the second underground chamber. The space was significantly more expansive, with several trees present. The ground was soft with moss, and the air was thick with humidity. If one listened closely, the gentle sound of a nearby stream could be heard. It seemed they had approached an underground river. Be cautious. Xia Zixuan raised an eyebrow and suddenly stepped back several paces, producing an object resembling a firework launcher, which she aimed into the air. In an instant, a brilliant red light erupted, illuminating the entire underground chamber. Fixing his gaze, Chu Xia noticed a rusty iron sword embedded at an angle among the nearby bushes. The sword was covered in talismans, which glimmered faintly with a red hue, the characters barely visible. I feel a bit dizzy. So do I. Upon seeing the iron sword, the twins were immediately struck by a wave of discomfort, as if the world were spinning, their strength draining away. And they collapsed to the ground, weak and unable to rise. Xia Zixuan fared slightly better, though not by much. Her breathing quickened, her face flushed, and she nearly lost her footing. Recognizing the situation was dire, Chu Xia quickly supported Xia Zixuan and guided her back into the tunnel. After ensuring she was safe, he returned for the twins, lifting one under each arm and bringing them back as well. Are you all right? Xia Zixuan inquired, grasping Chu Xia's arm. I'm fine. You all rest. I will investigate the situation. Once more venturing into the underground chamber, Chu Xia scrutinized the iron sword for a moment, affirming that it posed no immediate threat before boldly approaching it. He carefully reached out to touch the sword. In an instant, a sharp sword intent was absorbed by the myriad gods cauldron. The next moment, a sword manual was expelled from the cauldron, swiftly integrating into Chu Xia's mind before he could fully comprehend it. Tai Xuanzhen's sword art. Experiencing an epiphany as profound knowledge flooded his mind, Chu Xia was elated. This was a high-tier spiritual sword technique, on par with the Great Sun divine technique. Within a mere day, he had acquired 2 cultivation methods. The experience was truly remarkable. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Zixuan and the twins had yet to recover, Chu Xia resolved to practice the Tai Xuanzhen sword art at that moment. However, he soon noticed the iron sword beginning to crack and rapidly disintegrate into a shower of iron shavings. The talismans affixed to the sword fell off in succession. Suddenly, a dry claw burst forth from beneath the iron sword, breaking through the earth. Startled by the abrupt emergence, Chu Xia reacted swiftly, wielding the Chu Xia sword in a horizontal slash. The claw, as hard as iron, sparked upon contact, yet could not withstand the superior blade of the high-tier spiritual sword, which severed it with a resounding crack. A piercing roar echoed from below. Chu Xia suspected that a zombie was sealed beneath the iron sword. Without further contemplation, he resumed attacking the ground with the Chu Xia sword, delivering dozens of thrusts until the howling ceased. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Xia began to excavate the soil. Beneath the surface lay fragmented, desiccated remains, covered in green mold. Indeed, it is a zombie. Chu Xia was taken aback. The martial ancestor hall was truly sinister, harboring zombies. Fortunately, with the Chu Xia sword in hand, dealing with a mere green mold zombie posed no challenge. However, without such a powerful weapon, an ordinary martial artist would be hard-pressed to survive an encounter with such a creature. Shaking his head, Chu Xia was about to fill the earth back in when he noticed something faintly glowing beneath the zombie's body. Urgently, he continued to dig until he unearthed the object. After cleaning it off, he discovered a small green potion vial. As he opened the vial to inspect its contents, a swirl of black mist emerged, and the pill within was swiftly consumed by the myriad gods cauldron. Chu Xia was momentarily speechless, but soon realizing the benefits the cauldron had brought him, he felt reassured. After all, the cauldron would undoubtedly provide him with a share of the rewards. Indeed, moments later, a brand new pill was regurgitated by the myriad gods cauldron. Pei Yuan pill. Grade 9. Chu Xia was astonished. Earlier that day, when Xia Weiming had visited, he had prized a grade 4 Pei Yuan pill. Yet here he was, having acquired a grade 9 one with a mere twist of fate. The disparity between grade 4 and grade 9 was astronomical. This was a premier healing elixir, capable of restoring one to full vitality, regardless of the severity of their injuries. A true lifesaver. Chu Xia promptly tucked it away for safekeeping. Subsequently, he found a clear spot on the ground, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the Tai Xuanjin sword art. Time became irrelevant as he immersed himself in his practice. Eventually, a profound understanding dawned upon him, culminating in a thunderous sword cry erupting from within him. What happened? Xia Zixuan and the twins rushed over, alarmed. They beheld Chu Xia, his eyes gleaming like blades, radiating an intense sword aura. The Juesha sword danced in harmony with his energy, swiftly reducing the surrounding trees to mere splinters, even causing the thick rock walls to cave in under the might of his sword intent. Chapter 7. The genius observing the traces of destruction wrought by sword energy around her, Xia Zixuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Ordinary martial artists cannot manifest sword energy. Only those who comprehend the essence of the sword can wield its sharpness. Chu Xia, gazing at someone so young and yet able to unleash sword energy to such an extent, realized that this must be the result of rigorous training from a tender age. But how old could he be? Surely, he couldn't have begun practicing sword techniques while still in the womb. This truly is the mark of a genius. The twins marveled, their gazes toward Chu Xia infused with newfound admiration. How long have I been cultivating? Chu Xia inquired. It has been 2 days, Xia Zixuan replied. 2 days, indeed. Chu Xia was astonished, feeling as though only a fleeting moment had passed. Such is the profundity of cultivation practices that one can become so engrossed as to completely lose track of time. How much longer until the trial concludes? Less than half a day remains. Xia Zixuan's expression turned grave once more. Although they had already overcome 2 challenges, the final trial was the most arduous. She had attempted it numerous times over the past 2 days, yet had seen no glimmer of success. With Chu Xia's awakening, perhaps they could still hope for a miracle. Xia Zixuan looked at Chu Xia with anticipation and said, "Follow me. I will explain the details of the final trial." "Very well," Chu Xia replied, following her through the lengthy passageway until they arrived at the innermost basement. The basement was surrounded by water on all sides, with a circular platform over 20 meters in diameter at its center. The platform, forged from dark and sturdy black iron, was riddled with countless tiny holes. At the center of the platform lay a stone table, upon which rested a wooden box. That is the reward for passing the trial of the martial ancestor hall, the cultivation method of 5 elements technique. The cultivation method? Chu Xia frowned, uncertain of its quality. Yet, the divine cauldron showed no reaction. Could it be unworthy? Since the reward is right before us, why not take it? Chu Xia asked. You'll see. Xia Zixuan extended her hand, prompting one of the twins to immediately present a stone. With force, Xia Zixuan hurled the stone onto the platform. In an instant, a multitude of sword energies erupted from the holes, enveloping the platform entirely. The stone barely traveled 3 meters before it was struck by the sword energy, exploding into fine powder. This is the situation. I have tried various methods, but I cannot approach the central area at all, Xia Zixuan said, her face filled with helplessness. One of the twins added, We even attempted to use wood and corpses to shield against the sword energy, but it was futile. None of those materials had sufficient hardness to withstand the impact. The sword energy was formidable. Even a master-level warrior would likely be pierced like a honeycomb under such an assault. Chu Xia surveyed the surroundings and found himself at a loss for better strategies. Though the trap seemed overtly apparent, with vulnerabilities everywhere, its sheer intensity rendered it highly effective. Gazing at the absolute sword in his hand, an idea suddenly struck him. I have a solution, he declared, casting the absolute sword into the air. Just as the sword was about to descend, he flicked his finger, causing the sword to hover midair. As he guided it with his fingertip, the absolute sword began to dance gracefully, ascending and descending in rhythm. Sword control technique. This was a fundamental skill among sword cultivators, and the Tai Xuanjin sword technique he practiced naturally encompassed it. Though he had only trained for 2 days, he had grasped the basics of sword control, mastering the ability to manipulate a flying sword within 100 meters with ease. To Xia Zixuan, this display was nothing short of miraculous. This is the technique of a sword immortal. Her gaze toward Chu Xia transformed entirely. A genius. To wield such abilities through martial arts, this is the hallmark of true brilliance. Despite her awe, she never doubted whether Chu Xia had cultivated a cultivation method. After all, in the Great Qian, it had been 500 years since the royal family monopolized cultivation methods. Moreover, in her understanding, even if such methods existed, one would need to attain the strength of a martial master to qualify for their practice. Chu Xia had only recently broken through to the refinement stage and did not even meet the threshold for a cultivator. How could he possibly practice cultivation? Only a swordsmanship genius could explain everything. Go! Chu Xia commanded, directing the absolute sword toward the platform. In an instant, countless sword energies surged forth. Chu Xia's brow furrowed as he skillfully maneuvered the absolute sword, evading the sword energy's sharpness and swiftly approaching the center. With a swift thrust, the absolute sword struck the wooden box, then pivoted 90 degrees to stand the box upright, deftly navigating through the torrential sword energy and flying back into Chu Xia's grasp. In just a few breaths, the dilemma that had plagued Xia Zixuan and her companions for 2 days was effortlessly resolved by Chu Xia. Xia Zixuan opened the wooden box, revealing indeed the cultivation method, the 5 elements technique. Chu Xia, I owe you my gratitude. Without your aid, I would never have passed the trial of the martial ancestor hall. Consider it a debt of gratitude. Feel free to ask anything of me in the future, she asserted, winking playfully at Chu Xia, her gaze almost enchanting. Chu Xia shivered involuntarily, memories of his experience in the ancestral dragon and Appo's forbidden grounds flooding back. He felt as though he were on the verge of developing a psychological shadow from encounters with Jiang Yunji. When would this sage mode come to an end? Your Highness, we have a problem. One of the twins, Long Yuan guards, interjected. We have obtained a reward. Normally, after passing the trial, the passageway should reopen. Yet I see the entrance above remains closed. At that moment, Xia Zixuan realized something was amiss. The trial is not yet finished? Just as Chu Xia was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a chilling and eerie presence rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he summoned the absolute sword and struck out. This strike was infused with the power of the great sun divine art, and a blazing, radiant fire burst forth from the sword's edge. The searing sword energy was formidable, cleaving through the air and seemingly striking something, producing a thunderous roar. When Chu Xia focused his gaze, he beheld a creature resembling a mountain beast, shrouded in black smoke, collapsing to the ground, cleaved by the absolute sword. The strike inflicted significant damage, leaving a half-foot-long gash in the beast's chest, exposing bone beneath. Yet the creature was ferocious. Upon hitting the ground, it immediately twisted and lunged back at them, baring its teeth. A savage beast, Xia Zixuan exclaimed, fury igniting in her eyes. Bai Ji, Qing Yu, subdue it. At her command, the twins rushed forward with their swords drawn, engaging in a fierce struggle with the beast. Only then did Chu Xia notice the familiar black mist emanating from the creature. It was the same ominous energy he had previously absorbed from Xia Zixuan's wound. No wonder she had reacted with such fury upon encountering the savage beast. It was the very creature that had injured her. The savage beast's strength was apparent, and despite the twins unleashing their full arsenal, their vitality surged, their eyes blinded by rage. They were still no match for the creature. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Xia Zixuan bit her lip, ready to step forward despite her injuries. At that moment, Chu Xia stepped out first. He formed a sword seal with his hands, and the absolute sword took flight once more, descending from above to strike the savage beast's nape. With a sharp crack, it severed both the beast's cervical spine and thick hide. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the surrounding black mist dispersed. Chapter 8. The fool Chu Xia acted with such swiftness that by the time Xia Zixuan registered what had transpired, the savage beast lay lifeless on the ground. The twins had prepared themselves for a desperate fight, Yet upon witnessing the fallen beast, they were left utterly astounded. All three cast shocked glances at Chu Xia. This beast was surprisingly fragile. With a smile, Chu Xia approached, casually rummaging through the corpse of the beast. Unbeknownst to him, the dark energy emanating from the creature was swiftly absorbed by the divine cauldron. It was only then that he realized this dark essence was, in fact, the demonic aura of the beast, which turned out to be a low-tier demon beast. Hearing Chu Xia's words, Xia Zixuan and the others were at a loss for words. Was this even a sensible remark? Although the beast was not particularly formidable, it was still a demon beast. Even a powerful expert at the profound realm would require the assistance of several others to prevail. During the last trial, Xia Zixuan had been ambushed by a savage beast, sustaining severe injuries and suffering from demon poison, nearly resulting in her demise. Who would have imagined that Chu Xia could slay the beast with a single stroke? Was this the mark of a genius swordsman? The passageway had opened, confirming that this savage beast was indeed the final trial. Your Highness, let us take this beast back. I have heard its meat is exceptionally tender and nourishing. Bai Ji and Qing Yu exclaimed with excitement. Very well, Xia Zixuan responded with a smile. Having successfully cleared the trial, she felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders. The trials of the Martial Ancestor Hall were part of the Ancestor Dragon Festival. Overcoming this challenge granted her the right to continue her journey. Otherwise, she would have to leave the Qian Palace in disgrace, receiving a modest fief and living out her days as a minor noble, a future she dared not imagine. Chu Xia, let us depart, Xia Zixuan said cheerfully as she approached him. Chu Xia arose, his expression one of contentment. Certainly, just as he was about to lift the beast, the twins hurriedly stopped him, insisting they handle it. You are the great hero here. How can we let you engage in such menial labor? Go wash your hands. We will take care of the beast. Well, if you insist. Chu Xia was more than happy to ease his burden. Soon, the group retraced their steps through the tunnel, returning to the Martial Ancestor Hall. Congratulations, Your Highness, for passing the trial. His Majesty has bestowed upon you a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, 50 spiritual herbs, and 3 top-tier martial arts techniques. A hearty laugh resonated from outside, and an elderly eunuch with a youthful countenance entered with mirth. Chu Xia's expression shifted to one of surprise. This elderly eunuch was undoubtedly a master, likely a grandmaster, radiating a level of spiritual power that rivaled even his father's. The Qian Palace was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Even an ordinary eunuch possessed the prowess of a martial arts grandmaster. Greetings, Eunuch Shan. Thank you for the Emperor's generous gifts. The elderly eunuch, with a benevolent smile, said, The rewards have already been delivered to the Ziyue Hall. His Majesty also wishes to remind the princess that in a few days, it will be the Queen's Memorial Day. Do not forget to pay your respects at the royal tomb. Xia Zixuan's expression momentarily faltered, her hands tightening in a fist before she regained her composure. Zixuan will not forget. Eunuch Shan nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, this old servant shall take his leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Let's return, Xia Zixuan instructed. Chu Xia nodded and followed suit. Something feels amiss, Xia Zixuan murmured, her brow furrowed. What seems to be the matter? My mother passed away over 20 years ago, and my father has never mentioned her. Why, today, does he suddenly remind me to pay my respects? Indeed, that has seemed somewhat peculiar. She sighed. Regardless, I will honor my mother on her Memorial Day, as I do every year. Xia Zixuan's mood turned somber. Born into royalty, she had to tread carefully in all matters, especially regarding the Emperor's words, which were laden with hidden meanings. Without a steadfast belief to support her, she would have abandoned her position as the crown princess. Why the long face, sister? You should consider yourself fortunate to have emerged from the Martial Ancestor Hall alive. Just as they stepped outside, a derisive voice reached their ears. Xia Weiming approached in a resplendent golden carriage, sitting imperiously within, extending a hand through the curtain. Your Highness, at this juncture, what more can you say? Hand over the key to the treasure pavilion and do not disrupt the order. Wu Yushan emerged from behind the carriage, his gaze fierce. Xia Weiming, are you so certain I failed the Martial Ancestor trial? Xia Zixuan's mood, already fragile, ignited with anger upon encountering Xia Weiming. How about a wager? What do you wish to bet on? Xia Weiming smirked, confident in his investigation. Xia Zixuan had chosen the most challenging sword trial. With her strength, she could not possibly succeed. Her denial was merely a stalling tactic. As the elder sister, I shall not bully you. Lest it be said, I am taking advantage of you. Let us wager 100 taels of gold, shall we? Xia Weiming paused, then chuckled coldly. Sister, you truly underestimate me. He gestured to Wu Yushan, who quickly produced 10 gleaming gold ingots. I shall not decline. Xia Zixuan waved her hand, effortlessly accepting the gold ingots. Just as Xia Weiming was about to frown, he saw Bai Ji and Qing Yu emerging, bearing the bloodied savage beast. Do you still have words to say? Xia Zixuan jangled the gold ingots in her hand, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Weiming. Fool! You are so eager to hand over money. If the treasure pavilion were to fall into your hands, it would inevitably lead to ruin. With that, Xia Zixuan climbed into the carriage of Ziyue Hall and departed with a flourish. Bang! Xia Weiming seethed with rage, unleashing his spiritual power, which sent the carriage's roof flying. Damn it, how could this be? She actually passed the sword trial and even hunted a savage beast. Losing 100 taels of gold was inconsequential, but seizing control of the treasure pavilion had become a formidable challenge. Wu Yushan hastily reattached the roof to the carriage. Your Highness, do not be angry. I have placed numerous cursed insects in the Ziyue Hall. At your command, I can help you seize the key to the treasure pavilion tonight. Foolishness. If this were to reach the Emperor's ears, how would he regard me? You are truly dim-witted. Remove those cursed insects at once. I will find another way. I do not require your meddling. Xia Weiming, filled with frustration, kicked Wu Yushan out of the carriage and waved his hand, causing the carriage to gallop away. Your Highness, wait for me. Wu Yushan, in a state of urgency, could no longer maintain his disguise, his high-pitched voice revealing his panic as he chased after the departing carriage. Chapter 9. Bathing. As soon as Xia Zixuan settled into the carriage, she tossed 100 gold ingots to Chu Xia. Thanks to you this time, otherwise I wouldn't have won the bet. This 100 ingots are a gift for you. Seemingly concerned that Chu Xia might remain unsatisfied, she added, this is merely an appetizer. As long as you continue to collaborate with me, your rewards will be abundant. Thank you, Princess Chong. Chu Xia replied casually, pocketing the gold ingots and returning to his meditation. Seeing his indifference, Xia Zixuan speculated that he might be dissatisfied and resolved to prepare a grand surprise for him. Such a talented genius must be firmly in her grasp. In truth, Chu Xia was not preoccupied with her words. He was introspectively focusing on his dantian, observing streams of potent spiritual energy surging forth from the Wanshan Ding, infusing his meridians. This was the result of the Wanshan Ding absorbing the demonic energy of the fierce beasts, a reward bestowed upon him. Such a torrent of spiritual energy would significantly enhance his cultivation. With no time to ponder further, he devoted himself to harnessing this energy for his training. Wasting not a moment, upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Chu Xia promptly entered Princess Chang's quarters, assuming a meditative posture to engage in fervent cultivation. How diligent! Truly worthy of a young genius, Xia Zixuan remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. Time flew by, and before long, it was midnight. Chu Xia finally absorbed all the spiritual energy released by the Wanshan Ding, resulting in a considerable leap in his cultivation. Advancing to the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm, a remarkable 3-tier jump, something he had never dared to imagine before. An idea struck him. If he could slay a few more fierce beasts, his cultivation would surely progress even faster. Gurgle. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten for 3 days. Rising to his feet, he found the table laden with food. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathing room. The princess was bathing. There was also a large man in the room, and she seemed utterly oblivious to the decorum. However, Chu Xia was still in sage mode, completely devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. He approached the table and began to devour the food voraciously. Having satisfied his hunger, Chu Xia intended to lie down when he saw Xia Zixuan emerging, clad only in a sheer silk gown. Her exquisite figure was tantalizingly revealed, radiating an alluring charm that would mesmerize any onlooker. With a bright smile, she approached him, presenting an intricately embroidered pouch. This is a gift for you. A storage pouch that can carry up to 100 pounds without weight. You can store your gold ingots inside, and there are some treasures I prepared for you. A storage pouch? Is this not a treasure exclusive to cultivators? Chu Xia had only heard of such items but never seen one. They were unavailable in the market. However, considering Xia Zixuan's status, he quickly understood. The royal family of Daqian monopolized not only cultivation techniques, but also treasures, which are not precious to them, but inaccessible to outsiders. Then I shall accept it without hesitation. Chu Xia took the pouch, and upon opening it, found it shrouded in darkness. It requires spiritual energy to perceive, he nodded, infusing the pouch with his energy. A modest space materialized before him, revealing an array of items, several sets of clothing tailored to his measurements. 2 pairs of exquisitely crafted boots, some provisions, and a full 50 spirit herbs stored in a Zetan wood box. These herbs were rare and valuable, each worth a significant sum. It appeared that the emperor had bestowed these upon Xia Zixuan, and she had given them all to Chu Xia without retaining a single one. Such generosity? When he looked up, he found Xia Zixuan smiling at him. Take them. I have no use for these spirit herbs, but with your diligent training, they will greatly enhance your vitality. Is there no ulterior motive? Chu Xia inquired cautiously. Xia Zixuan paused, then laughed lightly. Of course not. What are you thinking? Very well. Chu Xia thought she might be after something more. You should take a bath. I shall rest first. Xia Zixuan stretched and lay back on the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xia decided to enter the bathing room. Upon looking down, he noticed the floor littered with discarded garments and hairpins. There was hardly a place to step. Should he label her careless or simply unconcerned with trifles? With a resigned shake of his head, he began to tidy up the scattered clothing. After some time, he finally removed his official robes and sank into the fragrant waters of the pool. Heated by the red flame crystal beneath, the water temperature was slightly high, but after practicing the great Sun Yang divine art, he could easily endure it. After a while, feeling quite comfortable, Chu Xia decided to practice his cultivation in the water. It was an hour later when he emerged from the bathing room. Channeling his spiritual energy, he quickly evaporated the moisture from his hair. Observing Xia Zixuan's rather ungraceful sleeping posture on the bed, he sighed softly and moved closer to adjust her blanket properly. Just as he was about to resume his training, he noticed that the entrance to the basement was ajar. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured inside. Sharing a room with Xia Zixuan posed certain inconveniences. He needed a space of his own for refuge. In the basement, he lit a lamp and discovered a spacious yet cluttered area filled with antiques, paintings, gold, silver, jewelry, and various disorganized books. A brief glance revealed that they were all collections of bizarre tales and folklore. To his surprise, the princess had such interests. However, as he continued to sift through them, he sensed something was amiss. Despite their covers featuring strange tales, the contents were overwhelmingly romantic, with several pieces of a rather graphic nature, causing Chu Xia to frown. He shook his head and hastily set the book down, centering his mind to organize the basement. After retrieving a soft mat, he settled down to meditate, determined to fulfill the task assigned by Jiang Yunji. Breaking through to the master realm within a year was no trivial endeavor. He had to work diligently. Otherwise, if he failed to complete the task, she might find ways to exploit him further. He could also test the efficacy of these spirit herbs. Chu Xia opened the storage pouch and extracted all 50 Zetan wood boxes, unveiling the spirit herbs within. In the next moment, the Wanshan Ding trembled once more. Before Chu Xia could react, a wave of black spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping all 50 spirit herbs and swallowing them whole. Rather than panic, joy spread across his face. He was curious about what the Wanshan Ding would produce from consuming such a bounty. After a brief wait, the Wanshan Ding quivered again, and a resplendent golden pill floated into the air, followed by an enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. Chapter 10. The Purging Elixir. The Purging Elixir, a high-grade spiritual pill. It possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse the marrow and transform one's very essence. Upon sensing the information about the elixir, Chu Xia could not help but swallow hard. This spiritual pill is a treasure that only cultivators possess the skill to concoct. Its efficacy is far beyond that of ordinary pills like the Nourishing Essence pill. This purging elixir would undoubtedly benefit Chu Xia immensely, enhancing his constitution significantly. Without any hesitation, Chu Xia swallowed the purging elixir whole. After a short while, he began to feel drowsy and promptly fell into a deep slumber. In the Lanchi Hall, Countless palace maids and eunuchs bustled about, seemingly preparing for the arrival of a distinguished guest. One eunuch, carrying a water bucket, rushed too hastily and accidentally fell, spilling water all over the floor. Summer Lanchi, who happened to pass by, was splashed with a couple of droplets, and her fury ignited instantly. Incompetent fool, drag him away and execute him. Two guards from Long Yuan swiftly apprehended the eunuch and dragged him away. Your Highness, please calm down. The Holy Sun is about to arrive, a palace maid hurriedly reassured her. Summer Lanchi grasped the maid's hand, her voice trembling with anxiety. Xiaoran, I'm feeling quite nervous. What if Brother Chu Xia, coming from the immortal sect, looks down on us mere mortals of the royal family? Rest assured, Your Highness. The Holy Sun holds you in great affection and would not concern himself with such trivial matters regarding status. Let us hope that is indeed the case. In this world, the path of immortality is revered above all. Despite the great power wielded by the Dacian Empire in the mortal realm, it still stands at a disadvantage against the orthodox forces of cultivation. Summer Lanchi had never cared for the ancestral dragon festival. To her, becoming the Empress of Dacian was of little consequence, as the cultivation techniques passed down by Dacian were utterly insufficient for her to ascend to immortality. Only by joining a true immortal sect like the Ascending Immortal Gate could she hope to vie for the path to eternal life. Eternal life is surely far superior to being a mortal empress. This was also the primary reason why Summer Lanchi had decisively severed her romantic ties upon encountering Chu Xia. While Chu Xia was undoubtedly a talented youth in the Dacian kingdom, his potential was ultimately limited, a mere fraction of Chu Xia's prowess. It is not that I lack affection, but cultivators must be ruthless and unyielding, employing any means necessary. After all, the path of cultivation is a journey of defying fate. Without the resolve to challenge the heavens, how can one hope to cultivate? Summer Lanchi forced a sweet smile. Come, let us wait outside for Brother Chu Xia's arrival. I shall charm him and keep him close. As soon as she spoke, a deafening sword cry echoed from the heavens. A blue sword shadow descended from the sky, landing effortlessly before Lanchi Hall. From the flying sword emerged a striking young man, clad in white, exuding an ethereal grace. Upon seeing Summer Lanchi rushing toward him, he gently descended. Brother Chu Xia, I've missed you terribly. You must stay a few days this time, allowing me to show you the magnificent landscapes of our Dacian. Chu Xia smiled slightly. I fear I must disappoint you. My journey through Dacian is to gather materials for concocting the purging elixir. I can stay only half a day before I must venture to the ancient wilderness to meet with several senior disciples. Ah, that is all right, Brother Chu Xia. Even half a day is enough. Let me entertain you properly. With that, Summer Lanchi affectionately linked her arm with Chu Xia's and led him into Lanchi Hall. Hey, are you all right? Chu Xia, groggy and disoriented, felt someone pinching his face. He jolted awake, only to find himself no longer in the basement, but submerged in a bath. The once clear water had turned murky, with a layer of oil floating atop. What is going on? Are you trying to cook me? Chu Xia muttered, bewildered. Summer Zixuan shot him an annoyed glance. I was about to ask you the same. This morning, I went to the training room to find you collapsed on the ground, motionless, covered in grime. My dress is ruined from carrying you back, and my hair is a mess from all the dirt. It took me ages to clean up. Chu Xia finally recalled the events. The effects of the purging elixir were indeed potent. He assessed his condition. He felt an unprecedented lightness and comfort. Please step outside. I'll clean myself up. I prepared a change of clothes for you. Just put them on. I'll dispose of your dirty outfit. With that, Summer Zixuan vacated the bathing area. Chu Xia rose from the pool, meticulously rinsing himself with warm water. Gazing in the mirror, he marveled at his radiant skin, softer than that of a newborn, leaving him momentarily speechless. Truly a rebirth. Although he appeared youthful, his physical strength had dramatically improved. He tested his arm with a dagger, but the blade left no mark. Moreover, his senses, smell, hearing, and sight, had all been significantly enhanced. He felt utterly rejuvenated. However, that was not the most remarkable change. Chu Xia sensed a subtle resonance with the spiritual energy surrounding him, allowing him to absorb it at an astonishing rate. It felt as if a fish, after years of living in a stagnant pond, had suddenly plunged into a vast river. Is this the effect of a high-grade spiritual pill? My cultivation speed must now be several times faster than before. Chu Xia reveled in this newfound vitality, confident in his ability to achieve the Grandmaster realm within a year. Emerging from the bathing area, he found a grand spread of dishes prepared by Summer Lanchi. Chu Xia rubbed his belly, realizing he was indeed quite hungry. However, strangely, as he sat down to the table laden with sumptuous dishes, he found himself lacking appetite. The food, which once smelled enticing, now seemed unappealing, even faintly foul. Is something wrong? Not to your taste? Summer Zishuan inquired. Chu Xia nodded, though unable to articulate why. After pondering, Summer Zishuan said, "Wait here. I'll have someone roast the beast meat we brought back yesterday." Sound good? The flesh of magical beasts is rich in spiritual energy. It should taste better. No sooner had Summer Zishuan left than Chu Xia settled into a meditative position, basking in the sunlight while commencing his practice of the Great Sun Divine Art. As he practiced, he sensed something unusual. A flicker of golden flame ignited within him. Chu Xia abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand as spiritual light burst forth from his fingertips, causing the golden flame to flicker and rise. Though small, the flame radiated an astonishing heat, instantly igniting nearby wooden furniture. Crap! Chu Xia hastily retracted the flame and doused the fire with water. This is the Great Sun Flame? Strangely, according to the teachings of the Great Sun Divine Art, one must reach at least the third layer to condense the Great Sun Flame. Yet here I am, barely at the first layer, and I can already manifest it? Could it be related to my pure yang physique? Chapter 11. Suppressing Zhang Yunji. Just as Chu Xia was about to continue his cultivation, Xia Zishuan returned with the roasted meat of a savage beast. The enticing aroma of the grilled meat instantly ignited Chu Xia's appetite, and without a moment's hesitation, he began to feast heartily. The meat, rich in spiritual energy, was crispy and tender, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of fresh cream, and its juices were exceedingly plentiful. Before long, Chu Xia had devoured over 10 pounds of the roasted delicacy, leaving Xia Zishuan in astonishment. Although she seldom indulged in meat, witnessing Chu Xia's enjoyment stirred her curiosity, prompting her to sample a few pieces. While undeniably delicious, she found herself full after just half a pound, marveling at how he could continue eating without pause. Did he possess an iron stomach? By the way, there is something I must inform you, Xia Zishuan said. Xia Lanchi is currently hosting a banquet for a cultivator from the ascending immortal sect, a man named Chu Xia. If I am not mistaken, he is likely the one Xia Lanchi is infatuated with. At this, Chu Xia furrowed his brow. What kind of power was the ascending immortal sect? It was a renowned sect in the northern regions of the Great Qian dynasty, steeped in history and shrouded in mystery. Though it boasted fewer than 100 members, each was akin to a celestial being, capable of extraordinary feats such as flying and moving mountains. In their eyes, martial masters were but insignificant creatures. So, it was indeed a sect of cultivators. Within the Great Qian, no such forces existed. Even the methods of cultivation were monopolized by the royal family, rendering them inaccessible to common folk. Beyond the Great Qian, however, lay an expansive realm, the true dominion of cultivators. To the common people, royal authority was supreme, holding absolute dominion. Yet, in the eyes of the royal family, cultivators were equally exalted beings. No wonder Xia Lanchi was eager to eliminate him. She had found a more powerful ally. Noticing Chu Xia's silence as he continued to consume the meat, Xia Zishuan mistakenly assumed he was feeling jealous. There are plenty of good women out there. With your talents and capabilities, you are destined for greatness. There is no need to fixate on one woman. Chu Xia's eyes glinted with a fierce light. I am merely contemplating how to eliminate that vile Xia Lanchi, sensing the intense malice and murderous intent radiating from him. Xia Zishuan was momentarily taken aback. On the first day of next month, the second trial of the Ancestor Dragon Festival will commence. During this event, the 7 princes and princesses will embark on a grand hunt in the eternal wilderness to gather offerings for the festival. If you truly seek revenge, it shall be an opportune moment, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Xia Zishuan was clearly not a naive Good Samaritan. If Xia Lanchi dared to poison her, she would not hesitate to send her to her demise. Among the royal offspring, familial affection was a rarity, especially in the Great Qian, where the struggle for the throne often led to bloody conflict, creating an inherent adversarial relationship. In such circumstances, mercy was a luxury none could afford. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the Ancestor Dragon Festival? Chu Xia inquired, curiosity piqued. Xia Zishuan nodded. You must have heard of the previous dynasty's Empress, Xian Yin, Jiang Yunji. Upon hearing Jiang Yunji's name, Chu Xia was taken aback. Could the Ancestor Dragon Festival be connected to his dual cultivation partner? He nodded. I have heard some tales, but I am not well versed in the details. No matter. She continued, I do not know much either, but I have heard that Jiang Yunji may still be alive. Holding a cup of hot tea, Xia Zishuan proceeded. The Ancestor Dragon Festival serves not only to select a new emperor, but also has a significant purpose, to suppress the vengeful spirit of Jiang Yunji. In fact, one could argue that the primary objective of the festival is to contain her wrathful spirit, with the selection of the new emperor being a secondary concern. The festival is divided into 3 phases, each trial seemingly complex, yet fundamentally similar, all aimed at preparing for the suppression of Jiang Yunji. Once the 3 trials are completed, the Ancestor Dragon Festival will officially commence. The successful princes and princesses will then enter the Ancestor Dragon Forbidden Grounds, gathering the national fortunes of the Great Qian to suppress Jiang Yunji's vengeful spirit, ensuring she can never rise again. Only then can the prosperity of the Great Qian be secured, allowing the Xia royal lineage to endure through the ages. Having shared a considerable amount of information about the Ancestor Dragon Festival, Xia Zishuan felt parched and drained her cup of fragrant tea. Meanwhile, Chu Xia fell into deep contemplation. Was Jiang Yunji truly a vengeful spirit confined within the Ancestor Dragon Forbidden Grounds? Yet she clearly possessed a corporeal form. She had even coerced him into bearing children with her. How peculiar. There were too many suspicious elements at play. Were it not for Jiang Yunji's current slumber, he would have ventured to the Forbidden Grounds once more to seek clarity. When does the Ancestor Dragon Festival officially commence? Chu Xia queried. Calculating the time. It will be approximately a year from now, Xia Zishuan replied. How fortuitous. Jiang Yunji had also instructed him to break through to the Master Realm within a year's time and then enter the Ancestor Dragon Forbidden Ground for dual cultivation. It appeared that participation in the Ancestor Dragon Festival was imperative for Chu Xia. Regardless, he was determined to ensure Xia Zishuan's passage into the final trial, entering the Forbidden Grounds alongside her. Having eaten my fill, I shall proceed to cultivate, Chu Xia announced, rising and heading towards the basement. By the way, tomorrow morning I shall visit the royal tomb to pay respects to my mother. You must accompany me, he added, his thoughts drifting. The royal tomb lay on the outskirts of the imperial capital, and the journey would take them through West Street, where the residence of General Shenwu was also located. Perhaps he could steal a glance at home along the way. Chu Xia nodded in agreement. The sword whistled through the air. Xiao Lanqi gazed dreamily at Su Zhi's departing figure on his flying sword, her eyes shimmering with affection. Only a man of such ethereal grace could be worthy of becoming Xiao Lanqi's consort. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, after spending half a day with him, she sensed an elusive distance between them. Your Highness, I have conducted an investigation. A palace maid named Xiao Ran hurriedly reported. The spiritual herbs desired by Su Shangxian are indeed available in the Great Qian Palace, but they are stored within the treasure pavilion, accessible only to Her Highness, the princess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lanqi furrowed her brow. This woman, Xia Zishuan, was far from ordinary. She had underestimated her capabilities. Obtaining the spiritual herbs from her would not be a simple task. Nonetheless, for the sake of Su Zhi, she was determined to complete the mission, no matter the difficulty. Xiao Lanqi commanded, prepare the carriage. I wish to have a serious discussion with Xiao Weiming. The following morning, as Chu Xia emerged from the basement, Xia Zishuan was still fast asleep. Her sleeping position was rather ungraceful, with her delicate sheer gown rolled up to her head, exposing her long, alluring legs entirely to Chu Xia's gaze. Even her most intimate garments were clearly visible. Chu Xia's eyes remained fixed for a moment before he reached a firm conclusion. The sage mode had officially come to an end. Chapter 12. Sister, as the sun ascended in the sky, the morning mist gradually dissipated. A carriage draped in black curtains was slowly making its way out of the Grand Qin Palace. Outside the palace gates lay the Wuhuang Avenue, a thoroughfare that traversed the entirety of the imperial capital, crossing the Emperor's Bridge and passing through the tree-lined path. The carriage soon reached the bustling city center and turned onto West Street. Not far ahead stood the general's mansion of Shenwu. The Chu family had been one of the most elite forces under the Grand Qian royal family since the dynasty's founding 5 centuries ago. Whether in seizing the throne or defending it, the Xinwu army had achieved remarkable military exploits. Unfortunately, by the time it reached the generation of Chu Xia's father, the family's fortunes had waned. Once boasting an army of 1 million, the Xinwu army had dwindled to a mere 100,000. Otherwise, his father would not have. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Xinwu general's mansion. Xia Zishuan glanced at Chu Xia and remarked, "The carriage will slow down. It should take about 15 minutes to reach the west city gate. I will catch up." Donning the mask of the Longyuan guards, Chu Xia leapt from the carriage, opting not to enter through the main gate, but instead circumventing to the mansion's backyard and scaling the wall to gain entry. The household servants had mostly been dismissed, and the garden in the backyard had fallen into disarray from neglect. "Is that, young master?" An elderly man with a cane approached Chu Xia, trembling slightly as he spoke. Chu Xia removed his mask, revealing his true identity. "Su Guanjia, how did you recognize me?" The old man, named Su Shu, had served the Chu family diligently throughout his life. Upon confirming it was indeed Chu Xia, Su Guanjia was overwhelmed with emotion. "I have watched young master grow. Your silhouette and gait are etched in my memory. How could I mistake you?" Chu Xia nodded. "Su Guanjia, you have suffered these days. How fare things within the mansion? Have you been wronged?" Su Shu shook his head. Though the general has passed, his lingering influence remains. Those petty scoundrels dare not act against the general's mansion. However, what? The mansion's savings have been entirely spent on compensations for the fallen soldiers of the Xinwu army. Our resources are depleted, and we can barely sustain daily expenses. Meanwhile, rumors have circulated that the general's mansion is on the verge of collapse, causing the servants and maids to flee. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. "What the government as compensation funds?" "I do not know. I have not even heard a whisper of it." "None at all? Or has it been intercepted?" A glint of severity flashed in Chu Xia's eyes. He must uncover the truth behind this matter. "Well, by the way, is she at home?" he inquired. "The young lady is at home. She has not attended the academy for quite some time. Young master, you ought to visit her. You're the only one who can uplift her spirits now." Without further ado, Chu Xia made his way toward the inner residence. Soon, he arrived at a serene and elegant small courtyard. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing a pale, emaciated girl, as delicate as a wisp of wind. Upon meeting his gaze, Chu Bai Wei froze for a moment before her face broke into an expression of uncontainable joy, and she rushed forward to embrace Chu Xia tightly. "Brother, you have finally returned. I knew you would not abandon me." Chu Xia gently patted his sister's frail back, his voice heavy with concern. "How have you grown so thin? Do you not remember what I told you? No matter what happens, your health is paramount." Chu Xia's mother had perished during childbirth, and with her father now absent, only Chu Bai Wei remained as his blood relative. During his time at the Grand Qian Palace, his greatest worry was for this young sister. At merely 13, she should have been living a life of luxury as the general's daughter. Yet fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Their father had died in battle, leaving no remains, and her brother had vanished without a trace. That she had not completely succumbed to despair was a small mercy. Wiping her tears, Chu Bai Wei flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can you make me some fried rice?" With a pained expression, Chu Xia ruffled her hair and opened his storage pouch, producing an array of food and pastries to place in the room. He then took out 100 taels of gold, advising her to hide it carefully. "Take care of your health at home. I have much to attend to, but I will return to see you. If I come back and you Haven Tea gain 10 pounds, you'd better watch out." Startled, Chu Bai Wei quickly covered her backside and pouted. "I promise I'll eat on time." "Well done." Though Chu Xia had 1,000 words to say, he understood that this was not a time for family reunions. "Do not disclose my return to anyone. If elders inquire, say nothing. Only you and Su Guanjia need to know." With that, he said no more and promptly exited the general's mansion. Outside the West City gate, Chu Xia managed to catch up with the carriage. Upon seeing him return, Xia Zishuan did not ask any questions. She merely glanced at him before continuing to gaze out the window, her expression serene. The black palace attire lent her an air of solemnity that contrasted sharply with her usual carefree demeanor. Chu Xia remained silent, settling into a cross-legged position to continue his cultivation of the Great Sun divine art. The strand of Great Sun flame, having been nurtured overnight, had grown considerably in strength, now resembling the girth of a pinky finger. Its temperature had also increased significantly. Chu Xia dared not summon it indiscriminately, otherwise the carriage would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Such power was not typical for a martial artist to wield. With the great sun flame and the absolute killing sword in his possession, Chu Xia felt a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to him, the carriage traveled along a mountain path leading toward the imperial tombs. Just then, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence approaching. "Get down!" Chu Xia pressed Xia Zixuan's head down into his embrace. At that moment, a sharp whistle sliced through the air as a crossbow bolt, thick as a thumb, shot towards them with tremendous force, striking the carriage and shattering it. Enemy attack. In an instant, over a dozen Longyuan guards reacted, encircling the carriage for protection. Xia Zixuan, crouched on Chu Xia's lap, commanded with a fierce tone, "Bai Ji, Qing Xian, pursue the assailants and capture them alive." Understood. The twin guards, their profound cultivation surging forth, exhibited remarkable agility as they darted in the direction from which the bolt had come. Just then, a cascade of rocks tumbled down from the hillside, each weighing several hundred pounds, crashing down with a terrible momentum. If struck, even the Longyuan guards would struggle to withstand it. "Fall back down the mountain." Chu Xia decisively scooped up Xia Zixuan and dashed downhill. The Longyuan guards followed closely behind. At the foot of the mountain lay a sprawling tea garden, dense with flourishing tea trees, providing ample hiding spots. Caution was paramount. The Longyuan guards forged ahead to clear the path, while Chu Xia stayed close to protect the princess, remaining vigilant of any unusual activity around them. Moments later, the twins swiftly returned, with Bai Ji holding a bloodied head aloft. She stepped on it and declared, "Your Highness." The assailant was likely a death warrior. Upon being cornered, he chose to take his own life. Regardless of their origins, those who dare to lay a hand on Your Highness must pay the ultimate price. Chapter 13. A matter of convenience. The fierce demeanor of the twins left Chu Xia with a newfound admiration. These sisters bore a striking resemblance to valiant warriors. Had they been in the divine martial army, they might have ascended to the position of commander. Xia Zixuan furrowed her brows in silence. Since her father had sent her to the royal mausoleum to pay respects to her late mother, an unsettling feeling had begun to take root. Now, that feeling had proven to be prescient. Ordinary assassins would not dare to attack the eldest princess of the great Qian kingdom at the mausoleum. The identities of potential enemies had been narrowed down to a select few. The other 6 princes and princesses all harbored motives for murder. Yet, Xia Zixuan instinctively believed that the one who might ultimately wish to eliminate her could very well be her exalted father. After all, he still could not tolerate her existence. Contemplating this, Xia Zixuan's expression darkened. However, she quickly resolved to regain her composure. Taking a detour, she would traverse the tea plantation and ascend the nearby hill to reach the royal mausoleum. Regardless of who sought to impede her, she was determined to pay homage at her mother's tomb today. With that thought, Xia Zixuan rose and prepared to cross the expanse of tea bushes. Bai Ji and Qing Yu immediately surged forward, employing their lightness skills to traverse the treetops and maintain vigilance. The other Longyuan guards, well trained, dispersed without command, forming a defensive perimeter around Xia Zixuan to ensure that no one could approach within 100 meters. Chu Xia followed leisurely behind, surveying the situation. His sword intent could extend across a radius of over 100 meters, allowing him to sense any disturbance in advance. For the moment, the enemy remained inactive. However, true danger might lurk within the mausoleum itself. If someone truly harbored murderous intent and was determined to eliminate Xia Zixuan, they would undoubtedly lay in wait inside the mausoleum. Cradling the Juesha sword, Chu Xia felt little turmoil within. Since he had pledged to collaborate with Xia Zixuan, he would do his utmost to ensure her safety. Yet, if a master-level adversary emerged, the eldest princess would have to rely on her own fortune. Before long, the group successfully traversed the tea plantation and began their ascent. The stone steps leading up the hill were broad and easy to climb. The twins forged ahead, leading the way. Xia Zixuan, still recovering from her injuries, found the climb somewhat arduous, beads of sweat beginning to form on her brow. At that moment, a hand reached out to her. "Allow me to assist you," Chu Xia offered. Xia Zixuan glanced at him, said nothing, and placed her hand on his arm, finding the ascent noticeably easier with his support. If the enemy proves too formidable, you should retreat. We are merely collaborators, and there is no need for you to be dragged down with me. That is precisely my intention. Xia Zishuan paused, casting a disapproving look at Chu Xia. You are rather pragmatic. It is human nature. Xia Zishuan shrugged off Chu Xia's arm and quickened her pace. Despite the pain in her abdomen rendering her face somewhat pale, she did not reduce her speed. Soon, they arrived at the hilltop. Before them lay a dense forest, and at the edge of the thicket, the outline of the royal mausoleum could be discerned. The twins led the way, brandishing their swords to sever the vines and underbrush, clearing a path. Xia Zishuan leaned against her waist to catch her breath for a moment, only to turn back and see Chu Xia still moving at a leisurely pace. Frustration bubbled within her, and she gritted her teeth, hastening her steps once more, even as the pain caused her lips to twitch. In a short while, they safely reached the royal mausoleum. Surrounded by emerald mountains, the site was adorned with withered vines, ancient trees, and rare flowers. The soft cooing of birds echoed like a child's cry, creating a mournful and serene atmosphere. A profound sense of melancholy and solemnity enveloped the space. Ultimately, every human must face death. Throughout history, no matter how much power kings wielded during their lifetimes, they would all find eternal rest here after a century. Only those who become cultivators can break free from the shackles of mortality. Regardless of whether the path to true immortality exists, even the prospect of living an additional 100 years draws countless seekers. Standing at the foot of the magnificent mausoleum, a sudden insight welled up within Chu Xia. A low growl abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Beware, there are demon beasts. Xia Zishuan's brows knitted together. How could the mausoleum be guarded, yet allow demon beasts to intrude? This must be a deliberate ploy against me. The approach of a beast, as formidable as an ox, drew near with blood-red eyes and smoke billowing from its nostrils. This creature was clearly amiss, appearing to have been drugged, its bloodthirsty nature fully unleashed. It would be troublesome. They must work together to eliminate it swiftly. The twins wore grave expressions, sensing an impending fierce battle. However, just then, two more low growls echoed from different directions. Two more beasts appeared. Their eyes were also crimson, brimming with demonic energy. 3 beasts. This was indeed a grand scheme. Xia Zishuan suddenly let out a cold laugh. She could nearly ascertain that the true mastermind behind this was none other than the Emperor himself. Only he could orchestrate such a scheme. What a good father I have. It seemed today she would have to invoke the life-saving measures left to her by her mother before Xia Zishuan could fully react. Chu Xia's figure surged forward with incredible speed, his Chu Xia sword cleaving through the air, unleashing a dazzling burst of golden flames that effortlessly bisected the approaching beast. The terrifying heat of the sword aura seared the wound instantly, sealing its veins, preventing a single drop of blood from spilling as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What a generous gift! Chu Xia was elated. With these 3 beasts, his cultivation could undergo a significant surge, regardless of the identity of the mastermind. If he were to encounter them, he would certainly express his gratitude. What perfect timing! After the successful strike, Chu Xia wasted no time, employing the sword control technique, sending the Chu Xia sword whistling through the air to decapitate the other 2 beasts in one fell swoop. Although these beasts were somewhat larger, and their demonic power more robust than those encountered in the martial god hall, they posed no resistance against the Chu Xia sword, which had been infused with the great Sun Yang flame. Furthermore, after consuming the dust-cleansing pill, Chu Xia's spiritual power had significantly increased, enhancing the potency of his swordsmanship. These low-level demon beasts were no challenge. Even if 30 were to arrive at once, they would be insufficient to withstand his might. Is this really over already? Baiji's jaw dropped in shock. Qing Yu gazed at Chu Xia with newfound admiration, nearly losing her balance. Xia Zishuan was equally astonished. How had he grown so much stronger in just 2 days? That strike was incredibly fierce. Even a transformation realm warrior might struggle to withstand it. Chu Xia methodically inspected each of the 3 beasts, allowing the myriad gods' cauldron to absorb their demonic energy before rising, thoroughly satisfied, to face the others. Why are you all standing there in a daze? It was merely a trifling matter of slaying 3 demon beasts. Chapter 14. The art of wealth creation. Gather a few people to to help skin and butcher the meat. It would be best to light a bonfire for smoking. This way, the meat will not spoil easily. Upon hearing Chu Xia's call, the twins and other Longyuan guards finally sprang into action. Without waiting for Xia Zixuan to speak, they eagerly stepped forward, following Chu Xia's lead to meticulously dismantle the 3 large savage beasts. Once completed, they had accumulated around 700 or 800 gene of prime meat, a bountiful harvest that would suffice for Chu Xia for several days. The twins had already kindled a fire and even foraged for some spices and wild onions nearby. From a storage pouch, one of them produced a bag of fine salt. Transforming into a diligent cook, fervently assisting Chu Xia in marinating the beast meat. Watching from aside, Xia Zixuan felt an inexplicable discomfort. Her once loyal Longyuan guards had now become mere sycophants to Chu Xia, their admiration for him blatantly evident. Although Chu Xia's prowess in dispatching the 3 savage beasts was indeed impressive, she thought to herself, "I am still the master here." With a resigned shake of her head, Xia Zixuan strode deeper into the royal tomb. Only then did the Longyuan guards realize they had other matters to attend to. This was not the time for a feast. However, with the fire already ablaze, it could not simply be abandoned. The twins promptly summoned 2 of the weakest Longyuan guards, instructing them, "You 2 will be in charge of roasting the meat, while the rest of us proceed to ensure the princess's safety." Although the savage beasts had been dealt with, the potential dangers within the royal tomb remained, necessitating their cautious approach. Reluctantly, Chu Xia cast one last glance at the roasting meat before following in Xia Zixuan's footsteps. Inside the royal tomb, the trees loomed overhead, blocking out the sunlight. Xia Zixuan halted at the entrance of a tomb, which was constructed within the mountainside. Spacious and unfathomably deep. Detecting no immediate threats, she approached a gravestone that read, "The Tomb of Meng Shuangqing, the 16th Empress of Deqian." After a brief moment of silence, Xia Zixuan commenced her ritual of mourning and tribute, opting to perform the rites alone, busying herself for nearly half an hour before concluding her solemn observance. Having completed her tribute, Xia Zixuan appeared unfazed and promptly turned to leave. Upon returning to the Ziyue Hall, it was already afternoon. The journey back had been uneventful, and Chu Xia relished the peace, seated in the carriage. He had indulged in over 10 gene of roasted meat. Upon arrival, he could hardly contain his eagerness to descend into the basement and begin his secluded cultivation. The Wanshan Ding had absorbed the demonic essence from the 3 savage beasts, exuding a substantial amount of spiritual energy, nearly overwhelming Chu Xia's dantian. He would need at least 2 days of seclusion to fully assimilate such an abundance of spiritual energy. As for Xia Zixuan, she seemed utterly exhausted. Upon returning, she did not even remove her garments before collapsing into a deep slumber. It was only when he noticed the tear stains at the corners of her eyes that Chu Xia realized her emotions were far from the calm facade she projected. 2 days swiftly passed. What a relief. Finally, he had refined all the spiritual energy. Under its nurturing, Chu Xia's cultivation soared, achieving multiple breakthroughs within just 2 days, reaching the 8th layer of the spirit refinement realm. With 2 more savage beasts, he felt he could potentially advance to the profound realm. However, it appeared that opportunities to encounter savage beasts were dwindling. Nonetheless, Chu Xia believed that with regular cultivation, he could still break through to the profound realm before the arrival of next month. After a brief moment of meditation, he emerged from the basement only to find Xia Zixuan absent. The room was in disarray, with personal belongings strewn about, the bed unmade, and cosmetics carelessly placed on the vanity. Unable to bear the sight, Chu Xia began to tidy up. Just as he finished, Xia Zixuan returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing the immaculate room, her fatigue vanished, and she beamed, "This is wonderful. A clean and tidy room indeed lifts the spirits. You should invite others to help tidy up more often. I dislike having others in my room. Besides, there happens to be a large man hidden here, making it inconvenient for anyone else to enter," she replied. "Ah, that is a valid point," he conceded. "After all, I am merely a guest here. Tidying up is a small price to pay for staying." Xia Zixuan stretched and tossed her outer garment into Chu Xia's hands. "I'll go bathe. If you have nothing else to do, you might as well wash my clothes too." "Do you truly consider me your servant?" Chu Xia frowned. "Underneath the pillow, you will find 50 taels of gold and a bottle of 5th-rank body refining pills. Does that suffice as payment? When Chu Xia lifted the pillow, he indeed found 5 gleaming gold ingots and a vial of elixirs. Your Highness, you are too generous. From now on, I shall take on the responsibility of washing your clothes, ensuring they're impeccably clean. Oh, thank you very much. As the door to the bathing chamber creaked open, a flurry of freshly discarded garments flew into Chu Xia's arms. Let us wash them together. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Xia Lanqi rushed to the Ziwa Hall at dawn. Elder sister, please help me. The door swung open unexpectedly, and Xia Lanqi was greeted by the sight of Xia Zixuan sprawled across the bed, while a Longyuan guard was perched on her back. I'll come back later. Xia Lanqi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly retreated, leaning against the door outside, still in shock. How scandalous! Engaging in such behavior in broad daylight, and with her subordinate no less. I never would have imagined. Yet, the figure of the Longyuan guard seemed vaguely familiar. Inside, the atmosphere turned momentarily strange. Both the princess and Chu Xia were taken aback. Why did she not knock before entering? Xia Zixuan exclaimed in a panic. Chu Xia, however, remained calm, donning the Longyuan guard's mask. Why fret? She hasn't seen my face, but my reputation. Xia Zixuan was exasperated. Chu Xia chuckled. You and your sister are always wishing the worst upon each other, practically ready to engage in a brawl. Why concern yourself with her opinion now? Xia Zixuan's resolve to rid herself of Xia Lanqi only strengthened. Come in, she called, sitting up and straightening her disheveled clothing. It was indeed her own fault for having persuaded Chu Xia to massage her for 10 taels of gold, only for Xia Lanqi to interrupt moments later. You owe me some time later. She shot a glance at Chu Xia. With a roll of his eyes, Chu Xia promptly donned the mask. After a brief moment, Xia Lanqi entered the room, her face still slightly flushed, her gaze fixed on the floor, too embarrassed to meet Xia Zixuan's eyes. Observing this, Chu Xia couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What a dramatist. A woman willing to eliminate her fiancé for a new lover, pretending to be innocent. Were it not for his plans to deal with Xia Lanqi, he would have been tempted to strike her down right then and there. Fearing that prolonged glances would stir his violent emotions, he simply turned away, preferring to remain oblivious. Chapter 15. Grant me a child. Xia Lanqi refrained from mentioning the events that had just transpired. Upon entering, she immediately approached Xia Zixuan. Sister, Xia Weiming is utterly despicable. He has brought me great misfortune. Do not rush. Take your time to explain, Xia Zixuan encouraged, intrigued by the schemes of the little vixen. Sister, do you remember I mentioned having someone I admire? His name is Chu Xia, the saintly son of the sacred immortal sect. A few days ago, he sought my assistance in procuring some exquisite spirit herbs. Xia Weiming somehow caught wind of this and claimed he had the herbs I desired. I fell for his deceit and gathered 1,000 taels of gold, only to be swindled. The herbs he provided were mere inferior products lacking sufficient age. When I confronted him, he audaciously claimed it was not his concern, stating the herbs were exchanged from the treasure pavilion and that I should seek you for retribution. Tears glistened in Xia Lanqi's beautiful eyes, her expression one of profound grievance. I understand this matter does not involve you, dear sister, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. I seek your guidance. Let us join forces against Xia Weiming and at the very least, compel him to return the money he has wrongfully taken. Of course, I shall not ask for your help without compensation. Any funds recovered will be split equally. Sister, what do you think? After patiently listening, Xia Zixuan smiled non-committally. This is neither a trivial matter nor an insurmountable one. It depends on how you wish to proceed. Naturally, we shall make it a grand affair, ideally causing a stir that reaches father's ears, humiliating Xia Weiming in the process. Xia Lanqi declared without hesitation, her delicate features flushed with indignation. Her cheeks puffed in anger, exuding an adorably fierce aura. Even Xia Zixuan had to concede that her sick sister was immensely endearing, despite knowing her intentions were poisoned. Her countenance rendered one incapable of harboring any ire. This innate ability to evoke sympathy could indeed be regarded as a remarkable gift. Very well, await my news. Xia Zixuan replied with a charming smile. Thank you, dear sister, Xia Lanqi said playfully, planting a kiss on Xia Zixuan's cheek before bounding off with a cheerful farewell. In an instant, the smiling Xia Zixuan's expression shifted to one of frostiness. What a dangerous woman. At just 16, She conceals her depths so well. Imagine how formidable she will be in 2 years. At this moment, Chu Xia removed her mask and approached. You truly intend to assist this vixen in dealing with the second prince? Why not? If it can yield profit, there is no reason to decline. Xia Zishuan replied with keen interest. Chu Xia shrugged. Just be cautious not to fall into their trap. I'd rather not have you come crying to me later. Rest assured, I am not so foolish, Xia Zishuan replied, stretching lazily before reclining comfortably on her bed. Continue. My expenses are not trivial. The next day, while Chu Xia remained in seclusion, Xia Zishuan had already set out early, arriving at the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is a unique entity, subordinate to the imperial treasury of the Qin dynasty, dedicated to providing rare and precious resources for the royal family. Most of the exotic spirit herbs offered to the royal family are stored within, available for the princes and nobles to exchange as needed. The pavilion's value is immeasurable, and it should be entirely under the emperor's control. However, Xia Zishuan manages the pavilion due to the immense support her mother, Meng Wanqing, provided during the last Ancestor Dragon Festival, leading the emperor to promise her stewardship upon ascending the throne. Thus, Xia Zishuan inherited the pavilion from her mother, which has, over the years, made her a target of many who covet its keys, not just Xia Ruiming. Inside the resplendent tower, Bai Ji and Qing Yu flanked Xia Zishuan as she entered the treasure pavilion, before a massive iron door forged from steel as thick as a city wall. Xia Zishuan slowly produced a delicately crafted purple jade pendant. The pendant emitted a gentle glow, casting a concentrated beam of purple light upon the door. Instantly, the mechanisms within the door clicked and whirred, disabling the various prohibitions inscribed upon it. As the door creaked open, an inviting aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. Old Mo, I appreciate your efforts. Please retrieve this month's account books for me. As soon as Xia Zishuan finished speaking, an elderly man, stooped with age and adorned with white hair, appeared from seemingly nowhere. Please wait a moment, miss, he said, slowly entering the pavilion, though his pace appeared deliberate. He soon returned with the account books in hand. Xia Zishuan perused the volumes briefly, her expression revealing her understanding. Just as she was about to leave, something struck her. Old Mo, how much of my exchange quota remains? You have 3,000 available for exchange, Mississippi. After a moment's deliberation, she instructed, convert all into spirit herbs suitable for refining for those in the divine and profound realms. Old Mo's expression shifted slightly with surprise, yet he refrained from further inquiry. Stepping back into the pavilion, moments later, he emerged carrying a box taller than himself. Here are 300 spirit herbs. Please verify, Mississippi. There's no need for that. I trust your integrity. Old Mo, Xia Zishuan smiled. This elderly man had served as the steward of the Meng family since her mother's birth, remaining by her side for over 50 years. Yet his appearance seemed unchanged. In her mother's memories, he had looked like this since she was a child, almost as if time had frozen around him. Mississippi. Old Mo seemed to have something to say, but shook his head instead. Never mind. Take care, Mississippi. Indeed. Old Mo, take care of yourself. Should you need anything, send word, and I shall arrange it for you. No need. I'll live quite well here. Xia Zishuan did not press further, nodding in farewell. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan instructed Bai Ji and Qing Yu to deliver the box to her chambers. Meanwhile, Chu Xia, still in the basement training, suddenly felt the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron tremble violently. What is happening? Chu Xia hurried outside, only to find the ground strewn with various spirit herbs, a rich aroma enveloping her senses. Do you want them? They're all yours, Xia Zishuan said playfully, beckoning to Chu Xia. Chu Xia's gaze darkened. What is the price? Grant me a child. Xia Zishuan fixed her gaze on Chu Xia, making a startling declaration. Chapter 16. The seed bag. Chu Xia found himself utterly speechless, his desire for the spiritual medicine extinguished in an instant. Even the divine cauldron ceased its tremors, as if it too deemed the request somewhat excessive. May I first hear the reason? Chu Xia inquired, taken aback. Jiang Yunji and Appo's desire for a child stemmed from her need to rely on innate imperial energy to restore her strength. But what was the motivation behind Xia Zishuan and Appo's insistence? Procreation is a natural human inclination. Does it truly require justification? Xia Zishuan smiled sweetly, Yet her explanation evidently failed to sway Chu Xia. All right, I admit I am somewhat apprehensive. Is it due to the assassination at the royal tomb? Xia Zixuan shook her head. As the eldest princess, I have endured countless assassination attempts throughout my life. Such threats do not intimidate me. However, since the commencement of the ancestral dragon festival, I have felt an overwhelming premonition. I may not survive until the end. Initially, I had not contemplated the matter of offspring, but while paying homage to my mother at the royal tomb, a thought struck me. If I were to perish, would anyone continue to honor my mother's grave? If my lineage were to end with me, would I have the face to meet her in the underworld? Yet if I were to have a child, everything could transform completely. Even if I were to die, my child could inherit my will and pursue the goals I could not achieve. Even if my child were unable to succeed, my grandchild would still carry forth my bloodline, ensuring that my aspirations would one day come to fruition. Chu Xia understood now. Xia Zixuan sought not merely a child, but a glimmer of hope. The weight of the pressure she bore was perhaps far greater than what Chu Xia had perceived. It was not entirely incomprehensible. However, time was of the essence. Did she truly wish to attend the ancestral dragon festival with an enlarged belly? Who says I must bear the child myself? Chu Xia was baffled. You desire a child, yet you do not intend to give birth yourself. What is the purpose of this? Is there perhaps a technique for surrogacy in this world? Chu Xia mused, feeling rather uninformed. Come here, and I shall enlighten you. Xia Zixuan beckoned with a playful flick of her finger. Unable to quell his curiosity, Chu Xia leaned closer. Xia Zixuan whispered conspiratorially in his ear. In the treasure pavilion lies a relic, a treasure passed down from the previous dynasty, known as the seed bag. It possesses the ability to transform essence into life. If we were to combine your essence with mine and place it within the seed bag, an embryo could form, and we would have the power to control the incubation period. If I successfully seize the throne, it may not be necessary. However, should I meet an untimely demise, the seed bag can be sent out of the palace, and 10 months later, my child would be born. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, astonished. The prowess of cultivators was indeed remarkable, capable of creating such artifacts. Furthermore, the proposition appeared to hold considerable feasibility. As a contingency plan, it was certainly commendable. Look, I have even produced the seed bag. Xia Zixuan cautiously lifted her skirt, revealing a white ribbon tied around her thigh. Attached to the ribbon was a palm-sized emerald pouch. It was undeniably a magical artifact, likely of a grade far superior to Chu Xia's own bloodthirsty sword. A sudden thought crossed Chu Xia's mind. Could the divine cauldron absorb the seed bag? May I touch it? He asked. What? Do you wish to touch my leg? Xia Zixuan teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Chu Xia chuckled, boldly reaching out, his hand gliding along her knee and ultimately resting upon the seed bag. However, the divine cauldron exhibited no reaction to the seed bag, which was somewhat disappointing. Are you done touching? You still haven't answered me. Why did you choose me? What need is there for an elaborate explanation? I simply find you pleasing to the eye. Is that not sufficient? Xia Zixuan offered a coy smile. In truth, her choice of Chu Xia was made after careful consideration. Firstly, he was young, and thus the quality of his essence should be exceptional, capable of preservation over time. Furthermore, Chu Xia's cultivation talent was among the finest she had encountered, with great potential to become a true cultivator. If she were to bear a child, selecting a father with promise would undoubtedly confer significant advantages. Have you considered it thoroughly? Chu Xia pondered for a moment. I accept this endeavor. Whether it is Jiang Yunji or Xia Zixuan who bears a child, what harm is there in having one more? Moreover, with him present, how could Xia Zixuan possibly meet an untimely end? He was determined to acquire the 300 spiritual herbs. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Xia Zixuan exclaimed joyfully, immediately entrusting the seed bag into Chu Xia's hands. Now, I shall let you be. I will return later. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight, leaving Chu Xia in a state of disarray. What? She's left just like that? Does this mean I must seek out Fifth Mist to resolve this? Chu Xia couldn't contain his frustration. I am assisting you in bearing a child. Surely you could lend a hand in return. However, gazing at the vast array of spiritual herbs, Chu Xia soon reconciled himself to the situation. One must pay for services rendered. Expectations should not be excessively high. He first secured the seed bag before swiftly gathering the scattered spiritual herbs. As anticipated, Each herb he touched was promptly absorbed by the divine cauldron. In no time, all 300 spiritual herbs were contained within. Amidst Chu Xia's eager anticipation, a weathered, ancient tome soared forth from the divine cauldron. Isn't this supposed to be a medicinal pill? Chu Xia was slightly taken aback, yet not disappointed. If it were a cultivation technique, that would be even better. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the 3 large characters inscribed upon the tome. Pharmaceutical deity technique. In the next moment, the pharmaceutical deity technique transformed into streams of ethereal light, swiftly merging into Chu Xia's consciousness. An overwhelming influx of information surged forth. This is alchemy, and not just any alchemy. This was a sacred inheritance of secret arts bequeathed by a renowned healer named Sun Zhongyuan. Though Chu Xia was unfamiliar with Sun Zhongyuan, one could only assume that a figure worthy of the title healer held a significant place within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the pharmaceutical deity technique was exceptional. It encompassed both alchemical principles and a cultivation method, necessitating rigorous training to achieve breakthroughs. The technique was divided into 9 tiers. With a remarkably unique method for advancement, one must refine the corresponding medicinal pills without the aid of any external forces. Though Chu Xia had acquired the inheritance of the pharmaceutical deity technique, he had only grasped a fraction of its essence. He must first overcome the first tier of the technique to be considered a true novice and a qualified pharmacist. The first medicinal pill he needed to refine was known as the Essence Restoration Pill. It was categorized as a low-grade spiritual pill, though it was deemed low-grade. The difficulty of its refinement was exceedingly high, requiring a variety of spiritual herbs, numbering in the dozens, many of which were unfamiliar to Chu Xia. Its efficacy was remarkable, serving as a genuine restorative pill. No matter how severely depleted one's vitality, a single pill would restore vigor and vitality, making it feasible to engage in 10 rounds of passionate pursuit in a single night. Whether or not one needed restoration was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had always harbored a passion for alchemy since childhood. Chapter 17. Grand Supplement. In the basement, Chu Xia was deeply engrossed in practicing the divine medicine technique. This skill was exceedingly profound. Although it did not enhance his cultivation level, it significantly improved his subtle control over spiritual energy. This ability was precisely what an alchemist most required. Moreover, during his practice, flashes of inspiration regarding alchemy occasionally erupted in his mind. After merely half a day of cultivation, Chu Xia had amassed a wealth of foundational knowledge about spiritual herbs, enabling him to distinguish the pharmacology and properties of over 1,000 types of spiritual herbs, as well as their methods of preparation. This was knowledge that many alchemists would take years to acquire, yet Chu Xia accomplished it in just half a day. The divine medicine technique was indeed remarkably powerful. Furthermore, he had yet to break through the first layer. If he were to reach the 9th layer in the future, would his alchemical skills not become unrivaled across the world? Chu Xia felt a profound curiosity regarding the identity of the medical sage, Sun Zhongyuan, and wondered if there were historical records he could investigate. Having fully grasped the introductory experience of an alchemist after half a day of practice, Chu Xia knew that he must personally refine a Yuanling qi-replenishing pill to break through to the first layer of the divine medicine technique. He still needed to seek assistance from Xia Zishuan. Staring at the empty herbal pouch, Chu Xia felt perplexed. Did he truly have to pick up the skills he had lost for 18 years? Yet, facing a tattered pouch, where was the motivation? He simply could not bring himself to start. Are you ready yet? A voice echoed as Xia Zishuan entered the underground training room. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Chu Xia staring blankly at the herbal pouch. Seriously, it's been half a day, and you haven't started? Is it really that difficult? Chu Xia replied with irritation. You make it sound so simple. Why don't you try? Xia Zishuan chuckled awkwardly. Even if I wanted to help, I lack the ability. How about I assist you anyway? After all, it was my request, and I feel it's necessary to see it through. Plus, having me supervise might ease some worries. What if Chu Xia were to deceive me? Do you know how? Chu Xia questioned skeptically. If I don't, I can learn. It's not overly complicated. As soon as Xia Zishuan finished speaking, her face flushed, but having spoken her mind, she steeled herself, closed the basement door, and stepped closer to Chu Xia. In the quiet underground chamber, the sound of her racing heartbeat was distinctly audible. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan exhaled sharply, extinguishing the candlelight in the basement. The room was engulfed in darkness, and without being able to see Chu Xia's face, she felt somewhat relieved. You talk and I'll do it. Let us not waste any more time. Yet, Chu Xia could clearly see Xia Zishuan's bashful demeanor. After consuming the cleansing pill, his vision had greatly improved, granting him a night vision-like ability that allowed him to see clearly even in complete darkness. All right, I'll teach you, Chu Xia said, taking hold of Xia Zishuan's hand, feeling her body tremble slightly. Half an hour later, Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan emerged from the basement. Xia Zishuan quickly covered her mouth and dashed into the bathing room, only to reappear after a considerable while. Upon finding Chu Xia enjoying a piece of roasted beast meat, she felt a surge of anger, marched up, glared at him, and snatched the meat from his hands, consuming it in just a few bites. Chu Xia laughed. Aren't you still hungry? Shut up. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise I'll bite you to death. Shrugging, Chu Xia replied. And what about the matter with the spiritual herbs? We can discuss that tomorrow. I'm tired. Xia Zishuan curled up in bed, falling asleep instantly. The following day, while Chu Xia was practicing in the basement, Xia Zishuan suddenly pushed the door open. She tossed a bag of spiritual herbs onto the floor and gazed at Chu Xia with an intriguing expression. Why do you need so many invigorating herbs? Xia Zishuan inquired. To replenish my energy. I'm a bit drained, he replied. You can refine pills? I know a little. Perfect. Accompany me to Mingxian Hall tonight. Xia Weiming is organizing an alchemist conference, inviting renowned alchemical masters from across the Great Qian. Xia Lanqi will stir up some excitement, and we might as well join the fun. Without giving Chu Xia a chance to refuse, Xia Zishuan turned and left. What was going on? Had the two truly conspired against Xia Weiming? Well, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Chu Xia dismissed his thoughts and emptied the contents of the bag. There were dozens of spiritual herbs, all necessary materials for refining Yuanling qi-replenishing pills. He immediately activated the absolute sword and began to chop the herbs. Given the limited quantity, he had just enough to produce 3 Yuanling qi-replenishing pills. 3 attempts should suffice. The most challenging aspect of breaking through the divine medicine technique lay in the fact that no external tools could be used for pill refinement. This meant that even an alchemical furnace was off-limits. How to refine them? Chu Xia pondered. I'll just do it by hand. With the inherited knowledge from the medical sage son Zhongyuan in his mind, although he was still in the theoretical stage, the methods were undoubtedly feasible. Moreover, Chu Xia possessed a natural advantage. He practiced the fire tribute cultivation technique, the Great Sun Yang God technique, which allowed him to summon the Great Sun Yang flame. Additionally, Chu Xia was a pure Yang body, making it relatively easy for him to use his body as a furnace. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xia calmed his mind. He placed the first herb in his palm and began to channel the Great Sun Yang flame for refinement. As the golden flames enveloped the herb, he cautiously controlled the intensity of the fire. Soon, the herb began to melt, its medicinal properties extracted while impurities were gradually eliminated, transforming into a pure medicinal liquid. The process of alchemy proceeded remarkably smoothly, far exceeding Chu Xia's expectations. He experienced no hindrance in controlling the fire, as if he had mastered it completely. Was this perhaps a benefit of being a pure Yang body? Without further contemplation, he proceeded seamlessly, successfully refining a plump, radiant Yuanling qi-replenishing pill, which emitted a faint spiritual glow. It had a unique fragrance, signifying success. Without hesitation, Chu Xia swallowed the Yuanling qi-replenishing pill. As the medicinal power coursed through him, his blood surged, and he felt invigorated, as if he could effortlessly defeat 10 bulls with a single punch. The effect was astonishing. Chu Xia was taken aback. This Yuanling qi-replenishing pill was indeed a potent supplement, something that ordinary individuals would hesitate to consume. However, Chu Xia was no ordinary person. With renewed vigor, he refined the remaining 2 batches of herbs. He chose not to consume these pills immediately, but stored them in his storage bag. Chu Xia discovered that the Yuanling qi-replenishing pill not only revitalized one's vigor, but also quickly replenished spiritual energy, alleviated fatigue, enhanced willpower, and even had certain healing properties. Its applications were remarkably extensive. He resolved to refine more for future use. Subsequently, Chu Xia immersed himself in practicing the divine medicine technique. successfully breaking through to the first layer and acquiring additional knowledge from the medical sage's legacy. Chapter 18. Dragon Blood Pill. As night descended, the Mingxian Hall was brilliantly illuminated. In the expansive courtyard, numerous alchemical furnaces were arranged, their flames burning fiercely. A dozen well-dressed and distinguished alchemists congregated, exchanging cups and enjoying each other's company amidst the flickering candlelight and warm atmosphere. I propose a toast to His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. It is well known that the Second Prince has a profound appreciation for talent. We, the common folk, owe our invitation to the Grand Qian Palace's banquet today to his patronage. Xia Weiming waved his hand, saying, "You are all renowned alchemists of the great Qian dynasty, the pillars of our nation. It is my honor to have you here. There is no need for formality. Let us drink this cup together, and soon it will be your time to shine." In stark contrast to the lively scene in the courtyard, the atmosphere on the second floor was distinctly subdued. Among the guests invited today were the eldest princess, Xia Zixuan, the sixth princess, Xia Lanqi, and the third prince, Xia Zhiyuan. With 4 out of 7 royal children gathered, it was indeed a grand affair, especially with the Grand Dragon Festival underway, where princes and princesses often found themselves at odds. Such an opportunity for them to congregate was rare. Aside from these royals, a few other guests, likely allies of Xia Weiming, included several court eunuchs and powerful officials. Although Chu Xia was not well versed in court affairs, he recognized one individual among them, a man clad in black attire, his physique robust and exuding a primal aura. He was Lu Qifeng, a deputy commander of the Divine Martial Army and a former subordinate of Chu Xia's father. A formidable warrior with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the Transformation Tribulation Realm. Upon seeing Lu Qifeng, Chu Xia felt a twinge of nostalgia. After his father's death, the Divine Martial Army had become a mere shell of its former self. Though many loyal soldiers chose to remain, some ambitious individuals sought new paths. Lu Qifeng was likely not an exception. It was probable that half of the army's higher-ups had already departed. Yet, Chu Xia could understand their choices, after all. People naturally seek to rise. At that moment, a commotion arose from downstairs. "It's about to begin. I shall go take a look," said Xia Lanqi, dashing down first. The third prince, Xia Zhiyuan, smiled and remarked, "Elder sister, let's also descend. I am quite curious about what our second brother intends to concoct with so many alchemists gathered. I've heard he has invested a significant sum to procure spiritual herbs." Xia Zixuan nodded. "Zhiyuan, I heard you recently entered seclusion at the Wujizong and successfully broke through to the Transformation Tribulation Realm. Congratulations. It was merely luck." Xia Zhiyuan replied with a calm smile. Soon, the group made their way down to the courtyard. At that moment, the Longyuan guards under Xia Weiming were bringing in a batch of spiritual herbs. Among them, a striking half-human tall crimson mushroom drew attention. Its surface was covered in numerous blisters, appearing almost alarming. Yet upon closer inspection, an indescribably alluring fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses. The alchemists gasped in awe upon recognizing the mushroom as a blood-red spirit fungus refined with the essence of the Xianjiao. Such a rare and mutated spiritual herb was virtually unheard of, particularly one of this size, which was an exceptional material for concocting the dragon blood pill. The quality was unparalleled. The resulting dragon blood pill could potentially reach the 9th grade. Even Xia Zixuan was astounded by Xia Weiming's extravagant display. The price of this mutated blood-red spirit fungus was indeed staggering. Even in the treasure pavilion, it would be difficult to find such a treasure. Today, I invite all present alchemists to concoct the dragon blood pill. The alchemist who produces the highest quality pill will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Anyone confident in their alchemical skills may begin. Upon hearing Xia Weiming's declaration, the alchemists present were invigorated. Even for affluent alchemists, 1,000 taels of gold was no small fortune. In an instant, they rushed to gather ingredients, eager to begin their endeavor. The alchemical furnaces soon became enveloped in steam, releasing an intense aroma of medicinal herbs. Suddenly, Xia Lanqi leaned closer to Xia Zixuan. "Elder sister, want you give a try? You are a 7th-grade alchemist, not inferior to any of them. If you produce the highest quality dragon blood pill, not only can you earn 1,000 taels of gold, but also establish your reputation among these alchemists. The treasure pavilion certainly needs a skilled alchemist. It would be a double victory." surprised by Xia Lanqi's words. Chu Xia learned that Xia Zixuan was indeed an alchemist. However, despite having spent many days together in the Ziyue Palace, he had never witnessed her concocting any pills. She had concealed her abilities well. Xia Zixuan chuckled softly. Although she was unsure of Xia Lanqi's ulterior motives, she suspected that the girl had colluded with Xia Weiming to set a trap for her. Perhaps today's spectacle was all part of their scheme. Yet, she had not yet discerned the specifics. Moreover, Xia Lanqi's words struck a chord with her. The treasure pavilion was indeed in dire need of alchemists. With so many present, it might be an opportune moment. Just as Xia Zixuan hesitated, Chu Xia suddenly appeared beside her. Your Highness, with your noble status, it would not be appropriate for you to participate. Allow me to handle the alchemical matters. You? Xia Zixuan regarded Chu Xia with skepticism. While he claimed to be skilled in alchemy today, she remained doubtful of his abilities. I acknowledge your genius in swordsmanship, but alchemy is an entirely different realm. Surely, you cannot be a prodigy in both disciplines. Who is this? Xia Lanqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Despite his masked visage and deliberately deepened voice, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. You have met him before, Xia Zixuan replied. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Lanqi's cheeks flushed. If he was indeed the subordinate of the eldest princess, he must also be an alchemist. Since he had volunteered, why not let him try? Xia Zixuan found it difficult to refuse at this point. She genuinely wished to see where Chu Xia derived his confidence to compete with so many seasoned alchemists. If he was unafraid of embarrassment, what reason did she have to fret? Very well, give it a try, Xia Zixuan nodded. Without further ado, Chu Xia stepped forward to collect the materials for the dragon blood pill and approached an empty alchemical furnace. Although he possessed the ability to concoct pills barehanded, revealing too much in this setting would not be wise. It was better to remain discreet. The dragon blood pill was merely a low-tier spiritual pill, and for Chu Xia, who had already broken through the first layer of the medicine goddess secret, concocting it posed no difficulty. However, he could not afford to be careless. The final competition would be based on the quality of the pills. Thus, he needed to put in some effort. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia formulated a plan and immediately began the alchemical process. Chapter 19. The Master in the Realm of Alchemy. The distinction between ability and ineptitude becomes apparent at the very first attempt. Xia Zixuan, upon merely casting a glance, found herself astounded by Chu Xia's prowess. His technique was remarkably adept. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly placed each spiritual herb into the cauldron, executing the process with the grace of flowing water. His meticulous knowledge of the sequence in which the herbs were added was evident, and his control over the flames was unparalleled. Despite being a later participant, Chu Xia's progress in crafting the dragon blood pill quickly surpassed that of the other alchemists, drawing the attention of onlookers. Your subordinate from the Longyuan Guard is quite impressive. What rank of alchemist is he? Xia Lanqi inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It dawned on her why Xia Zixuan would associate with a member of the Longyuan Guard. This individual possessed considerable skill. I am uncertain, Xia Zixuan replied. What is his name, and how old is he? Xia Lanqi pressed further. His name is Xia Chu, and he is in his 30s, I believe. Xia Zixuan concealed Chu Xia's true identity, now acutely aware of his astonishing potential. Not only was he a prodigy in swordsmanship, but he also exhibited remarkable talent in alchemy. The most astonishing aspect was that he was merely 18 years of age. It was difficult to fathom the heights he might reach in the future. She resolved to keep him close, ensuring that no one could claim him for themselves. However, a wave of curiosity washed over Xia Zixuan. What would Xia Lanqi think if she were to discover that this man was none other than her discarded fiancé, Chu Xia, 30-something? That is indeed quite young for an alchemist, Xia Lanqi mused, seemingly recalling something. Your Highness, the one who assisted you in passing the sword trial at the Martial Ancestor Hall, could have been this Xia Chu? Indeed, it was he, Xia Zixuan confirmed with a smile. Fascinating. Yet, alas, he is your man. Otherwise, I would have sought to recruit him from my own ranks. As the two conversed, an explosion erupted from the cauldron of a nearby alchemist, scattering unformed herbs across the ground and leaving the alchemist bloodied and dejected upon the ground. Useless. Take him away, Xia Weiming ordered, frowning as he gestured for several members of the Longyuan Guard to forcibly remove the alchemist. Moments later, A chilling scream echoed from beyond the courtyard walls. The other alchemists, upon hearing the cry, instinctively flinched. Yet, Chu Xia remained undisturbed, fully immersed in the joy of his craft. "It is done," exclaimed an elderly alchemist with graying hair, his face lighting up as he opened the cauldron, releasing a plume of mist and revealing a scarlet pill. Someone with keen eyes immediately identified the grade of the pill, exclaiming, "It is an 8th-grade dragon blood pill. Truly, Master Lin Yu is exceptional." The elderly alchemist admired the dragon blood pill in his hand, stroking his beard with a smile. The dragon blood pill possesses the extraordinary effect of refining the marrow and enhancing vitality. The higher the grade, the broader its applicability. This 8th-grade dragon blood pill, even if consumed by a master-level expert, would yield significant benefits. Xia Weiming expressed his satisfaction, declaring, "Master Lin Yu, as the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Valley, has proven his worth once more. With the emergence of the 8th-grade dragon blood pill, today's competition is undoubtedly decided." "Not so fast." Rushing to conclusions may indicate a fear of loss, Xia Lanqi retorted coldly, her eyes glinting with resentment as she faced Xia Weiming. Xia Weiming merely smiled faintly. "Sixth sister, you still blame your elder brother? I have not withheld any of the spiritual herbs you requested. If you find a quality lacking, that is a matter of your own discernment, not my fault. Rest assured, when Suzhou arrives, I shall explain everything to him honestly." Xia Lanqi crossed her arms, invoking Suzhou's name in an attempt to intimidate Xia Weiming. However, Xia Weiming remained unfazed. Only those lacking in ability would idolize cultivators as treasures. "In my eyes, they hold no value. Once I ascend as the new emperor of the Qian, my first act will be to confront the surrounding sects, compelling them to submit beneath my rule." "You speak nonsense. Who do you think you are?" Seeing the argument brewing between them, the third prince, Xia Jian, quickly interjected to mediate. "Second brother, sixth sister, we are family. Why let a stranger cause discord?" Who considers him family?" Xia Lanqi scoffed before turning her glare upon Xia Jian. "What gives you the right to meddle? Xia Weiming has wronged me, not you. You stand there speaking without feeling any pain. Why don't you compensate me with 1,000 taels of gold for his misdeeds? Consider it a magnanimous gesture, or else do not point fingers at me." The barrage of accusations left Xia Jian speechless, awkwardly scratching his nose and retreating with a forced smile. Meanwhile, more alchemists successfully crafted dragon blood pills, although none matched the quality of Lin Yu's 8th-grade product, which Xia Weiming could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge. "That should suffice." Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this was his first time using an alchemical furnace, and he found it somewhat cumbersome compared to crafting pills directly by hand. Thus, he had taken a bit longer than anticipated. However, it was of little consequence. Taking a deep breath, he opened the furnace. With a resounding bang, a surge of multicolored energy shot upward, filling the air with an enchanting aroma that spread across a radius of several dozen meters. In an instant, the hall fell silent as all eyes turned towards Chu Xia. Lin Yu's heart trembled as he gazed in disbelief at the dragon blood pill soaring from the furnace, feeling as though he were witnessing a miracle. "What grade is this dragon blood pill?" Xia Lanqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although she knew little of alchemy, she could perceive that this pill was markedly different from those produced by the other alchemists. While others' dragon blood pills were a deep crimson, this one crafted by Xia Chu appeared semi-transparent, resembling a glistening red glass orb surrounded by wisps of mist. Its visual appeal was undeniably extraordinary. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yu fell heavily to his knees, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "A spirit pill. This is a creation only a master alchemist can produce. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Pray tell, what is the esteemed name of this master?" "A spirit pill? A master?" Lin Yu's words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Just as martial arts have masters, so too does the art of alchemy. Yet, those worthy of the title master are unparalleled beings, exceedingly rare even within the vast Qian Empire. Notably, master alchemists are even scarcer than martial masters, their worth immeasurable. The Longyuan Guard under the Grand Princess harbors a master alchemist? This is no trivial matter. It could very well influence the trajectory of the upcoming Ancestor Dragon Festival. The expressions of numerous court officials shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the Grand Princess, their ambitions ignited. The Ancestor Dragon Festival is not merely a contest among princes and princesses. It also presents an extraordinary opportunity for the entire court to align themselves. Those who can successfully position themselves during the festival will surely reap tremendous rewards when a new emperor ascends the throne. Chapter 20. Sabotaging in-person alchemist master? Chu Xia was equally taken aback by Lin Yu's words. The dragon blood pill was indeed a low-grade spiritual pill that he had labored to refine. Pills are categorized into various grades, and Lin Yu's 8th grade dragon blood pill was merely an ordinary 8th grade pill. Even a 1st grade spiritual pill crafted by Chu Xia would far surpass an ordinary pill by hundreds of times. But does the mere act of refining a single spiritual pill warrant the title of alchemist master? The value of such a title seems rather diminished, especially considering that Chu Xia had only begun his alchemical journey yesterday. This dragon blood pill was merely his 2nd concoction. This is the deputy commander of the Longyuan Guard of our Purple Moon Palace, named Xia Chu. He is an alchemist that our palace has nurtured for many years. Xia Zixuan interjected. She feared that Chu Xia might inadvertently reveal too much and was even more concerned about him being poached by others. Chu Xia was momentarily stunned, but he soon grasped Xia Zixuan's intentions. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, "Your Highness, you seem rather protective." Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, and she shot him an exasperated glance. That glance, imbued with an enchanting charm, left everyone present utterly captivated. The officials felt their resolve weaken in the wake of her beauty, which had always been cold and aloof, creating an air of unattainability. Yet, this fleeting expression revealed a side of her that was unexpectedly warm. Only Lin Yu remained oblivious to this scene, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xia. "Senior Xia Chu, please accept me as your disciple," Lin Yu declared, stepping forward and kneeling before Chu Xia, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. The sudden plea for mentorship left everyone astonished. Lin Yu, over 80 years of age and the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Valley, was seeking to apprentice under Xia Chu, who appeared to be no more than 30, albeit masked. This reversal of roles was indeed remarkable. Chu Xia was taken aback as well, but quickly responded, "I have no intention of taking on disciples. Please rise. Nay, if you do not accept me as your disciple today, I shall remain kneeling here." Lin Yu insisted, resuming his fervent prostrations. Chu Xia was at a loss for words. Is this elder truly so childish despite his age? He pondered, watching as Lin Yu's forehead bled, staining the ground. Chu Xia genuinely questioned whether refusing to accept him as a disciple might lead to Lin Yu's untimely demise through his own stubbornness. "Enough. Please rise. I shall accept you as a nominal disciple for now, but do not expect me to devote much time to teaching you. I can only offer a few pointers in my spare moments." Chu Xia relented, feeling a sense of responsibility. After all, he had some understanding of the Medicine King Valley, the most powerful alchemist faction within the Dacian Empire, where most alchemists hailed from. Lin Yu, as the chief alchemist, held considerable status. Accepting him as a disciple could prove advantageous. "Thank you, master." Lin Yu's face broke into a smile, the wrinkles easing as he bowed 3 more times before rising unsteadily. "Your Highness, in today's alchemical competition, the undisputed victor is my master Xia Chu. The spiritual dragon blood pill he crafted is worth at least 5,000 taels of gold. Even martial arts masters will be drawn to it, vying for its acquisition," Lin Yu proclaimed, blood still marring his visage as he spoke to Xiao Weiming. Xiao Weiming's expression darkened, akin to someone who had just ingested a foul meal. He had never anticipated that Xia Zixuan had concealed such a potent card up her sleeve, and a young alchemist master at that, whose value arguably surpassed that of a martial arts master. "Xia Chu? I have never heard of him. Where did he emerge from? Could it be that he is secretly nurtured by Xia Zixuan? Her fortune is indeed remarkable. Such a prodigy in alchemy is rare, possibly emerging only once in a century. How fortunate that she has encountered him. Why are you silent, second brother? Are you reluctant to part with the prize? Speak up. It is merely 1,000 taels of gold. If you cannot afford it, I can cover it for you. After all, forming a friendship with an alchemist master is a rare opportunity worth spending any amount of money," Xiao Lanqi chimed in, approaching with a radiant smile. She clapped her hands, and the Longyuan guards behind her presented a stack of neatly arranged gold ingots. 100 ingots, each worth 10 taels, gleaming in the night. Chu Xia's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Xia Chu, this is a reward from our palace. Feel free to use it. My Lankai Palace also possesses a collection of rare spiritual herbs. If you're interested, you're always welcome to visit, Xia Lanqi said, her youthful charm on full display, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating all. Had Chu Xia not been aware of her true nature, he might have fallen under her spell. Isn't it rather inappropriate to undermine others in such a manner? Xia Zixuan interjected coolly. Do not be so petty, Your Highness. I merely admire such a talented alchemist as Xia Chu. Besides, if he is truly loyal to you, how could he be easily swayed by others? Or do you fear that you cannot measure up to me? Xia Lanqi replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, gleefully teasing Xia Zixuan. You think too highly of yourself. Xia Chu, since the sixth princess has extended her invitation, you should accept it. Frequent visits to Lankai Palace might endear you to her, and should you become her consort, it would be quite delightful, Xia Zixuan remarked nonchalantly, fully aware that Chu Xia would never be swayed by Xia Lanqi. Then I must express my gratitude to the sixth princess, Chu Xia said, accepting the 1,000 taels of gold and stowing it away in his storage pouch. After all, one must seize opportunities that come free of charge. Vengeance and profit need not be mutually exclusive. One must maintain a sense of principle and not forsake wealth in the pursuit of revenge. Seeing Chu Xia accept her gold, Xia Lanqi beamed with pride. With my charm, even a mere alchemist is easily swayed. Xia Zixuan, prepare for the tears that are sure to follow, she thought gleefully. Where has the second prince gone? Someone suddenly exclaimed, breaking the momentary revelry. Everyone turned to see that Xia Ruiming had quietly slipped away, unnoticed even by Chu Xia. Could it be that the illustrious second prince cannot part with 1,000 taels of gold? What an absurdity! Chu Xia mused, a realization dawning upon him. Wait, the dragon blood pill is still in my possession. This pill, valued at 5,000 taels of gold, now belongs to him. Chapter 21. A clever heart in a bid to evade the bounty of 1,000 taels of gold. Xia Ruiming surprisingly slipped out of his own Mingxin Hall. This incident swiftly spread throughout the entire Dacian palace overnight. In an instant, the reputation of the second prince soared, and his image as a miser was likely to be irredeemable. Meanwhile, Chu Xia had returned to the Ziyue Hall, accompanied not only by a dragon blood pill, but also by an elderly man. To be precise, Lin Yu had stubbornly followed him, refusing to be deterred by Chu Xia's attempts to dissuade him. Master, might I have the privilege of touring your alchemy chamber? What? You have no alchemy chamber? Your Highness, I must, with all due respect, due to my age, express my opinion. A master alchemist of your caliber, revered throughout the Dacian Empire, should indeed enjoy the status befitting a pillar of the nation. How can it be that you lack even a single alchemy chamber? If this were to get out, it would be a disgrace for you, Your Highness. Though Lin Yu appeared frail, he proved to be a relentless flatterer and a chatterbox. Upon arriving at the Ziyue Hall, he incessantly chattered, even chiding Xia Zixuan at times. Chu Xia noted the subtle flush of annoyance on Xia Zixuan's face, barely suppressing a chuckle. Fortunately, masked as he was, Xia Zixuan could not discern his amusement. Your disciple is your responsibility. I shall take my leave, Xia Zixuan huffed, exasperated. Yet, Lin Yu was a distinguished figure within the alchemist community, and given his advanced age, she could not afford to offend him. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Xia Zixuan retreated to her quarters for a long slumber. As a result, with Xia Zixuan no longer drawing attention, Chu Xia found himself alone with the loquacious Lin Yu. While the old man's flattery was indeed masterful, his incessant prattling proved irksome. Despite Chu Xia's subtle hints or blatant signals, Lin Yu remained oblivious, determined to linger, unable to retreat to Xia Zixuan's chambers in his presence. Chu Xia had no choice but to meander aimlessly through the Ziyue Hall with the old man. Although he had resided in the Ziyue Hall for quite some time, apart from Xia Zixuan's quarters, he had rarely explored other areas. During their wanderings, Chu Xia discovered that the Ziyue Hall was quite expansive, featuring a spacious garden in the rear, brimming with an array of exotic flora, meticulously tended. Tonight was the full moon. Despite the late hour, visibility in the garden remained excellent. To Chu Xia's keen eyesight, the scene appeared no different than during daylight. He even spotted plump koi fish in the pond. their heads bobbing as they surfaced to blow bubbles. These koi were no ordinary fish. They radiated an aura of vitality, resembling some ethereal beings. Master, how refined it is to observe koi under the moonlight. Truly befitting of a master alchemist. Lin Yu seized the moment to flatter. Chu Xia rolled his eyes, dismissing him as they gathered some firewood from a storage room. They soon kindled a fire by the pond and procured the largest, most robust koi, scaling it and preparing it for roasting. After days of feasting on wild beast meat, a change of palate was in order. Lin Yu appeared perplexed. Why is Master roasting fish? Is it to entertain me, your newly initiated disciple? Please rest. Your hands are far too precious for such labor. Allow me to take over. Surely this old man does not intend to linger for a meal, thought Chu Xia bemused. He then seized another koi to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The fish's flesh was exquisite, promising a delightful taste. Moreover, after cultivating the divine alchemy technique, Chu Xia found his control over the fire's temperature impeccable. This mastery of heat, applied to roasting fish, was akin to a masterstroke. Even the most skilled grillers would pale in comparison. Should I ever find myself in dire straits, perhaps opening a barbecue shop would not be such a burden. Chu Xia mused, flipping the fish. I've had an epiphany, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, astonished. Startled, Chu Xia almost dropped the fish. Are you unwell? Master, your dedication is truly commendable. Lin Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, knelt and bowed his head thrice, pressing it against the grass, bending it under his fervor. What has possessed this old man? What dedication? Chu Xia thought, bewildered. Could you refrain from such theatrics? When I flipped the fish, was that not merely to suggest that one must consider both sides in all endeavors? Just as with roasting fish, so too in alchemy. Alchemists typically apply heat from below, which can lead to uneven cooking. This minute discrepancy can significantly affect the potency of the elixir. However, through your guidance, I have grasped the essence of the matter. Flipping the elixir, one must master the timing to ensure uniform heat distribution, thereby maximizing the elixir's efficacy. How could I have overlooked such a simple concept? Master, it is a great fortune to be your disciple. With your guidance, I may yet transcend to the realm of masters. With that, Lin Yu left in a fit of laughter, promising to return bearing gifts of gratitude. That rascal is certainly taking liberties with my fish. Chu Xia chuckled, unable to pursue him as Lin Yu departed swiftly. Amused, he thought, I merely sought to satisfy a craving. Must he embellish it so? The intricacies of alchemy are not so convoluted, are they? Grateful he had roasted an extra fish. Chu Xia sprinkled salt, cumin, and chili powder over it, relishing every bite. The hefty koi was soon devoured, even the bones crisped and crunched with delight. After satisfying his appetite, Chu Xia returned to the princess's chambers. Upon entering, he found Xia Zixuan already asleep, murmuring incoherently. Intrigued, he leaned closer to listen. No, you cannot eat there. Chu Xia, you scoundrel. Why on earth is she cursing in her sleep? Chu Xia pondered, bemused. Shaking his head, he tidied the scattered clothes in the bathing area, took a soak, and then descended into the underground training chamber, retrieving the dragon blood pill. After ascertaining that the Wanshan Ding showed no interest in it, he promptly swallowed the spiritual-grade pill, commencing its refinement. Chapter 22. The fish cannot return to life. The primary efficacy of the dragon blood pill lies in its ability to enhance the vitality and blood production of the body. In essence, it strengthens the bone marrow, amplifying its hematopoietic capacity. For martial artists who expend a great deal of vitality during their training, the dragon blood pill is considered treasure. However, for cultivators, its significance is rather limited. Cultivators pursue an ethereal existence, moving with grace and leaving no trace, shunning the brutish confrontations that martial artists engage in, viewing such battles as beneath them. Chu Xia, however, was indifferent to these distinctions. Any elixir that could aid him was a valuable asset. By enhancing his vitality, he would possess greater stamina and energy. Until he fully embraced the path of a true cultivator, such enhancements would prove immensely beneficial. As the dragon blood pill began to take effect, Chu Xia felt a tingling sensation coursing through his bones, a slight itch that he could not scratch, which was rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger long. After a quarter of an hour, a warmth radiated from his bone marrow, and he could distinctly feel his energy surging. The side effect, however, was an inexplicable exhilaration that rendered him incapable of entering a meditative state. Memories from the ancestral dragon's forbidden grounds involuntarily surfaced in his mind, followed by recollections of the previous day's events in the basement. He recalled Xia Zixuan's delicate hand and her crimson lips, and suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia for his prior sage-like composure. Now, he found it impossible to settle his mind for cultivation and instead picked up a romance comic book from Xia Zixuan's collection, titled Master Immortal, Please Stay the Night. Chu Xia, you scoundrel. Early in the morning, while Chu Xia was engrossed in his reading, Xia Zixuan stormed into the room, visibly furious. Why are you cursing? Chu Xia retorted, somewhat vexed. He had refrained from ambushing Xia Zixuan the night before, exerting considerable willpower. So why was she still upset? Did you roast a koi from my garden? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Chu Xia nodded. I roasted two. I only ate one. What is the big deal? You owe me a fish. Xia Zixuan cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, each droplet a glistening pearl falling from her eyes. Chu Xia was taken aback. It's just two fish. Is it really that serious? Those koi were a treasure left to me by my mother. I've cared for them for 20 years. Now there are only 7 left. Wait, those exquisite koi were indeed the queen's legacy to Xia Zixuan? Who could have guessed? Seeing her weep uncontrollably, Chu Xia felt compelled to comfort her. All things must pass. Take solace in that. At his words, Xia Zixuan nearly choked. You're quite the comforter, aren't you? Wiping her tears, she fixed her gaze on him and said, I can't forgive you, but you must do me a favor. Chu Xia suddenly sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air. Could she be feigning this drama to elicit sympathy and then raise the stakes? It certainly seemed within her capabilities. However, with no evidence to the contrary, he found himself at her mercy. Go on, tell me. Nothing excessive, I hope. Steal something from the Lanchi Palace for me. Steal from Xia Lanchi? Chu Xia's interest was piqued. What is it? A portrait, my mother's portrait, painted by the renowned artist of the previous dynasty. It went missing shortly after its completion. Through my investigation, I discovered that it was taken by Xia Lanchi's mother, Consort Jean. After her death, the portrait came into Xia Lanchi's possession and is likely hidden in the underground vault of the Lanchi Palace. This portrait holds immense importance for me. If you can retrieve it, I will forgive you and grant you a request. Xia Zixuan's lips curled slightly, as if to hint at something more. Chu Xia felt invigorated. I will go to the Lanchi Palace right away. Not so fast, Xia Zixuan stopped him. If you approach Xia Lanchi directly, it may arouse her suspicion. It will be more prudent for her to invite you. You have a plan? Today, Xia Lanchi will be studying at the Hamlin Academy and will be free after the 3rd hour. You can create an opportunity for a chance encounter as she returns to the Lanchi Palace. Seeing you alone, she will likely extend an invitation. Goodness, if Xia Zixuan hadn't meticulously planned this, Chu Xia would find it hard to believe. Are you not worried that Xia Lanchi might steal your heart? After all, she's my fiancée. Xia Zixuan smiled charmingly. I trust my judgment, as well as yours. I can sense that you are a person of integrity and purity, one who cannot harbor even a grain of sand in his eyes. Flattering words, do continue, Chu Xia urged, enjoying the compliment. With a playful glance, Xia Zixuan retrieved a book of techniques from her storage pouch and handed it to him. The art of shadow shifting? What use is this? Do not underestimate it. This is a technique my mother passed down to me. Though it appears to be merely a martial art, its origins are quite remarkable. It is a simplified form derived from a cultivation technique of the previous dynasty. Upon mastering it, you will gain exquisite control over your muscles, allowing you to alter your voice and facial contours, thus achieving perfect disguise. No one will detect any discrepancies. Once you learn the art of shadow shifting, even if Xia Lanchi demands you remove your disguise, you will be able to comply. However, take heed. This technique should not be overused. It is best not to exceed 1 hour, lest your muscles become rigid and you struggle to regain your original appearance and voice. This technique indeed held promise. Chu Xia promptly accepted it. Yet, as soon as he received it, the divine cauldron absorbed it. Xia Zixuan, believing he had stored the technique in his pouch, urged, Time is of the essence. You only have half a day. With that, she departed the basement. At this moment, Chu Xia focused inward, watching as a technique was expelled from the divine cauldron. The technique, of heavenly theft. As expected, it was yet another superior celestial technique. Similar to the art of shadow shifting, it belonged to the realm of disguises, but its effectiveness surpassed that of the former. Rather than altering his physical form, it generated an illusion to deceive others' perceptions. It could alter not only one's voice and visage, but also height, weight, and overall demeanor, rendering it undetectable, even by masters. Without hesitation, Chu Xia began his training. By afternoon, he had grasped the fundamentals of the technique of heavenly theft. Although he was not yet proficient, it was sufficient for his needs. He channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping his face, and his appearance began to morph. After some adjustments in front of the mirror, he molded an unremarkable, utterly ordinary visage, one that could easily blend into the crowd. That will do, he concluded. The third hour is fast approaching. Prepare to depart. Xia Zishuan's voice called from outside the door. Chapter 23. Teach me alchemy, repetitive teachings from the imperial family, laden with formalities and strategies of governance, have left me utterly fatigued. Complaining incessantly, Xia Lanqi sat in the royal carriage returning to Lanqi Palace. Next to her, Xiao Ran knelt and diligently massaged her shoulders while soothingly stating, "Your Highness, please bear with it a little longer. In just 2 months, you will turn 18. Once you pass the graduation assessment at the Hamlin Academy, you will no longer need to attend classes." The mention of the assessment only heightened my frustration. Although Master Ji is a formidable grandmaster, his cunning is more pronounced than that of a eunuch. He seems to take pleasure in my every misstep, and I have no doubt he will find a way to hinder me during the examination. I truly wish to leave this palace. Your Highness, please do not speak that way. Your status as a princess of the Qian allows you to remain close to Su Xianshi. Without your title, his fondness for you would surely diminish, Xiao Ran replied. Xiao Lanqi furrowed her brows slightly. Are you saying that without my title, I would be nothing in Su Zhiga's eyes? Startled by her cold glance, Xiao Ran's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt. Your Highness, forgive me. Enough, rise. Xiao Lanqi sighed lightly. In truth, I am well aware of what you say, but relying solely on my title will not truly impress Su Zhiga. I must become stronger, such as becoming the first 18-year-old grandmaster in 500 years in the Deqian Kingdom. That is precisely why I must win the Ancestor Dragon Festival. At that moment, Xiao Lanqi suddenly heard a piercing sound of swordplay. What is that noise? Go check, she instructed, frowning. Several Longyuan guards immediately sprang into action. Returning shortly to report, Your Highness, someone is practicing swordsmanship on the Yangxin Lake. It appears to be a master alchemist under the command of the Crown Princess. Xiachu? Xiao Lanqi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Stop the carriage. She exited and approached the lakeside. Yangxin Lake, a picturesque artificial lake within the Deqian Palace, though not vast, boasts enchanting scenery. The clear waters reveal the lakebed, adorned with numerous water pavilions and windbreaks where people often row boats or gather for tea and chess. Upon arriving at the lakeside, Xiao Lanqi spotted a Longyuan guard donning a golden mask, walking upon the water's surface, practicing swordplay. The sword in his hand appeared extraordinary, its spiritual aura and sword intent causing ripples across the lake. As he shifted his stance, his swordplay was divine, making Xiao Lanqi's eyes shine with admiration, prompting her to clap her hands in delight. Startled by the applause, Xia Chu quickly sheathed his sword and leaped gracefully to the shore. I pay my respects to Her Highness, the 6th Princess. Xia Chu, I now believe it was you who assisted Xia Zishuan in passing the sword trials of the Martial Ancestor Hall. I had no idea you possessed such remarkable talent, not only in alchemy, but also in swordsmanship. I am curious how Xia Zishuan nurtured you, Xiao Lanqi said enviously, her desire to recruit him growing stronger. You flatter me, Your Highness, Xia Chu replied modestly. Xiao Lanqi's mind turned. Xia Chu, I recently acquired some spiritual herbs, but am uncertain of their age. Could you please visit Lanqi Palace to examine them? Rest assured, I will not let you make the trip for nothing. I have plenty of herbs stored that you may take as a personal gift from me. This may not be appropriate. Why? Are you afraid of the Crown Princess reprimanding you? Not at all. The Crown Princess is open-minded and will not interfere in my matters. Then what is there to hesitate about? Come with me, Xiao Lanqi insisted. Very well, Xia Chu conceded reluctantly. Filled with joy, Xiao Lanqi invited Xia Chu to join her in the royal carriage back to Lanqi Palace. During the journey, she chattered animatedly, showering him with compliments. while Xia Chu quietly listened. When was the last time they had been alone together? Perhaps when they were 16 and had ventured into the countryside for a spring outing. Back then, Xiao Lanqi was a shy girl who blushed at the mere thought of speaking to others. In just 2 short years, her transformation had been astounding. Xia Chu felt a twinge of nostalgia, but knew the girl who once proclaimed she would only marry him was no longer present. The past was behind them, unworthy of longing. Only by eliminating her could Xia Chu's resolve remain steadfast. Before long, the carriage arrived at Lanqi Palace. Xiao Lanqi led Xia Chu directly to the rear hall, entering a storeroom dedicated to spiritual herbs. The room was modest in size, yet it housed a considerable collection of herbs, albeit rather disorganized, suggesting they had only been recently acquired. Some herbs still bore damp soil, likely having been unearthed from the mountains not long ago. Please assist me in selecting the key herbs, Xianyang grass, Yusui vine, and Fulong fruit, to determine if any are over 200 years old, she requested. Simple enough, Xia Chu replied confidently. Having refined his skills in identifying common herbs through his cultivation of the divine alchemy technique. Within a brief time, he examined each herb and selected several that met the age requirement, particularly a Yusui vine that exceeded 300 years. Wonderful, Xiao Lanqi exclaimed with delight as she stored the selected herbs in her pouch. You may take all the remaining herbs, as I have no use for them. Such generosity? While the remaining herbs may be slightly younger, they're still over a century old, and there are more than 200 of them, Xia Chu remarked, surprised. Indeed, but I have a small request. Would Master Xiao be willing to teach me alchemy? The art of pill-making requires extensive study and accumulation of knowledge. If your Highness wishes to achieve results quickly, I fear I may be of little help. It's not that complicated. I merely wish to personally concoct a 10-fragrance pill to gift to Chu Xia. Xiao Lanqi playfully stuck out her tongue, her youthful affection evident in her eyes. Ah, I see. The 10-fragrance pill is relatively easy to produce. If you prepare the necessary herbs, I can guide you step by step. The herbs are already ready. Master Xia, please follow me to the alchemy chamber. In the alchemy chamber, the fire was warm. Xia Chu had successfully crafted a 10-fragrance pill. The air was saturated with a complex fragrance, reminiscent of an endless expanse of blooming flowers. Xiao Lanqi closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. How fragrant! It surpasses any 10-fragrance pill I have previously used by tenfold. Master Xia, you truly are a master alchemist. I have demonstrated the process of creating the 10-fragrance pill. Would you like to attempt it yourself, Your Highness? Xia Lanqi smiled charmingly. No ruse. The sun is nearly set, and dinner is prepared. Master Xia should join me for a meal first. Only with a full stomach can we tackle alchemy. Oh, it's quite all right. If the crown princess were to blame, you could simply place the responsibility on me. Xiao Lanqi grasped Xia Chu's arm and pulled him along, giving him no chance to protest. Chapter 24. Summer Lanqi Falls. The dinner prepared by Summer Lanqi was exceedingly lavish, with ingredients of the highest quality that far exceeded Chu Xia's expectations. To put it simply, Chu Xia had anticipated a feast of exquisite delicacies featuring the flesh of wild beasts. But here, such fare was hardly worthy of mention. A myriad of demon beast meats adorned the table, and there was even a dish crafted from the heart and liver of a dragon, a creature of unparalleled renown within the great Qian dynasty. The mere appearance of such a beast necessitated the deployment of thousands of soldiers for extermination. Chu Xia's father had once led the divine martial army to obliterate a dragoness nest, resulting in the slaughter of 4 formidable dragons. It was a bloody battle. Yet now, the innards of dragons had become mere ingredients on the dining table. Was this truly the epitome of royal extravagance? What the eldest princess? The fare at Ziyue Palace rarely included demon beast meat, let alone dragon. Master Chu Xia, please partake in the meal, Summer Lanqi said, her curiosity about the true visage behind his mask piquing. Having refrained from asking earlier, she felt it was now inappropriate for him to keep the mask on during dinner. She was eager to see the man favored by Summer Zixuan. Very well. As the mask fell away, an unremarkable face emerged before Summer Lanqi. The moment she beheld Chu Xia's true appearance, she felt a twinge of surprise. Although it was somewhat different from what she had anticipated, it was not disappointing. His appearance was quite ordinary, not handsome, yet certainly not unattractive. However, his aura was notably exceptional, exuding a calm, yet vibrant energy that inspired a sense of reliability and trustworthiness. His talents as a master alchemist and a swordsmanship expert added substantial merit to his character. What is a feast without wine? Xiaoran, fetch me a jar of my treasured medicinal wine, Summer Lanchi commanded. Your Highness, you still need to concoct pills later. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from drinking? Chu Xia suggested. A little indulgence is harmless, she replied boldly. Very well. Chu Xia hakwit de luten. With the presence of the wand, Shunding. He had no fears of being poisoned, and after the cleansing effects of the Dishang pill, his physique far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. If Summer Lanchi intended to intoxicate him for information, it would be an impossible feat. He opted to observe her intentions. The meal extended over the course of an hour. The 3-liter jar of medicinal wine was nearly evenly divided between the two. While Chu Xia felt little effect, Summer Lanchi appeared somewhat inebriated. Her cheeks flushed and her speech slightly slurred, though her mind remained relatively clear. This surprised Chu Xia. He knew Summer Lanchi to possess a low tolerance for alcohol. When had she become such a drinker? Xiaoran, fetch another jar of medicinal wine, Summer Lanchi exclaimed, slapping the table. Your Highness, it's quite late. We should conclude for the night. I must return, Chu Xia noted, still preoccupied with his plan to steal a portrait. Now that Summer Lanchi was tipsy, it was the perfect opportunity to act. No, you still need to assist me in concocting the 10 fragrance pill, Summer Lanchi protested, wobbling as she rose and made her way toward the alchemy chamber. Shouldn't you deter your mistress? Chu Xia asked the maid beside him. I dare not. Xiaoran replied meekly. She is unlike others. When intoxicated, her memory sharpens. If I were to anger her during this time, I would surely face punishment tomorrow. Summer Lanchi possessed such a peculiar constitution. Chu Xia found himself questioning whether the person before him was truly Summer Lanchi. Her unusual behavior sparked suspicions of possession. He resolved to find an opportunity to test her. He followed Summer Lanchi into the alchemy chamber once more. She began preparing the spiritual herbs, swaying slightly as she moved. The 10 fragrance pill is crafted from the natural aromas of 10 distinct spiritual herbs. Different combinations yield various fragrances. What scent does your Highness prefer? Chu Xia inquired. Summer Lanchi scanned the wooden shelf of herbs. The fragrances of orchid grass, fennel wax, and white needle fruit are my favorites, she replied. Hearing this, Chu Xia frowned slightly. Her preferences were indeed accurate. Those 3 herbs had been her favorites since childhood. The fact that she could recall them without hesitation, even inebriated, confirmed that she was indeed Summer Lanchi and had not been possessed. Your Highness, the sobering tea has arrived, Xiaoran announced, bringing forth a cup. Summer Lanchi took a hearty sip of the tea without further ado and approached the alchemy furnace, beginning to concoct the 10 fragrance pill under Chu Xia's guidance. She displayed a remarkable aptitude, quickly mastering the techniques, and after several attempts, successfully produced a pill of satisfactory quality. Carefully, she stored the 10 fragrance pill and turned to Chu Xia. Thank you, Master Chu Xia. Xiaoran, prepare a package of the spiritual herbs from the storeroom to send to Master Chu Xia. Also, bring me 100 pounds of dragon meat. Before long, Xiaoran returned with the items. Summer Lanchi filled a storage bag and personally handed it to Chu Xia. Master Chu Xia, please do not refuse this. It would be a slight against me, Summer Lanchi. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. Chu Xia readily took the storage bag, sensing its superior quality. It could hold up to 1,000 pounds. Such storage artifacts were rare treasures, crafted only by the artifact masters of cultivation sections. Though their cost might not be exorbitant, their rarity made them invaluable, especially to the royal family of the Great Qian. All indications pointed to Summer Lanchi's immense wealth and generosity. If anyone else were in his place, they might have found themselves easily swayed by her allure. In the next moment, as Chu Xia accepted the storage bag, Summer Lanchi suddenly faltered, collapsing into his arms. He instinctively caught her, momentarily taken aback by her softness against him. After the allure of wealth, now came the temptation of beauty. With such dual tactics, it seemed Summer Lanchi was resolutely intent on undermining the eldest princess. Xiaoran, fetch the medicine. Summer Lanchi slurred, clutching Chu Xia's arm weakly before slipping into unconsciousness. Not good. The princess is unwell again. I'll get the medicine. Master Chu Xia, please take care of her, Xiaoran exclaimed before hurriedly departing. Unwell. Chu Xia was perplexed. Was Summer Lanchi truly ill? He laid her flat on the table and grasped her wrist, sensing her condition but finding nothing amiss. The spiritual energy within her flowed smoothly, exhibiting no signs of illness. Xiaoran soon returned, holding a blood-red pill, prying open Summer Launchi's mouth to administer it. Chu Xia's brows knitted tightly. The blood soul pill. This was a rather sinister concoction, requiring the heart's blood of a living being for its creation, a method only employed by those who practice dark arts. Chapter 25. Infiltrating the sleeping quarters after consuming the blood soul pill, Xia Lanqi quickly regained consciousness. Her complexion significantly improved, though she still appeared somewhat frail. I must have embarrassed Master Xia Chu. Xiaoran, please escort Master Xia Chu out, she instructed. Yes, Your Highness, replied the maid Xiaoran. Xia Chu said little, merely nodding as he followed the maid out of Lanqi Palace. What ailment afflicts the sixth princess? He inquired curiously along the way. Xiaoran, her expression troubled, responded. I am unsure, Your Highness. As servants, we dare not pry into your matters. The previous personal maids of Your Highness have all been executed for speaking out of turn. Xia Chu furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously noticed that Xia Lanqi's attendance changed frequently, and despite asking her several times, she had always given him vague answers. It turned out they had all met their demise. This is where I must part ways. I need to return and attend to my master. Please take care, master, Xiaoran said. You may go, Xia Chu replied as he watched her leave. And Xiaoran retraced her steps. However, after taking just a few strides, a sudden jolt struck the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. Swiftly, Xia Chu dragged Xiaoran into the nearby flower bushes, stripping off her outer garment while stowing his own in his storage pouch. With the technique of the heaven-stealing and earth-changing, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, rapidly transforming his appearance to mirror that of Xiaoran. Every detail, from shape to demeanor, became nearly indistinguishable. After donning Xiaoran's attire, Xia Chu made his way back into Lanqi Palace. Just as he was about to head to the alchemy room, he caught sight of a shadow gliding toward him like a ghost. What the hell? Is it a ghost at this hour? Xia Chu's heart raced, his energy gathering in anticipation. As the shadow drew nearer, it revealed itself to be an elderly matron with graying hair, leaning heavily on a cane. May I inquire about something? The old woman asked, her voice resonating with an unsettling heaviness that instilled discomfort. Xia Chu shook his head, no. How astute of him. It was unfortunate that this woman was a confidant of the eldest princess. Otherwise, using her blood and flesh to concoct the blood soul pill would likely yield remarkable results. Such a pity, the matron said ominously, and with that, she vanished like a specter. Xia Chu exhaled, sensing that this old woman possessed formidable strength, likely a master of significant prowess. Had she crafted the blood soul pill? Without further deliberation, he hastened back to the alchemy room. Upon arrival, he found Xia Lanqi seated before the alchemical furnace, still looking exceedingly weak. Take me back to my quarters, she commanded. Xia Chu complied, assisting her to her feet as they exited the alchemy room. Fortunately, he had previously familiarized himself with the layout of Lanqi Palace, knowing the location of the sleeping quarters, or else he might have aroused suspicion. They soon arrived at her chambers, where Xia Lanqi headed directly to the bathing area. What are you dawdling for? Help me change, she urged. Oh, Xia Chu feigned calmness, entering the bathing area to assist her in removing her garments one by one. Xia Lanqi cast a suspicious glance at Xiaoran. Why are you so distracted? The maid is merely concerned for your highness's health, he replied, his feelings complicated. Having known Xia Lanqi for years, this was the first time he had witnessed her in such an unguarded state. It must be said, an 18-year-old maiden possesses an unparalleled vibrance. It was challenging to maintain composure in the presence of such a flawless form. What is there to worry about? I won't perish just yet, Xia Lanqi remarked, remarkably nonchalant. Carry me to the pool and fetch me a jug of deer blood wine. Even in such a state, you still wish to drink? Xia Chu pondered briefly, then lifted her into the bathing pool before returning to the bedroom. He faced a dilemma. Where might the deer blood wine be stored? As he searched, he suddenly noted that the layout of this bedroom bore a striking resemblance to that of Xia Zishuan's. There must be a cellar. Approaching a corner of a room where he suspected the cellar's entrance lay concealed behind a bookshelf, he quickly discerned that the shelf was movable. With a firm push, he easily shifted it aside, revealing a hidden door behind it. The door was neither locked nor warded, opening effortlessly. Descending the staircase into the cellar, he ignited a lamp, discovering that the space was quite expansive, filled with numerous collectibles. The most astonishing sight was a wall stacked with gleaming gold ingots. The other treasures, including antiques and rare herbs, were too numerous to count. Suppressing the urge to seize everything in sight, Xiaochu made his way to the wine storage area in search of the deer blood wine. After locating a jug of the crimson liquid, he hurried back to the bathing area. As he entered, a thought struck him. He still possessed a Jisha Dan, a substance whose toxicity far surpassed that of the Huchi sand by a factor of 10. If he were to blend the Jisha Dan into the deer blood wine now, the likelihood of achieving vengeance would be substantial. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Should Xia Lanqi die within the palace, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental uproar. With the next trial approaching, it would be more prudent to act during the hunt. Let her live a few more days. Pushing open the bathing area door, he found the air thick with steam, and much to his surprise, Xia Lanqi had already succumbed to slumber in the pool. He placed the deer blood wine beside her and quietly exited. Returning to the cellar, Xiaochu first removed all the paintings and began to examine them. Most depicted themes of seeking immortality, revealing Xia Lanqi's fervent desire for cultivation. After a significant amount of time, he finally discovered a portrait buried at the bottom of the stack. The image depicted a gentle and amiable woman, bearing a resemblance to Xia Zixuan. The signature read, Master of Painting, Gui Guxian. This was it. Just as he was about to stow the portrait in his storage pouch, the Wanxin Ding trembled slightly. Suddenly, a wisp of azure smoke seeped from the portrait. The smoke was swiftly absorbed by the Wanxin Ding. Following this, a sheet of gold foil flew out from the vessel. What is happening? Xiaochu wondered, perplexed. He examined the gold foil, and upon closer inspection, he discerned what appeared to be a diagram of human meridians, albeit differing from the common depictions. Unable to decipher its meaning in the moment, he decided to store the gold foil and portrait together in his pouch. With Xia Zixuan's task completed, Xiaochu surveyed the cellar's myriad treasures, beginning to selectively gather items. His storage pouch had limited capacity, so he aimed to take only the most valuable. The gold ingots were too cumbersome, but rare herbs and antiques could be collected. Some jewels also appear to be quite valuable. After a thorough search until his pouch reached its limit, he finally ceased his efforts. Exiting the cellar, he was just about to make his quiet escape when Xia Lanqi's voice echoed from the bathing area. Shaoran, where have you gone? Come in and help me scrub my back. Chapter 26. Breakthrough to the profound realm. The night was deep and cold when Chu Xia departed from the Lanqi Palace. Already well into the latter hours, it had certainly exhausted him. While assisting Xia Lanqi with her bath was quite trivial, merely requiring a pair of hands. Successfully escorting Xiao Ran back to the Lanqi Palace without attracting attention had consumed considerable effort. Chu Xia was especially concerned about encountering the old matriarch. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Even if there were any oversights, at least they could not be traced back to him. Should they be traced, it mattered little, for publicly, Chu Xia was still regarded as one of Xia Zixuan's people. The power struggles within the royal family were as commonplace as daily meals. Such exchanges were entirely normal. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Chu Xia intended to indulge in a leisurely bath before resting, but upon entering, he found Xia Zixuan glaring at him from the bed, surprisingly still awake. Why are you still up at this late hour? Are you practicing your cultivation? Chu Xia. Seeing Chu Xia's relaxed demeanor, Xia Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His playful banter indicated that the evening's endeavors had gone without a hitch. What about the portrait? Chu Xia opened his storage bag and retrieved the image of Empress Meng Wanqi. Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up with delight as she lunged forward to seize the portrait, but Chu Xia deliberately held it high out of reach. I risked my life to steal this portrait for you, and yet you can't even muster a word of thanks? Xia Zixuan shot him a sidelong glance before bashfully wrapping her arms around his neck and sweetly saying, Thank you, brother Chu Xia. You are truly wonderful. Chu Xia felt a shiver run down his spine. Quickly, he handed over the portrait. You still owe me a favor, don't forget. With that, he made his way to the bathing chamber, sinking into a relaxing soak. 3 days later, in the basement, the air was thick with swirling spiritual energy. As the energy surged, Chu Xia experienced a dramatic transformation in his aura. He had finally broken through to the profound realm. Chu Xia opened his eyes, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The term profound refers to a crucial acupoint within the human meridians, the Tongxian acupoint. This point serves as an essential bridge for the communication of spiritual power between the body and the external world. Upon breaking through to the profound realm, the Tongxian acupoint is unblocked, allowing a warrior to utilize spiritual energy more fluidly and perform some rudimentary spells and abilities. However, due to the royal family's monopoly over cultivation techniques, practitioners of the Dacian dynasty, even after reaching the profound realm, find it challenging to learn spells. Even the most basic spells remain inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, entering the profound realm significantly enhances a cultivator's strength. Even the simple act of channeling spiritual energy to empower weapons can markedly increase lethality. Enveloping the body in spiritual energy also provides a degree of defensive capability. A warrior who has attained the profound realm is considered to possess considerable strength among common folk, seen as an entity not to be trifled with. It has been merely half a month since leaving the ancestral dragon forbidden zone. The exhilaration of breaking through to the profound realm stirred Chu Xia's heart. He was one step closer to the master realm. The next time he entered the ancestral dragon forbidden zone to cultivate with Jiang Yunji, he might very well find himself in a position of dominance. With these thoughts igniting a fire within him, he returned to his chambers, only to find Xia Zixuan absent. He stepped outside, seeking a breath of fresh air. Spending every day in the basement had cast a shadow over his spirit. He needed to see the sun. Chu Xia, what brings you out to bask in the sun today? A familiar figure approached. Baiji, where's it Qin you? Chu Xia Hatwadili in Guit. The two twins were identical, even their voices indistinguishable, making it exceedingly difficult to tell them apart. I am the elder sister, Baiji. My sister is on duty today, accompanying the grand princess out of the palace. Out of the palace? Where to? Chu Xia asked. It seems that the Baichao garden submitted a batch of substandard spiritual herbs, which infuriated the grand princess. She took the people from the Ministry of Justice to hold them accountable, even threatening to execute several individuals as a warning. Alas, I am on leave today and missed the chance to go. Otherwise, I might have snagged a few heads. Baiji lamented. You enjoy killing, do you? Chu Xia queried, surprised. Baiji nodded seriously. Nothing is more gratifying than watching the warm blood on the blade gradually cool and coagulate. Well, as long as it brings you joy. Chu Xia thought silently, deeming her somewhat deranged. Finding a sane individual within the Dacian palace was an arduous task. Chu Xia, may I quietly ask you something, but you mustn't tell the grand princess. Go ahead, Chu Xia replied with a nod. Baiji leaned in closer and whispered, Have you slept with the grand princess? Chu Xia was taken aback. Why would you think that? It's just a guess. But I sense that the grand princess looks at you differently, as if there's a closeness between you two, devoid of any secrets. I can't quite articulate it, but it certainly doesn't resemble a typical master-servant relationship. Suddenly, Chu Xia playfully rapped Baiji on the head. When the grand princess returns, I'll tell her that you're spreading rumors about her. Please don't, Baiji exclaimed in panic. I was merely being curious. Now I've landed myself in trouble. She clung to Chu Xia's arm, feigning innocence. I just said it casually. You mustn't take it seriously. This matter cannot reach the grand princess, or I am doomed. Then help me wash my clothes, Chu Xia said, pulling several sets of soiled garments from a storage bag and stuffing them into Baiji's arms. Wash them clean and iron them well. No stains must remain, and I want to report you. All right, Baiji said, looking dejected as she clutched the dirty clothes and made her way back. As evening approached, Xia Zixuan returned to the Ziyue Palace with the Longyuan guards. From afar, Chu Xia could already detect the scent of blood. Each Longyuan guard was splattered with considerable amounts of blood, indicating that they had engaged in significant violence. You've broken through? Upon seeing Chu Xia basking in the sun, Xia Zixuan paused momentarily before realization dawned upon her, and she asked with delight. Chu Xia nodded. A genius. A true child of destiny. She exclaimed. Just half a month ago, you had only just broken through to the refining spirit realm, and now you have achieved the profound realm. At this rate, reaching the master realm is merely a matter of time. However, amid her excitement, Xia Zixuan felt a twinge of worry. With such astonishing growth potential, could she truly keep him under her control? once he no longer needed to rely on her status for cover. It might spell the day of his departure from her side. Unless, of course, she could emerge victorious in the ancestral dragon festival, ascending to the throne as Empress. Suddenly lost in thought, Xia Zishuan felt a blush creep on her cheeks. I am heading to bathe now. Watching her depart with an elegant stride, Chu Xia found himself speechless. What was the point of you telling me that? Did you expect me to scrub your back or something? Chapter 27. The hunt begins on the first day of October. The morning sun radiated warmth. Today marked the second trial of the ancestral dragon festival's hunting event. Early in the day, the Grand Qian Palace bustled with activity as the 7 princes and princesses set forth with their elite retinues. The capital was under martial law, the streets deserted, and numerous Longyuan guards secured critical routes. Within the luxurious carriage of the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan was slumped over her desk, catching up on sleep. Known for her love of slumber, she had risen early today, only to voice her complaints throughout the journey. Qingyu brought her a bowl of steaming lean meat porridge, urging, Your Highness, you should eat something. The journey ahead is long. The hunting grounds lay 500 miles away on the Wangu wilderness. Even with day and night travel, they would not arrive until noon the following day. Weary and lacking energy, Xia Zishuan waved her hand dismissively. Chu Xia, you can eat it for me. Don't wake me until noon. With that, she draped a blanket over her head, completely isolating herself from the world. Chu Xia, unceremonious, consumed the breakfast in a few swift bites. Chu Xia, I leave the princess in your care. The carriage cannot accommodate too many. Bai Ji and I shall ride outside, Qingyu said as she turned to leave, drawing the curtain behind her. Chu Xia leaned against the window, idly examining a piece of gold foil paper. After several days of observation, she could ascertain that this gold foil was likely a talisman, distinct from ordinary ones. While its specific purpose eluded her, she chose to keep it close, sensing it would prove beneficial. At noon, the royal hunting party made camp by a lakeside to rest. Xia Zishuan finally awoke, stretching languidly, her delicate jade foot resting on Chu Xia's thigh. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? How about rice porridge? Chu Xia retorted with irritation, nudging her foot away. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Zishuan's cheeks flushed, occasionally indulging Wuden tea hurt. She whispered, inching closer. Your Highness, lunch is ready. Bai Ji's voice rang out from outside the carriage. Oh, I'm not hungry. You all eat, Xia Zishuan replied, her tone indicating otherwise. Leaving Bai Ji puzzled. By evening, the air was tense. Enough. Do you truly treat this as a meal? Chu Xia exclaimed, pushing Xia Zishuan away. She playfully scraped her thumb across the corner of her mouth, grinning. Look at you being stingy. It's just a bit of porridge. It won't bankrupt you. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. A fierce wind picked up, bringing with it a strong scent of smoke. All personnel, be vigilant. Protect the royal family. A commanding shout pierced the atmosphere, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Xia Zishuan's expression shifted. Bai Ji, what is happening? Your Highness, our hunting party is under attack. The carriage of the third prince has been blown up, Bai Ji informed her. Xia Zishuan was taken aback. Who is so audacious as to strike at this moment? The royal family had mobilized entirely for this event, marking it as a pivotal occasion for the Grand Qian dynasty. The Longyuan guards had dispatched their finest, with no less than 10 masters assigned to protect the hunting party. Only an immortal cultivator would dare to act thus. I'll go take a look, Chu Xia said, tightening her belt as she leaped from the carriage. Before her stood a seasoned general clad in silver armor, valiantly battling several bandits halfway up the hill. It was none other than General Zhong Hai. Chu Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. This esteemed general of the Grand Qian dynasty had a storied history, renowned for his countless victories against both enemies and demons. Even at the age of 100, he was a fearsome force on the battlefield, single-handedly instilling fear in neighboring dynasties and solidifying the Grand Qian as foundation. Chu Xia recalled visiting General Zhong Hai with her father in her youth, where the general had shown her particular favor, even wishing to take her as a disciple. However, for reasons unknown, he had retired to the south to enjoy his twilight years. It was unexpected to see him again today, still exuding the vigor of his youth, suggesting he had attained a higher realm of cultivation. The bandits, though formidable, could not withstand the might of General Zhong Hai, who dispatched them with ease. As the battle raged, the Long Yuan guards began to mobilize, surrounding the area to swiftly eliminate the remaining foes. In less than an incense stick duration, the conflict reached its conclusion. Over 20 assailants and 7 masters were vanquished without a single survivor. General Zhong Hai returned, his spear adorned with 3 bloody heads, casually tossing them to the ground. We must ascertain the identity of the attackers and report back to the palace for reinforcements, General Zhong Hai remarked, his brow furrowed. The path ahead may not be peaceful. Suddenly, Xia Zixuan descended from the carriage. General Zhong, thank you for your tireless efforts. The general nodded slightly. Your Highness is too kind. It is my duty. Without further ado, Xia Zixuan proceeded to the carriage of the third prince, Xia Jian. Chu Xia followed closely behind. You truly have a tough disposition. Your carriage was reduced to ashes, yet you emerged unscathed. Impressive, remarked the second prince, Xia Weiming, as he approached, joined by Xia Lanqi and the other 3 princes, Xia Jincheng, Xia Yuanfang, and Xia Mushan. Greetings, Your Highness, they chorused in unison to Xia Zixuan. Xia Weiming noticed her, but chose to feign indifference. Xia Zixuan, however, had no intention of letting him off so lightly. You all should take heed not to follow the example of the second prince, attempting to shirk a mere 1,000 taels of gold. Such behavior tarnishes the dignity of our grand Qian royal family. A chuckle escaped from somewhere in the crowd. Xia Weiming's expression hardened, glaring in response. Just then, Xia Jian emerged, newly attired. Are you all right? Xia Zixuan inquired with concern. Xia Jian flashed a radiant smile. Thank you for your concern, imperial sister. I am fine. Just a few of the eunuchs and maidservants were killed in the blast. We must be more cautious in the future. The outside world is fraught with dangers that could strike at any moment. Chapter 28. The punishment of the eldest princess once safety was assured. The hunting party set off again, making their way through the night towards the Wangu wilderness. Although traveling at night posed greater dangers, the presence of General Zhong and over 10 master warriors ensured that significant issues were unlikely. Inside the royal carriage, the atmosphere was dimly lit. Xia Zixuan was explaining the conditions of the Wangu wilderness to Chu Xia. The wilderness was teeming with ferocious beasts, and within it lay 3 treacherous lairs, each brimming with countless monsters. Should one venture too deeply, even the strongest masters might not escape unscathed. The primary objective of the hunt was to capture 3 specific beasts: the iron-eating pig, the black-blooded sheep, and the ghost-horned ox. Their heads were the finest offerings for the Ancestor Dragon Festival, and only by collecting all 3 could they claim success in this hunting trial. Images of the 3 beasts, alongside their habits and characteristics, were provided for closer inspection. Furthermore, each hunting team was limited to no more than 10 members. With the 2 of them, along with Bai Jiqing and Qing Shu, they had the opportunity to select 6 additional teammates. I have chosen 6 elite members from my Long Yuan guards for you to meet shortly. Our situation, however, is rather dire. For what I understand, both Xiaoming Rui and Xia Lanqi have masters under their command, while I am uncertain about the others. Our Ziyue Palace lacks a master warrior, leaving us vulnerable in the face of danger. Fortunately, the 3 beasts we need to hunt are not overly powerful, just rare. So luck plays a significant role in this endeavor. Xia Zixuan regarded the hunt with utmost seriousness, her tone and gaze reflecting her gravity. After a moment, she added, moreover, today's ambush has left me concerned. We cannot dismiss the possibility of further traps within the Wangu wilderness. If we encounter them, a direct confrontation with master warriors is likely. Although I possess a trump card against formidable foes, I cannot guarantee absolute safety. I do not wish to speak too discouragingly, but the situation is undoubtedly more severe than you might anticipate. If you wish to withdraw, I will not stand in your way. After all, we are not related, and I do not want you to risk your life for me. Chu Xia chuckled lightly. There's no need for emotional appeals. I'm not swayed by that. Xia Zixuan, realizing her ploy had been uncovered, abandoned her act and affectionately clung to Chu Xia's arm. As long as you help me succeed in this hunting trial, I will follow your every command. If you tell me to go east, I will not dare go west. You have such confidence in me, yet I have only just broken through to the Tongxian realm. In terms of strength, I'm hardly among your Long Yuan guards. Xia Zixuan gazed earnestly into Chu Xia's eyes. You are different from them. I know you must have practiced some form of cultivation. Haven't you? After spending so much time together, if Xia Zixuan could not discern this, she would have wasted her years as a princess. She had withheld this information before to avoid giving Chu Xia the impression of a threat. However, the situation was now different. In order to succeed in the hunting trial, she needed a true ally. Choosing Chu Xia was a gamble, yet Xia Zixuan had always believed in her good fortune. Chu Xia shrugged, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Enough with the sentimentality. Get some rest. Tomorrow is the main event. Xia Zixuan's expression brightened, and she affectionately wrapped her arms around his. I'll sleep like this. Suit yourself. Chu Xia moved aside a cumbersome table, lay down, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Chu Xia awoke to find Xia Zixuan crouched before him, enthusiastically enjoying breakfast. You little glutton, caught in the act. Xia Zixuan feigned innocence. Will you punish me? Chu Xia couldn't help but shiver. The eldest princess was becoming increasingly audacious. Not wanting to let her off lightly, he tugged her hair, pulling her close, and then, bending down, he placed her over his knee and delivered a series of playful smacks. Bang! 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 Xia Zixuan, taken aback by the unexpected punishment, flushed a deep crimson, covering her face in embarrassment. After a brief reprimand, Chu Xia released her. Biting her lip, she suddenly lunged at him, pinning Chu Xia down, enveloping him completely with her skirt. Don't move, leave it to me. At noon, the sun shone brightly as the hunting party arrived at the Wangu wilderness. This place was peculiar. 10 miles away, lush mountains and clear waters painted a picturesque scene, yet upon entering the Wangu wilderness, the surrounding trees rapidly turned withered and desolate, creating a stark boundary between the verdant hills and the barren expanse. As they neared this boundary, the hunting party halted. 7 princes and princesses disembarked from the royal carriage. Your Highness, are you unwell? Noticing the eldest princess's unusual gait, Bai Ji and Qing Shu hurried forward with concern. Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she forced herself to step forward. I'm fine. My legs are just a bit numb from sitting too long. After sitting from dawn until noon, could her legs not be numb? Chu Xia followed behind, silently mocking her. Stepping into the Wangu wilderness, Chu Xia walked across the soft yellow sand and suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. The concentration of spiritual energy here seemed to surge exponentially in an instant, and the Wanshan Ding began to tremble as if reacting to something within this desolate land. Esteemed princes and princesses, as per the rules, once the hunt begins, the entire Wangu wilderness will be sealed for 3 days. During this time, regardless of the danger encountered, no outsiders may enter the wilderness for rescue. Therefore, you must rely on yourselves to navigate these trials. I hope you will act with prudence and prioritize your safety. An elderly eunuch with white hair and a youthful face stepped forward. It was the same eunuch Shan they had encountered at the Wuzhu Hall. He was the head eunuch of the Daqian Palace, a trusted confidant of the emperor, wielding considerable power, commanding respect even from the princes and princesses. General Zhong Hai also approached. The Grand Dragon Hunting Festival officially begins. I wish all of you a triumphant return. As his words fell, Xia Weiming was the first to dash into the wilderness, followed closely by Xia Lanqi, Xia Zhiyuan, and others. Xia Zixuan and her companions were the last to enter. Your Highness appears so composed. Do you have a favorable path in mind? Bai Ji inquired curiously. It is too hot. Let us find a shaded spot to escape the heat. We shall delve deeper into the wilderness after sunset. Xia Zixuan fanned herself, stating her intention. Chu Xia shook his head in resignation. I warned you not to overexert yourself, and now you can hardly move. However, Xia Zixuan's plan faltered. The Wangu wilderness was devoid of vegetation, stretching endlessly with nothing but barren land, yellow sand, and scattered stones. The ground was riddled with numerous pits and cracks, leaving no shade to be found. Bai Ji and Qing Shu could only fashion a makeshift sunshade from a black cloth to shield Xia Zixuan from the sun. Enough dawdling. I'll scout ahead. You all hurry up, Chu Xia urged impatiently, as the Wanshan Ding continued to shake incessantly, indicating that the treasure was likely close at hand. Chapter 29. The exquisite demon-locking tower, the periphery of the vast wilderness, is relatively safe. As Chu Xia ventured forth, he encountered no traces of demon beasts. Following the guidance of the divine cauldron, he pressed onward. Upon reaching a sand dune, the cauldron's vibrations grew increasingly fervent. Is this the spot? Chu Xia summoned the Chu Xia sword and activated his sword control technique, digging downward into the dune. However, the loose sand quickly filled the pit he had created. Frowning, he expanded his efforts, leveling the entire hill. Dust swirled around him, and after reducing the dune's height by several meters, a withered vine emerged into view. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the vine, revealing a crack at its center from which dark red sap seeped forth. Sensing the cauldron's excitement, Chu Xia immediately reached out to touch the sap. In an instant, a copious amount of the liquid was drawn out, completely absorbed by the divine cauldron. Moments later, a palm-sized green seedling emerged from within the cauldron. A sapling of the enlightenment tree? Acknowledging the essence of this sprout, Chu Xia was taken aback. Though he was unfamiliar with the enlightenment tree, its name suggested it was no ordinary entity. I shall take it back and find a suitable place to plant it. Just as he thought this was the conclusion of his discovery, the divine cauldron began to tremble once more. Could there be more treasures below? Chu Xia's interest piqued, and he continued to excavate with the Chu Xia sword. As the entire withered vine was finally exposed, he found it entwined around a delicate treasure tower. This exquisite tower stood half a meter tall, a 7-layered pagoda intricately carved and hollowed out, though its surface was marred with dirt and signs of damage, indicative of battle wear. Before Chu Xia could examine it closely, the tower was swiftly devoured by the divine cauldron. After a brief wait, the cauldron regurgitated the object. It was the same exquisite tower, but now it appeared restored, radiating a shimmering brilliance, with its damages mended, exuding an aura of regal majesty and extraordinary spirit. The exquisite demon locking tower. This artifact appears to serve as a breeding ground. Chu Xia was astonished by the information flooding his mind. It was a treasure designed to imprison demons. Any demon beast ensnared within would face merciless refinement. The holder of the demon locking tower could control the will of the imprisoned beasts, even transforming them into puppet servants. What a remarkable find. The vast wilderness is teeming with demon beasts. I could capture several and confine them within the exquisite demon locking tower, whether for taming or as a reserve food supply. Eagerly, Chu Xia took out the exquisite demon locking tower and infused it with spiritual energy to recognize it as his own. The quality of this treasure seemed exceptionally high, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. It seems there is already a demon beast imprisoned within. Cradling the exquisite demon locking tower in his palm, Chu Xia peered inside, spotting a demon beast shackled with dark iron chains in the highest chamber of the tower. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a human woman, though she had sharp, blade-like horns protruding from her forehead, her hair snowy white, and her figure long and graceful. Her face was obscured by her hair, rendering her features indistinguishable. As Chu Xia prepared to inspect her more closely, he suddenly found himself inside the exquisite demon locking tower. The sound of rattling chains echoed. The white-haired demoness crashed against her cage, revealing blood-red eyes that fixated on Chu Xia. "You little imp, who are you?" A chilling voice emanated from the demoness. The oppressive aura she exuded made Chu Xia instinctively take several steps back. However, upon realizing that he was now the master of the exquisite demon locking tower, he summoned his courage. "How dare you speak to your master in such a tone?" Chu Xia furrowed his brow, reprimanding her sharply. "Master? Huh, you foolish child. What delusions are you harboring? What? The exquisite demon locking tower has changed hands? Who are you? What is your connection to the ancient Taoist lord?" The ancient Taoist lord? Could he be the previous owner of the exquisite demon locking tower? What concern is that of yours? You are but a prisoner, and I shall refine you, Chu Xia declared, channeling his spiritual energy to activate the tower's mechanisms. In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted within the cage, thick tendrils of lightning lashing out like whips against the white-haired demoness. "No! Stop!" A piercing wail echoed. The demoness struggled desperately to break free from her chains, but her efforts were in vain. After several strikes from the lightning whips, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. Finally, Chu Xia beheld the true visage of the white-haired demoness. She was indeed an exquisite beauty, not only captivating in appearance, but also possessing a figure that was simply extraordinary. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint imperial aura hidden within her demeanor, suggesting she had once been a significant figure in the demon realm. If only I could refine her into a demon servant. With this thought, Chu Xia withdrew his consciousness, reabsorbing the demon-locking tower into his dantian. After breaking through to the transcendence realm, his dantian had expanded significantly, allowing him to store various items, creating a small storage space. However, ordinary objects could not be housed within. Only treasures like artifacts could be accommodated. Your Highness, why has the sky suddenly darkened? Xia Zishuan looked up, noticing that the previously clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds. I don't know, but perhaps it's for the best. No need to worry about getting sunburned. At that moment, Chu Xia returned. The path ahead is safe. We must set off quickly, as we have already delayed for far too long, he stated. Xia Zishuan nodded, her gaze slightly evasive, unable to meet Chu Xia's eyes directly. Let us proceed to the southwest to hunt the ghost horn bull, the most formidable demon in this region. It is best to strike while our combat strength is at its peak for a greater chance of success. With that, she led the way southwestward. Traveling across the desert was somewhat slow. After more than 2 hours, they finally neared the demon cave, where the number of visible demon beasts began to increase. Along the way, they had hunted a few minor demons, mostly isolated and posing little threat. Before them lay a bare mountain, beneath which was the entrance to the demon cave. Everyone, stay alert and be prepared to slay demons at a moment's notice, Xia Zishuan instructed, raising her hand to reveal an exquisitely crafted bow. So, the princess is also an archer. It suits her well, Chu Xia thought to himself. The Dragon Abyss guards promptly advanced to escort them. As they arrived at the base of the mountain, an array of rustling sounds erupted from the cave. Suddenly, hundreds of large red-eyed rats charged forth. Without hesitation, the Dragon Abyss guards engaged in battle with the demon rats. Chapter 30. The value continues to rise. The Dragon Guard, transformed into the Calamity realm, exhibited formidable combat prowess. Slaying the demon mice was as effortless as slicing through vegetables, with the battle concluding in mere moments. Bai Ji and Qing Yu took charge of gathering the demon mice, skinning them, and preserving the meat in brine before storing it in their dimensional bags. Chu Xia frowned in disbelief. You actually consume mouse meat? What mouse meat? This is premium demon beast flesh, which becomes delectable when roasted, Bai Ji replied. The demon mice thrive on underground spiritual herbs, making their flesh exquisite, and they possess potent aphrodisiac properties, Qing Yu added. Well, if that's the case, I suppose it makes sense. I should have caught a couple earlier, Chu Xia lamented, regretting not having captured some demon mice to raise in the Linglong Demon Lock Tower for a continuous supply of meat. After processing the demon mice, the group officially entered the cave. Delving over 100 meters in, they arrived at the entrance of the demon abyss. This cavern was a vast underground lair, teeming with numerous dark passages, pits, and crevices with many entrances. It was said that the underground spaces of the 3 great demon abysses were interconnected. However, the intricate terrain made it challenging to find the correct path, even with a map. Xia Zishuan produced 10 glowing fireflies, distributing them among the group. Once we enter the demon abyss, the level of danger will significantly increase, but remember, our objective is to locate the ghost-horned ox. Do not engage in prolonged battles with other demon beasts. If you can escape, do so. If not, we will encircle them, aiming to conserve time. Understood, Your Highness. The dragon guards replied in unison, their demeanor akin to that of emotionless warriors. The most physically robust among them stepped forward to lead the way, while 2 others took up a defensive position at the rear. Xia Zishuan was securely shielded in the center of the group, flanked by Bai Ji and Qing Yu. Following a winding descent, the group traversed one underground chamber after another, encountering traces of various demon beasts, yet the elusive ghost-horned ox remained unseen. After an hour, one of the dragon guards reported anxiously, Your Highness, if we proceed any further, we will delve into the core region of the demon abyss, where we may encounter 5th-tier great demons. Xia Zishuan furrowed her brow. We must continue. Having come this far, there's no turning back. The dragon guards, upon hearing this, steeled their resolve. After navigating through a narrow passage, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They found themselves in a spacious underground area, humid and sweltering, filled with an abundance of spiritual herbs stretching into the distance. Such a vast expanse of spiritual herbs, yet they lack the necessary age, Xia Zishuan remarked. a hint of disappointment in her voice. If only they were older, their value would be immeasurable. Alas, this place is evidently a feeding ground for demon beasts, leaving no opportunity for the herbs to mature. Nevertheless, Chu Xia wielded the Chu Xia sword, slicing through the herbs as if they were chives, collecting numerous specimens to store in the Linglong Demon Lock Tower. Since they intended to raise demon beasts, it was prudent to stockpile some fodder. Suddenly, the Wan Xinding trembled slightly. Following its reaction, Chu Xia slashed at the rock wall with his sword. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, revealing a concealed chamber within. The space, roughly the size of a room, was home to numerous spiritual herbs, untouched by demon beasts, and thus boasting a high age, most exceeding a century. How did you discover this? Xia Zishuan asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. By scent, Chu Xia casually replied, diving into the opening to harvest the herbs. After collecting around 200 to 300 plants, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Is this the innate talent of a master alchemist? Bai Ji and Qing Yu marveled, their gazes filled with admiration. Your Highness, be cautious. The scent of demon beasts is approaching, and there are many. Prepare for battle. Xia Zishuan commanded, drawing her bowstring. 3 arrows poised for release. In the next moment, accompanied by a low growl, 12 massive demon beasts resembling capybaras, each larger than a calf, emerged. 4th tier demon beast. Spirit Descent Baku. So many have appeared. With a thunderous sound, 3 arrows simultaneously struck one of the demon beasts, causing a burst of spiritual energy that produced a sharp explosion. However, they merely left 3 indentations, failing to pierce the beast's tough hide. Xia Zishuan's brow furrowed. No surprise, they are indeed 4th-tier demons. As soon as she finished speaking, she released 3 more arrows. Simultaneously, the dragon guards clashed with the Spirit Descent Bakus. The beasts were not particularly aggressive, nor were they fast. Yet their thick hides rendered them nearly impervious to attacks, leading to a protracted struggle. With their numbers limited, each dragon guard found themselves facing 2 Spirit Descent Bakus, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Before long, they were pushed back into the narrow passage they had just traversed. Chu Xia, forget the herbs. We must retreat. Xia Zishuan shouted toward the dark opening where Chu Xia lingered. Whoosh! A streak of sword light whizzed out. The sharp blade flashed and cleaved 1 Spirit Descent Baku in half. The sword light continued, aiming for another Baku. However, this time, the strike did not slay the beast, but merely knocked it unconscious with a wave of sword energy. One by one, the Spirit Descent Bakus collapsed, and after a brief 10 breaths, the cave fell silent. The Chu Xia sword hovered in the air, and Chu Xia leisurely stepped out from the dark chamber, beckoning the sword to return to him and conceal itself. Now he could finally see the Spirit Descent Bakus clearly. They were plump and comical, with thick layers of fat that would surely yield delicious oil when rendered. Chu Xia selected the 4 fattest Bakus, opened the Linglong Demon Lock Tower, and stuffed them inside. Turning around, he found Xia Zishuan, Bai Ji, and Qing Yu staring at him in astonishment. What are you staring at? Let us proceed. There is no need to take a detour. Chu Xia clapped his hands and continued deeper into the cave, collecting every spiritual herb he encountered along the way, regardless of their age. Your Highness, Bai Ji swallowed hard, her mind swirling with countless questions. Xia Zishuan shook her head. Do not ask anything, say nothing. Although she was aware that Chu Xia's strength had increased significantly after breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. Witnessing him dispatch 12 4th-tier demon beasts in an instant left her profoundly shocked. The combat prowess of 4th-tier demon beasts was comparable to that of warriors in the Calamity Realm, while the Spirit Descent Baku was not the most aggressive of demons. Its thick hide made it far superior to 3rd-tier beasts. Chu Xia's status as a genius swordsman was undeniably on the rise. Xia Zishuan suddenly felt that her gamble might have been a wise one. As they continued on, Chu Xia abruptly halted, nearly causing Xia Zishuan to bump into him. What is it? She inquired. Chu Xia pointed ahead. Is that the ghost-horned ox? Following his finger, Xia Zishuan looked up to see a robust black ox with sharp horns, munching on moss from a high, raised rock wall. For a moment, Xia Zishuan was taken aback, then exclaimed with joy, That's it, surrounded. But just then, a flash of golden light zipped by, transforming into a massive golden net that enveloped the ghost-horned ox entirely. I spotted it first, a voice laced with mockery echoed. Xia Zishuan, you should search elsewhere. Chapter 31. Unwittingly acquiring a fifth-order demon beast, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with cloud patterns approached. Manipulating a hunting net to strangle a demon-horned ox, severing its head with precision. As he descended, he held the ox's horn aloft, casting a glance at Xia Zishuan that bore an unmistakable taunt before turning to leave. Lu Chen. Xia Zishuan furrowed her brow. Despite her vexation, she refrained from pursuing him, watching helplessly as he departed. Who is this man? His name is Lu Chen, a Dragon Abyss guard under the 4th Prince, Xia Jincheng. He holds the rank of a second-tier martial officer and is the youngest martial master within the Dragon Abyss guards, having attained mastery at the age of 43. Now at 46, he is in the prime of his life, Bai Ji whispered to Chu Xia. No wonder Xia Zishuan managed to suppress her fury. Faced with a master-level adversary, even a joint effort from them would likely yield little success. Is that all we will do? Chu Xia inquired, glancing at Xia Zishuan. Xia Zishuan's expression was tense. What else can we do? We cannot defeat him, so we must continue our search. Though she spoke thus, it was evident that Xia Zishuan was harboring resentment. The demon-horned ox they had painstakingly sought was snatched away, significantly delaying their hunting progress. And time was now of the essence. Don't you possess a trump card? Chu Xia asked. Xia Zishuan shook her head. That is for life preservation. If Lu Chen were to attack us, I would certainly not hold back. But since he has left, there is no need to waste my treasures. Remaining calm is not necessarily a bad thing. It must be acknowledged that this hunting expedition was exceedingly unfavorable for Xia Zishuan. Without a master-level warrior present, they were at a considerable disadvantage. Chu Xia had never engaged a master before and found it difficult to gauge the disparity in their strengths, making it unwise to act recklessly. However, allowing Lu Chen to depart without any response left him somewhat discontented. You all continue searching for the demon-horned ox. I will follow him and observe. Do not act rashly. We still have time and should not take unnecessary risks, Xia Zishuan cautioned. It's fine. I will not engage in a battle without certainty. Chu Xia said no more, stepping onto the Juesha sword and employing sword manipulation to fly away. Sword flight. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers were astounded. This was undoubtedly a skill reserved for cultivators. Xia Zishuan immediately turned to her confidants, sternly instructing them not to divulge any information regarding Chu Xia. Thankfully, she was surrounded by trusted allies. Otherwise, if word got out, Chu Xia's situation could become perilous. The Daqian royal family would never permit outsiders to grasp the secrets of cultivation. Lu Chen moved swiftly through the intricately structured demon den as if traversing flat ground, the convoluted terrain posing no hindrance to him. However, despite his speed, he relied solely on his physical prowess and had no advantage over Chu Xia's sword flight. Chu Xia trailed Lu Chen, maintaining a distance of approximately 100 meters. Had any other martial artist attempted to follow Lu Chen, his master-level intuition would have surely detected their presence. Yet, due to the stealing heaven and changing day technique that Chu Xia practiced, he could alter and conceal his aura. While Lu Chen was indeed a master, he was not a cultivator and lacked the means of perception akin to divine consciousness, thus oblivious to Chu Xia's existence. There was another advantage to sword flight. As long as one did not accelerate, the noise produced was nearly negligible, especially within the dark confines of the demon den. The concealment was further enhanced. Boom! A huisunding explosion échouée. Chu Xia, soaring on his sword, gazed downward to find Lu Chen embroiled in combat with a demon beast. The creature was a large spider exuding green toxic fumes, capable of expelling venomous threads, and its speed and strength rivaled Lu Chen's. It appeared to be a fifth-order demon beast. This fellow seems unfortunate. I wonder if he can prevail. Chu Xia alighted on a rocky pillar, watching the spectacle unfold. It was evident that Lu Chen was no match for the giant spider. After several clashes, he found himself at a disadvantage, and venomous threads ensnared him. The threads not only contained potent toxins, but were also remarkably resilient, making it difficult for Lu Chen to extricate himself. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lu Chen contemplated retreating, casting a large net over the venomous spider to escape. What an opportunity! Chu Xia immediately dove down, landing behind the spider and activating the Linglong demon locking tower to capture the incapacitated creature. Success! Chu Xia was elated. Capturing a fifth-order demon beast was no small feat for him, and yet he had acquired it effortlessly. Not only had he secured a fifth-order demon, but he also obtained the large net Lu Qian had abandoned, which was crafted from special material capable of withstanding the struggles of a fifth-order beast. It might very well be a treasure, all of which fell into Chu Xia's possession. After securing the venomous spider, Chu Xia did not linger but soared back into the air, pursuing Lu Qian. The man's speed was surprisingly swift. Were it not for Chu Xia's keen perception, it would have been challenging to track him. Damn it, I wasted a demon catching net. This demon den truly lives up to its reputation. Though Lu Qian grumbled, his spirits seemed relatively high. After all, he had successfully seized the demon horn ox, making the trip worthwhile. That ox's head could fetch 5,000 taels of gold from the fourth prince. To earn great wealth, one must inevitably take risks. Contemplating the disgruntled expressions of Xia Zixuan and her companions, Lu Qian could not suppress a chuckle. The Grand Princess, faring so poorly without a single master by her side, ought to have stayed home and enjoyed a leisurely slumber. Muttering to himself, Lu Qian suddenly felt fatigued. Not good. The spider's venom is stronger than I anticipated. He hastily found a place to sit, opened his storage pouch, and downed 7 or 8 detoxification pills in one go before settling into a meditative posture to regulate his energy. Observing this scene, Chu Xia realized it was an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. However, he did not rush to act, but instead focused his consciousness within the Linglong demon locking tower. Since he had just acquired a fifth-order demon beast, he intended to make the most of it. In the lowest chamber of the demon locking tower, the venomous spider was confined within a cell constructed of dark iron, meticulously sealed to prevent any escape. Chu Xia's consciousness penetrated the iron walls and entered the cell, first removing the demon-catching net that ensnared the spider, then activating the formation to administer a fierce electric shock. In an instant, sparks flew, and the spider could not withstand even a single round before collapsing, convulsing on the ground. So weak? No. It must be that the demoness at the upper levels is exceedingly powerful. The lightning punishment of the demon locking tower is formidable. A fifth-order demon cannot endure it. The strength of that demoness must far exceed the fifth order. But how can I tame this demon beast? Suddenly, Chu Xia recalled that there seemed to be a storage room within the demon locking tower that he had yet to explore. With this thought, he directed his consciousness into the storage room. The storage room was not large, but it contained a haphazard assortment of items. However, what first caught Chu Xia's attention was a small yellow bird soundly asleep on a table. To be precise, it was a small golden-winged eagle. Is this also a demon beast confined within the demon locking tower? But why is it not in a cell? Curious, Chu Xia approached for a closer look. Seemingly sensing Chu Xia's gaze, the small yellow bird abruptly opened its eyes. The two locked eyes for a moment before the bird sprang up in a flurry. Kai humbly welcomes the esteemed master of the tower. Who are you? Chu Xia inquired. I am Kai, a spirit pet under the command of the ancient Taoist lord. Before the lord ascended, he left me here as the guardian spirit of the tower, tasked with overseeing the demon empress. Chapter 32. Slaying the master. Upon hearing Kai's words, Chu Xia's expression turned peculiar. The demon emperor? Is she referring to that white-haired demoness imprisoned at the pinnacle of the demon ceiling tower? A name like that certainly belongs to someone extraordinary. Even more astonishing to Chu Xia was the revelation that the previous master of the exquisite demon ceiling tower, the ancient Tao Lord, had ascended. Ascension implies achieving immortality. It was unexpected that the former master of the tower wielded such formidable power. This truly felt like discovering a treasure. Setting aside these thoughts, I had just captured a demon beast. How should I proceed to tame it to obey my commands? Kai glanced around and immediately discerned the situation within the tower. A fifth-tier, red-eyed poison spider. Simple. Master of the tower, wait just a moment. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you. In the next instant, Kai flapped her golden wings and vanished as if she had traversed through the void. Remarkably, it seemed this little yellow bird had an extraordinary background as well. Chu Xia's consciousness sank back to the first level. He observed that the large spider had awakened and was now kneeling respectfully on the ground, awaiting Chu Xia's arrival. Kai alighted on Chu Xia's shoulder. Master of the tower, this red-eyed poison spider has been completely tamed. From now on, It will obey your every command. If you instruct it to go east, it would not dare venture west. Should you demand its life, it will not hesitate for a moment. So obedient? Of course. As the guardian spirit of the tower, while my strength may not be high, taming beasts of up to the 5th tier is well within my capabilities. For 6th tier beasts, it may require some effort, but it is not insurmountable. I assure you, Master of the Tower, I will not disappoint you with any beast below the 8th tier. Seeing Kai's proud expression, Chu Xia couldn't help but chuckle. This little yellow bird indeed possessed some skill. What tier of beast were you? In life, Kai was a 12th tier, golden winged rock. After death, the ancient Tao Lord refined my soul into a spirit pet, binding my fate to the exquisite demon ceiling tower. Within the tower, I can exert the strength of a 9th tier beast at most, though it is not fixed. If the tower were filled with beasts of 10th tier or above, my power could potentially rise to that of a 13th tier demon. However, alas, my soul is fused with the tower, and it seems I shall never soar freely in the world outside. Kai's expression dimmed upon finishing her explanation. Chu Xia was left with numerous questions, but thinking of the situation with Lu Chen outside, he chose to postpone them for later. Retrieving the bull's head was the immediate priority. Kai, help me send the red-eyed poison spider out. Understood. In the next moment, Chu Xia's consciousness returned, and the red-eyed poison spider appeared by his side. Chu Xia pointed to Lu Chen nearby and made a gesture across his throat. The red-eyed poison spider instantly comprehended Chu Xia's command and began to climb up the rock wall, positioning itself above Lu Chen, then slowly lowered itself on a silk thread, stealthily approaching Lu Chen's side. With a sudden movement, once close enough, the red-eyed poison spider unveiled its sharp mandibles and spat forth a large mouthful of dark green venom. The unexpected assault caught Lu Chen completely off guard. By the time he sensed the impending danger, the venom had drenched him entirely, causing a plume of green smoke to rise and an agonizing pain to surge through him. Damn demon! Lu Chen rolled to evade, using the dirt to scrape off some of the venom while channeling his entire spiritual energy to resist the toxin spread. Yet, the ferocity of a 5th-tier demon's poison was overwhelming, leaving him dizzy and barely able to stand. The red-eyed poison spider, undeterred, lunged at him, its spider legs slashing like swords, unleashing a furious assault upon Lu Chen. Even in a poisoned state, the master still displayed considerable prowess, retaliating against the red-eyed poison spider with renewed ferocity, fueled by rage, temporarily overpowering its assault and severing 2 of its legs. Seeing the red-eyed poison spider falter, Chu Xia ceased hiding and immediately summoned the absolute kill sword, directing it to strike from behind. Preoccupied with battling the spider, Lu Chen had no inkling of another foe. He was caught completely off guard as the sword struck him from behind. The blade collided with Lu Chen's protective spiritual energy, failing to inflict substantial damage but tearing a portion of his shield apart. The red-eyed poison spider seized the opportunity and unleashed a relentless onslaught, sending Lu Chen crashing against the rock wall. It then expelled a large mass of venomous silk, binding him firmly to the wall, rendering him immobile. Who dares to ambush me? Step forth if you have the courage. Lu Chen roared, struggling violently, causing the rocks to tremble, yet he remained unable to break free. His desperation grew. If this continued, he would surely perish. Chu Xia remained silent, once again directing the absolute kill sword to plunge toward Lu Chen's chest. With a piercing sound, Lu Chen, already at the end of his strength, could not withstand the assault. His protective energy shattered, and the sword pierced through him. The absolute kill sword returned to Chu Xia's grasp. The power of the Tai Xianjun sword technique was indeed formidable, especially when combined with a high-grade spiritual weapon. The absolute kill sword, capable of breaching a master's defenses. Moreover, he had yet to employ the great Sun Yang flame. It seemed plausible that even in direct combat, I could potentially slay a master. Of course, theory is one thing, and practice is another. Masters are not mere targets. Even a sneak attack is challenging to execute successfully. Nonetheless, it underscored the immense value of cultivators. After all, Chu Xia had only just broken through to the transcendent realm, 2 major realms away from the master level. The advantage of cultivators over martial artists was substantial. After a while, seeing Lu Chen utterly devoid of life, Chu Xia approached. Due to Lu Chen being covered in webs and venom, Chu Xia refrained from handling him directly and instead instructed the red-eyed poison spider to retrieve the storage bag from Lu Chun. Such a low-tier storage bag lacked any formation restrictions. Anyone could access it. Upon opening it, Chu Xia discovered it contained numerous valuable items. Various spiritual herbs, at least 500 in number. A dozen or so vials of spiritual pills, primarily essence-nurturing pills, detoxification pills, and blood-replenishing pills. Additionally, there were freshly captured demon beast meats, hides, and fangs, all suitable as materials for refining weapons, with rarity dictating their value. As for other items, none held significant utility. For instance, some martial arts manuals were of no interest to Chu Xia, who would squander energy on martial arts after cultivating immortal techniques. However, they could still be sold for a price. Finally, the most crucial item was the bull's head from the ghost horn bull. Surprisingly, in addition to the bull, there was also a black goat's head. The black-blooded goat. Splendid. With this, 2 of the 3 offerings were complete. I only needed to find the iron-eating pig to finalize the trio. With a smile, Chu Xia stored the bag away and recalled the red-eyed poison spider back into the exquisite demon ceiling tower, then began his return along the same path. Chapter 33. Mysterious Iron. Or upon returning, Chu Xia found Xia Zixuan still leading a search party. Although they had hunted several demon beasts, the elusive ghost-horned ox remained undiscovered. How'd it go? Xia Zixuan inquired eagerly, though her heart held little hope. After all, Lu Chun was a formidable master. It was unlikely that anything taken by a master could be reclaimed easily. Its resolve, Chu Xia declared, producing the severed heads of the ghost-horned ox and the black blood sheep, casting them upon the ground. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, and Xia Zixuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. What on earth? Did Chu Xia truly retrieve the ghost-horned ox? He even acquired a black blood sheep? How on earth did he accomplish this? Did you confront Lu Chun? Xia Zixuan pressed urgently. He is dead, Chu Xia confessed candidly. Dead? Xia Zixuan was momentarily taken aback before pulling Chu Xia away, whispering, "You killed him?" No. He was simply unfortunate enough to encounter a 5th-tier demon beast, which devoured him, allowing me to reap the benefits. Xia Zixuan was left in disbelief. How could such a turn of events be possible? Was it merely Lu Chen's ill fortune, or was it Chu Xia's extraordinary luck? The situation seemed almost surreal. She shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, this was a demon den teeming with beasts, and even masters could easily lose their lives if they were not vigilant. Regardless of the truth, she decided to take Chu Xia's account at face value. Good fortune was not a sin. She promptly summoned the remaining Longyuan guards, stating, "We have secured the ghost-horned ox and black blood sheep. Next, we need to locate an iron-eating pig to complete this hunting trial. From my understanding, their habitat primarily lies within another demon den. We shall retrace our steps and head towards the entrance of that den, taking a moment to rest along the way. The hunt has only just begun. We have ample time, so there's no need to rush. Venturing deeper into the demon den poses risks. Encountering a 5th-tier demon beast could lead to dire consequences. Thus, retreating is the wisest choice." Chu Xia, however, was not averse to delving deeper into the demon den, hoping to chance upon additional 5th-tier demon beasts. Yet, respecting Xia Zixuan and Appo's decision, he voiced no objections. His thoughts lingered on Xia Lanqi. The complex environment of the demon den was perfect for clandestine acts. This opportunity to eliminate Xia Lanqi was one he could not afford to miss. After gathering their belongings, the group began their retracing of steps through the demon den. The return journey presented little danger, and they swiftly arrived at the surface of the Wangu wilderness. As night fell, the temperature disparity between day and night in the wilderness was stark, with the ground coated in a thick layer of silver frost. Yet darkness did not impede their progress. Xia Zixuan studied the stars, confirming their direction before leading the team onward. After more than 2 hours of arduous travel, they finally reached the vicinity of another demon den's entrance. The terrain here was marked by deep, bottomless sinkholes, some appearing barren on the surface, yet lush foliage thrived within, creating a hidden underground jungle. Chu Xia sensed that one particular sinkhole emanated a particularly rich aura, prompting him to suggest to Xia Zixuan that they enter through there. After a moment's contemplation, she agreed. A Longyuan guard promptly produced a rope, securing one end while tossing the other into the abyss. One by one, they descended rapidly into the jungle at the bottom of the sinkhole. Utilizing the glow of luminous stones, they soon discovered the entrance to the demon den. They encountered no obstructive demon beasts upon entering, but were greeted by an overabundance of purple-red flowers densely growing within the cave. What an odd smell. It can't be poisonous, can it? Qingyu remarked, covering her nose. Chu Xia glanced at the flowers and replied, "Those are the blossoms of the purple snake vine. They are not toxic themselves, but attract venomous insects, snakes, and ants. They could serve as food for the red-eyed venom spider, so we might as well collect some." Once the group passed through the cave, Chu Xia activated the Jusha sword, extracting all the purple snake vines from the ground and walls, storing them in the Linglong locking demon tower. He suddenly realized that the Linglong locking demon tower could function as a storage space, far surpassing the capacity of a standard storage bag. After gathering hundreds of pounds of purple snake vines, Chu Xia rejoined the team as they ventured into the demon den. The first layer of the cave was vast and humid, dotted with numerous underground lakes of varying sizes. Scattered around were the remains of crabs and other crustaceans, most of which had recently perished, their meat harvested. "It seems we are not the only ones who chose this entrance," Xia Zishuan murmured. "I wonder who they are. If it's Xia Lanqi's team, that would be fortuitous. The nearby demon beasts have been cleared out. There's no need to linger here. Let's continue deeper," Xia Zishuan asserted. Beneath a subterranean waterfall, they discovered the second layer of the demon den. Evidence of previous visitors was evident. Chu Xia took the lead, soaring ahead on his sword to conduct a brief search, confirming the absence of danger before signaling to Xia Zishuan and the others to descend swiftly. The path ahead proved considerably smoother as they navigated through tiered steps resembling rice paddies, allowing for rapid descent. Before long, they found themselves deep within the demon den. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon beast carcasses, which saved them significant time. Once they reached the bottom, they were greeted by a multitude of passageways of varying sizes, likely excavated by demon beasts, resembling an anthill with a complex structure. A low, rumbling sound echoed from below, as if a battle were underway. It appears we are quite close to the group ahead. For now, let's focus on locating the iron-eating pig, Xia Zishuan suggested. "Your Highness, the soil here is rich in iron ore, and since iron-eating pigs feed on metal, following this lead should enhance our chances of discovery," Bai Ji added. Xia Zishuan nodded in agreement, and the group steeled themselves, determined to search diligently. However, the labyrinthine tunnels soon left them disoriented, unable to discern their bearings. "Make sure to mark the path as we go, so we can find our way back later," Xia Zishuan instructed. Suddenly, Chu Xia felt a subtle tremor from the Wanshan Ding. "This way, follow me," he commanded, taking to the air on his sword and hastening forward. Xia Zishuan, without hesitation, followed closely behind. Before long, under Chu Xia's guidance, they arrived at a spacious underground cavern. The cave was remarkably bright, illuminated by glowing ores of blue, purple, and green, creating a striking visual spectacle. Chu Xia's concern for potential radiation lingered, but after a period of observation, he felt no discomfort. Such an abundance of mysterious iron ore. "Regrettably, we cannot carry it away. Otherwise, it would yield a significant fortune," Xia Zishuan lamented. "The value of mysterious iron ore is exceedingly high. Even the most ordinary vein can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins," she continued. "This vein appears substantial. Its worth may exceed 100,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Chu Xia and Appo's eyes lit up. "Just because you cannot take it does not mean I cannot. The majority of the Linglong locking demon tower is vacant. I could easily transport several tons of or without difficulty." Chapter 34. The zombie which though the thought of acquiring wealth flickered in his mind. The sheer volume of mysterious iron ore presented a considerable challenge for extraction. It would be imprudent to rely solely on the absolute kill sword for such an endeavor, as the efficiency would be woefully inadequate. Thus, Chu Xia opted for a more prudent approach, exploring the surroundings first. The tremors of the divine cauldron persisted, guiding him deeper into the cave, where he traversed a hidden passage and arrived at another cavern. This new chamber was lush with vegetation, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Chu Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Surely treasures awaited him here. Just as he prepared to advance, a stone hurtled toward him. He swiftly sidestepped, the boulder zipping past him like a cannonball and embedding itself deeply into the rock wall behind him. What on earth? Chu Xia conjured a sphere of blazing sunlight, releasing it into the air, where it erupted into hundreds of fiery sparks, igniting the vegetation below. Amidst the roaring flames, anguished cries echoed. A horde of creatures resembling gigantic pangolins, yet larger than calves, scattered in terror. What manner of beasts are these? Chu Xia dove down, seizing one of the creatures and imprisoning it within the Linglong Demon Lock Tower for inspection. Master of the tower, this is a fourth-grade beast known as the Gold Digger, generally weak in strength, yet exceptionally skilled in burrowing and mining. Certain sects in the cultivation realm domesticate these creatures to enhance mining efficiency far beyond that of human labor. Overjoyed by Kai's revelation, Chu Xia felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. Without hesitation, he caught all the gold diggers scurrying about and confined them within the Linglong Tower, urging Kai to commence their taming. Meanwhile, the flames had spread throughout the cave, thick plumes of smoke billowing upwards. Just as Chu Xia prepared to retreat, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from within the cave. Indeed, treasures awaited. Summoning his spiritual power for protection, he charged into the inferno. Fortunately, having cultivated the great sun divine art, Chu Xia possessed a remarkable resistance to flames. The heat that scorched his body felt rather pleasant. He pressed forward until he reached a depression at the cave's center, where a spring bubbled forth, enveloped in swirling white mist. The mist was infused with highly concentrated spiritual energy. Unable to resist, Chu Xia greedily inhaled the vapor. Just as his hand reached for the spring, the divine cauldron voraciously consumed the water, much like an old ox quenching its thirst. Simultaneously, a pale, blue spiritual herb was drawn from the depths of the spring. Instantly, a torrent of water vapor radiated from the herb, causing the humidity in the air to surge, swiftly suppressing the once raging flames. What manner of spiritual herb is this? Chu Xia marveled, but before he could grasp it, a glint of cold light shot toward him without warning. A razor-sharp steel needle aimed to pierce him, and if struck, it would likely bore through his body. In a split second, Chu Xia activated the absolute kill sword to parry the attack. With a sharp clang, the needle was deflected, but a swarm of needles soon followed, emanating a chilling aura. This sensation felt eerily familiar. Was it not the same presence he had encountered with the old hag at the Lanchi Palace? Realizing the peril, Chu Xia hastily seized the spiritual herb and fled on his sword. Observing his retreating figure, a shadowy figure emerged from the dark rock wall. Flying sword technique. This boy has audaciously learned celestial arts. After him, the shadow swiftly pursued him, closing the distance in an instant. Feeling the cold, sinister aura approaching from behind, Chu Xia's skin prickled with dread. He summoned the great sun flames, forming a wall of fire to obstruct her. With a resounding crash, the old woman, taken by surprise, collided with the fire barrier, sparks flying in all directions accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks. What is this creature? Is she human or ghost? Chu Xia thought, his heart racing as he dared not look back, channeling his spiritual energy to hasten his escape through the labyrinthine passages. However, it was not long before he sensed the chilling presence closing in once more. This could not continue. A counterattack was imperative. With a determined expression, he darted into a narrow opening, releasing the red-eyed venom spider, which instantly grasped his intent. The spider spun a web, lying in wait, while Chu Xia concealed his aura, blending into the shadows. The cold presence drew nearer. With a swift motion, a ghostly figure emerged. Now, the red-eyed venom spider seized the moment, launching its web to ensnare the shadowy figure. The venom mingled with the web, sizzling upon contact, producing a hissing sound and billowing green smoke. At that moment, Chu Xia struck, channeling the great sun flames into the absolute kill sword and unleashing them in a decisive strike. Sparks erupted as the shadow was cleaved apart, revealing the true form of the old hag. Her wrinkled visage glowed with an eerie green light, elongated fangs protruding menacingly from her mouth. She was a zombie. Undead, yet not truly dead. She was indeed a zombie. No wonder she exuded such a chilling aura. Without a moment to spare, Chu Xia unleashed the great sun flames once more, while the red-eyed venom spider relentlessly sprayed webs to restrain the zombie's movements. Damn it! The zombie howled in anguish. but the searing pain from the flames rendered her unable to retaliate. As a creature of the undead, she inherently feared sunlight. Chu Xia's great sun flames, akin to the midday sun's pure fire, were particularly effective against malevolent beings. In mere moments, the zombie hag was reduced to ash. Was it truly this effortless? Chu Xia was astonished. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the zombie proved no match for the great sun flames. Was she truly a master of the realm? The red-eyed venom spider, sifting through the ashes, presented him with a storage bag. Good. Chu Xia instinctively reached to pat the spider, but hesitated upon seeing it coated in venom. He decided against it and returned the spider to the demon lock tower. Opening the storage bag, he scanned its contents, mostly sinister artifacts and several sinister pills, including a dozen blood soul pills, the very ones that Xia Lanqi had consumed. Even more disturbing were the frozen corpses within, likely the palace maids and eunuchs of Lanqi Palace. These blood soul pills, could they have been crafted from their remains? A wave of revulsion washed over Chu Xia. Additionally, the bag contained the head of a pig, undoubtedly belonging to the iron-eating beast. Acquiring it proved effortless, and now he had gathered all 3 tribute items. With the pig's head in hand, Chu Xia conceived a brilliant plan to deal with Xia Lanqi. Chapter 35. Taming the gold-digging beasts after confirming safety. Chu Xia leaned against the stone wall and retrieved the azure spiritual herb he had obtained earlier. This herb was translucent and moist, resembling a piece of ancient blue ice meticulously crafted into an exquisite artifact. It felt cool to the touch and exuded a refreshing fragrance. When infused with spiritual energy, ripples would dance across its surface, and the surrounding air would become noticeably more humid, even condensing into mist. Regardless of its medicinal efficacy, it would undoubtedly serve remarkably well as a humidifier. In the next moment, the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron quivered slightly and devoured the herb. Chu Xia had anticipated this and patiently awaited the outcome. Moments later, a blue pill was ejected from the cauldron. The Runling Pill, a 5th-grade spiritual elixir. Its efficacy was to enhance the quality of water spiritual roots. Chu Xia's gaze flickered. Spiritual roots are an indispensable innate condition for cultivators. Without one, even the most profound cultivation techniques would be futile. However, the Qin dynasty forbids ordinary people from cultivating, so there are no tools available to detect spiritual roots among the populace. Chu Xia was unaware of what type of spiritual root he possessed or its grade. Nevertheless, he presumed it to be of the fire type, given his pure yang physique. The Runling Pill could elevate the quality of spiritual roots, undoubtedly a valuable item. Yet it was of no use to him. He decided to store it for potential future trade at a good price. After a brief rest, Chu Xia began his journey back along the same path. He soon returned to the cave, filled with mysterious iron ore. Gai, how goes the taming of the gold-digging beasts? Chu Xia inquired. Report to the Tower Master. It's all been successfully handled. All 46 gold-digging beasts have been tamed. Moreover, you are in luck, Tower Master. One of the beast cubs possesses a remarkably high bloodline purity. With some nurturing, it has the potential to evolve into a 6th-grade monster upon maturity. That sounds rather promising. Chu Xia immediately released all the gold-digging beasts, commanding them to commence excavating the surrounding mysterious iron ore. The beasts let out deep roars and began burrowing, creating a lively scene. Xia Zishuan and the Dragon Abyss guards were drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing so many beasts emerge, Xia Zishuan was momentarily startled, but she relaxed upon noticing Chu Xia directing them. However, a significant question soon arose in her mind. How could he command beasts? Although there existed some docile species among beasts, taming them was notoriously difficult. It was said that only certain sects within the cultivation world possessed the techniques for beast mastery. How had Chu Xia accomplished this? Noticing Xia Zishuan's bewildered expression, Chu Xia understood her curiosity and tossed the head of the iron-eating pig toward her. Xia Zishuan was astounded once more. Had he collected 3 tribute offerings already? Bai Ji and Qing Yu were equally stunned. They had searched tirelessly for hours without a trace, while Chu Xia had resolved it in a single outing. Did this imply that the hunting trial was already a success? It had barely been a day. Such efficiency was beyond comprehension. It seemed they had exerted little effort and merely followed Chu Xia to victory. Stop being so capable. It makes us appear incompetent, she remarked. Why the silence? Chu Xia. Xia Zishuan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The shock Chu Xia had delivered was overwhelming, to the point where she felt numb, as if whatever he accomplished was entirely natural. Let us set up camp. It's been a long day, and we should rest well. Xia Zishuan assigned tasks, choosing a higher terrain to pitch their camp. Once everyone was dispersed, she approached Chu Xia alone. After dinner, come to my tent. With that, she hurried away. Chu Xia smiled gently. The crown princess had indeed grown bolder. What a delightful aroma! Though the beasts are ferocious, their meat is remarkably delicious. Even without spices, it tastes exquisite when grilled, Qing Yu remarked contentedly. Around the campfire, everyone sat in a circle, sharing the roasted meat. Chu Xia consumed more than half himself. Baiji gazed at him with curiosity, astonished. How could someone eat dozens of pounds of roasted meat and show no signs of change? His physique was truly extraordinary. I'm full. Chu Xia patted his belly and returned to the mining area to supervise the progress of the gold-digging beasts, who had already gathered a substantial amount of raw ore, estimated to be over 1,000 tons. However, the ore required smelting to transform it into mysterious iron. Although Chu Xia's great Sun Yang flame could be used for smelting, the quantity was too large to waste his spiritual energy. He decided it was best to transport it later. He first stored the raw ore in the second level of the Linglong locking tower. Oh Kai informed the gold-digging beasts that if they detect any signs of human presence, they should remember the path and report back to me. Understood, Tower Master. The crown princess certainly had a grand demeanor. Her tent was erected in a high place, significantly larger than the others, rivaling a proper house. Chu Xia pushed open the flap of the tent. As soon as he entered, Xia Zishuan covered his mouth with her hand. Be quiet. They can hear us. I can keep silent. Can you? Chu Xia teased, surveying her with a mischievous grin. Xia Zishuan's face flushed, but her competitive spirit was ignited. All right, let us see who gives in first. I'll stay till the end. How strange. Where has the old witch gone for so long? In a cave filled with chill, Xia Lanqi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Your Highness, do not worry. The old witch is a master-level expert. Even if she encounters a 5th-grade beast, it cannot harm her. Let's be patient, a dragon abyss guard reassured. Xia Lanqi furrowed her brows. Just as a string of silver bells tied to her wrist suddenly chimed melodiously. Brother Chu Xia, Xia Lanqi exclaimed joyfully, immediately following the sound's guidance. The other dragon abyss guards, wary, accompanied her closely. Before long, Xia Lanqi burst into a vast cavern, where an overwhelming and pungent smell of blood assaulted her senses. There lay a massive black-brown python coiled on the ground, its body riddled with sword-like gashes, blood pooling around it, staining the ground crimson. Several young men and women were busy dissecting the python's carcass. Xia Lanqi immediately spotted Chu Xia among them. Her face lit up with joy, but her expression shifted to shock as she widened her eyes. Brother Chu Xia, be careful. Another giant python, seemingly out of nowhere, shot toward the group like a dart, aiming directly at the young men and women. Demon D. Chu Xia frowned and swiftly unleashed a sword ray, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy, accompanied by a roar akin to a dragoness, cleaving the python's head in two. Brother Chu Xia, your swordsmanship is superb. No wonder the master only imparted the Tunglong sword technique to the Holy Sun. With just 7 years of practice, you have achieved such profound mastery. It's the first time since our sect's establishment that we have encountered such a gifted prodigy. The Holy Sun is so handsome. Xia Lanqi felt a pang of anxiety as she watched the admiration in the eyes of several female cultivators directed at Chu Xia. Chapter 36. The holy fire immortal within the enchanted cave, the sun and moon were obscured. Yet, through calculation, one could ascertain that it was now the second day at noon in the eternal wilderness. Chu Xia had remained in the princess's lavish tent for 2 hours and ultimately emerged victorious. However, as the victor, he reaped no rewards. Instead, he was met with the princess's reproach and subsequently dismissed. Ah, women! Chu Xia shook his head in resignation and continued his mining endeavors. After 2 hours of diligent work, the gold digger beast had excavated a significant portion of the mysterious iron ore. Chu Xia gathered the ores, filling the lower 5 levels of the demon lock tower to capacity. In another 2 hours, he would nearly deplete the remaining deposits of mysterious iron ore. Gurgle. A gold digger beast scampered before Chu Xia, making a commotion. What was it saying? Kai's voice resonated from the demon-locked tower. Master of the tower. This little creature claims it has discovered traces of a group of humans heading toward the Great Fire Cave. The Great Fire Cave? What sort of place is that? After a brief mental exchange with the gold digger beast, Kai elaborated. That is the central region of the eternal wilderness, where it seems a fire dragon is imprisoned. I recall now, that was an evil dragon subdued by the ancient Tao monarch long ago. Please elaborate. Approximately 500 years ago, the ancient Tao monarch arrived at the Eternal Dynasty to pay a visit to the enigmatic Empress Jiang Yunji, only to be ambushed by a group of malevolent cultivators. This group was extraordinarily powerful, led by one who called himself the Holy Fire Immortal, who was in truth a fire dragon that had strayed into the path of evil. The battle took place in the eternal wilderness, where the enemy's assault was fierce. Yet, the ancient Tao monarch triumphed, slaying all the malevolent cultivators. However, the fire dragon possessed a unique constitution, making it difficult to kill. Thus, the monarch employed the supreme technique of sealing the heavens and earth, refining a purgatory to suppress the fire dragon. Given such prolonged suppression and refinement, the fire dragon should have perished long ago. How is it still alive? Kai's tone shifted to one of uncertainty. Wait, you mentioned the ancient Tao monarch came to visit Jiang Yunji? Chu Xia was surprised to hear Jiang Yunji's name again. The ancient Tao monarch was a top-tier figure on the verge of ascension in the cultivation world, yet he intended to visit Jiang Yunji. Just how formidable must Jiang Yunji be? Chu Xia realized he had somewhat underestimated his dual cultivation partner. Master of the tower, do you know the enigmatic Empress? I've heard she is an extraordinary powerhouse in the cultivation world, not only immensely powerful, but also breathtakingly beautiful, with suitors aplenty. Even the ancient Tao monarch was infatuated with Jiang Yunji, often bringing her rare treasures as gifts. Regrettably, I have never seen her, so I cannot ascertain whether she truly possesses such extraordinary beauty. By the way, when the Tao monarch departed the Eternal Dynasty, he poured himself a drink of bitter wine, muttering a slew of words about fate being inescapable and karma being unpredictable, while striking his chest in despair. At that moment, I thought the Tao monarch had suffered a fracture in his Tao heart. Yet not long after, he ascended. Chu Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Something felt amiss. If Jiang Yunji's power were truly so great, how had she been overthrown by the great Qian dynasty? Even if her subordinates betrayed her, it could not have been accomplished by mere ordinary subordinates. Furthermore, the great Qian dynasty's history of 500 years seemed devoid of formidable cultivators. Additionally, the land of the great Qian dynasty did not appear particularly prosperous. Otherwise, the royal family would not need to strive so hard to monopolize cultivation methods. There must be hidden secrets within this scenario. It seemed he would have to inquire further when he next encountered Jiang Yunji. Master of the tower, do you intend to visit the Great Fire Cave? Kai suddenly asked. Perhaps. However, I cannot yet confirm whether the gold digger beast spotted Xiao Lanqi and her companions. I intend to finish mining the mysterious iron before making plans. Master of the tower, I advise you to visit. The evil dragon's power is exceedingly formidable, and it relishes human flesh, capable of devouring countless individuals in one bite. If it breaks free from its seal, the consequences will be dire. Kai expressed her concerns. Moreover, you need not worry. Even if we encounter the freed evil dragon, we have our trump card. What trump card? The demon Empress. Kai chuckled. At that time, we can have her battle the evil dragon, and if they both suffer greatly, that would be ideal. The little yellow bird was quite audacious. Let us finish mining first, Chu Xia decided, needing to deliberate further. While the gold digger beast continued its work, Chu Xia sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. The cave was rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for training. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Xia was astonished to find he had broken through to the second level of the profound realm. Such a rapid advancement indicated that this cave was indeed conducive to cultivation. He felt a strong inclination to linger here for an extended period. Moreover, with the exquisite demon lock tower at his disposal, he could capture and tame demon beasts, potentially cultivating an army of them over time. If he could tame all the demon beasts within the eternal wilderness, he might even have the power to incite rebellion. How could Chu Xia not be tempted by such a prospect? He repressed these thoughts for the moment and proceeded to collect the abundant, mysterious iron were scattered about. The demon lock tower was nearly full. He also checked on the status of the demon Empress, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, though he could not discern if it was feigned. Chu Xia attempted to activate the formation, directing a bolt of lightning to strike the demon Empress. There was no response. It seemed she truly remained unawakened. Returning to the camp, Chu Xia directly entered the princess's lavish tent and shook her awake, although she exhibited signs of morning grumpiness. Upon seeing Chu Xia, she instantly became alert. After listening to Chu Xia's account, Xia Zixuan frowned. "Are you planning to search for Xia Lanqi alone? Do you not need my assistance?" "No need. Your presence would only hinder me," Chu Xia candidly replied. Xia Zixuan wore a look of exasperation. While it was indeed the truth, such bluntness was unnecessary. A touch of subtlety would suffice. "Well, since we have collected the offerings, we might as well return early to report. This hunting trial has drawn the attention of many elders from the court. Gaining their acknowledgement would greatly aid our future endeavors." Xia Zixuan conceded. "Very well, we shall meet in 2 days." With that, Chu Xia ascended on his sword, vanishing without a trace. Xia Zixuan shook her head in resignation, an inexplicable sense of worry creeping into her heart. Despite the considerable sacrifices she had made, why did she still feel unable to grasp this man? He moved with such ease and grace, like the wind. Could such a man truly be controlled by his own strength? Forcing emotional ties might instead lead to alienation. Perhaps being a quiet and supportive partner would be more appropriate, fostering a relationship with a non-competitive mindset. Such an approach could yield unexpected results. Resolute, Xia Zixuan made up her mind. Chapter 37, Honey Crystal Goo Goo. The gold digger beast led Chu Xia into a cave, the very place where it had discovered others. The temperature within the cave was frigid, with thick layers of frost adorning the rocky walls. Some cold attribute spiritual herbs had once flourished here, but they had all been harvested. From the traces and the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was highly likely that it was the team led by Xia Lanqi. Chu Xia summoned the other gold digger beasts and instructed them to scout the surroundings. Having a group of obedient magical beasts at his disposal proved quite convenient. Chu Xia could simply rest while the gold digger beasts thoroughly explored the environment. Under their guidance, he soon arrived at another cave not far away. Inside lay 2 enormous serpent carcasses. These massive pythons measured over 50 meters in length, their girth rivaling that of a cart. They could easily be mistaken for dragon-like creatures. The pythons bore signs of having been dissected, with several vital parts removed. Master the tower, these are a male and female Xianyin pythons, quite formidable among 5th-tier magical beasts. Their blood is extremely keen and serves as excellent material for poison crafting, but the most valuable part is their gallbladder, which can be used to concoct dispelling dust pills. Kai explained. Examining the wounds, it appears both Xianyin pythons were slain by a single sword strike, likely by a sword cultivator of early foundation establishment level. Chu Xia paused for a moment. Could it be that a cultivator capable of instantaneously slaying 5th-tier magical beasts is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment? So, the master realm is, in essence, the pinnacle of qi refinement? My Xianyuan realm cultivation level only corresponds to the peak of body refinement? Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. In the eyes of ordinary people, a martial arts master is already considered immensely powerful. Yet within the cultivation world, becoming a martial arts master is merely the most basic threshold. Master the tower, there's still quite a bit of flesh on these Xianyin pythons. We can collect it as feed, Kai suggested. Very well, there's still some space available, Chu Xia agreed, nodding. He promptly ordered the gold digger beasts to dismember the Xianyin pythons and then stored the remains within the Linglong locking demon tower. After taking care of that, Chu Xia continued onward. The gold digger beasts led him to another cave, this one far more concealed, with no normal path of entry. They had to drill through the earth, creating a route by sheer force. Inside this cave, it was dim, yet suffused with a sweet, appetizing aroma. Chu Xia activated the great Sun-Yang flame to illuminate the cave and discovered an immense light blue flower. The blooming blossom had a diameter exceeding 30 meters, exuding a copious amount of warm sap, which released a misty steam resembling a hot spring. What is this? Chu Xia inquired. This is a jiang flower. One of this size is quite rare. Its nectar is rich in spiritual energy and is adored by magical beasts. However, the most valuable aspect lies in its root, which encapsulates a honey crystal. Consuming it strengthens the body and enhances cultivation, Kai elucidated. Chu Xia was immediately tempted. Without hesitation, he summoned the absolute killing sword and flew up to excavate the ground, revealing the flower's root. After a thorough search of the massive root, he quickly found the honey crystal Kai had mentioned. The honey crystal appeared translucent and glimmered like solidified syrup, approximately the size of a barrel. He sampled a small piece. The flavor was delightful, though consuming too much could be cloying. The effects were undeniably significant. After just a small taste, warmth radiated through his body, filling him with spiritual energy. He promptly sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Time passed, and half a day slipped by. Chu Xia had consumed the entire honey crystal, resulting in a direct breakthrough to the 5th level of Xianyuan realm. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. His body still harbored a wealth of spiritual energy that required time to digest. Once he fully assimilated the honey crystal, it was possible he could directly ascend to the 9th level of Xianyuan realm, or even break through to the transcending tribulation realm. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the gold digger beasts, encountering such deeply hidden treasures would have been nearly impossible alone. As he slowly rose, he noticed the gold digger beasts sprawled contentedly around the flower nectar, their bellies rounded from indulgence, napping peacefully. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xia collected some nectar to store within the Linglong locking demon tower. With a thought, he took a separate bowl of nectar and delivered it to the cell where the demon Empress was imprisoned. The demon Empress remained motionless on the ground. Chu Xia paid her no mind, leaving after dropping off the nectar. Is this the Great Fire Cave? The gold digger beasts gathered at the entrance, hesitating to advance further. An aura of terror emanated from within, instilling fear in them. Chu Xia did not press them, sending the gold digger beasts back to the locking demon tower while he flew into the cave alone on his sword. Upon entering, a pungent sulfuric scent and a wave of heat assaulted him. The cave was vast, seemingly endless. Towering lava pillars loomed everywhere. The rocks transformed into a glass-like texture as if tempered by extreme heat. In the distance, an eerie red glow emanated, intermittently releasing scorching waves of fire that leaped hundreds of meters into the air. Boom! Suddenly, a series of intense roars erupted from afar. Chu Xia ascended to a higher vantage point, catching a glimpse of several figures engaged in battle with a fiery red magical beast. Though they were at least 10 miles away, Chu Xia strained his vision and could vaguely discern their outlines. My eyesight has indeed improved. It seems the honey crystal has enhanced my physical abilities, he mused, gradually approaching the battlefield. He had yet to see Xia Lanqi among them, but the fighters were unfamiliar to him, leaving no lasting impression. From their combat techniques, it was evident they were all above the Master Realm. The sudden emergence of so many Master Realm cultivators warranted caution. After leaping 5 miles, Chu Xia could finally make out their features. Engaged in battle were 3 men and 3 women, all appearing quite youthful, dressed in luxurious attire that was not reminiscent of palace garb. Their movements and aura differed significantly from palace warriors. Their techniques were ethereal, resonating with spiritual essence, unmistakably the grace of cultivators. Particularly the primary attacker, wielding an exceptionally fierce sword style, with each strike accompanied by the sound of a dragon and Appo's roar. Ordinary sword masters could not achieve such prowess. Where did this group of cultivators come from? Chu Xia pondered as he continued to draw nearer. Upon closing in a mile from the battlefield, Chu Xia halted, employing the stealing heaven and changing day technique to conceal his presence and aura, avoiding detection. Given the assembly of powerful individuals here, it was prudent to remain discreet. His gaze scanned the area, and suddenly he was struck with realization. He spotted her. Xia Lanqi was indeed present, concealed in a safe spot on the ground, flanked by several Longyuan guards. Throughout it all, her gaze remained fixated on a young and handsome sword cultivator. Understanding dawned on Chu Xia. Undoubtedly, that individual was the brother Suge spoken of by Xia Lanqi. Chapter 38. Xia Lanqi consumes the accumulated evil pill. The battle raged on. Led by Chu Xia, 6 formidable cultivators demonstrated their strength and seamless coordination, delivering a barrage of lethal strikes. Yet, the opposing beast, a 6th-tier inferno winged demon, was no ordinary foe, displaying considerable prowess in retaliation. Its body was encased in a thick layer of crimson armor, boasting exceptional defense and the ability to endure extreme heat. Capable of surviving in molten lava, the group, seemingly inexperienced, foolishly engaged the inferno winged demon in a lava-filled area. Although they could potentially overpower it, they would undoubtedly expend considerable effort and possibly suffer casualties. Kai's disdainful voice echoed in the air. After observing for a moment, Chu Xia turned his attention away, focusing intently on Xia Lanqi, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. As his spiritual energy surged, his appearance began to alter dramatically. In a short while, he shrank considerably, his form becoming hunched, and his face was adorned with wrinkles, resembling a decrepit old woman. Draping a piece of black cloth over himself as a makeshift cloak to conceal the deadly sword beneath, Chu Xia activated his sword manipulation technique, gliding forward with an ethereal grace. This time, he did not conceal his presence, quickly drawing the attention of Xia Lanqi and her companions. "Ghost Granny, you have finally returned. I thought something had happened to you," Xia Lanqi exclaimed excitedly, approaching without a hint of skepticism regarding the old woman's true identity. Chu Xia slightly parted his lips, emitting a somber tone. "I encountered a troublesome beast, but after resolving that issue, I followed the prince's aura here." "That's wonderful. With Ghost Granny by my side, I feel much more at ease," Xia Lanqi replied, her gaze shifting forward. "I previously met Brother Chu Xia. He mentioned taking me to a good place, perhaps even granting me an opportunity. Thus, I decided to follow him." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Cultivators prized opportunities above all. Some substantial chances could even alter one and Oppo's fate. Xia Lanqi had a premonition that her good fortune was about to unfold. "Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Your Highness," Chu Xia said coldly. Suddenly, Xia Lanqi grasped Chu Xia's arm and pulled him behind a stone pillar, whispering, "Ghost Granny, give me a blood soul pill, but make it discreet. Chu Xia must not find out. Is she unwell again?" Chu Xia pondered, retrieving a pill and handing it to Xia Lanqi. However, it was not a blood soul pill, but rather the accumulated evil pill he had obtained earlier. Its toxicity was 10 to even 100 times that of the dissolution pill. Even a master-level cultivator would lose their cultivation after ingestion, potentially leading to a fatal outcome. Chu Xia believed in the principle of reciprocity. She offered him the dissolution pill, and he presented her with the accumulated evil pill, a fair exchange. Upon receiving the pill, Xia Lanqi paused briefly, questioning, "Ghost Granny, why does this blood soul pill feel different?" "This is an improved version, with effects stronger than the ordinary blood soul pill," Chu Xia replied. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Ghost Granny," Xia Lanqi said, smiling brightly as she carefully stored the pill away. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. Under the relentless assault from Chu Xia and his companions, the inferno winged demon was finally vanquished. Its armor was exceedingly tough. Even Chu Xia's Qing Xian sword struggled to penetrate its defenses, living up to its reputation as a 6th-tier beast. Having never encountered such a creature before, it was likely a rare species. Regrettably, its size rendered it unsuitable for transport back to the sect, or else it could have yielded significant contributions to their faction. Chu Xia gracefully landed, calming his turbulent breath before addressing a pale-faced girl. "How is junior sister Zhou Yu's condition?" Suddenly receiving Chu Xia's concern, Zhou Yu's previously ashen face flushed with a faint hue as she softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I am not severely injured. A single yuan cultivation pill should suffice for my recovery. Take mine. My yuan cultivation pill is of the 8th grade and has superior healing properties." Chu Xia offered her a pill. This scene did not escape Xia Lanqi's notice. While she briefly trembled, she quickly composed herself, stepping forward to praise. "Brother Chu Xia is incredible. He easily subdued a 6th-tier beast, truly a powerhouse at the late Foundation establishment stage." Chu Xia smiled with an air of elegance. 6th-tier beasts are indeed rare, but I have previously slain a few on my own, so this is not a significant challenge. Such boasting. Yet, upon hearing those words, Admiration shone in the eyes of all present as they regarded Chu Xia. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let's continue our journey. Beyond this lava region lies our destination, rumored to imprison a vicious dragon. Our purpose here is to investigate this matter." "A dragon?" Xiao Lanqi's expression shifted in astonishment. "Not a river serpent, but a true dragon? Such extraordinary beasts still exist within the lands of the great Qian dynasty, and I was entirely unaware." However, she understood. If it were a true dragon, only cultivators would dare approach it. How magnificent! I can hardly wait to witness Brother Chu Xia's prowess in dragon slaying. Xiao Lanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with anticipation. "Ah, dragon slaying is perhaps an exaggeration, but if a true dragon does reside here, the Golden Core expert from the Ascension sect will surely take action, and we may have the fortune to bask in their glory," Chu Xia replied with a chuckle. As they chatted and laughed, the group advanced through the lava region. Chu Xia, however, lingered at the back of the party. His gaze remained fixed on the inferno winged demon, now sinking into the molten lava. This six-tier beast was not yet dead. If captured within the Linglong Demon Tower, it might still be salvaged. If he could tame a six-tier beast, it would undoubtedly surpass the benefits provided by the red-eyed venom spider. Even if he could not save it, the flesh and blood of such a creature would be immensely nourishing. Determined, Chu Xia concealed his presence to the utmost. Gliding just above the lava's surface, and with a swift motion, he successfully captured the ailing inferno winged demon. Kai promptly assessed the creature's condition. "Master, this inferno winged demon is likely beyond saving. Without spiritual medicine, it probably will not survive more than 3 days." Chu Xia frowned slightly. "What if I had a 9th grade yuan cultivation pill? While in Appos, it's true that it's 9th grade, its efficacy still falls short. It would only have a 60% chance of reviving the inferno winged demon. Then we shall attempt it." Chu Xia directly handed over his treasured 9th grade yuan cultivation pill to Kai, along with several high-quality healing herbs he had on hand. The value of a 6-tier beast was too great to forego this opportunity. Following that, he rejoined the group. Suddenly, Chu Xia's attention was drawn as he witnessed Xiao Lanqi stealthily consume the accumulated evil pill. This was far easier than he had anticipated. Could this be the completion of her revenge? Cough, cough. In the next moment, Xiao Lanqi erupted into a fit of violent coughing. The Dragon Abyss guards nearby were immediately alarmed. Chu Xia turned with concern, asking, "Six Princess, are you all right?" Xiao Lanqi waved her hands repeatedly, cough. "I'm fine, Brother Chu Xia. The air is just too dry, and my throat feels uncomfortable." Chu Xia replied, "We are nearing our destination, so let us set up camp here. You all should rest for a while we scout the surroundings." "That sound good. Brother Chu Xia, please be careful." Chapter 39. Is Xiao Lanqi a demon? After Chu Xia and his companions departed, Xiao Lanqi could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Blood was coughed out. The medicine's effects were evidently taking hold. Chu Xia approached discreetly and supported Xiao Lanqi, saying, "Your Highness, do not panic. This is a normal reaction. Once your qi and blood are flowing smoothly, you'll feel better." With a cold glance, she commanded, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and set up camp so that the princess can rest properly." The Long Yuan guards, clearly intimidated by the witch, promptly began to pitch the tents upon hearing her admonition. Before long, Xiao Lanqi and Appos' ornate tent was erected. Chu Xia assisted her inside. At that moment, Xiao Lanqi's consciousness was fading. She could hardly move on her own and relied on Chu Xia's support to shift even slightly. Once inside and lying down, Xiao Lanqi grasped Chu Xia's hand, saying, "Which, I feel so unwell. It feels as though my insides are ablaze. Can you help me?" "Ah, now you understand the discomfort of being poisoned." Chu Xia thought of revealing her true identity, but reconsidered. Xiao Lanqi might possess some hidden trump card for survival. Should she reveal her identity now, Xiao Lanqi could retaliate, leading to mutual destruction. It would be wise to wait a bit longer. Chu Xia gently patted the back of Xiao Lanqi's hand, reassuring her, "Your Highness, you are blessed. You'll be fine. Just endure a little longer." Xiao Lanqi trusted the witch implicitly, gritting her teeth to persevere, her complexion growing paler and her breath becoming faint. Yet she remained silent. Seeing that Xiao Lanqi was nearing her limit, Chu Xia realized that if she lingered any longer, it would be difficult to explain to Chu Xia and the others upon their return. She needed to make her exit swiftly. However, just as Chu Xia stood up, a peculiar surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xia Lanqi's body. This energy enveloped her like a brilliant starry sky. In a matter of breaths, the stellar radiance faded back into her being. Gradually, Xia Lanqi's breath normalized, and her complexion began to regain its rosy glow. What is happening? Chu Xia was taken aback. The poison of the accumulated evil elixir was actually dispelled by Xia Lanqi. Master of the tower, this woman is suspicious, came Kai and Appo's voice from her dantian. What do you mean? Chu Xia inquired, furrowing her brows. There is a demonic aura within her, and it is formidable. Even I must tread carefully. Are you suggesting that Xia Lanqi has been possessed by a demon? Chu Xia pondered, considering the implications of her earlier assumptions regarding Xia Lanqi's drastic change in demeanor. Had she wrongly accused her? Possession? No. Kai means that this woman is inherently of the demon race. Her demonic bloodline was merely dormant until it was suddenly awakened. This is likely a form of self-preservation. I suspect she might be the reincarnation of a significant figure from the demon realm. Is Xia Lanqi a reincarnation of a great demon? Regardless, it mattered not as long as she had not been possessed. This realization brought a sense of relief to Chu Xia. Glancing at the recovering Xia Lanqi, she quietly summoned the absolute slaughter sword. If poison could not kill her, then physical means would suffice. Wait, Kai interjected again. What is it? Chu Xia asked, frowning. Master of the tower, have you forgotten your identity? You are the master of the Linglong Demon Lock Tower. When encountering demons, you must tame and subdue them. You wanted to tame Xia Lanqi? Chu Xia raised an eyebrow. This proposal intrigued him. Although Kai could not yet draw a conclusion, she was confident that the demon soul within this woman was at least of the 13th rank, potentially rivaling the demon Empress. It was highly probable that her previous life ended in a failed tribulation, leading her to reincarnate, and her demon soul remained relatively intact. In this life, her potential was extraordinary, qualifying her to ascend to the realm of demon immortals, if he could tame her before she fully matured. Making her subordinate to the master of the tower would yield immeasurable benefits. As Kai elaborated, Chu Xia's interest grew. Murder had always been a primitive form of revenge. To strike at the heart was the superior strategy. If he could tame Xia Lanqi and compel her to serve him, that would be the most fitting punishment. Can you tame her? Chu Xia inquired. I cannot guarantee success, but I can certainly try. The worst outcome would be a failure in taming, after which you could take her life at your leisure, Kai replied. That is a sound reasoning. Chu Xia contemplated for a moment before making a decision. He retrieved the demon-capturing net obtained from Lu Chun and ensnared Xia Lanqi, subsequently sealing her within the demon lock tower. The fact that a demon could enter the tower confirmed her true nature. How long will it take? Chu Xia asked. Regardless of the outcome, I will surely discern the results within an hour. I have ample methods for taming demons after guarding the tower for a millennium. No matter her background, she is currently an ordinary person of average cultivation, so the likelihood of successful taming remains high. Then I'll leave it to you, Chu Xia said, departing the tent. Your Highness is unwell and resting, so no one is to disturb her. He instructed the Longyuan guards outside before floating away slowly. He did not return, but continued to delve deeper into the cave. The further he ventured, the hotter the surroundings became. Looking up, he saw flames flickering from the rock walls. As the spiritual energy dispersed, Chu Xia gradually revealed his true form. He flew on his sword, finding no sign of Chu Xia and the others. Instead, he discovered a bottomless, fiery pit at the cave's depths, with scorching flames leaping from its mouth, creating heat waves potent enough to char a person. Chu Xia could barely withstand the intense heat, wondering how Chu Xia and his companions managed it. Master of the tower, the Blaze Dragon should be imprisoned at the bottom of this pit. I recall there being an underground palace there, and on the third level of that palace lies the seal of the Blaze Dragon. You will need to decipher some special mechanisms and formations to gain entry. I'll transmit the method to you, and you can unlock it yourself, Kai explained, conjuring a unique surge of spiritual energy. After receiving it, a memory of the formation mechanism materialized in Chu Xia's mind. Master of the tower, I must focus on taming her. Should any issues arise, please call out to me. I fear I may not hear you, Kai warned. Understood. Focus on your task, Chu Xia replied, not in a hurry. He first circled the perimeter of the pit, conducting a brief inspection and testing the flame's temperature. confirming it posed no significant threat to him. He then descended into the pit. As he reached the bottom, the temperature was over double that of the top. Yet, Chu Xia found it oddly comfortable, even feeling an impulse to sit down and meditate. Cultivating the sun god technique in such an environment would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Chapter 40. Taming Xia Lanqi. Chu Xia resisted the urge to cultivate as he caught sight of Chu Xia. The six of them formed a circle, advancing slowly. Suspended among them was a cerulean orb, emanating a chilling aura that aided in reducing the temperature. So this is how they entered the fiery pit. It appeared that even foundation-building cultivators could not withstand the oppressive heat here. Moreover, due to the blinding flames obscuring their vision and perception, they remained oblivious to Chu Xia, who was merely a few meters away. It seems that cultivators are not as formidable as they seem. With a chuckle, Chu Xia chose not to squander time on them, taking to the skies on his sword, soaring over Chu Xia and his companions. "Brother, did you feel something pass overhead just now?" one inquired. "You must be seeing things. The environment is so harsh here. Who else could possibly enter?" Chu Xia replied, his brow furrowed as he continuously summoned spiritual energy to activate the chilling orb. Too distracted to divert his focus. Stay concentrated on the journey. Do not lose your focus. Understood, brother. After flying for a while, they were confronted by a massive cliff. Chu Xia descended gracefully, fixing his gaze on the rock face and cautiously probing forward. Found it. Within a fiery fissure, he discerned signs of architecture, along with a closed stone door. However, the temperature within the crevice was quite high, leaving Chu Xia uncertain if he could withstand it. "Let's give a shot." Chu Xia held his breath and, like an arrow, swiftly darted through the flames, reaching the stone door in an instant. A faint burnt smell wafted towards him. That was close. If he had hesitated even a moment longer, he would have sustained burns. Steadying himself, he inspected the stone door, which bore peculiar runes. Although he could not comprehend them, memories provided by Kai revealed corresponding symbols and method for deciphering them. It was not difficult to replicate the sequence. Chu Xia immediately harnessed his spiritual energy, connecting the runes in the specified order. Moments later, the stone door trembled slightly and swung open. He entered the subterranean chamber, erasing the spiritual energy on the door, causing it to close once more. A brief examination of the chamber's environment revealed a stifling heat, yet it was not excessively hot. Advancing further, he entered a spacious hall filled with ruins and numerous desiccated corpses, likely remnants of the malevolent cultivators eradicated by the ancient Dao monarch. Nearby, several metallic implements remained intact. Casually, he picked up a gleaming sword. Despite 500 years having passed, its sharpness remained formidable, surpassing even his own absolute kill sword in quality. However, as he held it, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through his palm. He quickly discarded the sword, only to find several tiny puncture wounds on his hand, blood seeping forth. Indeed, the artifacts of evil cultivators are wicked. It seems prudent not to meddle with them. He chose to refrain from disturbing the relics of the malevolent cultivators, continuing deeper into the chamber. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the second level, which was similarly barred by a heavy stone door. Following the same method, he opened the door and entered the second level. Here, the corpses were even more numerous, easily numbering in the 200 to 300 range. The temperature was higher, and the remains were already beginning to carbonize, with metallic items melted into pools of molten iron. Not daring to linger, he pressed on to the entrance of the third level. However, this stone door appeared to have suffered violent damage, covering cracks, with the runes shattered and inoperative. Chu Xia attempted to attack the door, and as stones crumbled away, he sensed success was within reach. Intensifying his assault, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his absolute kill sword. Finally, after relentless effort, the door collapsed with a resounding crash. Just as he was about to pass through, a wave of scorching heat surged toward him. Instinctively, he retreated several meters to evade it. Simultaneously, a fiery claw crashed through the back entrance. The claw was larger than the doorframe itself, barely able to extend a few talons, clawing violently and leaving deep gashes in the ground and walls. After a futile attempt to further damage the door, the claw gradually relented. Is this the Blaze Dragon? If a single claw is this immense, its entire form must be astonishingly large. Chu Xia concealed himself behind a stone pillar, finally managing to calm his racing heart. To make matters worse, it seemed the Blaze Dragon could roam freely in the third level, indicating it had broken free from its seal. This was problematic. Kai. Chu Xia called out several times, but received no response. He found a secluded spot to sit down, entering the Linglong locking tower with his consciousness. Upon entering, he found Xia Lanqi imprisoned in a cell beside the demon Empress, purple-red arcs of lightning continuously coursing through her. Xia Lanqi's gaze was vacant, her pain reaching a numbing point, as if her soul had been forsaken. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xia, a flicker of shock and confusion flashed in her eyes. Chu Xia, you're alive. No, you lack a physical form. You are dead, transformed into a vengeful spirit to claim my life. Xia Lanqi perceived Chu Xia's consciousness as a specter. Terror filled her eyes, as if his presence invoked a fear surpassing that of 1,000 lightning strikes. Do you long for my demise? Chu Xia stood outside the cell, gazing down at Xia Lanqi with cold eyes. A tremor ran through Xia Lanqi, and she suddenly burst into laughter. Chu Xia, you should not be here. I am on the brink of death. Once I perish, I too will become a vengeful spirit. I can kill you while alive and again as a ghost. Do not harbor foolish fantasies. Even in death, you remain unworthy of me. Hearing her words, the last vestige of hope Chu Xia held for her vanished in an instant. Increase the intensity, he instructed Kai. Understood, my lord of the tower. This is my forte, though excessive measures may impact her mental state. Not an issue. Becoming a fool would be preferable. That is unlikely. But those tamed through extreme methods will exhibit more fanatical and obsessive behaviors, akin to zealots in certain sections. Though challenging to control, once mastered, they may prove far more loyal than ordinary spirits. Chu Xia nodded slightly. That sounds promising. Proceed as you see fit. Understood, my lord of the tower. Xia Lanqi was momentarily stunned upon overhearing the exchange between Chu Xia and the little yellow bird. My lord of the tower? Spirit's servant? What are they discussing? However, she had no time for further contemplation, as in the next moment, 100 bolts of thunder descended simultaneously. These bolts did not merely penetrate her body, but surged within, racing wildly through her meridians. The torment she felt was more intense than 100,000 ants gnawing at her flesh, more agonizing than being torn apart by 5 horses. Yet, Xia Lanqi could not succumb to unconsciousness, forced to endure the full brunt of the excruciating ordeal. Chapter 41. Swift escape. Observing the anguished expression of Xia Lanqi, Chu Xia felt no compassion whatsoever. This was merely the punishment she deserved. Master of the tower, the injury of the flame-winged demon has nearly healed. It expresses profound gratitude and is willing to submit voluntarily, thus saving us the time of taming it, said Kai, fluttering over with her small wings. In the next moment, the flame-winged demon was presented before Chu Xia. Its massive form lay prostrate on the ground, adopting a posture of devout humility, its 6 pairs of triangular compound eyes brimming with appreciation. Is it trustworthy? Chu Xia inquired. He would not easily place his faith in the loyalty of a beast. Sufficient guarantees were a necessity. Rest assured, my master, beasts that have undergone taming in the demon-restraining tower are branded with a mark of loyalty in their spirits, and they will never betray the master of the tower. With a mere thought, the master can command the life or death of these demon servants, Kai assured him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xia then perceived some commotion from the outside. Kai continued to tame Xia Lanqi while the flame-winged demon readied itself for battle. After issuing a brief command, Chu Xia's consciousness returned, and he listened intently, realizing the sounds originated from the second layer. Could Chu Xia and the others have breached the formation so swiftly? Soon, the stone door leading to the third layer began to rattle. Ascending on his sword, Chu Xia positioned himself atop a broken wall, concealing his presence. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the stone door collapsed. The armor-piercing talisman given by the sect master is indeed quite effective, regardless of the formation and oppos. As restrictions, it can be shattered with ease. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Su. This talisman is truly remarkable, and even if it were given to me, I would not know how to activate it. But who built this underground palace? Even after so many years, the formation remains operational. The 6 members of the ascending immortal sect entered the third layer in sequence. Chu Xia, noticing the claw marks on the ground, wore a grave expression. The demon dragon is just below, and it appears highly active. The danger level may exceed the sex assessment. Everyone, exercise caution. With that, he gently rotated a ring on his finger, and instantly, a plethora of magical artifacts materialized. These are the artifacts temporarily lent to us by the sect master. Each of you should select 3 to equip, and additionally, consume an anti-fire pill and a solid pill. During the operation, stay closely behind me. We must not scatter. Should we encounter the demon dragon, do not engage in battle, as it is not an adversary we can contend with. We will retreat immediately after acquiring a piece of dragon scale. After instructing, Chu Xia promptly sat cross-legged to consume the pills and regulate his breath, striving to recover to peak conditions swiftly. The remaining 5 also gathered their spirits, selecting their artifacts and taking the pills, preparing to sit in meditation alongside him. Chu Xia observed silently, making no move. To him, having Chu Xia and his group scout ahead alleviated much of his burden. Even if danger arose, they would bear the brunt, allowing Chu Xia to act at his discretion. Thus, he patiently awaited the moment. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chu Xia stood first. Let us proceed. As the group assembled and passed through the shattered stone door, they entered the 3rd layer of the underground palace. After a while, Chu Xia slowly moved, following behind them. Upon descending to the 3rd layer, his gaze swept across the fragmented remains scattered everywhere. The underground environment was intricate, riddled with countless pits, flowing magma, shattered boulders, and collapsed rock columns, resembling a battlefield in apocalyptic ruin. The 6 members of Chu Xia proceeded with utmost caution, advancing under cover, fully focused and daring not to draw a breath. Chu Xia, unhurried, found a concealed corner to sit cross-legged and wait quietly. A piercing dragon roar echoed, reverberating through the air. In an instant, flames erupted, a searing inferno soaring forth. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Seeing this, Chu Xia immediately leapt into the air, unleashing a cold spirit talisman. The talisman exploded mid-air, transforming into countless icy iron chains that ensnared the fiery dragon. The ice talisman, infused with ancient ice essence, temporarily suppressed the flames emanating from the fiery dragon, revealing its true form. It was a crimson dragon exceeding 100 meters in length, its scales darkening to shades of red and purple, and its eyes radiating a fierce and chaotic aura. Faced with the iron chains, the fiery dragon regarded them with disdain, casually tearing them apart with a swipe of its claw, then swiftly spinning to unleash its tail. Retreat. Chu Xia sensed the dire situation and cast another spirit talisman. It burst, enveloping the area in dense white mist. But before the mist could fully expand, a column of fire erupted violently, spewing forth a torrent of orange flames. Golden Shield. Chu Xia, while retreating, summoned a golden artifact. It ballooned to several hundred times its size, forming a golden wall that withstood the onslaught of flames. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xia and his companions hastily fled back, breaching the 2nd layer before finally exhaling in relief. Senior Brother Chu, this demon dragon is far too powerful. It must possess at least the cultivation of the golden core stage. How terrifying! If we were to be scorched by those flames, we would surely be reduced to ashes. The group expressed, still shaken. Chu Xia's expression mirrored their concern. It seems the intel was incorrect. This demon dragon is far stronger than we anticipated. We should withdraw and report back to the sect master for her judgment. It's unfortunate to have lost the golden shield, a top-tier spirit artifact lent to me by the sect master. Yet, preserving our lives is paramount. Even if we were to capture the demon dragon, we would gain nothing from it. We must leave quickly. Senior Brother Chu is right. We have done our utmost. With their opinions aligned, Chu Xia and his companions swiftly retreated from the underground palace. Indeed, as cultivators, their speed in retreating was impressive. Chu Xia found it hard to contain his frustration. He had held high hopes for these ascending immortal sect cultivators. Yet this was the outcome? Suddenly, a wave of heat approached. Chu Xia's heart raced. Could it be that the fiery dragon had detected him? Cautiously peeking out, he saw the fiery dragon scratching at the golden shield, its sharp dragon teeth gnawing away, producing a grating sound. It just sharpening its teeth, Chu Xia thought, feeling a mix of embarrassment and concern. Kai, what should we do now? Chu Xia asked. Master of the tower, Have you encountered the fiery dragon? Please, extend your spiritual sense, allowing me to probe the situation of the fiery dragon. One T that alerted? Fear not, master. If true danger arises, I can confine the fiery dragon within the Linglong demon restraining tower and imprison it alongside the demon Empress. Is that truly feasible? What if I cannot confine the fiery dragon within the tower? Wouldn't that put me in peril? Chu Xia felt that Kai's suggestion lacked reliability. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It was wise to prioritize safety. A thought struck him. The fiery dragon could not enter the second layer of the underground palace. If Chu Xia retreated to the second layer first, he would be better equipped to handle any aggression from the fiery dragon. With this in mind, Chu Xia immediately took action, flying on his sword to the stone door while simultaneously extending his spiritual sense. The fiery dragon, engrossed in sharpening its teeth, was startled and lunged toward him, baring its fangs. Chapter 42. The murderer is the emperor as a fearsome dragon, engulfed in flames, charged toward him. An overwhelming sense of pressure loomed large. Chu Xia swiftly retreated to a safer distance. In the next moment, a deep crimson flame surged forth, instantly sweeping across the entire second level of the underground palace. Chu Xia was inevitably caught in the fiery onslaught. Fortunately, he was far enough away, and he promptly activated the great Sun Yang divine art to defend himself. Although the flames scorched his body, the heat remained within tolerable limits. Suddenly, a bold thought sparked in Chu Xia's mind. What if he could harness the flames emitted by the blazing dragon for his cultivation? Perhaps it would yield remarkable results. Ha, Master of the Tower, I understand now, came the excited voice of Kai. Understand what? I was wondering how that wicked dragon could have survived after being suppressed by the ancient Tao Lord for 500 years. It turns out that this blazing dragon is not the one that was suppressed back then, but rather its offspring. Offspring? Kai continued. Though it is indeed a blazing dragon, it is likely no more than 300 years old. It is quite possible that when the wicked dragon was suppressed, it was already pregnant and gave birth to the little blazing dragon during that time, which explains why this little creature has had no contact with the outside world and appears somewhat simple-minded. And what is its strength? At most, around the 7th tier. I can easily tame it without much effort. All I need to do is coax it like a child. Kai chuckled, her tone taking on a slightly mischievous quality, reminiscent of a peculiar old man. What does 7th tier equate to in the realm of cultivators? Roughly akin to a core formation practitioner. However, the bloodline of the blazing dragon is exceptionally strong. If nurtured properly, its combat prowess at the 7th tier could rival that of an 8th tier combatant, allowing it to contend with formidable core formation experts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia felt invigorated. If he could tame this blazing dragon, he would become invincible. In the future, he would not need to regard any cultivator below the core formation stage with any seriousness. Then I shall leave it to you. Rest assured, Master of the Tower. You need only maintain your spiritual awareness, and I will first negotiate with the little creature. Chu Xia nodded, immediately assuming a meditative posture and fully expanding his spiritual awareness. Before long, the blazing dragon fell silent, staring blankly with its fierce, glimmering eyes. It seemed that Kai had already begun negotiations. Chu Xia seized the opportunity to commence his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and half an hour elapsed. All set, Master of the Tower, under the persuasive tongue of Kai. The little blazing dragon has agreed to enter the demon's sealing tower. Once it steps inside, the rest will no longer be up to it. Chu Xia suddenly felt a sense of complicity in wrongdoing. Yet, it was indeed a genuine dragon. There was no room for hesitation. Chu Xia promptly stood up, mustering his courage to approach the blazing dragon. The creature displayed a curious demeanor, its eyes glinting with intrigue as it scrutinized Chu Xia. Master of the Tower, you need only touch the claw of the blazing dragon. Chu Xia extended his hand. The blazing dragon also reached out its sharp claw, lightly touching Chu Xia's hand. In the next instant, the blazing dragon vanished into thin air, appearing within the exquisite demon sealing tower. Done. I did not anticipate it would be so effortless. When the core formation experts from the Ascension Gate arrive and discover that the blazing dragon has mysteriously vanished, I wonder what their reaction will be. By the way, Master, that female demon has also been successfully tamed. You may summon her for inspection. Xiao Lanqi has been tamed successfully? Chu Xia thought to himself, and in the next moment, Xiao Lanqi appeared before him. Upon seeing Chu Xia, a complex emotion flickered in Xiao Lanqi's eyes. She promptly knelt, humbly prostrating herself on the ground. "Greetings, master. Your sincerity is lacking," Chu Xia said coldly. Xiao Lanqi's delicate form trembled slightly as she crawled forward on her knees, reaching Chu Xia's feet, where she reverently kissed the back of his boot. Observing Xiao Lanqi's humble demeanor, Chu Xia felt a sense of satisfaction. He crouched down, grasping her delicate chin, forcefully lifting her exquisite face. "Answer me. Why did you resort to poison harm me?" This question had long plagued Chu Xia, and he needed clarity. Xiao Lanqi displayed a look of fear and unease. "Master, forgive me. I realize my mistakes. I was too greedy, believing that you could not provide the future I desired, which led me to contemplate poisoning you. I implore you to forgive me. From now on, I shall serve you wholeheartedly and dare not defy your commands." So, there was no other reason. Simply disdain for my lack of strength, wishing to eliminate me to seek a new favor? Xiao Lanqi nodded with difficulty. "Ha, that answer is quite satisfactory. I am pleased." Chu Xia continued to hold Xiao Lanqi's chin, stating, "In this case, I can manipulate you without burden, commanding you to toil as I see fit." "To serve you, master, is Lanqi's honor," Xiao Lanqi replied with a smile. "Such a good girl. If you had always been so obedient, you would not have found yourself in this predicament today. By the way, I have another question. Do you know of any hidden truths regarding my father's death?" Chu Xia inquired. Xiao Lanqi replied, "Master, Chu Bo did not die in battle. He was killed by the chief eunuch Shan Gonggong under the emperor's orders." Shan Gonggong. The image of the insincere-looking eunuch flashed in Chu Xia's mind. It was him. No, Shan Gonggong was merely the executor. The true mastermind is the emperor. I should have suspected this. But why would the emperor go to such lengths? The might of the divine martial army is no longer what it once was, and it is impossible for a situation where one outshines the ruler to arise. My father's strength should not have posed a threat to the royal family. Why? Chu Xia pressed on. Xiao Lanqi shook her head. This servant does not know. The emperor's thoughts have always eluded understanding. If there is any connection, I suspect it may involve the Empress. The Empress? How does she come into play? Master, are you not aware? The late Empress, Meng Wanqing, the former Prime Minister Li Wensheng, your father, Chu Hao, and the Emperor were all companions who traveled to the Ascension Gate to learn together 30 years ago. Is that so? My father never mentioned it. However, the former Prime Minister Li Wensheng was indeed an old acquaintance of your father's. He often visited the general's residence during their youth. He seemed to have resigned due to illness last year and returned home to recuperate, but he passed away a few months later. At that time, your father even traveled to Jiangnan to pay his respects. So, among the 4 individuals who studied together, 3 have already perished? Chu Xia's brow furrowed deeply. This situation had grown increasingly complicated. Did the Ascension Gate hold some peculiar significance? Xiao Lanqi remarked, I have heard my mother say that although the Ascension Gate is small, its background is quite remarkable, seemingly connected to the former empress of the previous dynasty, Xian Yin, Jiang Yunji. Chapter 43. The Blazing Dragon Garment. How did this become entangled with Jiang Yunji again? Truly, you may not be present in the world, yet your legend permeates every corner of it. What is your aim in aligning yourself with Chu Xia of the Ascension sect? Chu Xia's eyes flickered, as if she had discerned something significant. Xiao Lanqi replied, cultivating a friendship with Chu Xia brings me 2 considerable advantages. Firstly, with his support, I can successfully navigate the Grand Dragon Festival and ascend as the Empress of the Qian dynasty. Yet, this is but a secondary strategy. Becoming an Empress is not my ultimate aspiration. What I yearn for is to become an unparalleled cultivator, traversing the heavens and roaming the seas, unshackled by fate and devoid of reliance on the pity of others. The beginning of this journey lies in entering a cultivation sect to receive the authentic teachings of cultivation. Chu Xia is my most formidable ally on this path. Chu Xia fell silent. To pursue cultivation, one must be willing to employ any means necessary. Anyone who stands in her way, even a fiancé, must be eliminated. In a sense, Xiao Lanqi truly embodies a resolute spirit of cultivation. Had she not encountered Chu Xia, she might have truly succeeded. But now, you should accept a lifetime of atonement. Did you offer him anything? Chu Xia leaned closer to Xiao Lanqi and whispered. Xiao Lanqi shook her head vigorously. A woman's first time is the most precious. It must be sold for a good price. Chu Xia paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Very well, how pragmatic. Nonetheless, this is for the best. If Xiao Lanqi were to lose her purity, she would no longer be worthy even to serve as Chu Xia's servant. Without further ado, Chu Xia waved her hand, drawing Xiao Lanqi into the demon-locking tower. Just as she was about to depart, a voice called out, Master of the tower, the blazing fire dragon has been successfully tamed. However, the process was somewhat cunning, so its loyalty for now will be rather low. It cannot yet fight to the death for you, but it should be able to handle minor tasks. The main issue lies in your current cultivation level, which is too weak to earn the recognition of the proud dragon race. This will require gradual improvement. By the way, before you leave, you might want to check the third level. The little Saint Lord mentioned that its mother hid some treasures there. Chu Xia nodded and swiftly flew into the stone door, re-entering the third level. She summoned the little Saint Lord, who emitted a clear dragon cry before darting deeper within. Chu Xia followed on her sword. They soon arrived at the deepest part of the underground palace. Before them lay a vast lake of magma. Its boiling, crimson lava swirling ceaselessly, with a vortex of magma at its center, beneath which seemed to lie a hidden world. Roar! The little Saint Lord called out to Chu Xia, and then positioned itself before her. Shall I ride upon your back? Chu Xia hesitated momentarily before mounting. How scorching! The dragon scales of the little Saint Lord were hotter than a red-hot iron. Yet, after acclimating, it was quite comfortable to lie atop. Roar! The little Saint Lord soared upward, diving directly into the magma vortex. Shielded by the true dragon's aura, Chu Xia remained unharmed by the lava, and soon found herself at the lake's bottom. To her astonishment, she beheld a colossal dragon nest. Gazing around, the nest's diameter exceeded 500 meters, constructed from a type of red mineral, appearing somewhat rudimentary. Within the nest lay an enormous dragon skeleton, at least 600 meters in length, a testament to its former grandeur. The little Saint Lord flew over, sweeping its tail across its mother's remains, emitting a low, mournful growl as if bidding farewell. Chu Xia's attention was drawn to a mountain of extraordinary treasures nearby, specifically a vast collection of dragon scales and various precious minerals. Just as Chu Xia prepared to approach, the divine cauldron trembled once more. With a thought, she reached out to touch one of the dragon scales. The divine cauldron swiftly consumed it. Still insufficient, Chu Xia continued to touch other dragon scales. Thousands upon thousands of scales were devoured in no time. Then, a cloak emerged from the divine cauldron. This cloak was black on the outside and red on the inside, adorned with subtle dragon patterns in black, while the red interior concealed runes that glimmered with a faint golden sheen. It appeared quite extraordinary. The blazing dragon garment, a superior treasure. A treasure? Chu Xia inquired. Kai, how is the quality of magical artifacts classified? In response, Kai explained, magical artifacts are divided into 4 levels: spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, path artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Chu Xia's absolute killing sword is a superior spirit artifact, but this blazing dragon garment is a superior treasure artifact, a full tier above. It is undoubtedly a remarkable item, far exceeding Chu Xia's current capacity to wield. She understood the implications of possessing such a treasure. If it fell into the eyes of other cultivators, it would likely lead to a deadly scramble for possession. Of course, possessing a treasure without utilizing it is a waste. It must not be flaunted openly. However, she was curious about the garment's effects. A cloak is likely defensive in nature. As a superior treasure artifact, its defensive capabilities must be formidable, yet the specifics would require testing. She decided to study it further later. With a wave of her hand, Chu Xia collected the other minerals into the demon-locking tower. Once the little Saint Lord finished its farewell, the pair exited the underground palace. Retracing their steps through the original sinkhole, Chu Xia summoned Xiao Lanqi once more, disguising her as the ghostly hag to return her to the camp. However, she noticed the absence of Chu Xia and his companions. Upon inquiry, she learned that they had hurriedly departed after emerging. Back in her tent, Chu Xia settled down and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" "All depends on my master's commands," Xiao Lanqi replied, kneeling beside Chu Xia, appearing demure and affectionate. Chu Xia pondered for a moment. Keeping Xiao Lanqi by her side was clearly unwise. Her identity held significant potential for exploitation. I shall assign you 2 tasks. First, continue to impersonate the 6th princess at the Grand Dragon Festival, gathering intelligence on the other princes and princesses. Second, find a way to investigate the cause of my father's death and ascertain the emperor's intentions. Xiao Lanqi nodded. I understand what to do. Please await my good news, master. Good girl. Chu Xia lifted Xiao Lanqi's chin. Immediately, Xiao Lanqi's eyes grew misty, and she leaned in, her expression one of longing for a kiss. In the past, Xiao Lanqi had held her identity in high regard, always finding excuses to evade any intimacy, never allowing Chu Xia to gain any advantage. Yet now, she appeared entirely willing to be claimed. This is more like it. Chu Xia indulged in a few gentle kisses, leaving her wanting more before pressing Xiao Lanqi's head down. Half an hour later, Chu Xia departed alone. After a considerable time, Xiao Lanqi emerged from the tent, her hair slightly disheveled and her cheeks flushed, exuding a peculiar allure. Your Highness, the offerings have been gathered, a cold-faced dragon abyss guard with deep-set eyes reported with a bow. A subtle smile graced Xiao Lanqi's lips. Then let us conclude this. Though the Grand Dragon Festival is no longer of importance to me, I have a more significant goal now. Chapter 44. The princess's audience with the emperor upon returning, Chu Xia discovered that the results of the hunting trial were already being announced. He had likely delayed his exit, wishing to linger longer in the beast lair in hopes of capturing more magical creatures. Regrettably, after a full day, he encountered nothing but worthless beasts, completely devoid of any taming value. He did manage to capture a few. While they were far from useful, they could serve as emergency rations. The hunting event concluded with congratulations to Her Royal Highness, the Long Princess, for achieving first place. The Emperor's decree was announced, instructing the princess to personally visit the Wulong Hall for an audience upon her return to the palace. At this moment, Eunuch Shan was proclaiming the results of the hunting trial. Chu Xia furrowed his brow deeply, were it not for the mask obscuring his face. The murderous intent in his eyes would have been unmistakable. With a Yin Qi Xiao and the young saint by his side, eliminating Eunuch Shan would be a trivial task, even if General Zhong Hai attempted to intervene. Yet, Eunuch Shan was merely an executor of orders. The true culprit behind his father's death was the treacherous emperor, who remained his ultimate target. To kill Eunuch Shan now would only raise alarms and hinder his ongoing investigations. After careful consideration, Chu Xia reached a conclusion. He suppressed his murderous intent and approached Xia Zixuan, accompanying her into the royal carriage to begin their journey home. Congratulations, Your Highness, he said, his tone laced with playful mockery. Xia Zixuan's furrowed brows began to ease as she regarded him with a captivating gaze. Thanks to your esteemed self, I have been granted the opportunity for an audience. How should I express my gratitude? Acquire for me a mineral smelting factory, she replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. That is not difficult. There are several underperforming smelting factories on the outskirts of the imperial capital that could be purchased with a modest sum. Do you have other requests besides acquiring the factory? As she spoke, she playfully winked at Chu Xia. Yes, he replied. Might I accompany you during the audience? Xia Zixuan paused again, shaking her head. It is not that I refuse, but the rules of the great Qian dynasty dictate that only one person may attend the audience, without any attendants or guards. And no weapons of any kind are permitted. Even storage bags are temporarily confiscated. There are strict standards regarding hairpins and attire as well. Why such requirements? Has the emperor been a target of assassination? Chu Xia inquired, his suspicion growing. Not that I've heard of. The affairs of the emperor are beyond our understanding. He spends most of his time at the Wulong Hall and is rarely seen outside of important occasions, Xia Zixuan explained. Hearing her words, Chu Xia's doubts deepened. The emperor undoubtedly harbored secrets. Yet, his caution made it all the more challenging to approach him. Should I resort to force? That would be imprudent. The palace is teeming with hidden dangers, and master-level experts are not the greatest threat. After all, the royal family possesses the means to cultivate immortal practitioners. Despite the necessity of talent and spiritual roots, it would not be a problem for the royal family to develop a few cultivators. A dynasty with 500 years of heritage should not be underestimated. Why did you not make a move against Xiao Lanqi? Are you perhaps still harboring old feelings? Xia Zixuan suddenly interjected. Surprised to see Xiao Lanqi return with a radiant smile, Xia Zixuan felt a flicker of concern. She had faith in Chu Xia's strength. If he chose to act, he would not return empty-handed. Yet, Xia Lanqi's return without incident left her puzzled. If I were to rekindle my old feelings with Xia Lanqi and seek refuge in her Lanqi hall, what would you do? Chu Xia countered with a question, observing her reaction with a playful smirk. Xia Zixuan's gaze trembled slightly. Then I would extend my hand in reconciliation with Xia Lanqi, pledging the strength of my Ziyue hall to aid her ascension to the throne. I find Xia Lanqi insufferable, yet how could I not feel fondness for you, you rascal? Faced with Xia Zixuan's sudden declaration of affection, Chu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Such a bold princess, straightforward and devoid of pretense. Who could resist the charm of such a woman? Leaning closer, he whispered for my final request, allow me a comfortable journey home. Home? She likened the Ziyue hall to a home. Xia Zixuan's face broke into a beaming smile. Your wish is my command. The journey back was smooth, devoid of any attacks or assassination attempts. General Zhong Hai remained vigilant throughout, only departing after ensuring the princes and princesses were safely returned to the Great Qian Palace. Upon entering the palace, Eunuch Shan retained 7 princes and princesses, leading them to a secluded side hall. Shaking his head, he remarked, with less than a year until the Grand Dragon's Forbidden Land reopens, I must speak candidly. The performance of the 7 of you has been disappointing, far inferior to the last Grand Dragon Festival. The Emperor is extremely dissatisfied and intends to increase the difficulty of the final trial. In the coming spring, the 3rd trial, the trial of Eternal Tribulations, will commence, and the Eternal Tribulation Abyss will reopen after a century. I urge you all to enhance your strength and expand your teams within the next 6 months. As someone who has experienced this, I advise you, the dangers of the Eternal Tribulation Abyss surpass your imagination. Even master-level experts face near certain demise within. With that, Eunuch Shan turned and departed, leaving the hall steeped in a heavy atmosphere. The name of the Eternal Tribulation Abyss was already notorious. Who would have thought their father would prepare such a formidable trial for them? The 3rd prince, Xia Zhiyin, let out a hollow laugh, while the 2nd prince, Xia Ruiming, wore a furrowed brow, muttering incomprehensible words, certainly not of a favorable nature. The other 3 princes displayed varied expressions, all complex and tinged with anxiety. Only the Long Princess and the 6th princess remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of the Eternal Tribulation Abyss. They exchanged a glance, a moment of silent understanding passing between them. Ziyue Hall. Nightfall found Xia Zixuan returning from her audience, her demeanor appearing stern and solemn. She maintained a serious expression throughout her journey, causing the Dragon Abyss guards to be intimidated by her aura, none daring to approach within 10 meters. Upon entering her chamber and shutting the door, she finally revealed a hint of a smile upon seeing Chu Xia, who was seated on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. What did the Emperor say? Chu Xia inquired, opening his eyes. He was genuinely interested in the events of her audience. He said little regarding the Grand Dragon Festival. His words were insincere, merely expressing feigned concern for my well-being. He did mention that my late mother left behind an inheritance in Jiangnan, suggesting I visit when I have the opportunity. Chapter 45. Exceptional heavenly spiritual roots. Are you planning to go to Jiangnan? Asked Chu Xia. Xia Zixuan hesitated slightly. The Meng family, where my mother was born, is a prominent clan in Jiangnan, a family of martial artists with a heritage spanning over 1,000 years, having produced countless masters. My grandfather, Meng Longhe, is now over 170 years old and still holds the position of the head of the Meng family, revered as the king of Jiangnan. At this point, Xia Zixuan's tone shifted dramatically. However, I have never met my grandfather. My mother severed ties with the Meng family when she was just 14, venturing alone to the imperial capital. Even after she became the revered Empress, the Meng family never sent anyone to visit her. Outsiders claim that her rise to become the Empress of Qian was solely due to the support of the Meng family. But who knows that during her most destitute times, when she had nowhere to sleep and could not afford a warm meal, the Meng family provided her with no assistance whatsoever? It was only when my mother descended into madness that they sent someone to take a cursory glance, and, thereafter, no one returned until her burial. A palpable resentment towards the Meng family laced Xia Zixuan's words. Chu Xia was taken aback by the Empress's turbulent background. Then it's best not to go. Your mother severed ties with the Meng family long ago, What inheritance could you possibly claim? It would likely be a fruitless endeavor. No, I must go. Xia Zishuan's gaze suddenly solidified with determination. Regardless of the outcome, that inheritance belongs to my mother, even if it is merely a piece of furniture, a jade pendant, or a tattered garment. I will retrieve it. When do you intend to depart? At the beginning of next month. It is my grandfather's 180th birthday. Since I have resolved to go, that date is undoubtedly the most suitable. We shall set off 3 days in advance to journey southward, allowing us to appreciate the beautiful landscapes of Jiangnan along the way. We? Who said I would accompany you? Chu Xia chuckled softly. Xia Zishuan pounced forward, enveloping Chu Xia in a hug and playfully pleading, please come along. Just consider it as keeping me company. The Meng family is filled with formidable experts. If they choose to bully a frail woman like me, I would have no means to defend myself. With you by my side, I would feel much more secure. Well, Chu Xia is my indolenti. Very well. I shall consider it a brief excursion to relieve my mind. Who could resist the charm of a princess's plea? It must be said, the princess's use of gentleness to conquer was impeccable. However, Chu Xia's agreement also stemmed from his own considerations. He was aware that the once mighty Shinshu army had now splintered, yet several factions remained cohesive. Among them, a contingent of 20,000 soldiers was stationed in Jiangnan. Though they might not be formidable, a force of this size could accomplish much. Furthermore, Chu Xia intended to send his sister, Chu Baiwei, to Jiangnan. It was far too perilous for a young girl to remain in the imperial capital. With 20,000 soldiers to protect her, Chu Xia would have significantly fewer worries. In the following days, Chu Xia remained largely ensconced in the training chamber. He had fully refined the spiritual energy of the honey crystal, and his cultivation had surged, breaking through to the 8th level of the Tongxian realm. The results, however, fell slightly short of his expectations. He had anticipated at least reaching the 9th level. Master of the Tower, possessing the pure yang body and an exceptional fire-attributed heavenly spiritual root, your innate talents are extraordinary. The energy consumption is naturally much greater than that of others, but this is indeed beneficial, as it signifies that your foundation will be more robust, thus facilitating future growth. Kai began to flatter. Can you discern my physique and spiritual root? Chu Xia inquired. During the shared consciousness with the Master of the Tower, Kai took a secretive glance. I hope you do not hold it against me. Not all. Please elaborate on the matter of spiritual roots. The spiritual root is the most crucial threshold for cultivators, a matter of utmost importance. Spiritual roots are primarily categorized into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their grades ascend from ordinary, inferior, medium, superior to heavenly. Beyond that, there exist legendary, celestial spiritual roots, but they're exceedingly rare and I have never encountered one. Furthermore, single-element spiritual roots are the most effective, followed by dual attribute roots with compatible properties, such as fire gold or firewood. The compatibility remains high, and possessing both does not incur significant drawbacks. However, tri-attribute roots are challenging to harmonize perfectly, while 4-attribute roots are particularly unfortunate. Even if they are all exceptional heavenly spiritual roots, they collectively amount to waste. A single-attribute heavenly spiritual root is already considered top-tier talent in the cultivation world, and any sect would readily welcome such individuals. Upon hearing Kai's explanation, Chu Xia gained a comprehensive understanding of spiritual roots. It seems my cultivation aptitude is rather commendable. The Master of the Tower is too modest. If it were merely a single heavenly spiritual root, that would be one thing, but you also possess the pure yang body, which is in perfect harmony with your fire-attributed heavenly spiritual root. The alignment of your physique and spiritual root is nothing short of exemplary. With your qualifications, even those ancient sacred lands would vie for your favor. Kai's flattery was met with Chu Xia's appreciation. After this round of praise, he felt reassured. A slower breakthrough was not necessarily a detriment. As the saying goes, the capable bear more burdens. His talent was already formidable, and if his cultivation speed were to accelerate further, it would leave others with no opportunities. Yet, Chu Xia had forgotten that he had merely taken a little over a month to progress from the refining spirit realm to the 8th level of the Tongxian realm. The speed of his advancement was already astonishing, to the point where few would believe it if he were to disclose it. In the northern outskirts of the imperial capital, within a mineral smelting factory. Baiji accompanied Chu Xia in completing the transfer of ownership. After signing the necessary documents, the factory, spanning over 30 acres, successfully changed hands to Chu Xia. Under the guidance of the previous owner, Chu Xia conducted a brief tour of the facility. The smelting factory housed 4 furnace workshops, each containing 3 large furnaces made from heat-resistant fine iron. These 12 large furnaces represented the most valuable assets of the factory. After familiarizing himself with the operational processes, Chu Xia procured a batch of black iron ore for smelting. Given the high density of the ore, the smelting process was quite challenging, and thus the efficiency was not rapid. Chu Xia waited patiently. After 2 full hours, the first batch of black iron was finally smelted. Baiji picked up a cooled black iron ingot, examined it carefully, and remarked, "The purity is slightly lacking. It can only be deemed barely usable. The smelting process may require further refinement. I will arrange for 2 experienced Longyuan guards to supervise the operations, and there should be no issues. Please arrange for more Longyuan guards to be stationed here. I would like the smelting factory to operate under complete closed management." Baiji hesitated momentarily, but recalling the princess's prior instructions, she readily agreed. Chapter 46. Southward with sister. Upon departing from the smelting factory, Baiji had already summoned 20 members of the Longyuan Guard to secure the premises. Before leaving, Chu Xia extracted all the mysterious iron ores, filling several large warehouses. Chu Xia vividly recalled the exaggerated expression on Baiji's face at that moment, finally comprehending her immense concern for the factory. Smelting such a significant quantity of mysterious iron ore was no trivial matter. Mysterious iron serves as an exceptional material for crafting top-tier weapons and armor. The sheer volume produced was sufficient to arm an army of tens of thousands. Should this information leak, it could even attract the attention of the great Qian military headquarters. Even with the protection of the princess, it would still pose a troublesome situation. Thus, conducting affairs discreetly behind closed doors proved to be the wisest course of action. Within the carriage returning to the palace, Baiji's curious gaze frequently flickered toward Chu Xia, her lips parting several times as if to speak, but hesitating each time. "If you wish to say something, just say it. I assure you, I won't bite," Chu Xia remarked. Baiji promptly shook her head. "Never mind. It's safer to know less. You've indeed grown wiser." Of course, Baiji chuckled, but then quickly realized the implication of Chu Xia's words, suggesting she had been rather foolish previously. October swiftly approached its conclusion. The northern weather began to cool, and Xia Zixuan's preparations for her southern journey were now complete. They would set off for Jiangnan the following day. Chu Xia had been in seclusion for several days, and his strength had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mysterious realm, with only a single step remaining to reach the transformation realm. However, this final hurdle proved to be quite formidable, akin to transitioning from the body refinement realm to the qi refinement realm. Without any guidance, relying solely on his own exploration made a smooth breakthrough rather challenging. Although Kai could offer some advice, being a demon, her cultivation methods differed entirely from those of humans, rendering them inapplicable. Fortunately, Chu Xia was not in a rush. He would first head to Jiangnan and ponder solutions thereafter. With his innate talent, he believed that overcoming this minor hurdle to the transformation realm should not pose a significant issue. Perhaps, by simply going with the flow, the breakthrough would occur naturally. In the early morning, a convoy of carriages exited the southern gate of the imperial capital. This time, Xia Zixuan's journey to Jiangnan was rather understated, lacking any ostentation. Only 50 Longyuan guards accompanied her, along with 10 palace maids, 10 eunuchs, and 5 cooks. Traveling along the official roads, they would traverse 3 provinces and 6 districts to reach Jiangnan, covering a total distance of 2,700 miles, requiring a daily journey of 900 miles. This was not excessively far, yet traveling too swiftly in a carriage could be uncomfortable. If one were to ride a horse, particularly a swift steed, a round trip could easily be accomplished in a day. Reclining comfortably in the carriage, Xia Zixuan held a steaming meat bun freshly purchased from the southern street. Chu Xia also held several buns, but refrained from eating, his gaze fixated out the window, searching for something. Before long, he spotted a girl standing under a roadside tree, clad in simple attire, slender and frail. Beside her stood an elderly man and a dozen middle-aged individuals. "Stop!" Chu Xia leaped from the carriage and hurried toward the girl. Xia Zishuan's expression shifted, and she quickly leaned forward to peer out the window. She witnessed the delicate girl leap into Chu Xia's embrace, twirling joyfully in his arms, laughter radiating from her. This girl was none other than Chu Baiwei, young yet possessing a beauty that could rival the finest. It was evident that Chu Xia cherished his sister deeply, and his willingness to accompany her southward was likely motivated by his affection for her. As Xia Zishuan contemplated this, she assessed the implications and, without hesitation, alighted from the carriage to approach the two. Baiwei, you are truly adorable. Just as your brother described, you are a remarkable beauty, though you seem a bit slender. With proper nurturing over the years, you will undoubtedly blossom into a graceful lady. By then, I fear I may feel somewhat inferior in your presence. Brother Chu Baiwei was slightly taken aback, instinctively retreating behind Chu Xia, clutching his arm tightly. No need to fear. This is the princess. Upon learning of Xia Zishuan's identity, Chu Baiwei's eyes sparkled. The status of the princess was immensely noble. Her words would surely be sincere and trustworthy. Could it be that I will truly grow into a great beauty in the future? Chu Xia instructed, take Baiwei back to the carriage. I shall join you shortly. After entrusting Chu Baiwei to Xia Zishuan, Chu Xia greeted the steward, Su Shu, and exchanged pleasantries with several uncles and elders. The military household was not particularly bustling, and most of the martial practitioners had dispersed with the divine military, leaving behind only the elderly and weak. There were a mere dozen individuals, not a single martial artist in sight. This simply would not suffice. Although the journey south posed minimal danger, one could never be too cautious. Chu Xia summoned Qingyu, requesting her to arrange for several Longyuan guards to escort the family members of the military household southward. Qingyu promptly agreed and gathered 2 experts from the transformation realm and 3 from the mysterious realm. We are at your service. Do not rush the journey, and I will reimburse you for any expenses incurred along the way. You are too kind, Lord Chu Xia. Rest assured, we will ensure the safety of your party. Presently, Chu Xia's status within the Ziyue Palace was extraordinary, although no one was quite sure of his relationship with the princess. His impressive performance in the Demon Cave had earned him the respect of the Longyuan guards. As the convoy resumed its journey, upon Chu Xia's return to the carriage, he discovered Xia Zishuan and Chu Baiwei engaged in lively conversation. Being the princess, charming a young girl was effortless for her. As soon as Chu Baiwei saw Chu Xia, she leaped into his arms. Brother, I adore the princess. I do not like the previous sister-in-law at all. Chu Xia felt a wave of embarrassment, casting a disapproving glare at Xia Zishuan. What kind of enchantment did you cast on Baiwei to sway her so easily? You wouldn't understand. This is the unspoken bond among women, Xia Zishuan replied with a smirk. Chu Xia shrugged. He offered the warm bun in his hands to Chu Baiwei, saying here, eat this. Afterward, ensure you get some good rest. Those dark circles under your eyes suggest you haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Chu Baiwei grinned widely, displaying her pearly white teeth. Chu Xia shook his head in exasperation. This sister of his was indeed a beauty in the making, albeit with a somewhat naive disposition. Cultivating her into a graceful and wise lady seemed unrealistic, given her lack of aptitude for martial arts and scholarly pursuits. He wondered how to guide her. Kai, could you check if my sister possesses any spiritual roots? Kai readily complied, observing for a moment before responding, not bad. She has dual high-grade water and wood spiritual roots. It seems the lineage of the Tower Master is quite formidable. Perhaps there were powerful cultivators in the family's ancestry. Ancestry? Chu Xia was uncertain. His father had never mentioned such matters, and he himself was likely unaware. However, given that the Chu family founded the divine military, their past must have been glorious. Chapter 47. Enhancing my sister's spiritual root. Given that my sister possesses a spiritual root and her aptitude appears commendable, it is only natural to cultivate her as a practitioner of the arcane arts. For an aspiring practitioner, the most crucial element is the cultivation method. However, I currently lack a suitable technique for Chu Baiwei's training. The spirit-nourishing pill could elevate her water spiritual root. It should be suitable for Baiwei. With this thought, I retrieved the spirit-nourishing pill and instructed Chu Baiwei to consume it. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Baiwei has always been obedient to my words, never questioning my directives. Upon receiving the pill, she promptly swallowed it whole. Moments later, ethereal water vapor began to emanate from her, as if she sensed something profound. She instinctively settled into a meditative posture, commencing the pill's refinement. Initially, both Chu Xia and Xia Zixuan regarded her with curiosity. But soon the increasing humidity within the carriage became unbearable, prompting them to dismount and ride. After approximately 2 hours, upon hearing Baiwei's call, Chu Xia returned to the carriage. "Brother, what kind of pill did you give me? I feel immensely stronger. I could surely fell a bull with a single punch," Baiwei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Do not concern yourself with the details. Rest assured that I will always think of you when I come across something valuable. Just focus on eating and drinking well. It would be ideal for you to grow plump and healthy." Upon hearing this, Baiwei pouted in protest. "I refuse. Being plump isn't appealing. I must cultivate my beauty to bring honor to you, brother. Enough of your frivolous chatter. You barely managed to gain 10 pounds last time. For the next few days, I shall oversee your meals. Skipping even one meal could lead to consequences." "No, brother." Observing the banter between the siblings, Xia Zixuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although she had several younger siblings, their intentions were often malicious, either wishing for her demise or attempting to poison her. Such pure familial affection was something she had never dared to hope for throughout her life. 3 days swiftly passed. In Jiangnan, at the southern banks of the Luoshui River, at Qinglian Ferry, a large ferry boat was being laden with numerous horse-drawn carriages. Chu Xia seized the opportunity to disembark and breathe in the fresh air, while also admiring the picturesque landscape of Jiangnan. The Jiangnan region of the Qin Empire refers to the area south of the Luoshui River and north of the Turbid Sea. It is characterized by its flat terrain and fertile soil, renowned as the empire's granary and the most populous region. Even at this ferry terminal, the prosperity of Jiangnan is evident, with bustling merchant caravans and a nearby town filled with towering buildings, interconnected roads, and exquisitely adorned boats drifting on the river, accompanied by melodious tunes and elegantly dressed women beckoning customers. Be cautious. The East Sea's Millennium Coral Tree is an invaluable treasure, a gift for the Meng family's patriarch's birthday. If you damage it, you will all face dire consequences. At that moment, 2 robust white elephants came into view, laboriously hauling a heavily draped cart, suggesting great worth. The leading bodyguard, a formidable martial artist, displayed a muscular physique and wielded a whip that cracked crisply in the air. Clearly, the Meng family hold an esteemed position in Jiangnan, needing an entire escort to safeguard their birthday tribute. Xia Zixuan nodded, stating, "While I personally harbor no fondness for the Meng family, I must concede that under their stewardship, Jiangnan flourishes more than the north. The Qin Empire has established 3 military districts north of the Luoshui River, amassing 1 million soldiers, primarily to guard against the clan powers of Jiangnan, fearing their potential for rebellion. It is not uncommon for rulers to be suspicious." Chu Xia chuckled lightly. Their conversation, however, caught the attention of an outsider. Across the turbulent waters of the Luoshui River, a woman glided gracefully, traversing the river surface. Clad in flowing white garments resembling clouds, she cradled a weathered sword in her arms, her figure as agile as a swallow, as if carried by the wind. Her eyes, sharp and piercing, exuded righteous energy, creating an impression of someone fiercely opposed to evil and refreshingly unrestrained. "You two possess considerable courage, daring to discuss the emperor's affairs under the open sky. Are you not concerned about incurring the charge of treason?" What a stunning beauty she was, akin to a chivalrous heroine of the rivers and lakes. Her voice melodious and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she greeted her with a smile. "Fair maiden, you are truly captivating. May I know your name?" "I am Ling Shuanghua, sent by my master to convey birthday wishes to the Meng family's elder." "How fortuitous. We are also headed to the Meng family. Why not travel together for mutual support?" Xia Zixuan's initiative took Chu Xia by surprise. The eldest princess was surprisingly outgoing. He felt somewhat shy about casually engaging with the maiden. To his astonishment, Ling Shuanghua promptly declined. "No. My master has warned me that the world outside the mountains is fraught with danger. Although you two seem harmless, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. It is wiser for me to travel alone." With that, Ling Shuanghua leaped into the air, showcasing her lightness of form, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xia Zishuan stared for a moment before bursting into laughter. That girl is rather interesting. She appears somewhat naive, likely experiencing the world for the first time. Yet, she possesses considerable skill, indicating at least a level of transformation in her cultivation. Given her youth, her abilities are indeed impressive. Perhaps I shall find a way to connect with her once we reach the Meng family. If the opportunity arises, I might recruit her into the Longyuan Guard. Chu Xia felt relieved, realizing her intentions were to recruit talent. After a brief respite, the caravan departed from Qinglian Ferry, continuing southward towards Tangzhou, 50 miles away. Tangzhou is the most prosperous city in Jiangnan and the stronghold of the Meng family. The journey was bustling, with the Meng family's patriarch's birthday tomorrow. Throngs of well-wishers from the north were streaming in, all traversing the same official road. As they approached 10 miles from the city, the main road became congested, taking over an hour to cover that short distance. Upon reaching the city gates, several disguised members of the Longyuan Guard approached to report, "Master, all inns and taverns within the city are fully booked. Even at exorbitant prices, we could not secure accommodation. We have only managed to temporarily rent a few private homes at high rates." Hearing this, Chu Xia exclaimed in disbelief, "What a feat. A city's inns and taverns completely filled. Just how many people are coming to celebrate the Meng family's elder's birthday? Such is the influence of the Jiangnan king. Well, we came in haste without prior arrangements. It will suffice for us to have a place to rest, as we will not be staying long." Xia Zishuan waved her hand dismissively. Although she was a princess, she harbored no extravagant demands regarding her accommodations, devoid of the ostentatious mannerisms often associated with royalty. The Longyuan Guard, relieved, promptly stepped forward to guide the way. Chapter 48. The King of Jiangnan on the first day of November, auspicious and bright. In the northern part of Tangzhou, the ancestral home of the Meng family was adorned with colorful lanterns and decorations. The streets outside bustled with a constant stream of visitors arriving to celebrate the birthday, with the appointed steward tirelessly collecting gifts from dawn until noon, his pen nearly smoking from the ceaseless writing. The Zhou family from Longchuan Prefecture presented 36 pure gold longevity peaches, an 18-foot-long scroll depicting the myriad blessings of longevity, and a millennium-old dragon head ginseng. The Muyu Bank offered 9 ninth-rank yuan spirit pills and a low-grade spiritual artifact. The Jiangnan provincial government sent their congratulations. The Tianding Martial Arts Academy also sent their regards. The steward of the Meng family was hoarse from calling out. His eyes glazed over as he gazed upon the seemingly endless line of well-wishers. Even the most extravagant of gifts could no longer spark his interest. At that moment, in a modest courtyard to the north of the city, Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan had just set out. If it were not for the incessant noise of drums and gongs echoing through the streets, Chu Xia believed that the princess could have slept for at least another hour. Their visit to the Meng family was merely a pretext. The true intention was to retrieve the inheritance left by her mother. Xia Zishuan had no intention of revealing her identity, planning to visit her grandfather discreetly and leave with the inheritance. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. However, the reality was somewhat more complicated. Gazing at the seemingly endless line of well-wishers, Xia Zishuan could only manage a wry smile. She had miscalculated. She anticipated such a large crowd. If she did not reveal her identity, they would likely be waiting until nightfall to enter the Meng residence. "Do you want to take a shortcut?" Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zishuan's eyes brightened as she watched Chu Xia draw the Juesha sword. Indeed, she could have Chu Xia fly her into the Meng residence. However, she had concealed her identity precisely to avoid drawing attention. Taking to the skies would be ostentatious to an extreme. The news of a cultivator visiting the Meng family would undoubtedly spread throughout the region. And even if Chu Xia were indifferent, Xia Zishuan did not wish for his abilities to be prematurely revealed. This was her trump card, one that needed to be kept hidden. Let us avoid being too conspicuous. I have a plan. She waved her hand, and Qingyu promptly arrived with several members of the Longyuan Guards. Xia Zishuan handed a token to Qingyu, saying, "Go to the city lord's mansion and summon Lin Xuanma to see me." Lin Xuanma was the governor of Tangzhou, the highest official in the region. Regardless of personal relationships, there were strict protocols against excessive interactions between officials and martial clans. Thus, even for the grand birthday of the Meng family patriarch, Lin Xuanma would not attend in person, at most sending a gift. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful a martial clan might be, it was the authority of the officials that prevailed in the land of the great Qian dynasty. Especially in a place like Tangzhou, the powers bestowed upon a governor by the court were substantial. Lin Xuanma, originally an official from the capital, was dispatched to Tangzhou evidently with a mission, wielding considerable influence. Xia Zixuan was aware of Lin Xuanma's esteemed reputation in Tangzhou. To enter the Ming residence now, she would have to call upon him, though it was somewhat irregular. As a princess of the great Qian dynasty, her requests held a certain precedence over established norms. If she were to be a bit more headstrong, she could summon at least 200,000 troops in Jiangnan solely based on her appearance. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Xuanma hurriedly arrived with a large entourage. He was a lean middle-aged man, not particularly old, yet his hair was already streaked with gray, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes, suggesting he had not rested for several days. It was evident that he had been sleepless, working tirelessly to maintain order in Tangzhou. Minister Lin Xuanma, I pay my respects to your highness, the princess. Lin Xuanma began to kneel, but was stopped by Xia Zixuan's gesture. Governor Lin, it has been 3 years since your transfer to the south, and you look much more haggard than the last time we met. I appreciate your efforts, Xia Zixuan said with concern. Thank you for your concern, your highness. Serving the great Qian is my duty, and I would not hesitate to endure any hardship, he replied. After a brief conversation, Xia Zixuan got to the point. You are aware of my relationship with the Meng family. I have returned to retrieve my mother's relics. But I wish to keep this discreet, so I kindly ask for your assistance in escorting me into the Meng residence to meet my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanmo readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. It is an honor to serve your highness. Lin Xuanmo was no fool, although he was far from the capital. He had heard of the events occurring there. The princess had achieved first place in the recent hunting trials, making her a prominent contender in the power struggle for succession. By this time next year, her title could very well rise from that of a princess to the Empress of the Great Qian. Having spent enough time in Jiangnan, he had long sought a way to return to the capital. Now, aligning himself with the princess presented the greatest opportunity. He would not only escort her into the Meng residence, but would also mobilize 100,000 troops if needed, without a flicker of hesitation. Let us depart at once, Xia Zixuan commanded. Lin Xuanma immediately took the lead. The city patrol officers following behind quickly organized the way, and soon the sound of drums and gongs reverberated, even overshadowing the celebrations at the Meng residence. Countless curious eyes turned toward them. Is that Governor Lin? What brings such a prominent figure here, and with such great fanfare? Something significant must be happening. Let us follow and find out. Before long, Lin Xuanma and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the Meng residence. Upon seeing this spectacle, the steward of the Meng family felt a pang of uncertainty, unsure of Lin Xuanma's intentions. However, given Lin's position as the highest-ranking official in Tangzhou, even the Meng family, despite their current stature, dared not offend him. Oh, it's Governor Lin. What brings you, such an esteemed personage, here? Please come inside. Lord Meng is highly esteemed, a master of martial arts in Jiangnan. As the governor of Tangzhou, it is only right that I come to offer my congratulations. However, being a humble official, I cannot match the lavish gifts of these martial families, so I would rather compose a poem to wish Lord Meng longevity, Lin Xuanma said. Laughter erupted from within the Meng residence. Governor Lin is too courteous. I am merely a martial artist. If I can live another 20 years, I shall consider my life fulfilled. A tall, imposing elder emerged from the Meng residence, dressed in a grayish-blue traditional robe and simple cloth shoes. His booming voice and steady gait belied his age of 180 years. This man was the head of the Meng family, revered as the king of Jiangnan. Meng Longhe, Chapter 49. The queen's relics. Meng Longhe exuded an extraordinary presence, captivating the attention of all upon his entrance. Some individuals even knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly before him as though he were a deity. Such elevated esteem left Lin Xuanma in quiet astonishment. In the realms of Jiangnan, Meng Longhe was a name of unparalleled prestige. Even the emperor's influence would likely pale in comparison. Lin Xuanma, maintaining a composed demeanor, approached with a smile. Old Master Meng, you appear remarkably vigorous. I dare say you could thrive for several more centuries. After exchanging compliments, Meng Longhe invited Lin Xuanma to discuss matters in the main hall. The presence of officials from the government, who seldom visited without purpose, indicated a significant reason for their sudden appearance. Despite Meng Longhe's formidable strength and esteemed status, he was cautious not to offend the government officials, particularly since Lin Xuanma was appointed as the governor from the imperial capital, representing the royal family and tasked with overseeing the Meng clan. The ensuing conversation was destined for private discourse, away from public scrutiny. Lin Xuanma nodded in agreement, but hesitated to depart immediately, casting a glance at Xia Zishuan. Upon receiving her nod of affirmation, he followed Meng Longhe into the main hall of the Meng residence. Inside, numerous prominent figures from Jiangnan's martial clans congregated, each a well-known personality to Lin Xuanma. Collectively, they monopolized the martial power of the region, wielding terrifying influence. Isn't that Governor Lin? Even he has come to celebrate old Master Meng's birthday. The Meng family truly shines. A voice laced with mockery interrupted the atmosphere. The speaker was a burly man with a rugged demeanor, Zhao Biao, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. Lin Xuanma was taken aback. The Blood Wolf gang was the most powerful faction in Jiangnan, dominating the gambling and brothel industries, and had rapidly risen to a status that could rival the Meng family. Recent reports suggested a rift between the Blood Wolf gang and the Meng clan. Zhao Biao's presence at the birthday celebration seemed not one of goodwill, but rather an intent to disrupt. Zhao Biao, speak respectfully and refrain from your sarcastic tone, admonished an elder with a goatee seated at the front. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Zhao Biao retorted, hurling a handful of peanuts at the elder with such force that the sound of breaking wood echoed as the furniture around him shattered. You seek death. The Meng family's youth, witnessing the scene, erupted in outrage, brandishing weapons to encircle Zhao Biao. Stand down. Meng Longhe raised his hand, an invisible force compelling the Meng clan's members to retreat. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Zhao Biao. I will consider your proposal carefully. Tomorrow, I shall visit you personally to provide an explanation. Zhao Biao scoffed, rising to leave, and several patriarchs from other prominent families followed suit, vacating the hall and leaving a palpable tension in the air. Lin Xuanma, observing silently, felt a wave of astonishment. What transpired? It appeared the Meng family was in a position of weakness. Was a shift in power looming over Jiangnan? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, prioritizing the matter at hand. Old Master Meng, might we step aside for a more detailed discussion? Meng Longhe's troubled expression swiftly dissipated as he smiled. Please forgive the inconvenience, Governor Lin. Let us converse in the reception room. Shortly after, Meng Longhe led Lin Xuanma to a secluded chamber, with Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan trailing closely behind. Noticing the two ladies, Meng Longhe was about to speak when Lin Xuanma suddenly knelt before Xia Zishuan. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, I shall leave you here. The matter at hand is now yours to handle. I will wait outside. With that, Lin Xuanma respectfully withdrew. Meng Longhe's expression shifted slightly, his gaze scrutinizing Xia Zishuan closely. You are Zishuan? Does grandfather not recognize me? Have you forgotten your daughter's visage as well? Xia Zishuan inquired coolly. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Meng Wanqing, and had anticipated that Meng Longhe would immediately recall her mother upon seeing her. However, he seemed oblivious, suggesting that he had entirely forgotten her. Though she had expected this, a wave of sorrow washed over Xia Zishuan. In response to her question, Meng Longhe fell silent. He quietly retrieved a delicate brocade box from his storage pouch and handed it to Xia Zishuan. This is a relic left by your mother. I entrust it to you. Take it and depart from Jiangnan at once. You are not welcome here. Xia Zishuan felt a twinge of pain at her grandfather's cold demeanor and instinctively turned to flee. However, Chu Xia interjected. Old Master Meng seems to cherish his daughter, carrying her relic with him. Why then, the pretense of indifference? Xia Zishuan paused, intrigued by Chu Xia's words. Her mother had passed away over 20 years ago. Meng Longhe could not have anticipated her return to reclaim the relic. This indicated that he had indeed carried her mother's belongings for an extended period, which seemed illogical. Was there more to this story? Xia Zishuan pivoted back towards Meng Longhe. Grandfather, can you explain? Even in her madness, my mother often spoke your name. I know she has always remembered you. At the mention of Wanqing, Meng Longhe's body trembled imperceptibly, yet this change was fleeting, quickly masked by his stoic demeanor. The Meng family has no such daughter, nor do we acknowledge you as a granddaughter. If you wish to avoid provoking me, leave immediately. However, his emotional shift did not escape Chu Xia's keen observation. She surmised that a hidden truth lay beneath the surface, one that Meng Longhe was deeply reluctant to address. Grandfather, before Xia Zishuan could continue, Chu Xia seized her arm, insisting, let us go. Since the old man wishes to dismiss us, it would be unwise to linger. With that, Chu Xia forcibly led Xia Zishuan away. Lin Xuanma, waiting outside, followed closely to escort the two women from the Meng residence. Once they were outside, Xia Zishuan broke free from Chu Xia's grasp, looking at her with confusion. Why did you stop me? If I do not clarify these matters today, I may never have the chance again. Save your breath. Give me the brocade box, Chu Xia demanded. Xia Zishuan hesitated, realizing the significance of the relic left by her mother. Yet Chu Xia's insistence compelled her to comply. Reluctantly, she handed the box over. Chu Xia promptly opened the brocade box, revealing a sheet of gilded paper within. Chapter 50. The Art of Divine, Symbol Condensation. Upon discovering the gold leaf within the ornate box, Xia Zishuan was taken aback. What would this be? Your expression suggests familiarity. Chu Xia offered no explanation, instead retrieving an identical piece of gold leaf under Xia Zishuan's astonished gaze. In truth, there were subtle differences. The runic structures on both pieces varied slightly, as if they could interconnect. At that moment, Chu Xia finally grasped why he had struggled to comprehend the significance of his own gold leaf for so long. It turned out he possessed only a fragment. Only by acquiring the other piece could the complete meaning be unveiled. As the two pieces of gold leaf made contact, a gentle golden radiance erupted forth. The runes inscribed on the gold leaf seemed to awaken, instantaneously connecting with one another, the golden light swirling and forming a flawless great cycle of the cosmos. Simultaneously, a series of hidden runes emerged on the gold leaf, their complexity and profundity far exceeding Chu Xia's expectations. Merely gazing at them for a few moments left him feeling dizzy. Xia Zishuan fared worse. A single glance caused her heart to race and her hands to tremble, her complexion paling significantly. Chu Xia hastily stowed the gold leaf away, but unexpectedly, it did not enter his storage pouch. Instead, the divine cauldron intercepted midway, consuming both pieces whole. Immediately thereafter, an intricately profound piece of information was forcibly imparted into Chu Xia's mind by the divine cauldron. This was the art of divine, symbol condensation from the mysterious gate. After assimilating the information coursing through his mind, Chu Xia was astonished. The runes imprinted on the gold leaf represented an introductory technique for refining divine symbols. The crafting of symbols was a unique skill among cultivators. And compared to alchemy and weapon forging, the art of talismans was far more profound and valuable. Chu Xia was perplexed as to why Meng Wanqing's inheritance would include the art of divine symbols. Even in the realm of cultivation, it was rare for an ordinary sect to possess a symbol master. Yet the Meng family was merely a martial arts lineage. Let us return. I will explain everything in due course, Chu Xia stated. Xia Zishuan nodded, summoning Lin Xuanma from a distance. Governor Lin, I appreciate your involvement today. Regardless of any negative repercussions that may arise, I shall bear them alone, so you need not worry. The princess is being overly modest. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Although my martial prowess is lacking, with military talismans in hand, commanding 100,000 elite soldiers is a trivial matter. Regardless of how deeply rooted the martial families may be, they are but ephemeral in the face of military authority, Lin Xuanma replied. Perhaps sensing the tension between the princess and Meng Longhe, he was determined to steadfastly support the princess. He would not hesitate to act upon her commands. Xia Zishuan nodded. Please investigate the Blood Wolf gang and the Meng family's affairs. Report back to me as soon as you have clarity. Your humble servant shall comply. Upon returning to their temporary lodgings, it was still early. Xia Zishuan pulled Chu Xia into the room, urgently inquiring about the events that had transpired. Chu Xia, with no intention of concealing the truth, recounted the divine symbol techniques inscribed on the gold leaf. Did your mother know any cultivators? Chu Xia asked. Xia Zishuan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I am truly unaware, but I have heard that when my mother was young, she traveled the world seeking enlightenment alongside the emperor before he ascended to the throne. It seems they experienced something during those years. Although my mother never displayed her abilities publicly, she appeared to possess the strength of a master. Instantly, Chu Xia recalled the intelligence provided by Xia Lanqi. Could it be that this divine symbol technique was acquired by Meng Wanqing from the Ascension sect? Perhaps she intentionally divided the technique, sealing one part within a portrait while entrusting the other to Meng Longhe, awaiting the day Xia Zixuan would discover it and inherit her legacy. But wait, the news of the Empress's inheritance being within the Meng family was revealed to Xia Zixuan by the Emperor. What could his intentions be? The situation had become inexplicably complicated. Chu Xia shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. The divine symbol technique was now in his possession, and with the divine cauldron's consumption, any evidence had been erased. Even if the Emperor harbored ulterior motives, they would amount to nothing. Should he direct his ambitions towards Chu Xia? Chu Xia would certainly not hesitate to allow the flame-winged demon and the little Saint Lord to wreak havoc within the Grand Shin Palace. With these two formidable allies by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. So, you mean to say that my mother hoped for me to become a symbol master and paved the way for me in advance? Although I am not well-versed in divine symbols, since it is my mother's dying wish, I am willing to give it a try. With that, Xia Zixuan spread her hands, gazing expectantly at Chu Xia. What happened to the 2 pieces of gold leaf? I used them, Chu Xia replied, leaving Xia Zixuan in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean you used them? They were just in your possession. I don't know. I intended to store them in my pouch, but the gold leaf suddenly enlightened me, allowing me to comprehend the art of divine symbols, and then it simply vanished. Chu Xia stated with feigned earnestness. Xia Zixuan was dumbfounded. Do not jest with me. This is my mother's legacy. Chu Xia shrugged. You can search me if you don and oppose. T believe me. Of course, Xia Zixuan didn't and oppose. T truly search him. She did not doubt that Chu Xia would deceive her. But the situation was rather. Could you allow me to see the effects of the divine symbols, perhaps? Chu Xia, eager to experiment, promptly summoned Qing Yu, instructing her to procure some yellow paper, vermilion, and a brush. Although Qing Yu was confused, she quickly scampered off into the streets upon receiving the princess's nod. Her efficiency was remarkable. Within a short while, she returned with all the supplies, even bringing extras for good measure. Chu Xia handed her the vermilion. Add water and grind it. Understood. I'm excellent at physical tasks. Qing Yu cheerfully set to work. Before long, everything was prepared. Chu Xia closed his eyes for a moment. Then suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his gaze. He grasped the brush dipped in vermilion and, with a sweeping motion, fluidly inscribed a talisman on the paper. The talisman resembled intertwined flames, and as Chu Xia crafted it, the temperature in the room noticeably increased. In no time, a fire talisman was completed. Chu Xia handed the talisman to Xia Zixuan. Channel your spiritual energy into it, then throw it outside. Don't set the room ablaze. Xia Zixuan, puzzled, took the talisman and infused it with her spiritual energy before tossing it out the door. The talisman soared 10 meters before suddenly igniting with brilliance. The runes erupted into flames, forming a fireball roughly half a meter in diameter. The heat was intense, though it vanished almost instantly. It left the ground scorched and the surrounding thatch and eaves smoking. Xia Zixuan's eyes widened in awe. Such formidable power. The destructive force unleashed by this instant ignition could likely overwhelm even a master warrior at close range. After her astonishment faded, Xia Zixuan's gaze towards Chu Xia shifted to one of resentment. This was clearly an opportunity left for me by my mother, and now it has fallen into your hands. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter with Ling Shuanghua. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Xia Zixuan did not genuinely feel anger. Deep down, she believed this might be a fortuitous turn of events. The art of divine talismans is profoundly enigmatic, not something just anyone can master. Chu Xia is a true genius. His prowess in swordsmanship surely extends to the divine talisman craft as well. In contrast, her own talents are rather unremarkable. Even if she were to wield such divine arts, she might only unlock a fraction of Chu Xia's potential. This situation is quite favorable. Chu Xia's inadvertent usurpation of the opportunity prepared for her by the Empress Mother would undoubtedly leave him feeling guilty towards her. While she did not intend to manipulate him, at the very least, it might encourage him to treat her with greater kindness. Perhaps this is simply fate. With a gentle sigh, Xia Zishuan feigned sorrow. Although Chu Xia suspected that Xia Zishuan might be playing the victim, he nonetheless felt a twinge of embarrassment. From now on, I shall provide you with as many divine talismans as you desire. Moreover, feel free to make a request as a form of compensation for me. It was not in Chu Xia's nature to take without giving something in return. He felt it necessary to offer Xia Zishuan a touch of sweetness. Upon hearing his promise, Xia Zishuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Now that sounds more reasonable. If the Empress Mother were aware, she would surely not hold it against you. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zishuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she leaned closer to Chu Xia's ear, whispering a few words. Chu Xia was taken aback. Are you certain? This is your request? You don't want to reconsider? Xia Zishuan nodded. I have been serving you. Today, it is my turn to indulge a little. Chu Xia shrugged in acquiescence. Very well, seafood sounds delightful. A change of pace is indeed refreshing. Beneath the night sky of Tangzhou, though lacking the bustling splendor of the imperial capital, the gentle beauty and tranquility of the Jiangnan water town were, in Chu Xia's eyes, exquisite. Compared to the imperial capital, he found himself preferring this environment, which felt more conducive to living, imbued with a richer sense of life. He wandered alone, soaking in the serene night. Xia Zishuan had initially wished to accompany him, but fatigue held her back, leaving her to rest. She was indeed both inexperienced and playful. As he strolled, a sudden commotion broke the stillness ahead. Chu Xia, reluctant to spoil the mood, cast a glance and was surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the white-clad heroine he had encountered at the ferry the previous day, Ling Shuanghua, if he recalled correctly. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Before him, Ling Shuanghua's enchanting visage was as cold as ice, her sword poised threateningly against a disheveled middle-aged man, scolding him fiercely. You despicable gambler! Your wife and children suffer in hunger while you squander your family's wealth in the gambling den. You disgrace your role as a father and husband. Today, I shall sever all 10 of your fingers, ensuring you never gamble again. The filthy gambler's face turned pale, terror evident as he wet himself in fear. Just as Ling Shuanghua prepared to strike with her ancient sword, a woman rushed forward, shielding her husband. Heroine, please, if you cut off his fingers, how will he provide for our family? You would be condemning us all. I only asked you to teach him a lesson, not to harm him. If you frighten my husband, I shall demand compensation. You are foolish, Ling Shuanghua exclaimed in frustration. My master taught me that gamblers are beyond redemption. Only severing their hands will deter them from their vice. You truly infuriate me. Stomping her foot in irritation, she turned to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, the woman fell to her knees, clutching Ling Shuanghua's leg. Help! Someone has assaulted my husband. This wicked woman has driven him mad. Villagers, stand up for me. As the woman's cries drew a growing crowd, onlookers began to point fingers at Ling Shuanghua, their judgment clouded by misunderstanding. I was merely trying to help you. How can you repay kindness with malice? Ling Shuanghua was momentarily stunned. Her master had warned her of the world's dangers, but she believed she was acting in righteousness. How could this be the outcome? As the crowd swelled, she felt a pang of panic. These were unarmed commoners. They could not stop her. However, fleeing would tarnish her reputation as a heroine, undermining her future endeavors to do good. It seemed she would have to settle this with money. Yet, when she reached for her purse, she was met with dismay. Where's my coin pouch gone? At that moment, a calm and imposing figure approached. He exuded an invisible pressure. With a single glance, the raucous scene fell silent. Would this gold ingot suffice to compensate for your husband's 2 hands? It was Chu Xia, his tone indifferent. The woman's gaze was drawn instantly to the gleaming gold ingot, and she instinctively swallowed hard, barely comprehending his words as she eagerly snatched it from him. It appears you have made your choice, Chu Xia remarked with a light chuckle. In the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the gambler, feigning unconsciousness, emitted a piercing scream. In disbelief, he raised his hands, only to find all 10 fingers severed, blood gushing forth. The woman, realizing what had transpired, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when she suddenly grasped the weight of the gold ingot in her hand. It was enough to secure her family's livelihood for years. Furthermore, the man who had intervened was clearly a formidable warrior, not someone she could afford to offend. Without a word, she hurriedly assisted her injured husband and fled. On the stone bridge, Ling Shuanghua enjoyed a candied hawthorn skewer with delight. Your name is Chu Xia, correct? I shall remember it. Thank you for your assistance earlier, though you shouldn't have compensated so much. Sudden wealth can only invite misfortune. That family may not be able to hold on to such windfall. Not to worry, I walk my own path. I have provided them with an opportunity. Whether they seize it is no longer my concern. Chu Xia replied with an air of nonchalance. Ling Shuanghua regarded him with curiosity. You are quite an intriguing individual. Throughout my journey, I have encountered many warriors, yet they all seem to embody brute strength with little intellect, akin to beasts of the wild. Finishing her last candied hawthorn, Ling Shuanghua leapt from the bridge railing and declared, Thank you once again for your timely intervention. I currently lack the means to repay you, but should our paths cross again, I shall ensure to compensate you double. I, Ling Shuanghua, am a woman of my word. No sooner had she spoken than she stepped lightly upon the water's surface, vanishing into the night. In her swift departure, Ling Shuanghua indeed exuded the essence of a heroine, though she still bore the naivety of youth, lacking the tempering of experience. Brushing the sugar remnants from his hands, Chu Xia swallowed the final piece of candied hawthorn and made his way toward a brilliantly lit brothel. Let me see what treasures lie hidden in this realm of pleasure. Drawing the interest of the divine cauldron. Chapter 52. The Bodhi tea tree. Chu Xia was certainly not seeking an excuse to visit a brothel. The divine cauldron indeed trembled slightly. Although the quiver was not pronounced, the items capable of piquing the interest of the divine cauldron were few and far between. Once discovered, they were not to be overlooked. Oh my, what a handsome young man. The ladies have come to see a dashing figure. As soon as Chu Xia stepped into the brothel, he heard the loud voice of the madam. Upon glancing up, he noticed dozens of fair-skinned, beautiful young women gathered at the railing of the second floor, chattering incessantly, unabashedly appraising him from head to toe. Such height, must be nearly 9 feet tall. His lips are red and teeth white, with clear eyes, undoubtedly from a wealthy family. His gait is steady. He must be a trained fighter. I wager this lad possesses exceptional foundational skills. Chu Xia, with his extraordinary hearing, could discern the discussions of these women despite the cacophony around him. Feeling rather bashful, he finally understood the emotions of those who were subject to such scrutiny. However, he was even more surprised to find that this seemingly modest brothel housed such remarkably high-caliber maidens. Any girl selected from the second floor would be of above-average beauty, with a few even reaching extraordinary levels. Though the first floor and Oppo's girls were somewhat ordinary, none could be deemed unattractive. Ah, this young master seems unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our immortal pavilion? I wonder what your preferences are. We have all kinds of ladies here, each one gentle and demure. Guaranteed to delight you, the madam said with a beaming smile as she scrutinized Chu Xia. Immortal Pavilion? Such a grand name. Aren't you concerned it may be overwhelming? Chu Xia replied nonchalantly. The madam grinned with pride. Ah, my dear young master, you are unaware of our esteemed background. Let me assure you, even a Meng family must show us a modicum of respect, and officials tend to keep their distance from us. Oh, pray, elaborate. Chu Xia inquired with mild curiosity, discreetly placing a gold ingot into the madam's sleeve. The madam was momentarily taken aback. Such generosity. This young man must have an extraordinary background. We must treat him with utmost care. Please do not rush. Let us discuss further upstairs. I shall arrange for the most exquisite ladies to ensure your utmost comfort. She continued. Very well, Chu Xia nodded. The divine cauldron's sensing was on the second floor. He decided to proceed there and devise a means to pry further into matters. In a short while, he was escorted to a lavish room on the second floor, where 5 charming young maidens surrounded him. Young master, would you like some grapes? Young master, may I have the honor of sharing a cup with you? Chu Xia felt as though he had entered a realm of femininity. After a brief engagement, he summoned the madam. Tell me, what remarkable background does the immortal pavilion possess? The Bloodwolf gang. Have you heard of it, young master? Zhao Biao. Chu Xia's expression shifted as he recalled the arrogant and domineering master he had encountered at the Meng family. Ah, so you are acquainted with our Bloodwolf gang's leader. Then you must understand, in Jiangnan, all gambling houses and brothels fall under the Bloodwolf gang's domain. Please, expound upon the Bloodwolf gang's affairs. Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. My brother serves in the Azure Dragon Hall of the Blood Wolf Gang, and he possesses a stake in this immortal pavilion. He is quite shrewd in business and enjoys the favor of Leader Zhao. Once the madam began her discourse, she spoke endlessly. It was only after a considerable duration that she realized she had divulged too much and took her leave. Chu Xia furrowed his brow deeply. From the madam's narrative, he gleaned a crucial lead. Although the Blood Wolf Gang had been established for many years, its real rise occurred only in the past 2 months, coinciding with the arrival of the Divine Martial Army in Jiangnan. It seemed he could not turn a blind eye to this. If it involved the Divine Martial Army, he had an obligation to clear his father's name. A surge of murderous intent arose, and a chilling wind swept through. The candelabra extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. When the light returned, Chu Xia had vanished without a trace. Where'd he go? Why does it feel so chilly behind me? Could be a ghost? Don't speak foolishly. The young master is certainly a martial artist, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Under the cloak of night, Chu Xia strolled through the winding streets. In his hands, he cradled a pot containing a tea sapling. Within the brothel, guided by the divine cauldron, he had discovered a historically significant tea cake. This sapling emerged after the divine cauldron consumed the tea cake and subsequently expelled it. Though the sapling appeared unremarkable, it bore a resounding name, the Bodhi tea tree. It is a rare and extraordinary treasure. Once matured, the leaves harvested are known as enlightenment tea, which possesses invigorating and enlightening properties. Such treasures are far rarer than spiritual herbs or minerals, and the value of this Bodhi tea tree may surpass Chu Xia's wildest imaginings. On his way home, Chu Xia also purchased some snacks to share with Xia Zixuan and his sister. The following day, Steward Su Shu and the other elders safely arrived at Tangzhou under the protection of the Longyuan Guard. Chu Xia had specifically rented a large courtyard to accommodate them temporarily. As he returned, the governor Lin Xiuma happened to arrive. After paying his respects to the princess, he immediately relayed the intelligence he had gathered overnight. The situation regarding the Blood Wolf Gang and the Meng family was not overly complicated. In brief, a few young members of the Meng family had killed several minor leaders of the Blood Wolf Gang, incurring their wrath and prompting retaliatory strikes against the Meng family's enterprises in Tangzhou. Initially, the Meng family believed the Blood Wolf Gang to be inconsequential and not a match for their century-old lineage. However, after several confrontations, they had suffered considerable losses. Despite the Meng family's multitude of experts, the Blood Wolf Gang boasted a membership exceeding 5,000, composed largely of ruthless and reckless individuals who feared nothing in battle, making them exceptionally fierce. With the Meng family's vast enterprises, they found themselves constrained. Should they engage the Blood Wolf Gang in earnest, the cost would be significant. Reluctantly, the Meng family had to acquiesce to the Blood Wolf Gang's demands for negotiation, which required them to cede a portion of their family assets. This morning, the elder of the Meng family was set to personally visit the Blood Wolf Gang to negotiate with Zhao Biao. Calculating the time, it seemed the negotiations had already commenced. Where are the negotiations taking place? Xia Zixuan inquired, her brow furrowed. At the Red Lake Villa in the southern suburbs, Lin Xiuma replied. This information had taken considerable effort to obtain. In fulfilling the princess's task, he had not slept a wink all night, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled, with deep circles under his eyes. Please take your leave, he said, bowing. After Lin Xiuma departed, Xia Zixuan's furrowed brow remained, as if deep in thought. Do you wish to assist your grandfather? Chu Xia discerned her intentions. I am uncertain. Perhaps you could offer me some guidance, Chu Xia. Chapter 53. A heavy hand in the realm of fate. The ties of blood remain unalterable, regardless of the grievances between your mother and grandfather. Your grandfather will eternally be your grandfather. Should the Meng family suffer humiliation, you too shall inevitably bear the consequences. Chu Xia elucidated the intricate web of benefits and consequences to Xia Zixuan, ultimately stating, furthermore, and most crucially, if you aspire to ascend as the Empress of the Qian in the future, you shall undoubtedly require a solid foundation of support. The venerable Mr. Meng, due to his advanced years, will eventually depart from this world. When that time comes, what justifies your status as the legitimate daughter of the Meng family from becoming its head? Mastering the Meng family equates to wielding considerable influence over a significant portion of the martial forces in Jiangnan. Evidently swayed by Chu Xia's arguments, Xia Zixuan pondered for an extended period before declaring, Let us proceed to Honghu Mountain Villa. Chu Xia nodded, a look of profound satisfaction gracing her countenance. In the southern outskirts of Tangzhou, beside the shores of Honghu, a villa exuding opulence stood with an atmosphere charged with tension. Behind Zhao Biao, hundreds of elite members of the Blood Wolf gang loomed ominously, their bare shoulders adorned with the Blood Wolf insignia. Each exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity. None among them was deemed worthy of standing here without having claimed the lives of at least 100. On the opposing side, led by Meng Longhe, the Meng family members, though all formidable warriors, most possessing strength surpassing the Xian realm, exhibited a palpable lack of spirit. Some clan members even displayed unmistakable fear, their trembling forms betraying their bravado. Witnessing this, Meng Longhe felt a profound disappointment. Over the years, the Meng family had grown accustomed to a peaceful existence. Their former valor and prowess long diminished. Old man, are you truly unwilling to see the land of Lian Mountain? Zhao Biao, nonchalant, munched on peanuts, a silver glinting blade resting upon his shoulder, his gaze sharp and menacing. Few of the Meng family members dared to meet his eyes for more than a fleeting second. Chief Zhao, I am unaware of how you acquired news of the Lian Mountain property, but I can unequivocally inform you that the Blood Wolf gang shall not lay claim to it. The Meng family may seek to avoid conflict, but that does not imply we fear it. If you persist in your obstinacy, we shall resolve this under the blade. With a cold huff, Meng Longhe unleashed an invisible aura akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. The surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently, fissures cracking open in the stone beneath his feet, and the table before him crumbled to dust. Bang! Zhao Biao thrust his long blade into the stone floor, the resultant shockwave cleaving the hall in twain, beams and walls splintering apart. Old fool, you've lost your mind, truly believing yourself the king of Jiangnan. Since you are so obstinate, I shall send you swiftly to the underworld. As his words faded, hundreds of elite members of the Blood Wolf gang surged forward like a tidal wave, filling the hall with a cacophony of clashing blades. Many from the Meng family were caught unawares, struggling to comprehend why the Blood Wolf gang would resort to violence without provocation. The Meng family, a martial lineage spanning millennia, would typically instill trepidation in others at the mere mention of their name. Yet the Blood Wolf gang appeared to operate devoid of any semblance of decorum, behaving like ruffians on the streets. The Meng family heirs, however, had forgotten that in the realm of martial artists, strength was the ultimate arbiter. Centuries ago, their ancestors established their place in the martial world through sheer might. Kill! Meng Longhe erupted with fierce intent, charging forth. Old fool, your opponent is me. Zhao Biao met him with a forceful slash of his blade, an overwhelming aura of power emanating from his strike. The ferocity of his attack stirred the elemental forces, conjuring a tempest of razor-sharp energy. Meng Longhe furrowed his brow. Peak of the Grandmaster realm. I had underestimated you. With a voice resonant like a dragon's roar, he shouted, shattering the glass tiles of the roof above. Zhao Biao's expression shifted, sensing the gravity of Meng Longhe's prowess. Despite his advanced age, the elder still emanated a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. Had Zhao encountered him 2 months prior, he would have surely faltered against Meng Longhe. Yet now, Zhao Biao scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a sinister hue, his blade imbued with a malevolent crimson energy, propelling his momentum to new heights. He unleashed a strike, overpowering Meng Longhe with speed and force, leaving him no time to evade. Instead, Meng Longhe could only summon his protective spiritual energy to envelop his arms and brace himself for the impact. Boom! With a resounding crash, Meng Longhe was hurled backwards, crashing into the wall of the hall, debris raining down upon him as blood poured forth from his arms, revealing bone beneath deep wounds. Patriarch, grandfather, ancestor. This scene horrified all the Meng family members. Yet the Blood Wolf gang showed no mercy, launching into a new wave of slaughter. The chilling blade glinted, its crimson hue surpassing even that of the waters of Honghu. This was a one-sided massacre. Kill, kill, kill. Slaughter them all. Leave no survivors. Zhao Biao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage. The Meng warriors, unaccustomed to such brutality, were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. The direct descendants, though valiantly resisting, were vastly outmatched. retreating steadily under the onslaught of the Blood Wolf gang. Though Meng Longhe, gritting his teeth against his injuries, struggled to rise from the rubble. Despair welled within him as he surveyed the scene. The Meng family was destined for annihilation. Suddenly, a streak of sword light descended from the heavens, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, the foremost elite of the Blood Wolf gang fell, their throats severed, lifeless bodies collapsing simultaneously. This astonishing display of skill froze all present. The sight of the bloodless flying sword suspended in the air instilled paralyzing fear within the ranks of the Blood Wolf gang. Silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the rapid breaths of the onlookers, both Blood Wolf gang and Meng family alike, drenched in sweat and stricken with anxiety. Who dares to play tricks? Zhao Biao's fury surged, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. He raised his long knife, poised to strike anew. At that moment, he felt a searing heat emanate from behind him. With a swift motion, a claw pierced through Zhao Biao's chest, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The claw had obliterated his heart, dark crimson blood erupting like a fountain. The flame-winged phantom, in a playful display, spun Zhao Biao around like a windmill, showering the area with droplets of blood, resembling a rain of crimson. Bang! A fist descended, striking the flame-winged phantom and Appo's head with force. Get back! As a command echoed, the phantom was drawn back into the exquisite demon locking tower, leaving Zhao Biao's still-warm corpse to plummet to the ground, a grotesque mass of flesh. Standing amidst the elite of the Blood Wolf gang, Chu Xia offered a faint smile to the crowd. I apologize. My pet may have been a tad overzealous and accidentally killed your leader. Chapter 54. Mastering the dragon rather than the sword as the smile faded. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xia's eyes. As compensation, I can only send you to meet him in the underworld. The Chu Xia sword emitted a piercing cry. With a swift and fierce motion, the sword light twisted, and in an instant, the 300 elite members of the Blood Wolf gang were slaughtered as easily as slicing through vegetables. In a mere moment, the battle concluded, leaving only a scene of severed limbs and scattered bodies. Not a single soul was spared, as there was no need for it. Upon seeing Zhao Biao, Chu Xia had already made up his mind. He had taken drugs, consuming a special elixir known as the Burning Blood life-extending pill. This was a potion specifically provided to the Divine Martial Army, designed for severely injured soldiers on the battlefield, allowing their bloodlines to ignite and their potential to explode, granting them a few more hours of life, and even surpassing their previous limits in strength. Even uninjured soldiers could take it, resulting in accelerated consumption of their vitality. While it would not lead to immediate death, it would significantly shorten their lifespan and hasten aging. Now, Chu Xia could confidently conclude that the sudden rise of the Blood Wolf gang was certainly backed by the covert support of the Divine Martial Army. Young brother, you are the dragon guard beside Zixian? Meng Longhe, clutching his wounds to staunch the bleeding, approached Chu Xia tremblingly, his eyes wide with shock. Although he had heard tales of the talented individuals hidden within the Dragon Guard, Chu Xia's sudden display of power had evidently surpassed the limits of martial prowess. Could he be a cultivator? He is my man. At that moment, Xia Zixian slowly entered from outside. She witnessed Chu Xia's actions and, while astonished, felt no surprise. After all, he was the man she had chosen. Her judgment could not be flawed. Seeing Xia Zixian, Meng Longhe was rendered speechless, his heart a tumult of emotions. He never expected that in the end, it would be she who saved the Meng family. Wan Qing, I owe you too much already. Now, your daughter has saved the Meng family once again. This is certainly not what I wish for. You two talk. I have matters to attend to. Chu Xia lifted the barely conscious Zhao Biao and walked out of the hall, casually bidding farewell to Xia Zixian. He had no interest in the family affairs of the Meng clan, and given the deep-seated estrangement between the grandfather and grandson, he was even less inclined to waste time there. The Red Lake Villa was vast, and Chu Xia randomly found a room, tossing Zhao Biao inside. Zhao Biao's heart was ruptured, his body darkened. Had it not been for the effects of the Burning Blood life-extending pill, he would have likely perished by now. Although still alive, he had completely lost the ability to move, his eyes burning with fury as they fixed on Chu Xia. Tell me the whereabouts of the Divine Martial Army, and I can grant you a swift end. As Chu Xia spoke, Zhao Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew about the divine martial army? Who on earth was he? I am Chu Xia, the young marshal of the divine martial army. Chu Xia seemingly understood Zhao Biao's unspoken thoughts and provided a response that was beyond Zhao Biao's wildest imagination. Zhao Biao's expression shifted to one of resignation. So that's it. That makes sense. Trembling, he raised his arm and pointed towards the southwest. Moments later, Zhao Biao's gaze turned ashen, his body stiffened, and he succumbed to death. Chu Xia rummaged through Zhao Biao's pockets, retrieving a storage bag. Upon opening it, he found it filled with gold ingots, an impressive sum of 10,000 taels. 1,000 gleaming gold ingots presented a striking visual impact. The Blood Wolf gang, having monopolized the lucrative gambling and brothel industries, certainly had amassed considerable wealth. The other items within the storage bag, while somewhat valuable, paled in comparison to the gold ingots. He discarded everything but the gold and the pills. Securing his spoils, Chu Xia took to the skies on his sword, gazing southwest. There lay an expanse of undulating hills, shrouded in ominous miasma, evoking unease. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he soared into the mountains. Given the vastness of the sky and the absence of human presence, Chu Xia seized the opportunity to test the maximum speed of his sword flight. Not as fast as anticipated, while undoubtedly swifter than a galloping horse. The difference was not as pronounced. However, a horse could run tirelessly with a bit of feed, whereas Chu Xia's spiritual energy was finite. Prolonged sword flight would inevitably deplete his stamina, with endurance barely lasting an hour. After flying for a while, Chu Xia landed atop a mountain. In the next moment, the temperature at the summit surged dramatically as the little Saint Lord materialized, engulfed in flames. A roar echoed across the heavens. Birds plummeted from the sky, beasts cowered, and even the tiniest creatures trembled in fear, frozen in place. The surrounding area fell eerily silent. Such was the might of the dragon. Chu Xia marveled at the sight. Were it not for the seclusion of the forest, he would not dare to unleash the little Saint Lord. After all, the true dragon rarely revealed itself in the mortal realm. Once it did, even the slightest commotion could result in catastrophe. Master, good. The little Saint Lord turned to Chu Xia, greeting him in human speech. The contrast between its childlike tone and the earlier powerful roar was striking. You can speak human language? Chu Xia inquired with curiosity. Kai taught me, still not proficient. Truly, as a dragon, not only was its strength exceptional, but its intelligence also surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Fly me southwest, and be sure to avoid populated areas, Chu Xia commanded. Okay. The little Saint Lord nodded excitedly. Having lived a life of confinement, this was its first foray into the outside world. Gazing at the boundless sky, the little Saint Lord felt exhilarated, eager to explore. Once Chu Xia steadied himself atop its back, the little Saint Lord took off like an arrow, swiftly ascending above the clouds, becoming a streak of red light as it flew at astonishing speed. The fierce wind buffeted Chu Xia's face, despite the protection of spiritual energy. The sensation was far from pleasant. While the speed was impressive, the comfort level left much to be desired. Fortunately, after the initial thrill wore off, the little Saint Lord slowed down, gliding through the clouds. Chu Xia continuously surveyed the ground. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he spotted a relatively flat area among the mountains. There, he noticed several primitive structures, resembling an ancient village. Nearby, numerous tents were pitched, and armored soldiers were engaged in drills. Withdraw. Chu Xia recalled the little Saint Lord into the Linglong locking demon tower, drew his Ju Xia sword, and approached the vicinity of the ancient village, descending on a high mountain. After a careful observation, he grasped the general situation. As expected, it was this fellow. Within the divine martial army, only he would dare engage in collusion with gangs to monopolize gambling and brothels. Without further hesitation, Chu Xia leaped into the air, soaring down the mountain. Luo Penghai, come out and face your demise. Chapter 55. Luo Penghai in an unremarkable thatched cottage within an ancient village. A woman of enchanting beauty counted gold ingots from a chest, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Penghai, our expedition southward has truly paid off. Everyone claims that the clans of Jiangnan are numerous and impenetrable to outsiders, yet we have effortlessly opened their defenses using just a small blood wolf gang. I once imagined these clans to be formidable, but it turns out they are mere bluster, easily subdued with a little intimidation. Her laughter rang out, as she envisioned a future filled with prosperity. At the current rate of wealth we are amassing through the Bloodwolf gang, it won't take a year before we acquire enough riches to last several lifetimes. Then, we shall leave the Qian and soar to a life of leisure and indulgence. Seated on the grass mat, the man's brow furrowed. Xuemei, did we not agree to use this money to recruit soldiers and strengthen the divine martial army? Once we succeed in battle, I too can aspire to be emperor, reveling in the pleasures of a harem of 3,000 beauties. The woman shot him a disdainful glance. With your lackluster capabilities, should you be granted a harem, it would be merely for show. Besides, the Qian royal family's fate is far from over. To rebel recklessly would be akin to courting death. Why not follow me to seek a sect of immortals, use our wealth to gain entry, and with a stroke of luck, cultivate some semblance of power? If we can establish a foundation, we could live for 200 years, far more blissfully than any emperor. You do have a point, but we cannot ignore the vengeance owed to the Grand Marshal. Zhou Xuanmei scoffed. Luo Penghai, do you truly consider yourself a loyal hound? Were it not for my guidance from the shadows, would you have attained the position of commander of the divine martial army? What prowess do you possess to command 20,000 elite soldiers? Merely your bulk? Her scathing words ignited a fire within Luo Penghai. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, his rage dissipated into a weary sigh. Very well, I shall concede to your wishes. After a lifetime of warfare, it is time I enjoy some peace. He grasped the woman's arm, drawing her into an embrace, hastily lifting her skirt. Moments later, as heavy breaths escaped him, Zhou Xuanmei stood, adjusting her skirt and continuing to tally the gold ingots with a radiant smile. Luo Penghai, come out and face your doom. A sudden, fierce shout echoed. Luo Penghai's expression shifted dramatically. He bolted upright from the mat, his body trembling. This voice, it belonged to the young marshal, and he was still alive. First, joy surged through him, but it quickly morphed into panic. Just as he began to dress and exit, Zhou Xuanmei stopped him. You should feign illness and hide. I'll deal with Chu Xia. He's just an inexperienced boy. If necessary, I'll simply bribe him. She hurriedly stuffed the chest filled with gold ingots into a storage bag, elegantly fanning herself as she made her way outside. In the next moment, Zhou Xuanmei froze. Before her stood a remarkably handsome youth, descending from the mountaintop like a celestial being. Such a gallant demeanor, such an ethereal grace. Zhou Xuanmei found herself captivated, momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled having met Chu Xia before. He had appeared somewhat juvenile then, but the young man before her now, with his crimson lips, white teeth, and striking brows, was incomparable. Particularly in terms of aura, he was an entirely different being. Step aside. Zhou Xuanmei snapped back to reality at Chu Xia's cold voice. Her alluring visage flushed crimson, yet she remained silent, merely assessing him, instinctively swallowing hard. Chu Xia frowned slightly. He recognized this woman as Luo Penghai's mistress. During Luo Penghai's 50th birthday celebration, he had attended with his father and retained a fleeting impression of this flamboyantly adorned woman. However, her current gaze toward him stirred a sense of distaste within him. Xuanmei pays her respects to the young marshal. Penghai has been afflicted by miasma and is bedridden. Should you have matters to discuss, I can represent him fully. Zhou Xuanmei bit her tongue, using the pain to quickly regain her composure. Yet within her mind, her thoughts underwent a radical transformation. She needed to devise a means to keep Chu Xia here. What are you even worth? Do you think you're fit to lead the divine martial army? Chu Xia's gaze turned icy, an unspoken murderous intent radiating from him, causing Zhou Xuanmei to shudder involuntarily and instinctively take 2 steps back. Such intense hostility, such overwhelming pressure. After a year apart, the young marshal of the divine martial army had grown to such an extent. A man of this caliber was worthy of Zhou Xuanmei, but he seemed to have a rather poor temper. No matter, he was merely an inexperienced youth. Once he graced my bed, he would surely be tamed. Why are you so enraged, young marshal? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Zhou Xuanmei cooed as she grasped Chu Xia's arm, her figure gliding against him like a serpent. However, before she could approach, the blade of the absolute kill sword was already poised at her throat. Zhou Xuanmei, do not presume I am unaware of your instigation of Luo Penghai's actions. Do you not know that one of the iron rules of the divine martial army states that anyone colluding with external forces shall be executed without mercy? The sword-esque glimmer cast a pallor across Chu Xia's face. Though her cultivation was on par with Chu Xia's, she could not withstand the intent of a top-grade spiritual weapon. The terror of death seeped into her core, leaving her limbs icy and her spirit in disarray. On the brink of fainting. Stop! At that moment, a corpulent figure rushed out from the thatched cottage, pulling Chu Xia back. Luo Penghai shielded her behind his massive frame, confronting Chu Xia directly. Young Marshal, if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall on me alone. It has nothing to do with Xue. Moreover, you need not invoke the iron rules of the divine martial army to intimidate me. The rules also state that we must be flexible. I have led 20,000 soldiers southward, enduring countless trials and tribulations to secure our foothold in Jiangnan. My contributions cannot be dismissed with a mere word from you. To speak plainly, with the Grand Marshal deceased, the divine martial army is essentially defunct. These 20,000 elite soldiers were all brought forth by me. I address you as young marshal out of respect. Should I choose otherwise, you would be nothing. Luo Penghai's voice remained robust, his posture unyielding, displaying no sign of remorse. Were the divine marshal general still alive, he would not dare challenge Chu Xia's authority. But times had changed. A mere Chu Xia, likely struggling for survival himself, had no right to raise his voice in front of him. Very well. It seems you have made your choice. Chu Xia's expression remained indifferent. In that case, let us resolve this matter according to the customs of the divine martial army. A duel on the platform, with a death contract signed. What? Luo Penghai exclaimed in shock. Chu Xia intended to challenge him to a duel? A mere boy, untested in the ways of the world, dared to confront a martial arts master? How could he even consider such a thing? Chapter 56. Breakthrough to the transformation stage amidst the mountains in the martial arts arena. The soldiers of the divine martial army were gathering outside the village. Rumors spread that the young commander had returned, perhaps to reorganize the divine martial army. It was uncertain. With the death of the grand commander, the young commander's authority had plummeted, and General Luo would not easily relinquish military power. In my view, life is quite good as it is. No worries for food and drink, and no need to engage in battle. Hurry! The young commander and General Luo are about to sign a death pact. They will duel on the stage. Is that true? The young commander is too impulsive. General Luo is a master warrior, while the young commander has only practiced for a few years. We must hurry. Chu Xia is the sole heir left by the divine martial general, and nothing must go awry. In no time, nearly 20,000 soldiers of the divine martial army had gathered outside the village. On the makeshift arena, Chu Xia and Luo Penghai had completed the signing of the death pact. Rest assured, Chu Xia, I shall show mercy, Luo Penghai said with a dismissive expression. Chu Xia, this is your own doing. Once the death pact is signed, should I unintentionally kill you in the duel, you cannot blame me. Chu Xia remained silent, merely feeling the surge of spiritual power within him. The opportunity to break through to the transformation stage lay in this battle. If Chu Xia wished to cleanse his ranks, eliminating Luo Penghai and Zhou Xiumei would be a trivial matter. However, certain actions necessitate a grand display. To reclaim military authority, one must first establish dominance. Chu Xia was too young. The title of young commander was but a hollow name, devoid of real power. In the eyes of the soldiers, he was primarily the son of the divine martial general, and now that his father had passed, the title of young commander was essentially defunct. Thus, Chu Xia needed a resounding victory to legitimize his identity as young commander. He recalled the old tradition of the divine martial army, settling disputes through duels. In the military, strength represented everything. All rules and regulations would yield to might. This atmosphere of reverence for the strong had been cultivated through countless battles on the field. For in war, one must win by any means necessary. Defeat equates to death, and the dead have no voice. You need not hold back. Let us begin. Chu Xia provocatively beckoned to Luo Penghai to attack first. Luo Penghai felt his authority as a master disrespected, and his gaze turned icy. With a sudden stomp, his hefty body trembled, and in an instant, he unleashed astonishing speed, transforming into a blur that vanished before Chu Xia's eyes. Despite his appearance, which did not suggest a practitioner of speed, few knew that Luo Penghai had initially joined the divine martial army as a scout. Scouts often traversed 800 miles overnight to gather intelligence. The techniques he practiced primarily emphasized agility. His physique bewildered opponents, but his sudden bursts of speed caught them unawares, allowing him to achieve numerous victories and ascend to one of the 5 main generals of the divine martial army. With a slight exertion, I have already reached your limit. What do you possess to contend with me? Luo Penghai's mocking voice echoed in Chu Xia's ears, audible only to him. Is that so? A faint voice whispered in Luo Penghai and Appo's ear. In that brief moment of distraction, a fist imbued with heavy spiritual power crashed down. Boom! Caught off guard, Luo Penghai was struck in the forehead, the sound of cracking bone echoing as his 300-pound frame was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground outside the arena. Silence. The audience was rendered breathless by the scene before them. General Luo was defeated, and with but a single move. When did the young commander's strength become so formidable? Lying on the ground, Luo Penghai was in shock. Pain was secondary. What astonished him was that Chu Xia had outperformed him in his area of expertise, speed. He had not even perceived Chu Xia's movement. He was utterly unaware of how Chu Xia had appeared before him. How can a mere junior defeat a master of martial arts? No, it must be due to my carelessness. Chu Xia is but a young lad. The last time I saw him, he had merely reached the qi gathering stage. Even if he has grown rapidly, he could at most be at the spirit refinement stage now. How could he possibly contend with a master? Turning around, Luo Penghai noticed the soldiers' gazes filled with doubt. When the strength of a martial arts master is questioned, it is an immense humiliation, ignoring the rule that falling outside the arena signifies defeat. He leaped back onto the stage. That does not count. Once more, Luo Penghai, now resorting to trickery, cast aside any notions of leniency. He unleashed his full speed, transforming into a blur once more, charging at Chu Xia. The fury of a martial arts master escalated the danger exponentially. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, channeling his spiritual power to form a thick layer of protective energy, unleashing a speed and agility that rivaled Luo Penghai, engaging him in a direct confrontation. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two clashed dozens of times. The ferocity of their assault caused the arena to tremble, swiftly approaching its breaking point. Yet the battle raged on. Luo Penghai gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit surging, growing bolder with each exchange. Leveraging his advantage in spiritual power, Chu Xia's strength and speed matched Luo Penghai's. His only shortcoming was experience in combat. However, after several exchanges, Chu Xia's remarkable insight and perception had allowed him to discern Luo Penghai's patterns and devise countermeasures in his mind. Yet, Chu Xia did not rush to conclude the battle. Instead, he feigned weakness several times, luring Luo Penghai to intensify his onslaught. In the midst of their fierce clashes, Chu Xia fully mobilized his spiritual energy, utilizing Luo Penghai's relentless attacks as a means to temper himself, honing his skills with the power of a master. Suddenly, the tempered spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation. Chu Xia and Appo's aura began to rise dramatically. A breakthrough, harnessing Luo Penghai and Appo's strength. Chu Xia successfully stepped into the threshold of the transformation stage. The surge of spiritual energy from Chu Xia left Luo Penghai in shock. What was happening? He had clearly shown signs of defeat. Why was his strength suddenly surging? Luo Penghai, prepare to meet your end. Chu Xia, delivering a heavy punch straight at Luo Penghai's face. With a resounding crash, Luo Penghai's massive form was sent soaring, crashing heavily more than 10 meters away. His forehead was completely caved in, the skull shattered, brain matter spewing forth. Penghai, Zhou Xiumei, who had been watching, rushed forward, and upon seeing Luo Penghai lifeless, she instantly wilted, collapsing to her knees. How could this happen? How could Chu Xia be so powerful, actually killing a martial arts master? What will I do now that you are gone? Zhou Xiumei suddenly regained her senses. No, now is not the time to mourn Luo Penghai. If she wished to survive, she must cling tightly to Chu Xia's coattails. Congratulations, young commander. Congratulations, young commander. With the elimination of the scourge Luo Penghai, there is hope for the divine martial army with your return. Zhou Xiumei's expression shifted dramatically as she crawled to Chu Xia, congratulating him fervently. Chapter 57. Heavy armored iron cavalry. Zhou Xiumei's thoughts were commendable, yet she stood before Chu Xia. In a flash, the blade's radiance glimmered, and the Juesha sword soared forth. piercing through Chu Xia's chest, pinning her beside the corpse of Luo Panghai. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from her lips. However, Chu Xia paid her no mind, instead turning to face the soldiers. According to the regulations of the Divine Martial Army, I have triumphed over Luo Panghai in a life-and-death duel, thus obtaining command over the Third Army. If any of you have objections, step forward and challenge me. No objections. The soldiers rallied, their voices resounding like thunder. With the young marshal at the helm, the Divine Martial Army will soon reclaim its former glory. Well done. Both Luo Panghai and Chu Xia deserve their fates. We, the Divine Martial Army, belong on the battlefield, not wasting our prime years here, forever supporting the young marshal, perhaps swayed by Chu Xia's formidable prowess, or perhaps moved by a genuine sense of belonging to the Divine Martial Army. The 20,000 soldiers present erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The spirit of the Divine Martial Army remains unbroken. My father, watching from above, would surely feel pride. In Dahuang Village, the village chief and Appo's residents had been temporarily requisitioned by the Divine Martial Army. Chu Xia listened intently to his subordinates and Appo's reports, meticulously reviewing the state of affairs since his father and Appo's passing. The briefing lasted half an hour. Upon its conclusion, Chu Xia fell into a long silence. The current state of the Divine Martial Army was one of utter disarray. 100,000 troops were divided into 5 factions, scattered across the vast territories of the Dacian Empire. The Third Army fared relatively well, for the Jiangnan region was affluent and had supported the Blood Wolf gang, ensuring a steady flow of supplies. However, the fortunes of the other factions were far less favorable. Some had fled to desolate lands, while others sought refuge on distant islands. The most elite First Corps, reportedly led by General Guan Yuer, had even crossed the Tian Shan Mountains into neighboring lands. Chu Xia's aspirations to reunite the Divine Martial Army would likely take considerable time to realize. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Zhao Biao, has been slain by my hand. Henceforth, all ties between the Divine Martial Army and the Blood Wolf gang are severed. Chu Xia's gaze swept over his subordinates as he continued. From this day forth, your sole mission is to train diligently, enhance your strength, and await the opportune moment, a chance to avenge the Divine Martial General, a moment to cleanse all past humiliations and grievances. His voice was resolute, resonating in the hearts of all present, igniting a fervor for revenge. The subordinates, once trusted confidants of the Divine Martial General, understood the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his demise. Hearing Chu Xia's declaration, they quickly realized he must have uncovered something significant. Though Chu Xia did not elaborate, they were not fools. Within the Dacian Empire, those who would dare to target the Divine Martial General were few and far between. The most motivated, without a doubt, was the one at the very top. In an instant, emotions ran high, with the men of the army eager to take up arms and march northward. The soldiers, brimming with youthful vigor, were not a timid lot. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xia felt a profound sense of gratification. These were the soldiers his father had nurtured. How could they disappoint him? Nevertheless, Chu Xia took a moment to calm the crowd. The Divine Martial Army does not engage in battles without certainty. When we strike, we shall shatter our enemies. I have prepared gifts for you all. Please follow me outside. With purposeful strides, Chu Xia led the way. The subordinates exchanged glances before trailing after him. Upon arriving in the open space outside, Chu Xia waved his hand, and a cascade of shimmering black iron ingots fell, accumulating into a mountain of 30,000 pounds before the astonished eyes of the officers. This is black iron, so much black iron. I procured some from the Ministry of Construction. This material is incredibly precious, worth 100 times more than refined steel. It is top tier for crafting weapons and armor. It is said that heavily armored cavalry clad in black iron can even contend with master-level warriors. Once the discussion subsided, Chu Xia spoke again. What do you all estimate we could forge with this batch of black iron? 3,000 heavy cavalry should be sufficient. No, I believe 5,000 would suffice. The crowd erupted into further debate. Ultimately, they concluded that if utilized effectively, this batch of black iron could indeed forge an army of 10,000 heavy armored cavalry. What does an army of 10,000 cavalry signify? On the battlefield, it is akin to the presence of deities, at least within the Dacian Empire. There had been no reports of such a force. Even the esteemed General Zhong Hai, at his zenith, commanded no more than 5,000 heavy cavalry. With that number, he was capable of safeguarding the Dacian Empire's stability. Should we succeed in forging an army of 10,000 cavalry, would not the divine martial army become invincible? Yet, such a statement must be tempered with realism. Even with sufficient equipment, we lack an adequate number of spirit-level warhorses and skilled warriors of the transformation realm. Moreover, each heavy cavalry unit requires at least 5 supporting infantry and 5 light cavalry to unleash their full potential. These conditions are far beyond our current capabilities. Indeed, given our present circumstances, assembling a mere 300 heavy cavalry would be a considerable challenge. The costs associated with maintaining heavy cavalry are staggering, a veritable bottomless pit. Without substantial wealth and resources, such an endeavor is utterly unsustainable. As the conversation progressed, the mood of the officers shifted from excitement to despondency. While imagination paints a beautiful picture, reality can be starkly harsh. Even the Dacian royal family, with its vast resources, dared not maintain more than 5,000 heavy cavalry. The divine martial army's aspirations to sustain such a force seemed insurmountable. Even during the tenure of the divine martial general, such thoughts were never entertained. However, the black iron presented by the young marshal ignited a flicker of hope among the men. If ample financial resources were available, this feat might not be entirely unattainable. Listening to their deliberations, Chu Xia smiled silently. He was acutely aware of the challenges involved in establishing a heavy cavalry force. He recalled his youth when his father, in his prime, would often engage friends in discussions about constructing a heavily armored cavalry unit with formidable combat capabilities and mobility at minimal cost. Many plans were devised, yet none were realized due to the overwhelming costs. At that time, the court had begun to suppress the military funds allocated to the divine martial army, making the dream of heavy cavalry unattainable without adequate financial backing. Chu Xia vividly remembered his father's expression of disappointment and regret. This regret, he vowed, he would rectify on behalf of his father. To forge an invincible heavy cavalry. 10,000? That is merely the beginning. With the 10,000 divine cauldron in his possession, Chu Xia's ambitions would not be confined to the modest Dacian Empire. The heavy cavalry he envisioned could effortlessly dismantle a worldly dynasty and even challenge sects of cultivation. It is a daunting task, yet, for Chu Xia, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 58. The princess's confession having departed from the ancient village. It was already deep into the night. Before leaving, Chu Xia appointed several generals, nurtured by his father, to manage the divine martial army, enhance their training regimen, promote a more effective talent selection mechanism, and rectify the army's conduct among other tasks. Furthermore, Chu Xia discovered a storage pouch on Zhou Xiaomei's corpse, which contained a staggering 20,000 taels of gold. Coupled with the ingots retrieved from Zhao Biao, Chu Xia now possessed a total of 30,000 taels of gold. This sum could undoubtedly be considered a fortune. Even for sustaining a divine martial army of 20,000 men, it would suffice for quite some time. However, to cultivate heavy armored cavalry, this amount would scarcely meet the requirements. Thus, he needed to devise a means to garner more wealth and resources. If he could enlist the aid of the Meng family, perhaps. Lost in thought, Chu Xia ascended into the sky on his sword. Just as he was about to summon the little Saint Lord, a sharp scream pierced the air above him. Upon closer inspection, under the cool moonlight, he beheld an ethereal figure gliding through the air on a sword, heading eastward. The one riding the sword was an extraordinarily beautiful fairy. The moonlight caressed her shoulders, and her garments shimmered with a misty hue, trailing like fine silver sand, cascading into a curtain of silver beads, reminiscent of a comet's tail, streaking across the heavens. She moved with such speed that in the blink of an eye, she vanished beyond the horizon, leaving Chu Xia scarcely enough time to admire her. Astounded, Chu Xia felt a tremor of awe. This was undeniably a genuine high-level cultivator. There could be no such formidable presence within the borders of the Dacian Empire. Was she merely passing by? While Chu Xia pondered, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. "Little Taoist, what realm is this?" The unexpected voice startled him. He turned abruptly to find the fairy had returned, descending gracefully before him. In this close proximity, Chu Xia finally discerned the visage of the maiden. She was strikingly beautiful, yet possessed an air of aloofness. Despite her nearness, she conveyed an impression of distant separation. Although she fell slightly short of Jiang Yunji's beauty, the aura she exuded incited an inexplicable desire for conquest within those who were sufficiently strong-willed. Those lacking inner strength would likely find it difficult to even lift their heads in her presence. The force of her presence was overwhelming. Responding to the fairy, he stated, "This is the Jiangnan region of the Qian Empire." "The Qian? I have not heard of it," she replied, her voice tinged with curiosity. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chu Xia continued, "This place was known as the Wangu Empire 500 years ago." "What? This is Jiang Yunji's territory?" The fairy's voice heightened in pitch, her previously icy demeanor dissipating into one of alarm. "Is Jiang Yunji and Appo's name truly that fearsome?" Chu Xia Muset internally. The fairy cast a wary glance around before swiftly producing a pill from her sleeve, offering it to Chu Xia. "Take this, and do not disclose that I have been here." With that, she ascended once more on her sword, fleeing with the urgency of one escaping peril. In the blink of an eye, even her silhouette was lost to view. Chu Xia stared at the pill in his hand, astonished and speechless. This fairy, unfamiliar with the Qian, yet aware of Jiang Yunji, must be at least 500 years old. In the realm of cultivation, she could be considered a formidable figure. Yet her courage was pitifully lacking. He wondered what grade the pill might be. As he pondered, the myriad Gods Cauldron suddenly trembled, devouring the pill in his grasp. Moments later, a golden pill materialized in Chu Xia's hand. The Yuhua pill, a 7th-grade spirit pill, boasted properties that strengthened meridians and nourished bones. It certainly held some usefulness. Chu Xia promptly consumed the Yuhua pill and subsequently summoned the little saint lord to carry him back to Honghu Mountain Villa. Upon arriving at Honghu Mountain Villa, Chu Xia was drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. The effects of the Yuhua pill were rather potent. In such a short time, he felt significantly unburdened, his meridians fortified, and his strength enhanced. Additionally, Chu Xia experienced an unexpected bonus. After taking the Yuhua pill, the method for its refinement automatically surfaced in his mind, likely a consequence of the medicine god technique. Although the Yuhua pill was of considerable grade, the refinement method was surprisingly straightforward. If he could acquire a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, he might be able to produce them in bulk. Amassing enough Yuhua pills to cultivate the divine martial army would greatly bolster its overall strength. After dismissing the little saint lord, Chu Xia gracefully descended, re-entering the Honghu Mountain Villa. The villa was brightly lit. The hall had been consumed by flames, leaving only debris scattered across the floor. Xia Zixuan remained vigilantly awaiting his return. The moment she spotted Chu Xia, she could not contain herself, rushing toward him. In that instant, her enchanting gaze and feminine charm were fully on display. The sweetness of her demeanor was so overwhelming that it left Chu Xia momentarily disconcerted. "How did your conversation with your grandfather go?" "Let us return first. I will explain everything in due course," Xia Zixuan said, linking her arm with Chu Xia's. "Very well. It is getting late," he agreed, nodding as they soared back toward Tangzhou City. The dark and windy night offered them anonymity from prying eyes. Upon their return, Bai Jiqing and several members of the Longyuan guards awaited them in the courtyard, the meal kept warm, and a large tub of hot water prepared for bathing. "Let us eat something first, then take a bath together." Xia Zixuan showed no hesitation in her affection, clinging to Chu Xia and speaking softly. This scene left the twins dumbfounded. Although they had long suspected that the relationship between the princess and Chu Xia was unusual, witnessing such unabashed intimacy was a first. Are they not even pretending anymore? They exchanged glances, leading the other Longyuan guards away to stand guard around the residence. Inside, the warmth of the hearth cast a glow on Xia Zixuan's face, leaving one to wonder whether it was the fire's warmth or a flush of embarrassment. "Actually, I am not a descendant of the Meng family," Xia Zixuan suddenly spoke. Chu Xia, who had been focused on his meal, looked up in confusion. "My grandfather confided in me that my mother is not his biological daughter, but rather an adopted one. The true identity of my mother is the illegitimate daughter of Yin Haoran, the grand elder of the Ascension sect. Over 40 years ago, after my mother was born, she was sent to Jiangnan and entrusted to Meng Longhe for adoption, with the arrangement that upon her 16th birthday, she could be sent to the Ascension sect to cultivate. Yet, This has been a ruse from the very beginning. Both my mother and the Meng family, as well as the emperor, have all been deceived. Howren's sole aim has been to seize my mother's innate spiritual bones. The true culprit behind my mother's death is none other than my real grandfather, Howren. No, he cannot even be called my grandfather. He is merely a beast with the face of a man. For the sake of cultivation, he has resorted to any means necessary, viewing his own daughter's life merely as a tool for his ascendance. Xia Zixuan's fury intensified with every word, her beautiful eyes filled with an overwhelming hatred, a murderous intent burgeoning uncontrollably. Chu Xia, do you know, there are over 300 daughters like my mother within the Ascension sect. 300 lives raised only to be slaughtered, akin to pigs awaiting the butcher in a slaughterhouse. Chapter 59. Do not bully Sister Zixuan. Xia Zixuan was overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In response, Chu Xia took the time to soothe her, and, after an extensive discussion, the intricate details were finally unraveled. In essence, the higher echelons of the Shengxian sect practiced malevolent arts, indiscriminately spreading their influence, selecting descendants with innate spiritual roots from their own lineage. They raised these chosen ones in scattered locations, only to later summon them back with the allure of imparting cultivation techniques. Upon their arrival at the Shengxian sect, these individuals were warmly welcomed and taught the ways of cultivation. Yet this was merely a fade. In truth, it served as a means to further test these individuals, evaluating their innate talents and filtering out the useful ones. They would then extract their spiritual roots, spiritual bones, or even siphon their bloodlines and organs. Essentially, they spared nothing that could be exploited. Empress Meng Wanqing possessed considerable talent, which made her a primary focus of the Shengxian sect's attention. As a consequence, after 2 years under their auspices, she had her spiritual bones extracted and her spiritual roots severed, resulting in a complete loss of her cultivation potential. Furthermore, during the extraction process, her brain suffered damage, and her vitality was depleted. Despite the court physician's efforts to treat her upon her return, her condition was irreparable, ultimately leading to a loss of intellect and a descent into madness, culminating in her swift demise. After processing this information, Chu Xia felt a tumult of emotions. The esteemed sect of cultivation resorted to methods more ruthless than those of malevolent forces. While it is true that cultivators often face the heavens, the earth, and their fellow beings in pursuit of opportunities, such actions were not those of a legitimate sect. The Shengxian sect was likely a den of evil, perhaps even a lair of demons. Chu Xia, her grandfather, Old Master Meng, had also sought information about the Shengxian sect through various channels, but regrettably, the sect cloaked its true nature well, presenting itself as a legitimate force in the world of cultivation. No matter how many undercover agents infiltrated, they could glean no useful intelligence. With a heavy sigh, Xia Zixuan added, even if we uncover the Shengxian sect's nefarious deeds, what can we do? Unless a greater sect steps forward to deliver justice, even uniting the entire Deqian Empire would not shake the Shengxian sect in the slightest. The armies of the mundane world appear as insignificant as ants before the soaring and earth-shifting cultivators. Even 1,000,000 soldiers would struggle against a single sword's might. It was no wonder Xia Zixuan spoke with such despair. The reality was indeed bleak. To the broader cultivation world, the Shengxian sect might seem inconsequential. Yet to the Deqian Empire, it loomed like an insurmountable mountain. However, what if it were 500 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Jiangyunji of the Eternal Dynasty? Judging by the attitude of the female cultivator encountered today and the favor shown by the ancient Taoist lord of the Linglong Demon Lock Tower towards Jiangyunji, such forces as the Shengxian sect could likely be swept away with a mere gesture. There is still hope, Chu Xia declared. If you triumph in the ancestral dragon festival and ascend as the Empress of Deqian, there remains a chance for you to avenge your mother. Is that truly so? While others might dismiss such words as mere comfort, those spoken by Chu Xia bore significant credibility. Chu Xia remained enigmatic, stating, in due time, you shall understand. A night devoid of slumber passed. The following morning, Chu Xia set out with his sister and the elders of the general's residence, enlisting a few members of the Longyuan guards to assist in procuring supplies. He intended to visit the divine martial army's encampment once more, delivering essential provisions such as rice seeds and farming tools, while also ensuring his family was settled there. For the time being, the divine martial army would remain in the deep mountains, necessitating a plan for agricultural cultivation to secure their livelihoods. Feeding 20,000 mouths was no trivial task, but since Chu Xia had resolved to take command of the military, he could not afford to be negligent. Once all arrangements were finalized, Chu Xia and Chu Baiwei made their way to the Meng residence. Suddenly, Chu Baiwei tugged at Chu Xia's arm. "Brother, could you please stop bullying Sister Zixuan?" Puzzled, Chu Xia glanced at her. "What brings this on? Last night, I heard you hitting Sister Zixuan. She sounded so pained and kept begging for mercy." Chu Xia ruffled Chu Baiwei's hair. "Little one, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. We were merely playing." "Oh." At the Meng residence. Upon seeing old Master Meng Longhe again, Chu Xia noted that the elder appeared considerably more haggard. On the day of his grand birthday celebration, he had seemed vibrant and full of life, but just a day later, he appeared diminished, his vitality waning. For one who was not a cultivator, reaching the venerable age of 80 was already a feat that pushed the limits of one's physical potential. However, fate is inexorable. Without cultivating to defy destiny, Meng Longhe's lifespan had nearly reached its conclusion, his remaining days hinging on fortune. The calamity of the previous day had depleted his luck, and with his spirit diminished, recovery would be arduous. Nonetheless, upon meeting Chu Xia, Meng Longhe expressed great warmth. Members of the Meng family's upper echelon had gathered to convey their gratitude. The tale of Chu Xia single-handedly vanquishing 300 elite members of the Bloodwolf gang had spread throughout the Meng family. Although none knew of Chu Xia and Appo's origins, their admiration for the young man was palpable. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Xia and Meng Longhe proceeded to the reception hall for a more in-depth discussion. The conversation was not lengthy, and within the span of a single incense stick, they emerged one after the other. Meng Longhe's demeanor appeared improved, and he repeatedly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Young Master Chu, please take care. The matters you entrusted to us, the Meng family will exert every effort to fulfill, even if it means exhausting our wealth." Chu Xia waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for the Meng family to go to such lengths. With the fall of the Bloodwolf gang, their enterprises in the underworld require someone to assume control. It is far better for the Meng family to profit from this golden opportunity, ensuring order and propriety rather than chaos, which would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Indeed, young Master Chu speaks wisely. In the past, I was too conservative. From now on, the Meng family must adapt our strategies and abandon our former rigid adherence to tradition. With that, Meng Longhe summoned a man in his early 30s, exuding a refined and tranquil aura. "Allow me to introduce our Meng family's eldest grandson, Meng Qiushu. After I depart, he will take charge of the family." Meng Longhe then turned to his grandson, saying, "This young Master Chu is our family's great benefactor, a rare gem in a millennium. You must cultivate a good relationship with him. After I am gone, in matters of significant decision-making, seek young Master Chu's counsel and learn from him. Only then can the Meng family endure." Surprised by his grandfather's high regard for this young man, Meng Qiushu approached Chu Xia and bowed respectfully. Qiushu pays his respects to young Master Chu. Meng Qiushu exuded a pure and clean aura, having achieved the realm of transformation, clearly embodying the qualities of an exceptional individual. It was no surprise, given that a prestigious family like the Mengs, with a lineage spanning a millennium, would prioritize the cultivation of their successors, nurturing them from a young age. While prominent families often produce their share of wayward youths, the true power holders were undoubtedly those rare talents meticulously groomed for greatness. Chapter 60. The Palace Change. After a brief conversation with Meng Qiushu, Chu Xia departed from the Meng residence, accompanied by his sister. As noon approached, the group convened and set off towards the southern mountains, escorted by a convoy. The mountain paths were rugged and treacherous, while flying on their swords rendered the difficulties imperceptible. Traversing the mountains on foot revealed the many inconveniences. There were no well-defined roads, and the carriages struggled to navigate. Thus, much of the journey into the mountains had to be undertaken on foot, scaling peaks and valleys. In the dense forests, miasma and poisonous creatures abounded, while mosquitoes and leeches pursued the travelers relentlessly. The harshness of the environment was such that ordinary people could scarcely endure it. Even martial artists required protective measures when venturing deep into the woods. Chu Xia was not one to suffer in silence. Having experienced the hardships of the mountainous terrain, he summoned all the gold-digging beasts from the demon-slaying tower. With each person riding a gold-digging beast, they could navigate the forest with ease, as if walking on flat ground. "Brother, what is the name of this big dog?" Chu Baiwei inquired with delight. The other members of the Chu family were not as naive as Chu Baiwei. Witnessing Chu Xia effortlessly commanding a group of magical beasts stirred tumultuous waves within them. "This is called a gold-digging beast, a creature used for mining. If you like, you may choose a pair to keep," Chu Xia replied with a smile. It was only natural to indulge his younger sister a bit. Moreover, beyond their mining capabilities, gold-digging beasts were also useful for logging and road construction. Their fourth-tier strength made them quite formidable, serving as suitable bodyguards for Chu Baiwei. "Wonderful. I want to pick a male and a female, so they can have many little gold-digging beasts for me." Chu Baiwei already scanning the surroundings to select her companions. With the assistance of the gold-digging beasts, the group finally arrived at the ancient village before sunset. Chu Xia first convened his subordinates to distribute the supplies procured that day, and then set up tents in an open area outside the village, providing temporary shelter for his sister and family. The gold-digging beasts were released to work overnight, clearing land and paving paths, while also scouting for any nearby mineral veins. After sharing dinner, a lengthy meeting and discussions ensued. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. The conditions promised by the Meng family would soon be fulfilled. The way the subordinates regarded Chu Xia began to shift. Although he had seized military power through strength, his youth had initially led some to doubt his capabilities as a commander. However, after witnessing his quick thinking and clear organization, they realized that even when faced with unfamiliar matters, he could adapt and devise meticulous plans with just a bit of explanation. As night deepened, when Chu Xia departed, his subordinates remained in a daze for quite some time. A genius. The young marshal is truly a genius. The divine marshal general must be watching from above. Feeling immensely gratified, with the young marshal leading us, the divine martial army will soon rise again. The following day, "Brother, will you come to see me often?" At the foot of the slope, Chu Baiwei clung to Chu Xia's arm reluctantly. Chu Xia smiled and embraced his sister. His warm chest filled Chu Baiwei with an unparalleled sense of security, akin to basking in sunlight. "Remember, wherever the divine martial army is, that is our home. I will certainly return to see you often." Chu Baiwei felt a pang in her heart, suddenly aware of a large hand pressing her head down, ruffling her hair playfully. When she looked up again, Chu Xia's figure had already soared into the air, disappearing beyond the distant mountains. "Umph, you nasty brother, even when you leave, you can't resist showing off." The journey to Jiangnan was nearing its conclusion. Xia Zishuan had obtained her mother-s relics and uncovered the truth behind her mother-s death, successfully thawing relations with the Meng family. This trip could be deemed a success. Yet, she harbored some concerns. For instance, why had her father urged her to return to Jiangnan to retrieve her mother-s belongings? Thus revealing the truth to her, Xia Zishuan began to waver in her previous beliefs. Is my father truly a villain? Faced with a colossal entity like the sacred immortal sect, had he attempted to resist, only to fail? A couple who met and fell in love at the tender age of 16 or 17 surely must have had feelings for one another. Xia Zishuan believed it was necessary to have an honest conversation with her father upon returning to the palace. Before departing, at the western outskirts of Tangzhou, the Wenchang Shrine stood. This shrine was built by the descendants of the former Prime Minister Li Wencheng in his honor. Li Wencheng was once a powerful figure, whose decrees could affect the livelihoods of millions, and whose words could determine the fates of others. Yet after his death, only a dilapidated shrine remained, with few remembering his existence. During festivals, only his descendants would come to pay their respects and burn some paper money. Such is the fate of mortals. Death leads to oblivion. All become smoke and mirrors, ceasing to exist. 3 purple incense sticks were lit in the shrine as Chu Xia bowed deeply before Li Wencheng's portrait, then returned to Xia Zishuan's side, saying Li Wencheng served diligently during his tenure, setting an example for officials, establishing the state for the monarch, and seeking peace for the people. He truly deserves the title of a great virtue. It is commendable that you have come to pay your respects. He was a close friend of my father, Chu Xia explained succinctly. Xia Zixuan seemed unaware that Li Wensheng had also studied at the Sacred Immortal Sect alongside her mother. The lack of knowledge indicated that Meng Wanqing did not wish for her to know. Thus, there was no need for Chu Xia to elaborate. After paying respects to Li Wensheng, the two turned to leave the shrine and boarded their carriage, beginning their journey northward. The return journey took a total of 5 days, with the extra 2 days spent exploring the mountains and waters. Upon returning to the imperial capital, the sky was overcast and a light rain began to fall. Outside the southern city gate, the gate stood ajar, yet there was an eerie absence of any figures. As the princess's convoy prepared to enter the city, a force of several hundred elite soldiers suddenly emerged, surrounding the convoy. Bai Ji and Qingyu sensed the danger and immediately drew their swords, positioning themselves before the carriage. Hearing the commotion, Xia Zixuan slowly lifted the curtain and peered outside. Yang Yinchuan, why do you obstruct this princess from returning to the capital? Xia Zixuan questioned the leading officer. Yang Yinchuan was a court officer and deputy commander of the Lonyuan Guard, a trusted subordinate of the emperor and a master of martial arts. His appearance stirred an unsettling premonition within Xia Zixuan. Yang Yinchuan did not dismount, but shouted from 10 meters away, "Princess, His Majesty is gravely ill. The third prince has imposed a citywide lockdown. The city is now under martial law. Without His Majesty's summons, no one may enter the palace. I ask that the princess remain stationed outside the city and await further news." "What?" Xia Zixuan exclaimed in shock, throwing back the curtain and stepping out. "I suspected that the palace would be in turmoil, but I never imagined that the one instigating the palace change would be this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow. Remarkable, truly remarkable." Chapter 61. Chu Xia, aid me in becoming emperor. The third prince, Xia Zhiyin, has instigated a palace coup? Chu Xia found this rather surprising. Although he had only met Xia Zhiyin a few times, the prince exuded an aura of unwavering dedication to martial arts, seemingly indifferent to the power struggles around him. If it had been Xia Ruiming launching a coup, it would have been entirely expected, as such audacity suited his character. However, the fact that it was Xia Zhiyin who acted first was indeed a stark contrast. It was no wonder that Xia Zixuan was equally astonished. This development was beyond anyone in Appo's expectations. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. The situation is quite complex at present. Please bear with me, and do not make it difficult for me," Yang Yinchuan said, cupping his fists in a lowly bow. Despite his humble demeanor, the point of his spear remained unwaveringly aimed at them. "What if I insist on entering the city?" Xia Zixuan inquired, her brows knitting together, radiating an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Yang Yinchuan felt the pressure mounting, hesitating momentarily. He could not afford to offend the third prince. Yet he could not afford to cross the grand princess either. If she were determined to breach the blockade, he could hardly resort to violence. Could he? "Move," Xia Zixuan commanded sharply. The white paper blue fish, with unwavering resolve, charged forward with the carriage, showing no signs of hesitation. The remaining Lonyuan guards brandished their weapons, exuding an air of lethal intent. Gritting his teeth, Yang Yinchuan chose to obstruct them. But at that moment, a clear sound of swords ringing echoed through the air. A searing sword aura surged forth from the carriage, rippling with radiant light that compelled Yang Yinchuan to retreat, forcefully carving a path through the blockade. Retreat. As a master-level warrior, Yang Yinchuan recognized the perilous situation the instant the sword aura was unleashed. The Grand Princess had formidable allies. Moreover, they were not just any allies. It was likely a sword cultivator of great strength. Their prowess was beyond his capacity to obstruct. If he did not retreat soon, his life would be in jeopardy. Thus, he decisively ordered his men to disperse. The Grand Princess entourage surged into the capital. "Into the palace," Xia Zixuan commanded. She was eager to discover what gave this third prince the audacity to rebel. With the entire city under martial law, the streets were devoid of any presence, allowing the carriage to maintain its speed as it galloped swiftly toward the Qian Palace. The palace gates were shut tight, and a row of archers stood atop the gatehouse. Arrows whistled through the air, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, exploding upon impact and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Bai Ji quickly reined in the horses, halting the carriage and gazing up at the gatehouse. A figure clad in a black robe stood there, eyes brimming with provocation. No one shall step foot into the Qian palace today. Wait until tomorrow, when the new emperor ascends the throne, and then you may come to pay your respects. How could it be him? Bai Ji exclaimed, her expression one of terror. Xia Zixuan also recognized the figure atop the gatehouse, her eyes flashing with concern. Who is he? Chu Xia, the sect master of the martial extremity sect, Wang Chan. The martial extremity sect? Chu Xia had indeed heard of it. This was the largest martial arts sect within the Qian Empire. Although it did not teach methods of cultivation, its legacy of body refinement techniques was unparalleled, wielding significant influence among the populace. Many martial artists from Qian had sought knowledge within its halls. The martial extremity sect also served as the best pathway for commoners to ascend through martial prowess. If one possessed sufficient talent and diligence, joining the sect would guarantee recognition. The sect master of the martial extremity sect was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in Qian's martial arts world, both in strength and prestige. The esteemed sect master had personally come to guard for Xia Zhiyan. This third prince certainly had some means at his disposal. Sect Master Wang, what benefits has Xia Zhiyan promised you that would compel you to serve him so diligently? Xia Zixuan asked as she dismounted the carriage, her tone measured. Wang Chan leaped down from the gatehouse. As his master, is it not natural for me to assist my disciple? Does the Grand Princess think of me as a mere opportunist? As he spoke, Wang Chan's longbow trembled, releasing an arrow that pierced through the air, striking down a Long Yuan guard concealed on a rooftop several hundred meters away. It seems Sect Master Wang holds my third brother in high regard, Xia Zixuan remarked, her mind racing, yet finding no suitable countermeasure. Even among master-level warriors, there existed a hierarchy. Wang Chan was undoubtedly among the elite of all martial masters in the Qian Empire. Xia Zixuan suspected that he might possess spiritual roots and the potential for cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one with mere martial talent to wield such overwhelming spiritual power. I have great affection for this child Jian. Among all the royal offspring, I alone believe he possesses the makings of an emperor. If the Grand Princess knows what is good for her, she will leave now, and I shall not impede her. However, should you insist on proceeding, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wang Chan's bow was aimed unerringly at Xia Zixuan. Yet in the next moment, a tall figure stepped resolutely before her. Sect Master Wang, I advise you to stand down. Chu Xia spoke calmly, devoid of any threatening undertones, yet exuding an air of irresistible authority. Chu Xia was not wearing a mask, revealing his true visage to the Qian palace for the first time. Wang Chan's expression shifted, as if he found Chu Xia somewhat familiar, yet could not place him. Who are you? General of the Divine Martial Army, Chu Xia. Wang Chan paused, then burst into laughter. Ah, so you are the son of General Chu Hao. Even if your father were alive, he would not dare speak to me in such a tone. What makes you think you are worthy? Chu Xia disregarded Wang Chan's scornful words, turning to face Xia Zixuan. Your Highness, just say the word, and I shall clear the obstacles in your path. He placed the choice in her hands. This woman was clever, yet lacked decisiveness. At times, she needed to make her own resolution. Once they entered the palace, she might be faced with a choice that could pit her against her own kin. She must determine her own course. Xia Zixuan's beautiful eyes flickered as if she grasped the underlying message. After a moment of silence, her expression hardened. Chu Xia, aid me in becoming emperor. Very well. Chu Xia's lips curled into a smile, a sense of joy washing over him. Impudent youth. I shall see what you are capable of, Wang Chan mused, feeling his pride stung by Chu Xia and Appo's disregard. Upon hearing Chu Xia and Appo's brazen words, a murderous intent ignited within him. He immediately drew his bow, launching a silver glimmering arrow aimed directly at the back of Chu Xia and Appo's head. Clang! With a sharp sound, the arrow was severed midair by a fleeting sword shadow before it could reach Chu Xia. Wang Chan furrowed his brow, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Controlling a sword from afar? Who possesses such skill? He instinctively suspected that someone was covertly aiding Chu Xia, yet did not suspect Chu Xia himself. After all, the aura emanating from him was merely at the transformation tribulation stage. How could a practitioner of that level wield the techniques of a sword cultivator? With the enemy before you, and yet you are distracted, Wang Chan, do you truly think you are fit to partake in a rebellion? Chu Xia and Appo's mocking voice suddenly rang out beside him. Wang Chan and Appo's pupils dilated as he beheld Chu Xia, who appeared to have moved as if by teleportation, and cold sweat drenched his body. Is he wielding the sword? How could this be? Chapter 62. My fate is mine to control. Although martial arts masters vary in strength, they all cultivate martial arts techniques rather than immortal methods. Despite Chu Xia's cultivation being at the transformation tribulation stage, which appears to be a significant gap compared to the masters, in reality, it is merely a difference between the early and late stages of Qi refinement. Setting aside physical attributes, the disparity is solely in the intensity of spiritual energy. However, having practiced the great Sun Yang divine art and possessing a pure Yang physique, Chu Xia surpasses other practitioners of the same realm in both physicality and spiritual strength. This gives him an overwhelming advantage over martial artists. With one strike, Wang Chan is able to see the power of Chu Xia. Yet he cannot evade it. This is the essence of Chu Xia's might. Had he not broken through to the transformation tribulation stage, Chu Xia might have needed some strategy to defeat Wang Chan. But now, there is no need for such subtleties. His attack is an utter domination. Boom! The bowstring snaps. Wang Chan's body is launched backward as if struck by cannon fire, crashing heavily against the closed palace gate, creating a web of cracks. Blood spurts from his mouth. Wang Chan is left dazed. He had exerted all his effort to summon a protective barrier of spiritual energy at a critical moment. Yet the lethality of Chu Xia's strike far exceeds his expectations. Had he been even a fraction slower, he would have been cleaved in two. Fire the arrows! Wang Chan roars with all his might. Instantly, the archers on the city tower aim at Chu Xia, unleashing a relentless wave of arrows. Chu Xia is not like his sword intent radiating like a brilliant light. The great Sun Yang fire descends like a golden crow, scattering forth and igniting the city tower in an instant. Golden flames soar to heights of several dozen meters. The archers, engulfed in the great Sun Yang fire, scream as they leap from the tower, desperately rolling to extinguish the flames. Yet, the great Sun Yang fire cannot be doused. They can only watch helplessly as the golden flames sear their skin, flesh, and even bones. The chorus of wails and cries sends chills down Wang Chan and Appo's spine. These archers are elite warriors he brought from the martial extremity sect, each having reached the transformation tribulation stage, trained from a young age as death warriors. Such a squad could withstand the onslaught of 100,000 troops. Yet, with a single sword strike, Chu Xia effortlessly dismantles them. The golden flames, merely glimpsed, seem capable of searing the very soul. Chu Xia is not just a swordsman. He also practices immortal methods. He is a bona fide immortal practitioner. A wave of despair washes over Wang Chan. In the world of martial arts, he has never feared anyone. Yet, faced with an immortal practitioner, he finds himself utterly helpless. A chasm separates martial artists from immortal practitioners. Martial artists are destined to gaze upward at the figures of immortal practitioners, unable to reach even their heels despite exerting every ounce of strength. As Chu Xia approaches step by step, Wang Chan suddenly shouts in rage, I control my fate, not the heavens. Even an immortal practitioner cannot kill me. With that declaration, under Chu Xia's astonished gaze, Wang Chan slams his palm against his forehead. A sharp crack resounds as he shatters his own skull, dying on the spot. Chu Xia is momentarily taken aback by Wang Chan and Appo's audacious act. The sect leader of the martial extremity sect indeed possesses a certain cunning. He would rather take his own life than surrender his head to Chu Xia. It must be said, there is some spirit within him. In the next moment, a cross-shaped sword light streaks past. The palace gate is torn open with a thunderous roar. Chu Xia waves his hand and strides forward. Bai Ji and Qing Yu regain their composure and quickly lead the convoy through the palace gate into the great Qin palace. Xia Zixuan hastens over, keeping pace with Chu Xia. Chu Xia, have you descended like a celestial being? Noticing the joy in Xia Zixuan's eyes, Chu Xia smiles silently, ruffling her hair. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ji and Qing Yu's eyes sparkle with admiration. They are simply a perfect match. They exclaim, Chu Xia is so manly. No wonder the eldest princess has fallen for him. If it were me, I would already be dreaming of names for our children. Do you think If the eldest princess marries, we might be considered as accompanying handmaidens? I think that would be wonderful. If I could warm Chu Gongzi and Appo's bed, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Xia Zishuan, walking ahead, can no longer contain herself. She stops and glares at Baiji and Qingyu, causing the twin sisters to immediately shut their mouths in fear. Where to now? Chu Xia Yingui. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zishuan responds, First, we should go to the imperial Qin palace where my father resides. I want to see if the third prince truly plotted against him. However, I sense something amiss. My father should not be weak, and he is surrounded by many martial arts masters covertly protecting him. It is unlikely that the third prince, along with the martial extremity sect, could successfully instigate a palace coup. Chu Xia nods, sharing her suspicions. The great Qian emperor is in his prime, wielding absolute power, neither indulgent nor swayed by treacherous ministers. While not overly zealous, he has managed the state with remarkable order. Since his ascension, the nation has thrived and stabilized. In such circumstances, a sudden palace coup, especially during a time of illness, seems implausible. As they traverse the quiet palace, they encounter not a single maid or eunuch. Their carriage arrives outside a palace. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan's face turns pale with fear, instinctively covering her mouth. Following her gaze, Chu Xia sees a young man, elegantly dressed in brocade, hanging lifelessly from a beam at the entrance of the main hall, his body already turning blue. It is the youngest seventh prince, Xiao Musheng. Xia Zishuan rushes inside, and Chu Xia follows closely. Upon entering, Chu Xia is met with the sight of Dragon Abyss guards' corpses strewn across the courtyard, the air thick with the stench of fresh blood. Baiji and Qing Yu quickly approach, laying the seventh prince down for a brief examination. He has gone. He has been dead for at least 2 hours. There are signs of struggle. He was hanged to death, Baiji states gravely. Qing Yu inspects the surrounding Dragon Abyss guards' bodies. These are all loyal guards of the seventh prince, one a master, with over a dozen at the transformation tribulation stage. They're all dead, their meridians shattered by a single strike. The assailant was exceptionally ruthless and powerful, not an ordinary martial artist. Xia Zishuan and Appo's expression darkens. Cover the seventh prince's body with white cloth, and let us proceed to the imperial Qin palace. Just as Chu Xia is about to set off, he suddenly raises an eyebrow, and in an instant, sword energy slices through the air toward the courtyard's exit. Moments later, a scream pierces the silence. They rush outside to see the absolute kill sword impaling a middle-aged man in blue robes against an old locust tree. He desperately channels his spiritual energy to protect his heart, but the sword is already pierced through, and death is inevitable. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. His attire suggests he is neither from the palace nor the martial extremity sect. As Chu Xia scans the man, he notices an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy not typical of a martial artist. An immortal practitioner? He muses, but the man's power is too feeble. He has likely practiced some immortal techniques, but possesses poor aptitude, giving him a slight edge over martial artists without quite reaching the level of an immortal practitioner. Just as Chu Xia intends to inquire further, the man succumbs to his injuries, his breath fading into nothingness. Chu Xia immediately searches the man's body and discovers a jade token in his sleeve. The token bears the inscription Ascend to Immortality on one side, with a carving of a black rabbit on the reverse. Upon seeing the token, everyone's expression shifts in astonishment. The Ascend to Immortality sect. Chapter 63. Re-entering the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon suddenly, a cultivator from the Ascension sect appeared, catching Chu Xia completely off guard. Logically, a sect like the Ascension sect would be unlikely to involve itself in the power struggles of the secular imperial court. There must be some hidden agenda at play. At that moment, Chu Xia noticed that Xia Zishuan's expression was somewhat unwell. Is something wrong? He inquired, gently patting her shoulder. Xia Zishuan regained her composure and replied, I instinctively feel that the Ascension sect's objective may be the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon. What leads you to this conclusion? Chu Xia asked. Think about it. The Ascension sect, despite its outward appearance as a sect of cultivation, has no motive to engage in the secular imperial court's power tussles. The most mysterious and valuable asset of Deqian is undoubtedly the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon, which is likely the only thing that could pique the interest of the Ascension sect. That makes sense, But why would they choose this moment to appear? Xia Zixuan mused. A sudden spark of insight illuminated her thoughts. Could it be that Xia Lanqi brought them here? It was a reasonable suspicion, especially since Xia Lanqi had allied herself with the holy son of the Ascension sect. Among the royal offspring of the Qian, she was the one most likely to receive their support. Chu Xia shook his head. I don't believe it is her. Upon hearing the certainty in Chu Xia's tone, Xia Zixuan seemed to understand something and refrained from further questioning. Chu Xia accepted the black rabbit token from the Ascension sect, unperturbed. When soldiers come, let the soldiers block. When water comes, let the water cover. It is nothing to be overly concerned about. With that, he continued towards the direction of the imperial palace. After traversing a long slope, as he reached the summit, Chu Xia's gaze sharpened. At the horizon, a grand and imposing palace loomed before him. Yet, what captured his attention was not the palace itself, but rather the dark, serpentine silhouette of the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon coiling against the skyline. The Emperor's palace was built against the backdrop of the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon. This was a revelation to Chu Xia. From this vantage point, the expanse of the forbidden land surpassed Chu Xia's expectations. It appeared to be even larger than the entirety of the Deqian Palace. The Dragon Vein Mountain began at its foothills and extended to the borders of the Imperial Palace. The entire region belonged to the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon, which had once been the palace of the ancient dynasty. Due to an unfortunate incident, the entire palace had fallen into a mysterious aura, where any living being who dared to enter would face a perilous fate. Xia Zixuan approached Chu Xia, her expression filled with wonder. Before they could ponder further, several figures rushed out from the imperial palace. Leading the group was none other than the second prince, Xia Weiming, accompanied by his servant, Wu Yushan. Xia Zixuan, upon seeing her presence, Xia Weiming paused, seemingly taken aback. Xia Zixuan was equally astonished. What are you doing here? Where is Xia Jian? How would I know? When I led my group in, Xia Jian had already fled, and my father was abducted by him, whereabouts unknown. Xia Zixuan frowned slightly. What is going on? A rebellion to seize the palace should not involve kidnapping the emperor. Suddenly, a violent tremor echoed from within the forbidden land of the ancestral dragon. In the distance, a cluster of eerie green flames shot skyward. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Wait, could it be that the third brother took the emperor to the forbidden land? What is he thinking? Xia Weiming was suddenly alarmed. The forbidden land was a taboo existence for the entire Deqian royal family, fraught with dangers beyond comprehension. No one dared to enter unless the ancestral dragon festival was officially underway. With the preparations for the festival still incomplete, entering the forbidden land now would surely lead to a near-certain demise. Has the third brother lost his mind? I doubt it is his doing, Xia Zixuan replied, her brow furrowing. Though she did not elaborate, Chu Xia sensed her suspicion fell upon the Ascension sect. Given the current circumstances, that seemed the only plausible explanation. After a moment of contemplation, an ominous premonition gripped Chu Xia. Surely the Ascension sect isn't aiming for Jiang Yunji, is it? I will investigate. You all be careful. With that, Chu Xia soared into the air on his sword, darting past Xia Weiming and heading directly toward the forbidden land. Wait! Xia Weiming jumped in fright, his eyes wide with terror. Flying on a sword? There is actually a powerful swordsman among the Longyuan guards by Xia Zixuan's side. Wu Yushan and Appo's eyelids twitched at this scene. The Long Princess had concealed her strength exceedingly well, keeping such a formidable ally hidden until now. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xia had flown several hundred meters, surpassing the imperial palace and reaching the boundary of the forbidden land. A towering red palace wall, over 10 meters high, completely separated the forbidden land from the imperial palace. The moment he crossed the wall, Chu Xia felt the surrounding spiritual energy surge violently, becoming tumultuous. Though this was not his first foray into the forbidden land, this time the sensation was far more intense than before. Perhaps it was due to his increased cultivation, which heightened his sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Gazing around, the forbidden land was littered with crumbling ruins, collapsed palaces, and desolate gardens, all exuding an aura of decay and death. This is as far as you go. A figure suddenly rose into the air, intercepting Chu Xia in an instant. unleashing a palm strike that emitted a brilliant blue arc of lightning, crackling and exploding into a net of thunder that enveloped Chu Xia. Not good. A strong sense of danger overwhelmed Chu Xia, and he dared not act carelessly. He summoned all his spiritual energy while calling forth the flame-winged demon to shield himself against the onslaught of the thunder net. The thunder net crackled against the flame-winged demon, instantaneously erupting into a myriad of sparks. Fortunately, the demon's scales were thick and robust, allowing it to withstand the assault without injury. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xia retreated to a safe distance. A sixth-tier beast? You're a disciple of the Beastmaster sect? The assailant furrowed his brow. Chu Xia finally discerned the man's appearance. He was clad in a grayish-blue robe, exuding an aura that seemed ethereal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would notice a necklace of eyeball-shaped beads around his neck, and he stood upon two pale skulls, a bone sword crafted from spine bones hanging at his waist, radiating an eerie malice. This was no benevolent figure. Chu Xia's mind raced, suspecting that this sinister man had mistaken his identity. Nonetheless, he decided to use the misunderstanding to his advantage. Since you know who I am, why not step aside and not obstruct my path? The old man snorted coldly. Brash youth, do not be so arrogant. This is not your Beastmaster sect's territory. You have no right to act recklessly in the domain of the Ascension sect. Huh, I am indeed here to act recklessly. What can you do about it? Chu Xia leaped into the air, standing atop the flame-winged demon, his words laden with provocation. The opposing sinister figure was instantly incensed, brandishing his bone sword as thunder roared. Arcs of lightning erupted from his body, and he moved with the speed of lightning, striking at Chu Xia with a sword that unleashed a cacophony of sound, akin to 1,000 cicadas buzzing and myriad birds singing. Chapter 64. The Xianyin bone cultivators primarily rely on the 5 elements techniques, with thunder magic being relatively rare. Even the most rudimentary thunder spells present significant challenges for practitioners, while advanced thunder techniques require the rare thunder spiritual root for cultivation. This malevolent practitioner possesses considerable strength and talent, yet a solitary flame-winged demon may prove insufficient to impede him. Just as Chu Xia hesitated to summon the little Saint Lord, the divine cauldron suddenly trembled violently. Chu Xia's gaze sharpened as he observed the bone sword in the malevolent practitioner's hand. Could this bone sword be some form of treasure, eliciting such a potent reaction from the divine cauldron? Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Xia. He commanded the flame-winged demon to engage in battle while swiftly donning the blazing dragon garment. Chu Xia had previously conducted a simple test, allowing the little Saint Lord to attack it, resulting in no damage whatsoever. The defensive capabilities of a top-grade treasure are undoubtedly reliable. However, such a significant treasure should not be exposed. Once revealed, the enemy must be eliminated without leaving any survivors. Boom! Blinding lightning erupted from the flame-winged demon, accompanied by a piercing scream as it was repelled. The malevolent practitioner, enveloped in a halo of lightning, wielded the bone sword, which burst forth with even more dazzling lightning before charging toward Chu Xia. In an instant, it was upon him. The thunderous roar of lightning tightened Chu Xia's heart. Yet he did not waver. Instead, he advanced toward the malevolent practitioner. You reckless child, allow me to demonstrate the might of my thunderous calamity. Lightning erupted, nearly engulfing Chu Xia entirely. The malevolent practitioner let out a menacing laugh, convinced that no one could withstand his thunderous calamity and emerge unscathed. But the next moment, his smile faltered. There stood Chu Xia amidst the tempest, completely unharmed, surrounded by a faint crimson glow that rendered the thunderous calamity incapable of penetrating. The malevolent practitioner, seasoned and knowledgeable, recognized that the crimson light emanated from Chu Xia's cloak. What a formidable artifact, he thought, startled, instinctively attempting to distance himself, only to feel a sudden resistance in his hand. Chu Xia had seized the bone sword from the malevolent practitioner's grasp, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, the bone sword vanished from the malevolent practitioner's hand. What? He exclaimed in shock. The 7 Calamities sword, an exquisite spiritual weapon he had painstakingly forged over decades, had inexplicably disappeared. As the sword vanished, the lightning enveloping the malevolent practitioner began to dim rapidly, just as he sensed the precariousness of his situation. A claw struck from behind. The flame-winged demon had made its move. Caught off guard, the malevolent practitioner was unable to defend himself, and his body was propelled forward. Chu Xia seized the opportunity to summon the absolute calamity sword, which pierced the malevolent practitioner's body with a sickening squelch. Were it merely a sword wound, the practitioner might have had means to cope. However, the moment the absolute calamity sword breached his chest, a burst of golden flames erupted from the blade, fiercely scorching his internal organs and severing his life force in an instant. You, the malevolent practitioner, gazed at Chu Xia in disbelief, his vitality swiftly fading to a pallid gray. Chu Xia effortlessly withdrew the absolute calamity sword and hastily searched the practitioner before he was consumed by the blazing sunfire. Finding a token and a storage bag, he also collected the sinister eye necklace around the practitioner and Oppo's neck and the skeleton beneath his feet, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, the golden flames reduced the malevolent practitioner to ashes. Chu Xia examined the token he had retrieved. Indeed, this malevolent practitioner belonged to the Ascension sect. However, the reverse side of the token bore the image of a black fox instead of a black rabbit. Rabbits and foxes. Could this signify an internal hierarchy within the Ascension sect? A bold thought struck Chu Xia. Could it be that the Ascension sect is composed entirely of shape-shifted beasts? How splendid. If that is the case, his Linglong Demon Lock Tower could be put to good use once more. Having dealt with the malevolent practitioner, Chu Xia ventured deeper into the ancestral dragon's forbidden ground. As he advanced, the agitation of the spiritual energy became increasingly palpable. The air grew murky, and although the rain had ceased, visibility was worse than before, with the temperature steadily dropping. Yet perhaps due to his pure yang physique, Chu Xia gradually acclimated to the environment, feeling no further discomfort. Suddenly, he understood why he had managed to survive his journey to the depths of the ancestral dragon and Oppo's forbidden ground. Most likely, it was indeed due to his pure yang physique. Without such a unique constitution, an ordinary person would have perished long ago. Boom! Another violent explosion reverberated through the air, sending ghostly green flames spiraling skyward. This time, Chu Xia clearly observed that the explosion originated from the deepest part of the ancestral dragon's forbidden ground, where Jiang Yunji was sealed. He vaguely recalled that this place was called the Palace of Seeking Defeat, a rather pretentious name. Only undefeated can one seek defeat. Just as he prepared to hasten toward his destination, a sudden disturbance emanated from his dantian. It was a bone as translucent as a gem, radiating a resplendent crimson glow. The Xianini bone? The information provided by the divine cauldron regarding this bone was scarce. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xia failed to discern its purpose. Xian-yin. I recall Jiang Yunji's title is the Xian-yin Empress. Could this bone have been intended for her? With a flash of inspiration, Chu Xia tied the thumb-sized Xian-yin bone with a red string, fashioning it into a bracelet and adorning his wrist before continuing toward the Palace of Seeking Defeat. As he neared the palace, Chu Xia noticed 4 gray-robed cultivators patrolling the vicinity. Judging by their auras, their strength surpassed that of the malevolent practitioner. Suddenly, Chu Xia's attention was drawn to a figure sprawled on the ground. Though he only glimpsed the profile, he recognized it to be the third prince, Xia Jian. Although he bore no visible injuries, his aura was feeble, as if his very soul had been drained. His eyes rolled back. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, it seemed that many members of the Ascension sect had arrived. The little Saint Lord could no longer remain hidden. Without his assistance, Chu Xia would be utterly unable to handle this situation alone. Come forth, little Saint Lord. With a call, flames erupted skyward as the little Saint Lord soared forth, tail swishing, exuding a majestic dragon's might. What is that? By the heavens, where did this dragon come from? The 4 Ascension sect cultivators guarding Xia Jian were rendered speechless with shock. A true dragon suddenly appeared. Who wouldn't be dazed? Wait! Just as Chu Xia prepared to issue commands, the little Saint Lord surged forward, letting out an exuberant roar as it engaged the 4 Ascension sect cultivators in fierce combat. Chu Xia's lips curled into an awkward smile. So be it. It was indeed a dragon, wild and untamed. It would take far more than his strength to command the little Saint Lord's obedience. But as long as it was willing to fight, that was sufficient. Dragons are inherently combative, They relish a good battle. Wait, that person on the ground is not. Chapter 65. Jiang Yunji's illusion as Xia Zhiyuan was sent flying dozens of meters away by the little holy monarch's sweeping tail, landing amidst the ruins. Chu Xia couldn't help but slap his forehead in utter disbelief. Though he held no concern for Xia Zhiyuan's fate, he certainly did not wish for him to perish at his own hands. Furthermore, today's events felt peculiar. Xia Zhiyuan might possess some vital information, and Chu Xia had intended to interrogate him. Rumbling. The little holy monarch continued to engage in fierce combat with 4 disciples from the ascending immortal sect. The holy monarch exhibited formidable prowess, yet the 4 adversaries were not to be underestimated, each likely having attained the core formation stage. Their teamwork was impeccable, unleashing an array of magical treasures and spells, managing to hold their ground against the little holy monarch. However, it was evident that the holy monarch was merely toying with them, treating them like punching bags. Seeing this, Chu Xia immediately summoned a gold digger beast to excavate a tunnel and retrieve Xia Zhiyuan. He hoped he was still alive. Chu Xia checked for any sign of breath. There was a faint trace of life, yet it felt as though the breath was shallow and scarce. He produced several unknown healing pills obtained from Zhao Biao and hastily administered them to Xia Zhiyuan, regardless of the consequences. Whether he survived now depended on fate. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Zhiyuan's body began to convulse and twist unnaturally, his vital energy surging violently. His complexion shifted from pale to a deep purple, his eyes bulging as veins throbbed ominously, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Chu Xia instinctively stepped back. However, moments later, Xia Zhiyuan astonishingly began to recover. Though his aura remained exceedingly weak, he regained consciousness and sat up slowly from the ground. "Who are you?" Xia Zhiyuan asked, his gaze filled with confusion as he beheld Chu Xia. His eyes widened in shock as he glimpsed the little holy monarch battling the 4 ascending immortals' disciples. And he murmured, "Am I hallucinating? How can there be a dragon?" Suddenly, he shut his eyes tightly and collapsed onto the ground. "I need to sleep first." Slap. Chu Xia delivered a swift slap to Xia Zhiyuan's face, jolting him awake. Xia Zhiyuan stared blankly at Chu Xia, utterly bewildered. "So you're the one rebelling?" Chu Xia retaliated with another slap. "I'm not. I didn't see." Frightened, Xia Zhiyuan quickly covered his face, attempting to explain. "It's my father. He taught me to do this. The emperor taught you to stage a coup? Are you jesting?" Chu Xia chuckled, preparing for yet another strike. "Please don't. I swear I'm not lying. 3 days ago, my father summoned me to the imperial palace, claiming that a great change would befall the great Qian dynasty in 3 days. He instructed me to cooperate with him to avert this crisis, which is why I initiated the palace coup, declaring that my father was gravely ill and sealing off the capital. This was all orchestrated by my father's people. Without his guidance, how could I have executed such a plan?" Xia Zhiyuan displayed a surprising level of self-awareness, and indeed, his words held some merit. "But what of your master, Wang Quan?" Chu Xia inquired. "My master?" He was confused. Upon hearing of my coup, he rushed to the capital overnight with experts from the martial extremity sect, claiming he would assist me in achieving something grand. I couldn't reveal my father's orders, so I had to let him stay, intending to clarify matters later. "No need for explanation. Your master is dead," Chu Xia remarked indifferently. Wang Quan met a rather unfortunate fate, aspiring to achieve great merit, but ultimately failing at the hands of Chu Xia. Yet even without Chu Xia, his fate wouldn't have been any more favorable. Striving too hard for advancement can lead to dire consequences. "Dead?" Xia Zhiyuan exclaimed in shock. "Who did this?" "My master was renowned throughout the great Qian martial world. Who possesses the capability to kill him?" "I did," Chu Xia replied coolly. Xia Zhiyuan's anger dissipated instantly, his gaze turning hollow as he stared at Chu Xia, words caught in his throat, finally culminating in a heavy sigh. "It's for the best. If more of those old fogies perish, it will clear the path for us young ones." Chu Xia raised an eyebrow, then patted Xia Zhiyuan's shoulder. "You're quite talented. Assist the Princess Royal well, and I shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiyuan's eyes sparkled with realization. "I understand now. You are Master Xia Chu." Chu Xia smiled silently and advanced forward. At this moment, the battle of the little holy monarch had concluded. The 4 ascending immortals' disciples lay prostrate on the ground, 2 dead and 2 severely injured, utterly incapacitated. The little holy monarch, exuberant, was leaping and flipping about, as joyful as a child of 300 years. To find joy in slaughter is a trait of ferocious beasts. True dragons are considered auspicious divine beasts. Yet the little holy monarch's bloodline derives from the sacred fire immortal, perhaps influenced by his mother, leading to a more ferocious temperament. Though not his innate nature, this cultivated disposition would likely prove difficult to alter. Nevertheless, a slightly more vicious little holy monarch, as long as he does not turn against his master, is ultimately more beneficial than detrimental to Chu Xia. Roar! The little holy monarch opened his mouth wide, sparks flying forth. It seemed intent on reducing its enemies to ashes before relenting. Chu Xia swiftly intervened, taking the opportunity to search the fallen disciples. Discovering 4 tokens engraved with a black tiger and 4 storage bags, along with their magical treasures, which he collected without hesitation. Moments later, a pillar of fire descended, incinerating the 4 into ash. Standing atop the little holy monarch's head, Chu Xia soared toward the Palace of Defeat. Shortly after, the man and dragon landed outside the main hall of the Palace of Defeat. Ethereal green flames licked at the doors, scorching a hole through the entrance. Within, a dark abyss loomed, as if peering too long could lead to being swallowed whole. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xia first summoned the little holy monarch and the flame-winged demon into the Linglong Tower, then ventured alone into the gaping maw of the palace. Upon entering the hall, everything around him brightened. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, and the harmonious sounds of musical instruments filled the space. Countless elegantly dressed men and women appeared like phantoms, exuding an air of nobility. In a daze, Chu Xia seemed to see Jiang Yunji approaching in imperial robes, seated upon a dragon throne, flanked by 6 high-ranking ministers, each holding a jade tablet, sequentially reporting to her. The content of their discourse was inaudible to Chu Xia, yet the reverence etched upon their faces was unmistakable. A prosperous dynasty ought to be like this. However, all of it was but a fleeting mirage, long relegated to the past. An illusion, perhaps? Chu Xia pondered, suddenly striding towards the Empress Jiang Yunji. Who goes there? Stop him! The palace guards rushed forth, each a formidable cultivator. As Chu Xia approached the Empress, they brandished their magical weapons, prepare to strike. Let him approach, Jiang Yunji commanded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features. This man, though unfamiliar, evoked a sense of déjà vu within her. With unwavering focus, Chu Xia continued towards Jiang Yunji. Up close, her beauty was breathtaking, causing Chu Xia's heart to race uncontrollably. Even having witnessed her unguarded self, he could not deny that such a woman was rare to find in the world. Suddenly, Chu Xia reached out, cupping Jiang Yunji's exquisite face, and passionately kissed her alluring lips. This kiss sent shockwaves through Jiang Yunji, while the court officials exhibited expressions of utter disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Chu Xia gazed into Jiang Yunji's astonished eyes and spoke. Stop dreaming. Awaken now. Chapter 66. The Emperor's gaze, the gentle voice of Chu Xia echoed in Jiang Yun's heart, causing her to momentarily pause, as if recollecting a distant memory. It's you, Chu Xia. But wait, why am I here? This is my past, my recollection. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the opulent surroundings began to recede like a tide. In their place arose a vast, dark, cold, and silent hall. Jiang Yun's did not vanish. Rather, her form gradually faded, transforming into a semi-transparent spirit. Are you dead? Chu Xia inquit, asked Onitz. The figure before him was unmistakably a ghost. Yet, during their previous dual cultivation, she had clearly possessed a corporeal body. Could it be that his prior experience was merely a dream? You are the one who has perished. This is but one of my 3 souls, the fetal light soul. How intriguing. I shall see who dares to seize my soul while I slumber, Jiang Yun's retorted, her eyes gleaming with ethereal light. The somber hall brightened once more. A shadow swiftly retreated, morphing into a wisp of ghostly green flame, poised to dissipate. Come forth, Jiang Yun scolded, as the entire Palace of Defeat seemed to come alive. Ripples coursing through the ground, uprooting the shadow, and sending it flying onto the steps of the hall. Chu Xia focused his gaze and beheld a figure clad in a green robe, with skin aged and wrinkled, eyes sunken deep, resembling a ghoul. Curse it! You've thwarted my plans, perish! The green-robed specter glared, unleashing a flicker of ghostly light. In that moment of their gaze meeting, Chu Xia felt as though his very soul was being drawn away. Yet the next instant, with a mere flick of her hand, Jiang Yun's restored Chu Xia to normalcy. With swift reflexes, Chu Xia activated the absolute kill sword and struck. The green-robed specter attempted to evade, but was immobilized by an unnamed force. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the center of its forehead, splattering black blood across the ground. Is it truly dead? Chu Xia pondered, bewildered. He had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet this green-robed specter seemed remarkably feeble. Uncertain, he continued to wield the absolute kill sword, delivering several more strikes until the specter was rendered a mere pincushion. Now it must be utterly finished, he mused, stepping forward to examine the remains, retrieving a token in a storage pouch. Is this the standard equipment of cultivators? The token bore the image of a black tiger on its reverse side. Chu Xia con tem pet, black rabbit, black fox, black tiger. These must correspond to the varying ranks of disciples in the Ascension sect. Is this green-robed specter on par with the 4 gatekeepers outside? I had hoped to encounter someone of a higher echelon. What is the origin of this individual? Jiang Yun's inquired. My knowledge on the matter is rather limited. Chu Xia recounted all he knew to Jiang Yun's. Upon hearing it, her expression turned thoughtful. Ascension sect? I've never heard of it. It must be a third-rate sect that has only risen in the last 500 years. How could they be aware of my circumstances? Her form dimmed slightly once more. I must return to my slumber. You should investigate this Ascension sect when you have the opportunity to discern their intentions towards me. With that, she prepared to depart. Chu Xia hastily called out to her, producing the Xian Yin evil bone from his wrist. Do you find this item useful? Xian Yin evil bone? Jiang Yun's and Appo's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Though it may be a tad small, it possesses merit. I cannot utilize it, but it may benefit you. Beneficial to me? For what purpose? Hand it over. Jiang Yun's extended her palm. Without hesitation, Chu Xia complied, placing the Xian Yin evil bone in her grasp. She pinched it with her thumb, and in the next moment, ethereal light flickered across its surface, revealing lines of delicate script. I have inscribed the first volume of the Xian Tian Classic upon this bone. When you return, refine the Xian Yin evil bone while practicing the Xian Tian Classic. This technique will ensure your cultivation progresses to the nascent soul stage without issue. Once you achieve that, I shall endeavor to procure the second volume for you. Upon hearing the promise of cultivation, Chu Xia's spirits lifted. To cultivate is to possess something valuable, especially to reach the nascent soul stage. The Xian Tian Classic is undoubtedly a profound technique within the realm of cultivation. As he accepted the Xian Yin evil bone once more and prepared to express his gratitude, Jiang Yun's vanished in the blink of an eye. How strange. She departed with such swiftness this time. Not a word about our dual cultivation. Could this truly be Jiang Yun's? Chu Xia's expression bore a hint of suspicion. However, he dismissed it. Everyone has their moments of irritation. Jiang Yun's had been abruptly awakened from her slumber by the Ascension sect's illusions. She was likely quite displeased. Deciding to leave, he felt a shiver run down his spine in the ominous atmosphere of the palace. As he exited, he conducted a brief search within the hall, but found no trace of the Dog Emperor. Strange, wasn't he the Dog Emperor captured by the Ascension sect? Where could he have been taken? I forgot to inquire with Xia Weiming about the Dog Emperor's abduction by Xia Zhiyuan. Without lingering further, he promptly exited the Palace of Defeat. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside had turned pitch black. The heavens were devoid of any twinkling stars. Only the mournful wails of the cold wind echoed. Complete darkness enveloped him, obscuring his vision entirely. Chu Xia immediately summoned the great Sun Yang flame, illuminating a 100-meter radius with golden light. A quick glance revealed Xia Jin standing nearby, accompanied by a towering middle-aged man, none other than the Emperor of Deqian, Xia Yu. The Dog Emperor. A surge of murderous intent flared within Chu Xia as he approached, absolute kill sword in hand. Master Xia Chu, Xia Zhiyuan exclaimed, his face brightening in recognition and moving forward to greet him. However, at that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, blocking Chu Xia's path. Among them was the esteemed eunuch Shan, accompanied by several others whose auras surpassed that of the eunuch. None were ordinary foes. Yet, even if that were the case. Chu Xia could unleash the little saint lord to overpower them. However, Xiaoyu suddenly turned, casting a dispassionate glance at Chu Xia. What a detached gaze it was. As if with a mere gesture, he could command the entire realm. This was the gaze of an emperor. Had been only that, it might not have deterred Chu Xia. Yet he sensed a peculiar glimmer in Xiaoyu's eyes. He was a cultivator, and a remarkably powerful one at that, beyond imagination. Simultaneously, an anxious voice from the Linglong locking demon tower reached him. Master, do not engage. This individual is formidable, at least at the late Golden Core stage. Possibly even a nascent soul expert. The little Saint Lord would not stand a chance. Understood. I am aware. Chu Xia gradually reigned in his murderous intent, concealing the absolute kill sword within his sleeve. Xiaoyu slightly lowered his gaze, no longer fixing his attention on Chu Xia, and turned to Xia Zhiyuan. Little Seven is dead. Someone is taking advantage of the chaos. You are to investigate this matter and identify the culprit within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall take your own life as penance. Chapter 67. Cultivating the Xiantian classic after issuing his orders, Xiaoyu turned and stepped into the darkness. Eunuch Shan and the other master guards also dispersed. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Xia and Xia Zhiyan remained. Xia Zhiyan's brow was furrowed. Worry etched across his features. The death of the 7th prince had caught him off guard. Yet his father had entrusted him with the task of investigating the cause of his brother's demise, leaving him bewildered. The situation within the Qian Palace was chaotic, a veritable dance of demons. There were not a few with motives to slay a prince, making his investigation all the more daunting. Was the inquiry merely a pretext for his father to compel him to take his own life as an act of contrition? In that moment, Xia Zhiyan felt engulfed by darkness, unable to see even a glimmer of hope. Are you planning to remain alone in the ancestral dragon and Appo's forbidden grounds? Chu Xia and Appo's voice pulled Xia Zhiyan back to reality. Grasping at the lifeline, he hurried to keep pace with Chu Xia. Master Xia Chu, you must assist me. If I cannot uncover the murderer, I am doomed. My father is capable of anything. Chu Xia wielded the great sun flame in his hands, illuminating the path ahead with a resplendent golden glow. In the current circumstances, the identity of the culprit was of little significance. What mattered was how to bring this farce to a close. Your father is testing your vision to see if you can navigate this palace upheaval to a satisfactory conclusion. Hearing Chu Xia's words, Xia Zhiyan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Yet, even with this understanding, he could not suppress his sigh. Chu Xia, I never expected the 5 tigers of the Immortal Gate to meet their demise at your hands. Chu Hao, you truly have a remarkable son. Xiaoyu stood atop a crumbling wall, gazing at the ancestral dragon's forbidden grounds shrouded in dusk, a torrent of memories flooding back to his youth. Your Majesty, your Wei's token. Eunuch Shan reverently presented a beautifully carved purple jade token before Xiaoyu. The front bore the characters Ascend to Immortality, while the reverse featured a magnificent azure dragon coiling over mountains and rivers. Xiaoyu and Appo's thoughts were pulled back. He did not take the token, but instructed, take my token to the Ascend to Immortality sect and inform sect master Qianmo that the time is not yet ripe, and she must endure a while longer. Your Majesty, the fairy Qianmo has little time left. She may not be able to endure. She must endure, for this concerns the fate of our Qian Empire. If she lacks understanding, I shall impart the wisdom she lacks. As he spoke, a terrifying imperial pressure emanated from Xiaoyu. Eunuch Shan fell silent, not daring to utter another word, and vanished into the night with the token. A gentle breeze stirred. A white-clad swordsman appeared behind Xiaoyu, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, the blazing fire dragon has been subdued by Chu Xia. Should I retrieve it? Pay him no mind. He is but an inconsequential figure, unable to stir any significant turmoil. We shall wait until the abyss of 10,000 calamities opens, and then we will ensnare them all. With that, he ceased to acknowledge the swordsman, instead quietly gazing towards the palace of seeking defeat, lost in thought. The following day, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Chu Xia stretched lazily, gently pushing aside Xia Zishuan's fair arm, and rose to the window. He practiced the great Sun Yang divine art in front of the radiant morning sun for an hour. Upon completion, he felt invigorated and refreshed. He then took out the Xian Yi bone, beginning to comprehend the first volume of the Xiantian Classic. The Xiantian Classic, crafted by the ancient Xintian emperor, encompasses the principles of heaven and earth, enabling the practitioner to transcend into the Tao and master the cosmos. The first volume, Initial Condensation of Xianqi, requires the practitioner to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using the Xiantian heart method, condensing it into Xianqi, which flows through the meridians, eventually forming a Xiandan and awakening the Xian soul. At its pinnacle, one can create a small world within, containing boundless Xianqi, achieving unity with Xiantian and resonating with the cosmos, capable of invoking celestial phenomena with a mere gesture. Ultimately, one can become the Xiantian sovereign, transcending life and death, commanding the myriad realms, and attaining the supreme path. After grasping the essence of the Xiantian classic, Chu Xia was astounded. This was no mere cultivation method. It was a genuine imperial technique. The Xiantian emperor, who transcended at 18 and achieved the title of immortal emperor at 40, was a true supreme being. Although the Xiantian classic was created in his early years, its intricacy rivaled that of celestial cultivation methods. Jiang Yunji had truly made a grand gesture. Though it was only the first volume, its mere existence, if disseminated, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the cultivation world. Countless individuals would vie for it, shedding blood and leaving corpses in their wake. However, possessing the Xiantian classic alone was insufficient. One required a unique medium to aid in converting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Xianqi. Coincidentally, the Xianyi bone that Chu Xia had acquired possessed the capability to transform it into Xianqi. It was no wonder that Jiang Yunji chose to impart the Xiantian classic to him upon seeing the Xianyi bone. If she had merely shared the classic without the bone, he would have been unable to cultivate it. Chu Xia dismissed further thoughts and placed the Xianyi bone in his palm, bringing his hands together to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the bone, commencing the cultivation of the Xiantian heart method. Threads of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his palm, sinking into the Xianyi bone, transforming into streams of Xianqi that coursed through his meridians. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Xianqi, in essence, was simply a denser form of spiritual energy akin to the distinction between wrought iron and tempered steel. Time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, it was noon. Xia Zixuan finally awoke. Observing Chu Xia deeply engrossed in his cultivation, she refrained from interrupting him, instead preparing a meal centered around spiritual meat for him to enjoy once he concluded his training. After ensuring everything was in order, she left alone. An hour later, feeling the strain in his meridians, Chu Xia decided to conclude his practice. He had not anticipated the extent of Xianqi's toll on his meridians with his current strength. An hour of daily cultivation was likely his limit. Overdoing it would be counterproductive. The Yuhua pill is precisely formulated to strengthen the meridians. Although repeated consumption diminishes its effects, it still contributes to enhancement. I should procure more spiritual herbs to concoct a batch of Yuhua pills to test their efficacy. Even if I produce in excess, it matters not. After all, he intended to use the Yuhua pills to bolster the divine martial army. More would only be beneficial. Yet, acquiring large quantities of spiritual herbs presented a challenge. Suddenly, Chu Xia recalled his inexpensive disciple, Lin Yu, who was the chief alchemist of the Apothecary Valley. Surely, he would have ways to source the necessary herbs. However, after Chu Xia had enlightened him last time, the old man had vanished. Could it be that he truly retreated into seclusion? Lost in thought, Chu Xia heard familiar voices approaching from outside the door. One belonged to Xia Zixuan and the other to Xia Lanqi. What brought her here? Concerned that Xia Zixuan and Xia Lanqi might clash, he promptly rose to step outside. To his surprise, he found the two women walking together, engaged in lively conversation. Their laughter and camaraderie painted a puzzling tableau. Chapter 68. The favorable countenance, Your Highness, is settled then. We shall attend the Lantern Festival together on the first day of next month. Indeed, we shall adorn ourselves splendidly and captivate the hearts of all the men in the capital. As they jested, the two arrived at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. Upon entering, they beheld Chu Xia seated with an air of composure, her discerning gaze fixed upon them. You may continue your conversation. I shall retire for a moment. Yawned Xia Zixuan, her face betraying weariness as she entered her chamber. Xia Lanxi, however, knelt before Chu Xia with a resounding thud. Lowly servant Xia Lanxi pays her respects to the master. Her graceful bow was executed with such fluidity that it suggested prior practice. What were you discussing just now? Chu Xia inquired, her tone even. Reporting to the master, we were merely engaging in light conversation. I invited Her Highness to join us for the Lantern Festival next month. If the master does not mind, you may accompany us as well. That is a matter for later consideration. I am far more intrigued by your previous attempt to poison Xia Zixuan and your sudden desire to reconcile with her now. Chu Xia pressed directly. Time had been scarce during their last encounter, leaving many questions unasked, but today she sought clarity. In response to the master, my actions were driven by the interests of the treasure pavilion. I have explained this to Her Highness and vowed to make amends at any cost. Though she claims she will not forgive me, she has spared my life for your sake. Ah, how proactive of you to seek Xia Zixuan's forgiveness. Now, elaborate. Like Xia Ruiming, you covet the treasures of the treasure pavilion. What remarkable artifacts lie within that warrant such desire? Xia Lanxi replied, the map of mountains and rivers. What? My mother spoke of it as a relic from the ancient sovereign dynasty, likely containing a vast storage space filled with treasures from that era, currently housed within the treasure pavilion under the queen's care. Xia Lanxi's explanation astonished not only Chu Xia, but also caused Xia Zixuan, who had been eavesdropping, to emerge from her room. The map of mountains and rivers? But I have never encountered such an artifact. If it existed, I would certainly have discovered it. Xia Zixuan asserted with confidence. If the treasure pavilion indeed held remnants of past treasures, she would not have struggled so in her endeavors before Chu Xia's arrival, nearly failing her first trial. Had she overlooked something? I cannot say for certain, but my mother firmly believed that the map of mountains and rivers resides within the treasure pavilion, a treasure brought back by the queen from the immortal Ascension Gate. Is it truly so? Xia Zixuan hesitated, pondering the possibility. Seeing both women enveloped in silence, Chu Xia interjected. Whether the map exists or not can be easily determined with a visit. His curiosity regarding the treasure pavilion, overseen by Xia Zixuan, had always lingered. Perhaps there were items within that would pique the interest of the divine cauldron. It was the perfect opportunity for inspection. After a moment in oppose, as contemplation, Xia Zixuan responded, very well. But this must be conducted discreetly. Though I oversee the treasure pavilion, it remains the royal treasury of the Qian dynasty, and all items therein are nominally the property of my father. Then let us go tonight, Chu Xia suggested. Indeed, it would be best to venture in the latter half of the night, as there are many eyes on the pavilion. Caution is paramount. Chu Xia nodded in agreement. I shall return to my rest. You may attend to your matters. Xia Zixuan swiftly retreated to her chamber. Chu Xia glanced at the empty maid's quarters beside him and beckoned Xia Lanxi. She hurriedly rose, following Chu Xia into the maid's quarters with utmost care. What commands does the master have? Xia Lanxi's beautiful eyes blinked gently, an inexplicable charm radiating from her, her slightly parted lips drawing Chu Xia's gaze. Since you have come, I shall not neglect you. Allow me to treat you to a meal, he offered. Thank you for your hospitality, master. Xia Lanxi swallowed hard, half kneeling in gratitude. An hour later, Xia Lanxi departed from the Ziyue Hall. Chu Xia, feeling elated, returned to his chamber, only to find Xia Zixuan absent. Peering out the window, he spotted her in the rear courtyard, nestled within a warm room woven from flowering vines, diligently writing and sketching. Is that talisman paper? Chu Xia realized Xia Zixuan was delving into the art of talismans. On their journey from Jiangnan, she had strongly urged him to teach her the craft, and he had shared some foundational techniques of the Tao's talismanic arts with her. It appeared she had been practicing in secrecy. Chu Xia, remaining discreet, flew over on his sword, quietly observing from above. Yet, after a while, he could no longer restrain himself. Are you practicing calligraphy? The essence of talismans lies in intention, not form. Mere tracing will not suffice. You must infuse your spiritual energy and execute it in one breath. Startled, Xia Zixuan hastily gathered the talisman paper and vermilion ink. Her expression tinged with despondency. I have disappointed my mother's expectations. I am talentless, unable to excel in martial arts, cultivation, or even talisman crafting. I am nothing but a waste. Why resort to such self-deprecation over a single critique? Chu Xia swiftly descended to console her. Everyone possesses their own strengths. You merely have yet to uncover your own talents. Do not comfort me. 99% of the world is filled with mediocrity, and I am well aware of my limitations. Close your eyes. Xia Zixuan, bewildered, complied. Kai, I shall extend my consciousness. You probe Xia Zixuan's spiritual root aptitude. Yes, Master of the Tower. Let me see. Oh my Master of the Tower, this young lady is extraordinary, truly remarkable. Chu Xia was taken aback. Could it be that Xia Zixuan possessed exceptional talent? Do tell. This young lady possesses a shattered spiritual root, incomplete bone structure, an ordinary bloodline, and intellect merely at the level of common folk. Yet she exudes abundant fortuity and profound blessings. Most importantly, she possesses a favorable countenance for fortune. Any man who marries her would be reaping the blessings of 8 lifetimes. Hearing Kai and Appo's exaggerated tone, Chu Xia nearly suspected her of having been won over by Xia Zixuan. Is there no other advantage apart from being favorable for marriage? Well, Kai pondered briefly. Under normal circumstances, this young lady would lack the aptitude for cultivation. However, circumstances can be altered, especially for those born under a fortunate star. Regarding her future, I can only advise to let things unfold naturally. When the time is right, she may very well seize her opportunity for greatness. What can we do to restore her confidence? That is simple. Take her to gamble. With her fortuity, any gambler who encounters her will be moved to tears. Is that truly feasible? Very well. Since we are heading to the Apothecary Valley, I shall take Xia Zixuan out for a stroll. If what Kai says holds true, it could grant me a windfall potentially sufficient to fund the divine martial army. Chapter 69. The leopard's fateful strike. Moments later, Xia Zixuan opened her eyes. Her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed at Chu Xia. When Chu Xia instructed her to close her eyes, she assumed a gift awaited her. Yet, nothing materialized. Come with me outside the palace, he said. Although perplexed, Xia Zixuan obediently nodded. Before long, the royal carriage from Ziyue Palace began to glide towards the palace gates. The turmoil of the previous days appeared to have left no mark on the dynasty. As they passed by the 7th prince's residence, it was shrouded in black cloth. Where Xia Zhiyan was frantically leading a search party, while Xia Ruiming joined in with a mocking gleam in his eyes. However, upon spotting Xia Zixuan, he quickly slinked away. Outside the palace, the guards had increased in number, and the entrance had been restored, erasing all signs of the fire. A fresh fragrance filled the air, completely devoid of any scent of blood or charred remains. Upon witnessing the crown princess's departure, the officer at the gate respectfully greeted her and commanded the gates to be opened. The streets bustled with life. Everything appeared as normal as ever, and no one seemed to discuss the events of the previous day. Chu Xia remained puzzled by Xia Yu's self-directed drama and his connection with the ascending immortal sect. One certainty lingered in Chu Xia's mind. The crux of it all revolved around Jiang Yunji. The happenings within the Great Qian dynasty and the ascending immortal sect all centered upon her. How much do you know about the Wangu dynasty? Chu Xia inquit Suden Li. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zixuan replied, all historical records and documents regarding the Wangu dynasty were erased at the dawn of the Great Qian's establishment. Even in folklore, accounts of the Wangu dynasty are scarce. Those that do exist often lack credibility, many being fabrications by later generations to obfuscate the truth. Even if some legitimate history survived, it has long been drowned in countless rumors. Chu Xia nodded. 500 years might not seem lengthy for powerful cultivators, but in the mundane world, it represents several generations. If the royal family deliberately concealed the deeds of the Wangu dynasty, unearthing the truth in this era would indeed be quite challenging. However, Chu Xia chose not to dwell further on it, trusting that the answers would reveal themselves in due time. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage arrived at the bustling entrance of a lively alley. Xia Zixuan instructed by Ji and Qingyu to guard the carriage as she entered the alley with Chu Xia. This area belonged to the old city of the imperial capital, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. The bun shop at the entrance had been a staple for 3 generations, boasting a history of over a century. Chu Baiwei adored the crab roe buns from there, but her small appetite meant she could only consume half, often begging Chu Xia to finish the rest. Their presence here, however, was not for the buns. Deep within the alley lay a grand gambling establishment. Chu Xia's knowledge of this place was tied to Lu Qifeng. Years ago, during Chu Xia's youth, her father was often away at war, and the strict upbringing in the general's manor clashed with her restless spirit. At that time, Lu Qifeng was responsible for the manor's security, and Chu Xia begged him to take her out for some fresh air. Unfortunately, Lu Qifeng was a gambler, consistently bringing her to the gambling house for free meals while he remained glued to the gaming tables until he lost everything. In those 2 months, Chu Xia recalled that Lu Qifeng never won, always returning home dejected after losing all his money. At that time, Chu Xia had a plan to leverage Lu Qifeng's unfortunate luck by betting against him, hoping to make some quick gains. However, she encountered the dealer's leopard, resulting in a loss that consumed half a year's worth of living expenses. From that point on, she vowed never to accompany Lu Qifeng again. He did not linger long in the general's manor, soon being dispatched to the front lines. Lost in thought, Chu Xia led Xia Zixuan into the gambling house. Years had passed since her last visit, and it had undergone renovations, elevating its status considerably. Patrons continued to flock in, a mix of ages and genders. Chu Xia decided to abandon any pretense of concealment and confidently entered, while Xia Zixuan, more reserved, donned a violet veil to avoid recognition. Yet, her attire and overall presence were too striking, drawing the attention of many upon their entrance. "This is a gambling house? What are we doing here?" Xia Zixuan asked, astonished. "Let us test our luck," Chu Xia replied, pointing towards the gaming table where the simplest game of dice awaited. Easy enough for a child to understand. Although Xia Zixuan had never encountered such a setting before, she quickly grasped the concept after a brief glance. Still, she couldn't comprehend why Chu Xia had brought her to gamble, especially since she found such raucous environments rather distasteful. Despite feeling suffocated by the atmosphere, she followed Chu Xia's determined lead, exchanging some currency for chips and placing a casual bet. With a roll of 4, 5, and 6, she was greeted with applause for her remarkable luck, earning 300 chips from her modest wager. Surprised by the sudden windfall, she turned to Chu Xia with a bewildered expression. Chu Xia encouraged her to continue betting. Without much thought, Xia Zixuan pushed all her chips forward. "Betting on a leopard? This girl has some nerve," they murmured, the odds against such a wager being nearly non-existent. Moments later, the dealer trembled, announcing in a quavering voice, 666, "Congratulations, miss. You've hit the jackpot," with a payout of 4,500 chips. As the dealer collapsed, eyes rolling back, a rotund man with a brutish demeanor hurried over. "Miss, if I may have a word," he said. Xia Zixuan instinctively rose, but Chu Xia firmly pressed her back into her seat. "Yin Jiu, can you afford the losses?" Chu Xia's teasing voice rang out. The onlookers scattered at the tense confrontation. Yin Jiu was the owner of the gambling house, a prominent figure in the underworld of the imperial capital, respected even by nobles. The audacity of this young man to call Yin Jiu by name raised eyebrows. He was either foolish or had some leverage. Observing their attire and demeanor, it was clear they belonged to the latter. No one dared to provoke such individuals, hastily retreating to avoid collateral damage. Yin Jiu furrowed his brow. "May I ask your name?" "Chu Xia of the Divine Martial Army," he stated without hesitation. Yin Jiu paused, then burst into laughter. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just a lost dog." Chapter 70. "I am his master." A burst of crimson splattered forth, and the smile on Yin Jiu and Appo's face abruptly ceased. He caught sight of Chu Xia, who regarded him with an expression of icy indifference, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a blade, glimmering with a chilling light, plunged deep into his chest. "Murder, I've been murdered." With a startled exclamation, the gambling den descended into chaos. Some gamblers frantically scrambled for the exit, while others seized the opportunity to loot, snatching chips from the tables. At that moment, a group of martial artists clad in black, wielding long knives, stormed in, encircling the casino inside and out. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, turned pale upon seeing Yin Jiu sprawled on the ground. "Kid, you've landed yourself in a serious predicament." Yet, no one paid heed to his threats. Xia Zixuan was lost in thought, reflecting on the previous events. In 2 rounds of gambling, she was certain she had not cheated, and Chu Xia likely hadn't either. Could it be that he had won those improbable rounds purely by luck? Was her fortune truly so remarkable? Had Chu Xia sensed this beforehand, bringing her to the gambling den to validate this notion? He was indeed considerate. Let us go. Accompany me to the Medicine King Valley once more. Observing the sparkle of understanding in Xia Zishuan and Appo's eyes, Chu Xia realized she had grasped her own advantages. This should aid her in regaining her confidence. While great fortune may not directly transform Xia Zishuan into an immortal cultivator, the enigmatic nature of luck meant that one blessed with it could certainly see their desires fulfilled, blessings flowing endlessly. Hence, Xia Zishuan had no reason to feel anxious. Thank you, Chu Xia. I shall maintain a calm disposition, Xia Zishuan said tenderly, affectionately linking her arm with his as they prepared to depart. The bearded man, witnessing this, erupted in fury, immediately commanding his subordinates to intercept the pair. A line of cold blades was directed at Chu Xia. Stand aside. Chu Xia furrowed his brow, releasing an intangible pressure of spiritual power. Several nearby martial artists instantly fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back in their heads. The bearded man, despite being the strongest among them, was merely at the transcendence realm and could not withstand Chu Xia's oppressive aura. In an instant, he felt as though his heart were in a vice grip, nearly choking him. Only then did he realize that the youth before him was no ordinary individual. However, as a bodyguard of the gambling den, retreating now would jeopardize his position. Moreover, the enigmatic figure behind the gambling den was a person of significant power, someone he could not afford to offend. Resolving himself, the bearded man gritted his teeth, forcing himself to step forward. If you possess the capability to kill me, then do so. Otherwise, you shall not leave this gambling den. Chu Xia cast a surprised glance at the bearded man. He appeared rough around the edges, but was undeniably resolute. Then I shall oblige you. Chu Xia summoned the absolutist sword and cleaved through the air. The icy sword light whistled past the bearded man, cleaving a gaping fissure into the wall of the gambling den, instilling dread in all present, rendering them breathless with fear. Common folk had never witnessed such celestial swordsmanship and were left utterly astounded. The bearded man was no exception, drenched in sweat and trembling at the knees. The primal fear from deep within him could not be quelled by sheer willpower. With a thud, his knees crashed to the ground, terrified into submission. Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan walked past him and exited the gambling den. By the way, the winnings from today's gambling must not be shortchanged. Prepare them for me, and I shall return to collect, he stated as they stepped out of the alley and into their carriage. It's not that much. I'll just come back for it later. How troublesome. Forget it. If you're in need of money, I can supplement your share, Xia Zishuan offered, exuding the aura of a wealthy patron eager to support her companion. Chu Xia chuckled. Do you believe that at least 1,000 taels of gold will be prepared for me? Moreover, the figure behind the gambling den will personally hand it over. 1,000 taels, that is indeed a considerable sum. 1,000 taels could buy a life, but if he is wise enough, he might prepare even 10,000 taels or more. Xia Zishuan's eyes sparkled. Is that sword strike truly worth so much? Should we not wander through the imperial capital, delivering a few more such strikes to reap even greater rewards? Chu Xia retorted. That would disrupt the market. Wealthy merchants would flee in fear, resulting in a loss far greater than any gain. Indeed, you do think things through, she conceded. In the eastern outskirts, at the Medicine King Valley, as their carriage drew near, Chu Xia inhaled the fragrant air, saturated with the essence of various spiritual herbs. The valley was vast, filled with countless medicinal plants, and at its heart lay a natural spring, shrouded in ethereal mist, nurturing the herbs within. These spiritual herbs were not cultivated artificially, but rather collected from various locales, nurtured here to enhance their properties, often yielding even more potent effects than their wild counterparts. Though the hour was late, the flow of merchant convoys to and from the Medicine King Valley remained unceasing, with carts laden with spiritual herbs being continuously delivered and dispatched. The Medicine King Valley monopolized at least 1/5 of the spiritual herb market in the Great Qian dynasty, thereby attracting numerous alchemists to join its ranks. The owner of the valley possessed remarkable foresight, understanding the importance of recruiting alchemists before expanding the valley's influence. By offering shares to these alchemists, he effectively distributed power within the valley. It was said that the owner now held only a mere 10% stake and refrained from participating in the valley's management. The operations of the valley were entirely entrusted to the alchemists. With hundreds of esteemed alchemists gathered, even the royal family would hesitate to act against the Medicine King Valley. Xia Zishuan relayed these insights to Chu Xia during their journey. By the way, do you recall the heroine Ling Shuanghua, whom we encountered in Jiangnan? She suddenly inquired, mentioning a familiar name. Chu Xia was slightly taken aback. What about her? The Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley also bears the surname Ling and has a daughter named Ling Shuanghua. I suspect they are likely the same person. Chu Xia was genuinely surprised. Even though the Ling family only held a minor stake in the Medicine King Valley, the dividends they received were undoubtedly substantial. The Ling family could certainly be considered affluent, and with their wisdom, as long as they did not err, they could secure their prosperity through the valley for generations. Ling Shuanghua was undoubtedly a privileged heiress born with a silver spoon, yet she chose to wander the world, aspiring to be a heroic figure who alleviates suffering. This girl was truly noble in character. Please halt. Beyond here lies the core area of the Medicine King Valley. Tourists are not permitted to enter. If you seek to conduct business, you may proceed to the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion in the Southern Valley, where designated personnel will attend to you. A modestly dressed apprentice herbalist obstructed their path. I come to seek Lin Yu, Chu Xia stated. Seeking Chief Lin? Who might you be? I am his master. Chapter 71. Master, please forgive me, the young alchemist chuckled. You truly dare to make such bold connections. Who doesn't know that Master Lin is the foremost figure in the Medicine King Valley, the paragon among the great alchemists of the Qian? How can you utter such rebellious words without fearing the ire of all the alchemists in the valley? He waved his hand impatiently, intending to send the two away, when suddenly he spotted a well-dressed man in splendid robes approaching from a distance, accompanied by several elegantly attired elderly gentlemen, clearly of high status. The young alchemist promptly rushed to greet them. Young Master Ling, what brings you to the Medicine King Valley? This individual was none other than Ling Yuntian, the eldest son of the Ling family in the valley. Ling Yuntian replied, quickly inform Master Lin that several distinguished officials wish to procure elixirs. The young alchemist's expression turned troubled. Master Lin has been in seclusion for over a month. Before entering, he instructed us not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, several elderly gentlemen showed signs of disappointment. Young Master Ling, since Master Lin is in seclusion, it would be best not to disturb him. We can seek out other alchemists instead. Although Master Lin specializes in longevity elixirs, there are many skilled alchemists in the Medicine King Valley who can also assist us. If necessary, we can return once he concludes his seclusion. A few extra trips are no great burden. Ling Yuntian felt somewhat embarrassed by the elder's words. Others may be able to disregard him, but he was the son of the valley and Oppo's master, the heir of the Ling family. Surely Master Lin would not deny him this small favor. Please inform him that I, Ling Yuntian, require his assistance. The young alchemist, unwilling to offend Ling Yuntian, nodded in agreement. I shall notify him at once. Please wait here for a moment. He turned and noticed that Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan had yet to leave. He shot them an irritated glance. Had time permitted, he would have liked to have a word with this oblivious young man. Miss, are you also here to see Master Lin? Ling Yuntian noticed Chu Xia and Xia Zishuan at that moment. Upon seeing Xia Zishuan, he was taken aback by her beauty, captivated as he was by her exquisite appearance. Although he had encountered many beauties in the imperial capital, this one was unlike any he had seen before. She was either an untouched maiden or a newcomer from afar, and in his eyes, such a girl would be easy to pursue. However, to Ling Yuntian's disappointment, Xia Zishuan seemed entirely indifferent to his presence, ignoring his greeting and not even sparing him a glance. His brow furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure and approached her. I am Ling Yuntian, son of Ling Zhua, the master of the Medicine King Valley. If you wish to seek Master Lin's alchemical services, I can introduce you when he arrives. It would be far more beneficial than waiting here. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Xia Zishuan and Oppo's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to refuse, Chu Xia interjected with a smile. Young Master Ling, you are indeed quite helpful. When Master Lin arrives, we would greatly appreciate your kind words on our behalf. Of course, Ling Yuntian replied, refraining from further comment. He understood that pursuing a woman required patience, especially with other men present. He could later use the pretext of alchemy to separate the two, confident that once she was alone, he would have no trouble winning her over. Her Her figure, her poise, truly unmatched, despite her veiled face. His experience in the realm of romance led him to conclude that her beauty must be extraordinary. Ling Yuntian was restless, yet outwardly engaged in lofty discussions with the accompanying elderly gentleman, perhaps to display his knowledge. They spoke of topics like the civil service examination reforms, autumn taxation, and the political climate, subjects that would surely impress the uninformed. Yet, to Xia Zixuan's ears, their conversation felt somewhat pretentious. She exhibited little interest, instead choosing to admire the picturesque scenery of the Medicine King Valley with Chu Xia. It must be said that this valley bore the charm of a hidden paradise. The environment was pristine, the air refreshing, and the spiritual spring at the valley's heart continuously released spiritual energy, resulting in a concentration of vitality far superior to that outside. If given the chance, I could construct a palace here. Spending a few days in the spring and autumn would be a delightful experience, Xia Zixuan mused. While she might not have the power to do so now, once she ascended the throne as the Empress of the Qian, the entire realm would be hers to command, and building a palace would be a mere command away. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from within the valley. I am in seclusion. Do not disturb me. Moments latte. The young alchemist stumbled out, wearing a look of relief, as if he had just escaped a calamity. Young master, did you hear that? Master Lin refuses to see anyone. I nearly met my end under his herbal refuse. Ling Yuntian frowned. Master Lin's temper was indeed fierce. Even in his presence, he showed no signs of deference. Yet, given Master Lin's esteemed status, even his father would have to yield. Perhaps we should consider seeking other alchemists, suggested an elder. Indeed, it would be unwise to provoke Master Lin. That would not bode well for any of us. Your intentions are appreciated, young master, but the elders will remember your kindness. Though Ling Yuntian felt a tinge of embarrassment, he recognized the lack of a better solution. He nodded and then turned to Xia Zixuan. Miss, it seems we may not be able to meet Master Lin today. If you have needs, you are welcome to accompany us to find Master Zhang, another renowned alchemist in the Medicine King Valley. His elixirs are exclusively crafted for royalty and are undoubtedly reliable. Xia Zixuan was taken aback that this persistent fly would not relent. She glanced at Ling Yuntian, her gaze frigid and unyielding, akin to a deity observing mere ants. One look sent a shiver down Ling Yuntian's spine, causing him to instinctively take a step back, flustered. This was no ordinary maiden. Such a gaze could only belong to someone of high standing. Her identity must be of considerable importance. Chu Xia remained oblivious to this exchange, confident that Xia Zixuan could handle her own affairs. However, the fact that Master Lin remained in seclusion left him feeling exasperated. The day was waning, and time was not a luxury they could afford. Thus, Chu Xia raised his voice, channeling his spiritual energy, and called into the valley, Master Lin. Will you not even see your disciple? His shout startled the young alchemist, who rushed forward to cover Chu Xia's mouth. You fool! Don't drag me into your demise. I just received a scolding from Master Lin. But Chu Xia's uncontained spiritual energy surged forth, creating waves that pushed the young alchemist away. This voice, it's my master. Why have you come to the Medicine King Valley? Amidst a cacophony of surprise and excitement, Lin Yu hurriedly approached. And to the astonishment of the young alchemist and Ling Yuntian, he suddenly knelt before Chu Xia. Master, please forgive me. Chapter 72. The Ling family's favor the apothecary boy was in a state of panic. What on earth was happening? Was this youth truly the master of Master Lin Yu? It seemed like a jest. Master Lin Yu was a figure of great stature. How could he possibly take a mere boy as his teacher? This was utterly absurd. However, he had no time to ponder these thoughts now. He had offended Master Lin's master, and this was no trivial matter. If the other party decided to pursue it, he would be in serious trouble. With a thud, the apothecary boy knelt down alongside Lin Yu. Master, I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I implore your forgiveness. Lin Yu cast a puzzled glance at the apothecary boy, quickly realizing the situation and immediately began to scold him. The apothecary boy humbly accepted his fault, nodding repeatedly. Enough, it is not a grave issue. I have come to seek your assistance in preparing a batch of spiritual herbs. Let us find a suitable place to discuss further. Of course, Master, and Your Highness the Grand Princess, please allow me to escort you both to the herb garden, Lin Yu said respectfully. Chu Xia nodded, and entered the valley alongside Xia Zishuan. Ling Yuntian stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Wait, what did Lin Yu call that lady? The Grand Princess? How many Grand Princesses can there possibly be in Qian? Realizing his grave error, Ling Yuntian's face turned pale, and he became anxious. It's over. Everything is ruined. That was none other than the renowned Grand Princess Xia Zishuan, a royal who could potentially inherit the imperial throne and become the new empress of the Qin dynasty. He had nearly caused a catastrophe. To offend the Grand Princess was a crime punishable by the annihilation of one and Oppos as clan. Ling Yuntian hurriedly recalled that he hadn't and Oppos. He uttered anything too radical earlier, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, even so, it was a matter that could lead to severe consequences. I must excuse myself, esteemed elders. I need to return home immediately. I must consult my father to see how we can resolve this predicament. Moreover, this presented a splendid opportunity for the Ling family to align themselves with the Grand Princess, and it must be seized. He was uncertain how long the Grand Princess would linger in the Herb King Valley, so he needed to make a swift return to avoid missing this chance. Within the herb garden, a large drying area was filled with an array of bizarre spiritual herbs laid out to dry and brew. The air was rich with the mingling scents of countless medicinal ingredients. To Chu Xia and Oppos' astonishment, she discovered that she could identify the names and properties of most of the spiritual herbs purely by their aromas. The apothecary god's technique was indeed remarkable. She would need to practice it more diligently. Master requires a substantial quantity of celestial spirit fruits, Xianhuang ginseng, and dragon's breath grass. Chu Xia, note that these three herbs are particularly difficult to acquire, so I need you to devise a method for obtaining them. The rest can be ordered in bulk from the market. Lin Yu quickly contemplated the matter and replied, Understood, Master. I will find a way. The Herb King Valley has a well-developed trading network, and these three herbs are relatively abundant in the southern regions. We can transport them without significant delay. That is not urgent, but my demand is quite large. I will provide you with 50,000 taels of gold to begin collecting a batch, so I can assess their quality. Chu Xia had spent all the gold ingots she acquired in Jiangnan on the divine military army, leaving her with nothing but what her sister, Chu Baiwei, had kept safe. However, after defeating several disciples of the ascending immortal sect yesterday, she had retrieved a considerable amount of gold from their storage bags. Roughly 50,000 taels in total. Without hesitation, she produced the gold and handed it to Lin Yu. Even with Lin Yu's status, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a hefty sum. Your resources are indeed quite substantial, Master. Even Xia Zishuan, who stood nearby, was taken aback. When did Chu Xia amass such wealth? Yet, given his apparent need for medicinal materials, that 50,000 taels might not suffice. Is there a shortage? I have some private funds available. If you're in urgent need, I can lend you some, Xia Zishuan offered. Chu Xia shook her head. There is no need. Once the first batch of elixirs is refined, I will have a continuous influx of wealth. Not only will I not require further investment, but I will also profit immensely. Xia Zishuan did not question this. Alchemists are indeed a lucrative profession, especially one as skilled as Chu Xia. If he were less modest, he could easily profit handsomely by simply announcing his services. After carefully securing the gold ingots, Lin Yu assured, Rest assured, Master. I will diligently fulfill your request. Within a month, I will have gathered all the spiritual herbs you need. Chu Xia replied, Once the materials are collected, they shall remain in the Herb King Valley. I will return to refine the elixirs, and you shall prepare the alchemical furnace for me. I look forward to witnessing your mastery of alchemy once more. Lin Yu was overjoyed. After receiving guidance from Chu Xia the last time, he had secluded himself in the Herb King Valley, and his alchemical skills had indeed improved significantly. Yet he still felt a gap before he could transcend to the rank of Master Alchemist. If he could receive a few more pointers from his mentor, achieving that breakthrough would be nearly certain. Enough with the flattery. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Chu Xia waved his hand, declining Lin Yu's farewells, and departed the Herb King Valley alongside Xia Zishuan. On their way back to the capital, the Ling family's convoy hurriedly caught up with them. Your Highness, I am Ling Yuntian. I hope you can forgive my previous presumption. My father has sent me with a card of spiritual herbs and treasures as a token of our Ling family's goodwill. Please accept this offering, Your Highness. Ling Yuntian dared not approach closer than several meters, bowing respectfully. This fellow is rather bothersome, Xia Zishuan frowned, ready to instruct Bai Ji and Qing Yu to dismiss him. Yet, Chu Xia interjected, why not accept the gift freely offered? Though Ling Yuntian may be inept, Ling Shuanghua is one of the most formidable martial talents of the younger generation in Qian. Cultivating good relations with the Ling family could be beneficial. That is a valid point. Xia Zishuan pondered for a moment before instructing Bai Ji. Inform him that I graciously accept the Ling family's goodwill and that I shall overlook his previous offense. Additionally, once Ling Shuanghua returns home, let him know I invite her to visit me at Ziyue Palace. Understood, Your Highness. Bai Ji stepped forward to converse with Ling Yuntian, who visibly brightened at the news, nodding eagerly in agreement. Inside the cart sent by Ling Yuntian, Chu Xia found himself engrossed in a rather desiccated spiritual herb. It resembled ginseng, had the texture of huangjing, and emitted a fragrance that was both pleasant and foul, causing a slight tingling sensation upon touch. It was a spiritual herb unknown to Chu Xia, indicating its high grade and distinct classification from ordinary herbs. No wonder the Wanshan Ding had reacted. In the next moment, the spiritual herb vanished from Chu Xia's hand. Moments later, a new herb was expelled from the Wanshan Ding, identical in appearance to ginseng, but exuding an extraordinary potency. Thunder Ginseng, a low-grade treasure. Chapter 73. Entering the treasure pavilion similar to magical artifacts, medicinal herbs and elixirs are categorized according to the ranks of spirit, treasure, Dao, and immortal. Spirit-level treasures are the most commonplace, particularly within the boundaries of the Daqian Empire, where various spirit herbs abound in abundance. These naturally occurring entities are solely influenced by the density of spiritual energy in the environment. However, once treasures ascend to the treasure level, they undergo a complete transformation. The lifespan of spirit herbs is limited to a maximum of 1,000 years, beyond which they cannot continue to thrive and merely wither away. In contrast, only those medicinal herbs that surpass 1,000 years in age can be classified as treasure herbs. This thunder essence ginseng, albeit a low-grade treasure herb, is at least over 1,000 years old, boasting formidable and potent medicinal properties. Yet, the precise benefits remain unknown to Chu Xia. He must first elevate the rank of his medicine god technique. Before long, the caravan returned to the capital. As dusk descended, the city was ablaze with lights. At the entrance of the alley housing the gambling den, numerous individuals anxiously awaited something. Upon seeing the carriage approaching slowly, several rushed forward. Might I inquire if the esteemed Chu Xia is aboard? The speaker was an elderly man with a goatee, dressed in antiquated attire, whose demeanor exuded a profound humility. Chu Xia lifted the curtain and cast a casual glance outside. Are you the clandestine proprietor of the gambling establishment? Far from it, the man replied, bowing deeply. I am Chu Xia, fortunate to have gained the favor of esteemed patrons, allowing me to earn a meager living. My subordinates previously offended young Master Chu, and while their fate is justly deserved, I have prepared a humble gift, hoping that young Master Chu might graciously accept it and spare us a chance at survival. With a beaming smile, Chu Xia extended his hands to present a brocade box. Chu Xia flicked his fingertip, unleashing a slender strand of sword energy that gently opened the box, revealing a substantial stack of gold tickets. These were official notes from the Daqian Silver Bank, and the amount appeared considerable, nearly 2,000 taels. Still a modest offering, Chu Xia remarked, not angered, as he accepted the box with a smile. May you prosper, Chu Xia. With that, the carriage continued on its way without a moment's pause. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chu Xia finally exhaled in relief. What wind has blown you here today, Chu Xia, that you would so willingly show your face? At that moment, a jovial voice reached his ears. Upon seeing the young man approaching, Chu Xia's expression shifted in surprise, and he promptly bowed. Greetings, young Master Ling. The newcomer was none other than Ling Yuntian. He was not deliberately trailing Chu Xia, but happened to pass through this area on his way home, coincidentally witnessing the earlier scene. Ling Yuntian, intrigued, wondered what connection the Grand Princess could have with the gambling den proprietor, prompting him to inquire further. After a round of conversation, he learned the circumstances and could only chuckle in disbelief. Suddenly, he patted Chu Xia on the shoulder. Chu Xia, you squandered a splendid opportunity. Chu Xia looked utterly bewildered. Do you know who is in that carriage? Is it not Chu Xia, son of the divine martial general? Indeed, it is Chu Xia. But there is another occupant, Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess. What? Chu Xia's face paled in an instant. Yet, he soon comprehended the implications of Ling Yuntian's words. Such a golden chance to forge a connection with the Grand Princess had been wasted in vain. Upon returning to the Qian Palace, they did not head directly to the Ziwa Hall, but first visited the Lanqi Hall to pick up Xia Lanqi. By the late hours of the night, the three of them proceeded to the treasure pavilion, with Xia Lanqi present. It was essential as neither Chu Xia nor Xia Zixuan were familiar with the appearance of the map of mountains and rivers. Only Xia Lanqi possessed that knowledge. The treasure pavilion is situated in the central area of the Qian Palace, not far from the Emperor's residence in the Yuqian Palace. Its exterior is unassuming, while its true value lies hidden within the vast underground treasury. Upon entering the pavilion, they first traversed a staircase guarded by numerous Longyuan guards, leading to the subterranean space. These individuals were the elite assassins left behind by the late Empress Meng Wanqing for Xia Zixuan, utterly loyal to her and possessing formidable strength. A glance revealed that many were experts at the transformation stage. Even during the previous hunting trial, Xia Zixuan had not brought these powerful allies along, as their sole duty was to protect the treasure pavilion and could not stray from it. Greetings, Grand Princess. Xia Zixuan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the first underground level. Before them loomed a heavy iron door, as solid as a city wall, where a stooped old man stood silently, awaiting Xia Zixuan's arrival. Old Mo, I am here for an item. You need not trouble yourself today, Xia Zixuan said respectfully. The elder, known as Old Mo, nodded slightly and stepped aside. As he passed by Chu Xia, his murky old eyes inexplicably lingered on him, revealing a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. However, when his gaze shifted to Xia Lanqi, a tinge of hostility emerged. Xia Lanqi was not surprised. After all, her mother had been a fierce rival of Empress Meng Wanqing. Once Old Mo had retreated, Xia Zixuan produced a purple jade pendant and, channeling her spiritual energy, activated it to unlock the array's restrictions on the treasure pavilion's door, which soon creaked open. Chu Xia curiously observed the array on the door. The intricate structure of the runes was beyond his current comprehension of talismanic arts. It was no wonder that the relic left to Xia Zixuan by Meng Wanqing pertained to talismanic arts. She must either be a master of such techniques or have a formidable talisman master by her side. As the treasury door swung open, the interior was illuminated, revealing a vast expanse of treasures that seemed endless. The MYRIAD Gods Cauldron began to tremble with excitement. The many items within the treasure pavilion drew the attention of the cauldron, yet Chu Xia managed to suppress his eager heart. Although the pavilion was under Xia Zixuan's management, every item within was recorded in the National Treasury's inventory. Every deposit and withdrawal required documentation and regular audits. Now was not the opportune moment. However, once Xia Zixuan ascended to power and became the Empress of the Qian, accessing the treasures within the pavilion, and indeed the entire national treasury, would pose no issue for Chu Xia. This level contained treasures contributed from various regions, primarily for the royal family's use. The lower level housed a plethora of items accumulated over the years, including some left by the late Empress. Let us proceed to the second level, Xia Zixuan suggested, leading the way to a stone chamber resembling an elevator. Using a key to activate the array, they controlled the stone platform mechanism to descend directly to the treasury's second level. This place was seldom visited even by Xia Zixuan herself. Upon entering, Chu Xia beheld a colossal windmill-like apparatus ceaselessly revolving. The windmill featured over 30 compartments, each housing several treasures. There were at least 20 such windmills, leaving Chu Xia awestruck. Among them, a dozen treasures stirred the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron, igniting a fervor within him, struggling against the impulse to plunder the pavilion. Chu Xia began to examine each treasure in turn. Chapter 74. Face to face, the resplendent treasures, though initially astonishing, did not quite live up to Chu Xia's expectations upon closer inspection. This was to be expected, for the Dacian dynasty was merely a secular empire, with few cultivators among its populace. Thus, the treasures it possessed were primarily mundane. After a thorough examination, the finest among them were merely some millennia-old medicinal herbs, and a few magical artifacts which could be considered decent. The remaining treasures were valued more for their rarity than their utility for cultivators, leaving Chu Xia somewhat disappointed. Have you found a map of mountains and rivers? Asked Xia Zishuan. Xia Lanqi shook her head. I haven't seen it. Could it be that mother deceived me? And the map is not here? Or perhaps it has already been taken by someone else. Since I took charge of the treasure pavilion, I have maintained a detailed inventory of every item that enters and leaves. Such a possibility is unlikely unless the map has been disguised as another treasure, Chu Xia explained. Xia Lanqi nodded in agreement. Chu Xia's gaze swept across the room once more, this time focusing on the dozen or so items that had caused the commotion with the wand Shinding. Most of those treasures were spiritual herbs or various ores. Not only was the map of mountains and rivers absent, but even something as simple as the picture of stream and bridge was nowhere to be found. Wait a moment. Chu Xia calmed himself, carefully attuning to the vibration frequency of the wand Shinding. It seemed there was a particularly pronounced tremor in response to one specific item. Following the vibrations, he approached a windmill shelf, instructing Xia Zishuan to halt the windmill and retrieve a piece of amber. This amber, the size of a human head, encased a rare blue-winged dragonfly, making a unique specimen worthy of collection. Yet, neither the amber nor the dragonfly appeared to be of any significance to the wand Shunding's interest. Igniting the great sun flame with his fingertips, Chu Xia illuminated the amber and scrutinized it closely. Upon inspection, he indeed discovered something remarkable, faint runic structures on the dragonfly's wings. However, the arrangement was peculiar and seemingly incomplete. If the four wings of the dragonfly were to be overlaid, a thought crossed Chu Xia's mind, and he promptly summoned the Jusha sword, cautiously slicing the amber. After considerable effort, he finally extracted the blue-winged dragonfly intact. Seeing the sweat bead on Chu Xia's forehead, both Xia Zishuan and Xia Lanqi instinctively reached for handkerchiefs to dab his brow. They exchanged a glance, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. But Xia Lanqi was the first to retract her handkerchief. Xia Zishuan wiped the sweat from Chu Xia's forehead and inquired, "What have you discovered? Is there something special about this dragonfly?" "I'm not sure yet. I need to experiment," Chu Xia replied, slicing the wings from the dragonfly and attempting various methods of assembly. After numerous attempts, he shook his head in frustration. "It's far more complex than I imagined. The arrangement of the runes is chaotic. It will likely take considerable time and trial and error to find the correct order." "Do you think the map of mountains and rivers is concealed within the dragonfly's wings?" "That is a possibility. Then let us take the dragonfly back for further study. It's merely a piece of amber. I can easily have another acquired later. Such items are of low value, and no one would bother to check." "That's unnecessary. The wings are not the key. The runes on them are what matter. Bring me some paper and a brush." Upon hearing this, Xia Zishuan quickly retrieved the talisman paper and brush she had intended to use for practicing runes. Chu Xia cut the paper and meticulously transcribed a segment of symbols on each sheet, ultimately producing 160 runic symbols. It appeared he would need to allocate time to refine his skills in the Dao condensing rune technique. Suddenly, he felt a headache coming on. There were simply too many disciplines he needed to master. The Great Sun Divine Art, the Tai Xian Zhen Sword Technique, the Xiantian Classic, the Medicine God Technique, and the Dao Condensing Rune Technique. If only he had a special space to slow the flow of time solely for cultivation. After carefully storing the rune paper, Chu Xia reignited the Great Sun Flame and restored the amber. Though it was not a perfect restoration, it was sufficiently convincing at a glance. Once the amber was returned to its place, the trio departed the treasure pavilion. "Sister Lanqi, it's getting late. Would you like to stay the night at my Ziyue Palace?" Xia Zishuan teased Xia Lanqi. A flicker of excitement crossed Xia Lanqi's expression, yet she hesitated to respond directly, casting an inquiring glance towards Chu Xia. "Do as you wish." Xia Lanqi's face brightened. "Then I shall thank you, sister." Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan immediately ordered the maid's quarters next to her chamber to be prepared, adding with a mischievous smile, "Sister, do not mind. Ziyue Palace is not as lavish as your Lanqi Palace. The conditions are modest, so please make do for this night." Xia Lanqi dared not voice any complaints and quickly nodded in agreement. As Chu Xia was about to speak, he was pulled back into the bedroom by Xia Zishuan. "Wait, what are you doing? At least let me take a bath first." The following day, just as dawn broke, Xia Lanqi, who had not slept a wink, hastily departed the Ziyue Palace. She could not bear to stay there for another moment. "Xia Zishuan, you truly are insufferable. You tricked me into staying. only to have me endure this? If I believe another word you say, I must be a fool. In the bedroom, Chu Xia patted Xia Zishuan's face. Now that she's gone, how long do you intend to maintain this facade? Xia Zishuan, feeling drained, flipped on her side. I'm going back to sleep. No matter what happens today, do not disturb me. Chu Xia shrugged, rising to head to the basement, where he retrieved the rune paper and began assembling the symbols. Soon, the floor was covered in rune paper, akin to an intricate puzzle game. After a while, he succumbed to frustration and gave up. I must first enhance my skills in the rune technique. Otherwise, this blind assembly is utterly unrealistic. Settling into a meditative position, Chu Xia focused his mind and began practicing the Tao condensing rune technique as countless runes flashed rapidly within his consciousness. Before he realized it, several hours had passed. Only when his head felt heavy and his awareness began to wane did he conclude his training. Returning to his room, he found Xia Zishuan indeed still fast asleep, her head buried in the covers. Feeling a pang of hunger, he stepped outside to find something to eat. After satisfying his hunger, though his spirits lifted somewhat, he still felt a lingering drowsiness. As evening descended, casting a dreamy twilight, Chu Xia emerged from the Ziyue Palace, seeking to clear his mind with a stroll. As he wandered, he arrived at the shores of the Yangxin Lake. The lake mirrored the setting sun in a splendid display, prompting him to approach the pavilion at its center, eager to enjoy the breeze. Upon entering the pavilion, he was surprised to find someone already seated there, an old acquaintance. Lu Qifeng. Chu Xia was not wearing a mask. Lu Qifeng noticed him as well. He paused momentarily, hesitating to acknowledge him. Though only a year had passed, Chu Xia and Appo's transformation was so profound that he seemed a different person altogether. Brother Feng, do you not recognize me? Chu Xia smiled. Only when Chu Xia greeted him did Lu Qifeng spring to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. You, young marshal, it truly is you. Chapter 75. The crime of deceiving the emperor. Of course, it is I. There can be no doubt. Although Lu Qifeng has now allied himself with Xia Ruiming, Chu Xia remains unconcerned. The greatest threat to his identity, Xia Lanxi, has already become his demon servant. The Dog Emperor, despite his formidable strength, poses no immediate threat to Chu Xia, allowing him to remain relatively untroubled for the time being. Moreover, he has known Lu Qifeng for a long time and is quite familiar with his character. Aside from a penchant for gambling, he possesses no significant flaws and is notably loyal and devoted to his father. To Chu Xia's surprise, Lu Qifeng's eyes suddenly welled with tears. It is truly wonderful that you are alive, Major. With the divine military under your command, I can leave with peace of mind. Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Brother Feng, what have you done? He sensed that Lu Qifeng was in an unusual state, sitting alone by the lake at night, reeking of alcohol. Something must have transpired. Lu Qifeng did not conceal the truth from Chu Xia, recounting all that had transpired since his entry into the palace. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia was utterly astounded. You mean to say that you killed the seventh prince, Xiao Mushen? Over the past couple of days, Xia Zhiyuan has been frantically searching for the murderer, only to discover that the culprit is right before me, and moreover, one of our own. But wait, despite his youth, Xiao Mushen is protected by a master martial artist. How did you manage to accomplish this? Leaning against the bench, Lu Qifeng took a swig from the wine jug on the ground. Major, have you forgotten? My master is General Gua Ying, the most adept at assassination techniques within the divine military. I was not alone. Over 30 of us infiltrated the palace, disguising our identities to blend into the factions of several princes. We had our own people lying in wait among Xia Mushing's entourage. Though Lu Qifeng spoke nonchalantly, Chu Xia could envision the immense difficulty in attempting to assassinate a prince guarded by a master warrior, even with their combined strength. Nevertheless, as Lu Qifeng indicated, success was not entirely out of reach, especially since he chose to act on the day of the palace coup, which would have increased the likelihood of success. Yet, why did Lu Qifeng take such drastic measures? Chu Xia voiced his confusion. Major, you managed to infiltrate the palace as well. Surely, you have uncovered that the death of General Shen Wu is inextricably linked to the emperor. Therefore, your assassination of the prince is an act of vengeance for your father. Lu Qifeng offered a bitter smile. My abilities are limited. I lack even the qualifications to approach the Yuqin Palace. Thus, I can only do what I can to weaken the royal family's power and influence. Although the seventh prince is the youngest, he participated in the Zulong festival. While he may not have had the opportunity to seize the throne, the death of a prince will undoubtedly increase the pressure on the others. Originally, I intended to wait until the Wanjia trial commenced to create disturbances for the other princes, but unfortunately, the third prince, Xia Zhiyuan, has been investigating too thoroughly, and my identity will likely be exposed soon. To prevent implicating the other divine military soldiers, I have no choice but to die. After hearing Lu Qifeng's original plan, Chu Xia fell into a long silence. While he could not judge whether Lu Qifeng and Appo's actions were right or wrong, his loyalty to the divine military was beyond question. Brother Feng, do you remember Luo Penghai? Suddenly hearing the name, Lu Qifeng looked somewhat surprised. Of course. I remember he led the 4th Army south. He is dead. I killed him. What? Lu Qifeng and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he harbored disdain for Luo Penghai, he was undeniably a genuine master warrior. The thought that Chu Xia could have killed him seemed impossible. Yet, Lu Qifeng knew that this major was not one to speak lightly. If he claimed such a thing, it must be true. I hold another identity within the palace, known as Xia Chu. You are the alchemist Xia Chu who refined the spirit-level dragon blood pill that day. At this revelation, Lu Qifeng was truly taken aback. What? Major, what have you experienced during this time? I share this to assure you. I am well, so there is no need for you to seek death. Gather the brothers of the divine military. Tonight, I will escort you out of the palace. Bring along all the comrades you can contact, and we shall head south to rejoin the 4th Army. Lu Qifeng's expression shifted. Major, are you suggesting? Do not overthink it. The divine military is the foundation of our existence. I, too, wish to provide a better future for my brothers. We cannot continue to live under the shadow of others. Lu Qifeng felt the fervor in Chu Xia's gaze. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse the figure of the divine military general. He immediately stood upright, saluting with the precision of a soldier. Rest assured, Major, I will complete the task. In the deep of night, under the escort of vehicles from the Ziyue Palace, Lu Qifeng and over 30 soldiers from the divine military were gradually sent out of the palace gates by Chu Xia. Beyond the southern outskirts, before their departure, Chu Xia handed Lu Qifeng the 2,000 taels of gold he had obtained the previous day. Purchase additional supplies for the journey. The conditions in the mountains are still quite harsh, but they will improve soon. Understood, Major. You must also take care in the palace. The brothers will await your return. Upon returning to the palace, Chu Xia did not head directly to Ziyue Palace, but instead made his way to the 7th Prince's palace. Xia Zhiyuan sat on the steps outside, looking utterly dejected. Why did they run? I finally had a lead. Now I am doomed. Who will grant me a cup of poison to allow for a dignified exit? Hearing Xia Zhiyuan's lamentations, Chu Xia felt a sense of exasperation. This fellow certainly seemed to be plagued by misfortune. Let me ask you, who is the greatest enemy of Deqian right now? Chu Xia sat down beside Xia Zhiyuan. Startled, Xia Zhiyuan pondered for a moment. The geographical position of Deqian was favorable, with known neighboring empires. To the south lay the southern wilderness, to the east the Sea of Waves, and to the north the Ascension Gate. Only to the west did nomadic tribes occasionally invade, plundering the wealth of Deqian citizens. Then it is settled. Identify a tribe you despise, and place the blame for the 7th Prince's murder upon them. Evidence can be fabricated as needed. When you go to see the Emperor tomorrow, proactively request to lead a campaign against the tribe, gaining merit to atone for your sins. Strike decisively, leaving no witnesses. The Emperor, recognizing your accomplishments, would surely refrain from condemning you to death. Xia Zhiyuan was taken aback. Isn't that a crime of deceiving the Emperor? The ease with which such words flowed from Chu Xia's lips astonished him. However, upon reflection, Xia Zhiyuan realized this might be his only path to survival. If executed well, not only could he quell the Emperor's wrath, but he could also showcase his military prowess and earn favor in his father's eyes. This plan is truly brilliant. Master Xia Chu, thank you for your guidance. I now know what to do. With renewed determination, Xia Zhiyuan bowed gratefully to Chu Xia before hurriedly departing. Chapter 76. Warmth. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, the night had deepened. Within the princess's chamber, the lights burned bright. Xia Zhiyuan sat at her writing desk, diligently practicing the art of spiritual symbols, her determination unmistakable. Evidently, she had no intention of surrendering. Acknowledging her lack of innate talent, she resolved to compensate through sheer effort. Chu Xia admired Xia Zishuan's mindset. Thus, he handed over all 160 sheets of talisman paper to her. "Take these and ponder over them," he said. The princess looked up in surprise, seemingly taken aback. "You've given up?" She had thought Chu Xia to be omnipotent, yet it appeared that even he had his limitations. "My time is of great value. You, on the other hand, have ample leisure. Spending some of it on this endeavor is hardly a waste." With that, Chu Xia returned to the basement to immerse himself in cultivation. The princess fell into a contemplative silence. "So, my time is deemed worthless, is it? Just wait and see. With my good fortune, perhaps I will stumble upon a complete array of runes, and in turn, gain possession of the treasured map of mountains and rivers, along with the ancient treasures of the Eternal Dynasty." Clearing her desk, Xia Zishuan meticulously organized each piece of paper, resting her chin on her left hand as she delved into deep thought. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chu Xia hardly departed from the Ziyue Palace. Once engrossed in his cultivation, the passage of time became insignificant. It felt as though only a day or two had transpired. Throughout this period, he diligently studied the Xiantian Sutra, successfully converting all the spiritual energy within him into mysterious energy. The Xianyin Ebon Bone had also diminished considerably during this process, now reduced to half its original size. It was not so much a loss as it was a fusion with the mysterious energy now integrated into his body. Upon introspection, he could vaguely sense that the strength of his bones had increased, their composition altered, emitting a faint chill. While an ordinary person might struggle to endure such a sensation, Chu Xia, being a pure yang body, was far more resilient than even the fiercest of wild tigers, unperturbed by the cold. This subtle chill would not harm him. Rather, it would assist in lowering his body temperature, rendering his experience more comfortable. After a month of cultivation, Chu Xia's most profound realization was that the strength of mysterious energy far surpassed that of spiritual energy. Of course, the power generated by the circulation of this energy within his body still belonged to spiritual force. However, this force was vastly superior to the spiritual energy he had previously mastered in terms of purity, resilience, tensile strength, and penetrative capability. He referred to it as Xianling power. With the aid of Xianling power, Chu Xia made remarkable progress in his cultivation over the month, achieving 2 breakthroughs. He now stood at the 3rd level of the transformation tribulation realm. This time, he had not relied on any elixirs or treasures for assistance. Given his current proficiency in alchemy, had he concocted some elixirs to enhance his cultivation, he might have already reached the 5th level of the transformation tribulation realm. However, Kai cautioned him against excessive reliance on elixirs during the early stages of cultivation, as it could lead to detrimental consequences. Chu Xia, possessing high innate talent, was already progressing rapidly. Thus, taking elixirs in pursuit of efficiency would not be wise. Though he did not fully grasp the reasoning behind Sai's words, he felt they held merit. After all, there were still several months until the Grand Dragon Festival, so he was in no rush. Breaking through to the Master Realm was certainly within reach. Yet, with Jiang Yunji imparting the Xiantian Sutra to him, the task of reaching the Master Realm seemed overly simple. As a man with aspirations and ambition, Chu Xia resolved to impose greater difficulty on his upgrade task. By the next encounter with Jiang Yunji, he aimed to be at least at the late stage of the Master Realm, ideally achieving the great perfection of the Master Realm. With a year to solidify his position at the pinnacle of the martial world, he hoped to present such an impressive accomplishment that Jiang Yunji would be satisfied. As for the Foundation Establishment realm that followed, it was not that Chu Xia did not desire it, but Kai had mentioned that human cultivators' foundation establishment varied in levels. The higher the level, the greater the future potential. Attempting to establish his foundation without guidance could adversely affect his development. Therefore, even if the opportunity arose, he would not easily attempt it. He would seek Jiang Yunji's advice and ultimately have her personally guide him through the foundation establishment process. This was a matter of his future, and care was paramount. Stretching contentedly, Chu Xia stepped outside, relishing the sensation. Winter had arrived, and delicate snowflakes danced outside the Ziyue Palace. The carriage was prepared. Was it time to set off? The princess leaned against the golden Nanmu railing, her flowing purple robes cascading elegantly, revealing a pair of gold-threaded jade bracelets adorning her wrists. The gauzy fabric of her cloak billowed in the wind, reminiscent of celestial clouds gracing the mortal realm, while a golden phoenix clasping a pearl dangled at her temple, complementing the subtle crimson on her lips. Lin Yu had sent word the previous day that the spiritual herbs Chu Xia requested had been gathered. Today, they were to venture to the Medicine King Valley for alchemy. However, Chu Xia had not anticipated that the princess would don such elaborate attire today. Typically, she appeared somewhat languid and even a bit disheveled. Yet, with a touch of elegance, her unparalleled beauty was unreservedly unveiled, causing Chu Xia to steal a few extra glances. "Will you accompany me?" she inquired. Indeed, today marks the first snowfall in the capital. Inside the palace, the temperature is warm, and snow hardly accumulates on the ground. But outside the city is a different story. It must be a pristine white landscape. If we do not take a look, it would be a disservice to such a beautiful occasion. Perhaps it is the new attire that influences her demeanor. For Xia Zixuan spoke with a tone and expression markedly different from her usual self. "She is transformed. Then let us depart," he replied. "Once we refine the Jade Blossom Elixir, the medicine goddess technique can break through to the second layer, propelling my alchemical skills to new heights. I can hardly contain my excitement." Soon, the two settled into the carriage. The princess had thoughtfully prepared a warming stove, but she quickly realized her preparation was unnecessary. Chu Xia radiated warmth, and merely leaning against him rendered the surrounding chill and effective. "Chu Xia, do I look beautiful today?" Xia Zixuan asked, her gaze filled with tenderness. "Chu Xia not that? Then why do you not hold me tightly?" Oh no, the princess's gaze was becoming intense. It was merely a month of seclusion that had left her in such a state. "Women," Chu Xia reclined, interlacing his fingers behind his head. "You have half an hour. Manage it as you see fit." Half an hour. A bit brief, yet better than nothing. Xia Zixuan's face lit up with joy as she eagerly lunged toward him. Outside the Medicine King Valley, braving the fierce winds and scattered snowflakes, Baiji and Qin Yu huddled around a stove, shivering in the snow a few meters away from the carriage. "This wretched weather grows colder each year," Baiji grumbled. Qin Yu patted her shoulder and pointed toward the carriage. "It is warm inside. Look, the snow beneath has melted. Would you like to inform the princess that you wish to enter for warmth? Do you wish for my demise?" Chapter 77. The breakthrough of the divine medicine technique. As the morning sun rose, it was nearly noon by the time Chu Xia encountered Lin Yu. The Medicine King Valley remained shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy, now adorned with a delicate layer of snow, resembling a celestial paradise. Within a sturdy wooden cabin, Lin Yu was meticulously cataloging various spiritual herbs for Chu Xia. The heavenly spirit fruit, harvested from an eastern island, boasted an age of over 500 years. The Xianhuang ginseng and dragon breath grass were procured from several esteemed apothecaries in Jiangnan, each also over 300 years old. If the quality of these herbs fell short of the master's expectations, they would have to explore options in the southern frontier. Chu Xia examined the herbs one by one. Though they were slightly lacking, they would suffice for the task at hand. "Let us proceed with these. Is the alchemy furnace ready?" "It is prepared, crafted from Xian iron as per the master's specifications. It is robust enough, but..." Chu Xia interjected, completing Lin Yu's thought, "but the Xian iron is heavy and dense, lacking the thermal conductivity of a standard alchemy furnace. Without sufficient heat to operate it, I might struggle to utilize it, correct?" "Never would I doubt the master's capabilities," Lin Yu quickly responded, shaking his head. Observing Chu Xia's calm demeanor reassured him that his concerns were unfounded. After all, the master was the youngest alchemy grandmaster in the history of the Great Qian dynasty, while Lin Yu had merely brushed the surface of the craft himself. His sole obligation was to seize this opportunity to learn the art of alchemy from his master. Moments later, guided by Lin Yu, they ventured deep into a man-made cave within the valley. The cave was warm and dry, well-equipped, with a 2-meter-tall alchemy furnace gleaming with the cold, metallic luster of Xian iron already set up. This Xian iron was not from Chu Xia's own foundry, which he deemed too valuable to expose at this stage. Although the market had limited supplies of Xian iron, Lin Yu, given his status, found it relatively easy to procure some. The cost was undoubtedly substantial, yet Lin Yu intended to cover it himself, believing that as a disciple, he should express gratitude to his master, lest the master be reluctant to impart true skills. With a resounding clang, Chu Xia knocked on the furnace, discerning its solid construction by sound alone. This furnace must weigh at least 7 or 8 tons and was of considerable worth. His senior disciple had certainly put forth effort. Suddenly, Chu Xia slammed down his palm, and in an instant, golden flames erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the entire furnace. Under the fearsome heat of the blazing sun, the furnace quickly turned a fiery red, causing the temperature within the cave to soar. Xia Zishuan could not withstand the heat and retreated outside, while Linyu, despite sweating profusely, resolutely remained within the cave. "Fetch all the herbs," commanded Chu Xia. "Understood." Linyu dashed away, and as he exited the cave, the cold wind and snow soothed his face, smoothing out its wrinkles. Before long, Linyu returned with several boys, carrying baskets of sorted spiritual herbs into the cave. The outside began to buzz with activity as other alchemists from Medicine King Valley were drawn to the commotion. News of the chief alchemist Linyu taking on a young master had already circulated, and many were eager to witness the talents of the young man who could inspire such admiration from Master Lin. However, upon seeing Chu Xia's intention to use an Xian iron furnace for alchemy, several alchemists shook their heads in disbelief, deeming it sheer folly. Is this a child's play? Who uses Xian iron for an alchemy furnace that could serve as a siege weapon, capable of causing mass destruction? Master, should we clear the area? Linyu inquired cautiously. Do as you wish, Chu Xia replied nonchalantly. Linyu did not hesitate and stepped outside, bellowing to disperse the crowd. What nonsense is this? I have finally gained a rare opportunity to observe my master South alchemy up close. I want to allow you youngsters to witness it for free. Unbeknownst to Chu Xia, Linyu's thoughts were far from his own. He had already begun to mold flames with his bare hands, placing the spiritual herbs in his palm for refinement. The breakthrough of the divine medicine technique required the crafting of pills without any external aid. To advance to the second tier, one must refine a spirit-grade pill of 5th rank or higher. The Jade Blossom pill, being of 7th rank, clearly met the criteria. Thus, for the first Jade Blossom pill, Chu Xia could not use the furnace. He needed to refine it by hand. Undoubtedly, this would increase the difficulty. Fortunately, with ample materials prepared, Chu Xia felt no pressure, especially since his recent month of training in the Xian scripture had significantly enhanced his control over spiritual energy. Such fine control was precisely what an alchemist needed. No problem, he thought, fully concentrating on the refinement of the Jade Blossom pill. However, as Linyu observed, he was utterly astonished. Wait, master, you're refining pills by hand? What sorcery is this? His mind struggled to comprehend what his eyes were witnessing. Time slipped by. Chu Xia's pace in refining the Jade Blossom pill was slow, as he meticulously ensured every detail was perfect, operating at the limits of his spiritual energy and the furnace's temperature, adhering precisely to the recipe without a single error. Although the efficiency was low, he prioritized stability for his first attempt. An hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Chu Xia opened his palm to reveal a crystal-clear, jade-like Jade Blossom pill. Success at first attempt. Filled with joy, he immediately consumed the pill, eager to experience the effects of the elixir he had personally refined. Compared to the Jade Blossom pill produced by the 10,000 Gods Cauldron, its potency is slightly inferior. Yet, it is understandable. Refining by hand imposes considerable limitations. Utilizing the furnace would surely enhance both efficiency and quality. Once again invoking the divine medicine technique, a flood of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. The technique had successfully advanced to the second tier. Within the confines of spirit-grade pills, no challenge would prove insurmountable for Chu Xia, as they would all be at his fingertips. Taking a deep breath, he summoned Linyu and Xia Zishuan, as well as Bai Ji and Xingyu, instructing them, each of you will be responsible for 5 types of herbs. Listen closely and add them to the alchemy furnace as I direct. Let us remain vigilant and work through the night to utilize all the spiritual herbs. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chu Xia added, upon successful completion, each of you will be rewarded with a Jade Blossom pill. Chapter 78. The princess hands over her savings throughout the entire night. The 4 individuals did not dare to close their eyes for even a moment. Engaged in a flurry of activity, their actions of collecting and discarding herbs becoming almost instinctual. By dawn the following day, aside from Chu Xia, the other 3 had completely exhausted themselves, with a few spiritual herbs still remaining. Chu Xia had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and refine the last batches of Yuhua Dan. By the time the spiritual herbs were depleted, an impressive array of medicine bottles surrounded Chu Xia. Each bottle contained 10 yuhua dan, totaling 86 bottles, amounting to 860 pills. This efficiency could only be described as astonishing. Xia Zixuan, feeling utterly drained, crawled over to Chu Xia and rested her head on his thigh. Where's my reward? The sight of the princess, mouth agape in her plea for the pills, was unexpectedly adorable. Yet, Chu Xia couldn't help but wished to feed her something else ahem. Perhaps he should let her off this time. He produced a yuhua dan and placed it in the princess and Appo's mouth, then tossed 3 more to Lin Yu and the twins. After consuming the pills, the effects of the 7th-tier spiritual medicine quickly permeated their bodies, and the previously fatigued figures began to visibly rejuvenate. Even Lin Yu regained his vigor. This pill seemed particularly effective for the meridians, as they tingled and pulsed with renewed energy, allowing for a smoother flow of spiritual power. It was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. The yuhua dan, a 7th-tier spiritual medicine, is known for its efficacy in strengthening meridians and nourishing bones, thereby enhancing a warrior's strength and cultivation potential. The benefits were self-evident, and they could feel it firsthand. Chu Xia handed Lin Yu 10 bottles of yuhua dan. Please help me promote this batch and find suitable buyers. As for the price, let us set it at 3,000 taels of gold per pill. Remember to sell them in small quantities. Don't reveal too much at once, as that might invite scrutiny. We want to create a sense of rarity, making it feel like a missed opportunity for those who hesitate. Lin Yu accepted the bottles with a humble demeanor, assuring, "Rest assured, master. In a few days, the Medicine King Valley will be hosting an auction for medicinal pills, and I will feature some yuhua dan as the highlight." Chu Xia nodded and called for Xia Zixuan and the twins to prepare for their return home. After a night of labor, he was utterly drained and in need of a good rest. In the carriage back to the city, Xia Zixuan nestled against Chu Xia, exclaiming, "I've just realized how lucrative the alchemy business is. What costs 50,000 in spiritual herbs can be transformed into profits 100-fold in your hands. It's simply outrageous." What was more alarming was that Xia Zixuan found the price of 3,000 taels of gold per yuhua dan rather reasonable. Spiritual pills of this tier were already rare, and given that the yuhua dan was a 7th-tier pill, it was worth at least 2,000 taels. After all, rarity dictates value. In the realm of cultivation, 7th-tier spiritual pills may not hold such high worth, but in the Great Qian dynasty, such treasures would always find buyers, no matter the price. This was merely the beginning. The profits earned thus far were barely enough to fill the gaps, and the market for yuhua dan was quite limited, primarily appealing to moderately strong warriors. Ordinary people, even if wealthy, would find no fortune here. Next, I must refine some longevity and beauty-enhancing pills, now that would yield true profits. Upon hearing this, the princess and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she produced a brocade box from her storage pouch and presented it to Chu Xia. "What is this? All of my private savings left by mother are here, totaling 360,000 taels. I entrust it all to you, to use and spend as you wish, for however long you desire." Hearing the princess's generous offer, Chu Xia could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed she had become envious of his profits. However, given her willingness to invest, he had no qualms about letting her earn a share. "No problem. I will borrow this money for a year, and I promise to return it double." With this batch of yuhua dan in hand, Chu Xia would likely not face any shortage of capital moving forward. The princess's contribution was merely a delightful bonus. Yet, since she was so understanding, allowing her to profit a little would not be detrimental. If she expected to reap rewards without investing, that would be out of the question. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zixuan took Chu Xia to the bathing chamber. "You must be tired today, master. Please sit still and allow me to assist you with your bath and change of clothes," she said with a cheerful smile while rubbing her hands together. How practical, yet it must be said. Having the princess attend to his bathing needs certainly provided a boost to his emotional well-being. After a deep slumber, Chu Xia awoke in the evening. He shook his head, wondering how his days had turned into a cycle of reversed nights and days. Noticing Xia Zixuan still sleeping soundly, he decided not to disturb her and ventured out alone. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Lanchi Palace. With funds now at his disposal, it was time for considerable purchases. Spiritual herbs could be procured by Lin Yu, but other items were beyond his expertise. Given the value of his time, he could not afford to shop personally and thus sought someone to assist him in spending his wealth. Currently, Xia Lanqi seemed the most suitable candidate. As a trained spirit servant, Xia Lanqi was utterly loyal to him, and her intelligence, coupled with her noble status as the sixth princess, made her a safe and efficient choice for this task. Have you noted everything down? Chu Xia inquired, gazing at Xia Lanqi. With a respectful nod, she assured, Master, rest easy. I will complete the task you have entrusted to me. The procurement list comprised primarily various cultivation techniques, numerous supportive equipment for warriors, and a substantial supply of spiritual meat, all intended for training the divine martial army. Given the nature of some items, they were rather contraband. Otherwise, Xia Zixuan could have managed the purchases herself. Be discreet, Chu Xia cautioned. If this matter leaks, it could reflect poorly on you. He continued, here are 60,000 taels in gold notes. Take this for now. If it's insufficient, you may advance the costs. Thank you for your concern, Master. I will be cautious. Money is not an issue. My mother left me quite a bit of inheritance, Xia Lanqi replied with a gentle smile. By the way, Master, Chu Xia sent a message today, inviting me to the Lantern Festival on the 15th of this month. He wishes to introduce me to some friends in the cultivation world. Should I attend? What do you think? Chu Xia furrowed his brow. Please don't misunderstand, Master. I merely wish to learn more about the Ascension sect and the cultivation world, which could be beneficial for you. Besides, Chu Xia is rather straightforward and would not overstep his bounds. Xia Lanqi nestled herself against Chu Xia, her arms encircling his neck as she leaned closer. If you're worried, you could accompany me. With you by my side, I would certainly feel much safer. Chu Xia pondered this. Gaining deeper insight into the Ascension sect through Chu Xia could indeed serve as a valuable opportunity. Very well, I shall discreetly accompany you. Having made his decision, Chu Xia led Xia Lanqi to the kitchen of the Lanqi Palace. He demonstrated some culinary skills, preparing a delicious and nourishing rice porridge for her, ensuring her diet was improved. After all, Xia Lanqi's situation was rather unique. Within her, she harbored the soul of a 13th-tier great demon, currently undergoing a fusion period, making her health paramount, necessitating regular nourishment. This would further solidify Xia Lanqi's loyalty, ensuring her complete submission to Chu Xia. Consequently, when her demon soul fully awakened, she would likely remain devoted to him. After all, the best way to capture a woman's heart is to first capture her stomach. Chapter 79. The elixir of purple mist. Upon returning to the Purple Moon Palace, Chu Xia resumed his seclusion and cultivation. Days passed in solitude, as he did not even attend the auction at the Medicine King Valley. Perhaps he had discovered the joy in his practice. For now, he seemed indifferent to all else, feeling that only cultivation could bring him peace of mind and spirit, akin to experiencing the delightful taste of forbidden fruit. It was not until the 15th day that Xia Zixuan inquired whether Chu Xia wished to visit the Lantern Festival, prompting him to recall that there were indeed matters of importance awaiting his attention. However, as time was still ample, he decided to accompany Xia Zixuan to enjoy the festivities. In the capital city of the Great Qian Dynasty, on Martial Emperor Avenue, night descended gracefully, and vibrant lights illuminated the streets, bustling with throngs of people. Laughter echoing through the air. Lanterns of all shapes and colors hung high, some blooming like lotus flowers, others dancing like dragons and phoenixes. The flickering candlelight painted the streets in a kaleidoscope of colors. Merchants called out, their stalls brimming with intricate riddles, enticing passers-by to pause and guess. Children wielded rabbit lanterns, frolicking and laughing joyously. In the distance, a grand lantern tower stood majestically, ablaze with light, resembling a celestial palace descending to earth. On the river's surface, lotus lanterns floated gently, their flickering candlelight reflecting on the water, creating the illusion of a mirrored galaxy. How beautiful this is! The last time I attended the Lantern Festival was with my mother, and it feels like ages ago. The princess, adorned in splendid attire, her beauty reminiscent of a painted masterpiece, sighed softly, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. She gently waved a round fan and approached Chu Xia, a smile gracing her lips as her voice flowed like silk. I have reserved a table at the Riverside Tavern. Would you care to join me for a few drinks? The ambience is delightful, and the private rooms offer great intimacy. Chu Xia was slightly taken aback. The location Xia Lanqi had mentioned was also the Riverside Tavern. This establishment was renowned in the capital, exclusive to nobility and not open to commoners. It was said that the wines served were ethereal spirits sourced from the Ascension sect, and the dishes were exquisite delicacies from across the lands, with a single meal potentially consuming a common person and Appo's lifetime savings. Then let us go. Chu Xia nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Riverside Tavern, Chu Xia had reserved the entire area. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity as esteemed guests from the great Qian dynasty. All influential figures gathered in silence, each acutely aware of the significance of their host, Chu Xia, the holy son of the Ascension sect. His words could determine the fates of these worldly powers. Outside, they were formidable leaders, surrounded by capable subordinates. In the presence of true cultivators, they felt as insignificant as ants. The sudden invitation left them in suspense, each filled with trepidation over Chu Xia's intentions. The 6th princess, Xia arrived, prompting Chu Xia to rise and greet her warmly. Upon seeing the elegantly adorned Xia, his eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "Your beauty today, Lanqi, rivals the bright moon in the sky, casting a serene glow upon the earth and captivating all hearts." Xia smiled radiantly. "Your praise leaves me flattered, Su Gongzi. Please, let's sit inside. My esteemed friends from the cultivation world will be arriving shortly," Chu Xia replied, leading her to the seat beside him. At that moment, a piercing sound of swords echoed, and 3 figures descended on swords. They were all young, handsome men, clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura. Chu Xia beamed and stepped forward to welcome them. "Brother Yun Yi, Brother Qingshan, and Brother Changfeng, it has been far too long. The last time we met was 6 years ago at the Qingqiu Sword Conference. Now, you have become the holy son of the Ascension sect, with limitless prospects ahead. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Indeed, Chu Xia, you radiate vitality. I heard you're on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage. Congratulations." One remarked. Their camaraderie was palpable, recalling their travels together, a shared reminiscence that still brought them joy. Xia, however, felt a flicker of surprise. She had expected Chu Xia to introduce disciples from the Ascension sect, only to find he was inviting old friends. Could it be that Chu Xia regarded her as one of his own, perhaps with intentions for a deeper connection? Regardless, she decided to observe the unfolding events. Gathering intelligence on the other sex was just as valuable. Soon, everyone took their seats and the banquet commenced. Noticing the guests remained silent, Chu Xia raised his glass and proclaimed, "Esteemed figures of the great Qian dynasty, with your extensive networks and keen insights, I have invited you here today to seek your assistance in investigating a matter. A generous reward shall await upon completion," though the specifics remained vague. Chu Xia's words eased the tension, as they were not in search of trouble. The astute attendees rose to toast and engage in conversation, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. The 3 friends exchanged glances, sensing that Chu Xia's invitation was more than a mere reunion. However, this was advantageous. In the cultivation world, relationships were often transactional, and as long as they held value to Chu Xia, their bonds would endure. On another side, a well-dressed, refined, middle-aged man emerged from the Riverside Tavern to greet the princess. "There is no need for formalities, Master Yi. Please, lead the way," she replied. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor private room, Chu Xia stepped inside to find a cozy, elegantly decorated space, clearly suited for romantic rendezvous. In no time, food and drinks were served. Xia Zishuan poured a glass of wine and then nestled into Chu Xia's embrace. "This wine is called Purple Mist Elixir. Tell me how it tastes." Chu Xia placed his hand gently on the princess's slender waist, savoring the exquisite wine she offered. The flavor was not overpowering. Rather, it was a harmonious blend of sweetness and floral notes, with hints of fruit, cream, and wood, creating a pleasant experience even for someone indifferent to wine like Chu Xia. "There are many ways to enjoy this purple mist elixir. Would you like to explore some alternatives?" Xia Zishuan smiled alluringly, lifting her glass to sip, then leaning closer to wrap her arms around Chu Xia and Appo's neck. After a long moment, their lips parted. Chu Xia chuckled. "This method certainly enhances the flavor. What else do you have in mind?" As she slightly adjusted her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, she poured some purple mist elixir into the hollow of her neck. Chu Xia chuckled, realizing the princess had indeed learned a thing or two from her romantic novels. Her teasing was quite effective. As they continued to indulge in the wine, the room seemed to grow warmer. Xia Zixuan's cheeks flushed. Now it's your turn to feed me. Very well. Chu Xia moved the wine jug beneath the table, and Xia Zixuan instantly understood, playfully biting her lip as she slowly knelt down. Chapter 80. Blood Moon Demon Sovereign Boom. The night sky erupted in a sudden display of fireworks, vibrant lights streaking across the heavens like comets. Such was the nature of the situation. The blazing fire dragon was exceedingly ferocious and violent, and its appearance in the mortal realm would inevitably unleash endless calamities, resulting in a tragic loss of life. I implore you all to leverage your networks and scour the entire territory of the Great Qian dynasty for any trace of the blazing fire dragon. Not a single inch should be overlooked, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, Chu Xia gravely stated. He had been driven to desperation, seeking external assistance as a last resort. The last time the sect leader led the elders of the ascending immortal sect to the eternal wilderness, they returned empty-handed, leaving him feeling humiliated. Fortunately, the leader of Qian Mo did not impose further difficulties upon him. Instead, he was tasked with rectifying his previous failures by locating the blazing fire dragon. During this period, he had led the disciples of the ascending immortal sect across the vast expanse of the Great Qian, searching numerous locations, yet no trace of the dragon was found. It was as if the blazing fire dragon had vanished into thin air within the eternal wilderness. Yet how could a dragon simply disappear without a trace? After much contemplation, Chu Xia realized that the lack of manpower hampered their ability to conduct a thorough search. Thus, he resolved to mobilize the power of the local aristocracy within the Great Qian dynasty. Although these locals were not particularly formidable, they were natives of the Great Qian and possessed a deeper understanding of the land. With their assistance, as long as the blazing fire dragon remained within the borders of the Great Qian, there would be no possibility of oversight. A host of mundane locals could be easily appeased with a few pills. They would likely express their gratitude in return. However, relying solely on the locals was still insufficient for security. Hence, he summoned 3 of his old friends. These 3 were disciples of the Beastmaster sect, adept at searching for demonic beasts. While the blazing fire dragon was not a demonic beast per se, its essence was similar, and these 3 should prove useful. Rest assured, Master Su, we shall not fail in our duty. The evil dragon wreaks havoc upon the world. Assisting the sect in its search is our responsibility. One of them declared, I will return tonight to rally the strength of my clan and gather intelligence. Await my good news. The aristocrats, eager to impress Chu Xia, quickly took their leave. Chu Xia nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Yun Yi, Qing Yun, and Chang Feng, saying, My friends, now that there are no distractions, I have another pressing matter to discuss with you. Please, speak freely, Brother Su. Have you 3 heard of the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign? Upon hearing the name, all 3 were taken aback. I have heard my master mention it. The Blood Moon Demon Sovereign is a great demon that escaped from the abyss of eternal tribulations. Last month, it appeared in the southern Zhao Kingdom, slaughtering 3 cities in a single night, resulting in the deaths of at least 1 million civilians. The Nuwa Palace dispatched dozens of elite sword cultivators, but failed to slay the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign, which managed to escape. Chu Xia's mention of the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign prompted a grave nod from him. A few days ago, its presence was detected in the southern frontier. Its Crimson Blood Demon core has reached its peak, requiring the consumption of vast amounts of blood essence to break through to the Yuan-Ing realm. The sect leader suspects that the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign will soon appear within the Great Qian dynasty, targeting densely populated areas for a massacre. The higher echelons of the sect have already gone to Jiangnan to prepare for an encirclement. This was a grand spectacle involving Golden Core powerhouses, a rare opportunity to witness such a confrontation. Yet, I fear it may be too dangerous. We, mere minnows, might become collateral damage. Yun Yi furrowed his brows, asking, What are your plans, Brother Su? He understood that Chu Xia must have some intentions behind this sudden mention of such a significant matter. However, this clash among titans seemed far beyond their reach, unless he had his eye on the Beastmaster sect behind them. I have heard that the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster sect, Song Xuanzi, has arrived in the Great Qian dynasty today. Yin Yi's thoughts stirred. Chu Xia's information was indeed timely. Indeed, the Grand Elder has come to seek a rare seed demon in the Songhai. Could you introduce me? That may not be appropriate. The Grand Elder is reclusive and seldom interacts with others. We have hardly met him. Chu Xia had anticipated this response and added, I possess exclusive intelligence that I believe the Grand Elder would find intriguing. I can relay your message, but whether it bears fruit will depend on the Grand Elder's disposition. No matter, your assistance in conveying the message is sufficient. In the future, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Are you full? I am. Xia Zixuan lightly traced her finger along her lips, displaying a look of contentment. Alas, women truly complicate matters. You rest for a while. I shall take a stroll. Xia Zixuan obediently responded. Upon exiting, Chu Xia immediately employed the stealing heaven and changing day technique to conceal her aura and ascended towards the top floor. At that moment, she encountered Chu Xia and Xiao Lanqi as they emerged, accompanied by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Thank you, Brother Su, for your warm hospitality today. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow morning at the latest, regardless of the outcome. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Yunyi. The 3 immediately took to their swords, soaring out the window and vanishing from sight, leaving only Chu Xia and Xiao Lanqi behind. Young Master Su, I am grateful for this opportunity to meet 3 esteemed seniors of the cultivation world. I prefer when you call me Brother Suja. Chu Xia gazed at Xiao Lanqi, a fierce possessiveness igniting in his eyes. Sensing the change in his demeanor, Xiao Lanqi discreetly took a step back. Brother Su, are you feeling tired? I am fine. Lanqi, I know what you desire. Although I cannot yet bring you back to the ascending immortal sect, I have procured a cultivation method for you. With it, you shall be able to enter the realm of cultivation. Saying this, Chu Xia presented a cultivation method before Xiao Lanqi. Although she held a strong yearning for cultivation, she understood that accepting Chu Xia and Appo's method would undoubtedly require her to make some form of sacrifice. That was out of the question. What? Are you dissatisfied? Chu Xia inquired. Closing the distance between them, Xiao Lanqi retreated further, nearing the wall, her heart filled with a desire to flee. She feared that if she lingered, Chu Xia might harbor greedy thoughts. Even the slightest contact with him was unacceptable. At that moment, her heart only held thoughts of Chu Xia. TSK, a low-grade spiritual cultivation method, and he wishes to win the heart of the 6th princess of the Great Qian. The holy son of the ascending immortal sect truly has grand ambitions. Who? Chu Xia furrowed his brow, sensing danger. Someone was approaching, and he had not detected any signs. Could it be an expert? Chapter 81. Eliminate Suja. The moment Chu Xia appeared, Xiao Lanqi felt as though she had found her anchor. All her worries and concerns dissipated into thin air. Unable to restrain her emotions, she leaped into Chu Xia's embrace right in front of Suja. At that instant, Suja and Appo's heart exploded with turmoil. Though he did not possess deep feelings for Xiao Lanqi, he had valued her beauty and her status. In his mind, a woman worthy of being his partner must be a remarkable cultivator with a promising future. However, witnessing the prey he believed he had in his grasp turned to another man ignited a flame of unbridled fury within him. He felt the sting of betrayal from Xiao Lanqi and the disdain emanating from this man. In that moment, a murderous intent surged within Suja. Leave first. Go to the 3rd floor and find Zixin, Chu Xia instructed, gently patting Xiao Lanqi's back. Sensing Suja's killing intent, Chu Xia understood that this matter must come to a conclusion today. After all, he had already taken the lives of several cultivators from the ascending immortal sect and did not mind adding one more to that count. Master, please be careful. Xiao Lanqi reluctantly left Chu Xia's embrace and dashed downstairs. Suja paid her no mind, his gaze fixed firmly on Chu Xia. State your name. I do not kill nameless individuals. My name is known only to the living. Chu Xia replied with a grin, unsheathing the Jusha sword with a resounding clash. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Suja's expression turned grave as he swiftly performed a sword technique, simultaneously summoning a flying sword to counterattack. The clash of their swords rang out like the roar of a dragon, creating a dazzling display of sparks. In their initial confrontation, both were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. Yet, Suja was utterly astonished. This man's cultivation level should not be beneath his own. Why then did Xiao Lanqi seek to open the door to cultivation through him? Born into a humble family, Suja had clawed his way to the position of the holy son of the ascending immortal sect, making him inherently suspicious. In that fleeting moment, Countless possibilities raced through his mind. Among them was the possibility that this woman, are you sent by Chu Xia? Suja and Appos. As sudden inquiry left Chu Xia feeling somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly realized that Suja had likely made a grave misjudgment. Chu Xia must be Suja's enemy or rival. Hence, she was most likely also a disciple of the ascending immortal sect. As the holy son of the sect, Suja's adversary would certainly not hold a lowly status. Could she possibly be the sect's holy maiden? The holy son and holy maiden of a sect are the paragons of their generation, representing youthful prowess and ambition. It is only natural for friction to arise between them. An idea sparked in Chu Xia's mind as he shrugged and spoke in a tone laced with disdain. That's none of your concern. Indeed, you are one of Chu Xia's people. Suja immediately deduced. If Chu Xia had answered directly, he might have harbored doubt. But by neither confirming nor denying, Chu Xia only solidified Suja's conviction. Very well, since Chu Xia wishes to play, I shall indulge her. With that, Suja once again executed the Tonglong sword technique, launching a ferocious assault on Chu Xia. Chu Xia took the opportunity to shatter a window and soared into the sky, flying toward the outskirts of the city on his sword. With his late-stage foundation, level cultivation, and formidable spiritual power, he quickly caught up to Chu Xia, unleashing a sword strike that shimmered like flowing light, creating an oppressive aura akin to the dazzling fireworks in the sky. Though Chu Xia's spiritual power was formidable, the disparity in their realms was significant. The Transformation Tribulation realm was merely equivalent to the early stages of Qi refinement, a stark contrast to the late-stage foundation establishment. Just as Suja was about to catch him, Chu Xia remained calm, swiftly producing a fire talisman and tossing it behind him. The divine talisman erupted in a dazzling display of flames. Wow, mommy, look at the fireworks. Yes, make a wish. We must strive for success and serve our country. The townsfolk below marveled at the spectacle. Suja burst forth from the sea of flames, smoke billowing from his figure, his hair singed and curling. Damn it, these fire talismans are not cheap. He threw out over 100 of them. What extravagance! Truly the style of Chu Xia. Cursing under his breath, Suja resumed his pursuit. Moments later, an unnamed hill on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Chu Xia landed gracefully, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Suja. After a full 7 breaths, Suja finally caught up. Su Shengdi, you're not as capable as you boast, Chu Xia taunted. Do not be arrogant. Come and fight. Before he could finish his words, Suja struck first, his sword light piercing straight for Chu Xia's throat. Chu Xia sidestepped, deftly deflecting the attack with a gentle flick of the Jusha sword, dissipating Suja's assault. Following this, his wrist flicked, and the sword light transformed into a flurry of shimmering blades, closing in on Suja's vital points. Instead of retreating, Suja advanced, altering his sword stance dramatically. The sword danced through the air, carving an arc, as the sword energy coalesced into a blue blade, cleaving downward. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chu Xia's eyes. He raised his sword in defense. The blade met the blue light with a crisp metallic clash, sending sparks flying. As their figures intertwined, the sword light flashed like lightning, their energies clashing, causing rocks to shatter and trees to splinter. In the heat of battle, Suja suddenly let out a long howl. The sword force shifted once more, and with a violent tremor, a massive blue sword energy shot into the sky, transforming into a roaring azure dragon that lunged toward Chu Xia. Realizing Suja was serious, Chu Xia understood that his own strength alone would not suffice to prevail. In the next moment, a crimson light surged upward, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. The little Saint Lord appeared out of thin air, smashing Suja and Appos. As azure dragon sword energy with a single claw, fixing its fierce gaze upon Suja. Fiery dragon. Suja was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. The fiery dragon he had sought for so long appeared here, summoned by another. No wonder the fiery dragon had vanished. It had not fled, but had been captured by someone else. But why was it him? With a sudden snap, the dragon's claw pierced through him, and by the time Suja reacted, he had already been slammed into the ground. Darkness enveloped his vision as intense pain shot through him. Yet he could not utter a sound. Though he was at the late stage of foundation establishment, facing a true dragon left him with no chance of victory. My bright future was just beginning. How can it end like this? With a fierce roar, the little Saint Lord seemed unsatisfied, raising its claws to continue attacking Chu Xia. It even opened its massive jaws to bite down. Stop! Seeing this scene, Chu Xia hurriedly attempted to intervene, but the little Saint Lord suddenly turned its head, fixing Chu Xia with a solemn and lifeless gaze. That look seemed to say, "If you do not let me eat him, then I shall feast upon you instead." A chill ran down Chu Xia and Apos' spine. This rebellious dragon was indeed difficult to tame. For safety's sake, it was best to confine it quickly. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xia returned the little Saint Lord to the demon locking tower. What is happening? Such a strong malevolence. Master, it's bad. The little Saint Lord has tasted human blood for the first time, and its evil nature has been awakened. The demon locking tower cannot contain it any longer. We must quickly throw it into the cage with the demon Empress, or it will devour all the golden mining beasts. Kai Kai's anxious voice rang out. Chapter 82. Painting dreams for the demon Empress. What? Upon hearing Kai Kai and Apos' words, Chu Xia hurriedly turned his focus inward to the locking demon tower. He saw the little Saint Lord with blood-red eyes frantically darting around inside the tower, on the verge of pouncing into the resting place of the gold-digging beasts, causing them to scatter in fright, clutching their heads and trembling. Chu Xia sensed the urgency of the situation and quickly activated the power of the exquisite locking demon tower, transferring the little Saint Lord to the top level and tossing him beside the demon Empress. The little Saint Lord paid no heed to the circumstances, and upon seeing a woman lying before him, he immediately opened his mouth to bite. The demon Empress, who had been in slumber, sensed the disturbance and abruptly opened her eyes. As their gazes met, the little Saint Lord suddenly froze in midair, paralyzed with fear. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xia noticed that the little Saint Lord's pupils seemed to be shrouded in a misty haze, devoid of any signs of life. Could it be? Had my dragon pet been killed? Without hesitation, Chu Xia summoned the power of divine punishment, and in an instant, bolts of lightning struck the demon Empress. With a muffled groan, the demon Empress responded, and only then did the little Saint Lord regain his ability to move. However, he could only fall straight to the ground, feeling as though he had fainted. Such cruelty! A mere glare nearly killed a true dragon. The strength of the demon Empress was simply beyond imagination. Chu Xia had no time to dwell on this. The mere presence of the little Saint Lord had likely drawn attention. They could not linger here and needed to evacuate swiftly. Returning to his senses, Chu Xia waved his hand, igniting the mountaintop in flames, then soared back to the imperial capital on his sword. Upon returning to the riverside tavern, he tidied his somewhat disheveled attire and entered the private room. Inside, Xia Zixuan and Xia Lanqi sat facing each other in silence, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Chu Xia took a seat between them and took a generous sip of the purple misty nectar. Why the silence? Weren't you two supposed to enjoy the Lantern Festival together? He suggested. Sure, let us go together. The other side of the river seems livelier, and there are performers putting on a show, Xia Zixuan said, affectionately linking her arm with Chu Xia's. Xia Lanqi naturally did not refuse, immediately standing up with enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. The Lantern Festival had concluded, and only a few scattered pedestrians remained on the streets. The three of them boarded a carriage back to the palace. After a long night of festivities, Xia Zixuan had grown weary and leaned against Chu Xia, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Xia Lanqi was meticulously reporting the intelligence she had gathered that day. Upon learning of the formidable Blood Moon Demon Lord possibly appearing in Jiangnan, Chu Xia's brow furrowed. While it was not uncommon for malevolent beings to prey on humans, a demon like the Blood Moon Demon Lord, capable of causing mass casualties, was rather terrifying. If it were to target other places, it might be manageable, but Jiangnan was rich in resources and densely populated, making it an unsurprising target for the Blood Moon Demon Lord. However, the Divine Martial Army was also stationed there. If the Blood Moon Demon Lord truly went on a rampage, would they not be in danger? After all, 20,000 vigorous warriors would undoubtedly be a tempting feast. Chu Xia began to worry. However, since the higher-ups of the ascending immortal sect had already set up an ambush, they would likely not let the Blood Moon Demon Lord slip away. Although they had just dealt with the sect's holy son, Chu Xia hoped that this time the ascending immortal sect would prevail. And what the Dog Emperor, Dakian, was his domain. He could not simply ignore the presence of a demonic threat wreaking havoc within his territory. Yet, relying on others was ultimately unreliable. He needed to personally oversee the situation to feel at ease. Master, the news of the Blood Moon Demon Lord cannot be concealed for long. Soon, the entire Dacian dynasty will be aware, and Jiangnan will surely descend into chaos. Perhaps my father will send someone to maintain order, and, at that time, I can seek his permission to lead troops southward. This would showcase your capabilities. Xia Zixuan suddenly opened her eyes, which had been supposed to be closed in slumber. She then turned to Chu Xia and added, I can do it too. Chu Xia smiled gently. All right, I appreciate your eagerness, but let us observe the situation for now. There is no need to rush, for urgency would yield no results. The little Saint Lord's condition was still uncertain, and even if he survived in his current state, he would likely be of no assistance to Chu Xia. Releasing him would merely risk creating a second Blood Moon Demon Lord. A true dragon, if unleashed in a rampage, could pose an even greater threat than the Blood Moon Demon Lord himself. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zixuan, too lazy to freshen up, collapsed on her bed and fell asleep. Chu Xia, however, was not weary. He headed to the bathroom for a bath, and once again, his consciousness entered the exquisite locking demon tower. Master, why? Are you not wearing any clothes? Kai looked at Chu Xia with an odd expression. Chu Xia was taken aback, glancing down to confirm the chill he felt. Wait, isn't this a consciousness form? So, my consciousness also shed its clothing while I bathed? How realistic. Nevertheless, Chu Xia remained unconcerned. The exquisite locking demon tower was entirely his domain. It was his home. So what did it matter if he was unclothed? After all, there was only the demon Empress as a female presence. What harm could it do for her to see? In a flash, Chu Xia appeared at the top of the tower. He transferred the still unconscious little Saint Lord to another cell and summoned Kai to bring a chair, settling down outside the cell to observe the demon Empress's appearance. Although he had seen her more than once, each encounter left him in awe. Her innate charm, combined with her regal demeanor, created a striking contrast that stirred a desire for conquest. Having just endured a bolt of lightning, the demon Empress was in a foul mood. Yet, this time she did not feign sleep. Instead, she sat on the ground, staring fixedly at Chu Xia. Their gazes locked, neither willing to concede an inch. Are you not capable of killing with that gaze of yours? Why not employ that technique against me? Chu Xia Queen, do you take me for a fool? If it weren't for your control over the exquisite locking demon tower, do you think I would spare you? She retorted. TSK, quite the bold tone. Chu Xia waved his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning thicker than a barrel that struck the demon Empress, instantly coursing through her entire being. She gritted her teeth in resistance, but moments later, she could no longer withstand it, letting out a pained wail as she collapsed to the ground. Unable to move for a time. Why go through such trouble? We could have a civil conversation. There is much to discuss. Your continued resistance only brings you suffering. Chu Xia sighed. The demon Empress tightly shut her eyes, once again feigning death. Avoidance would yield no result. She had fallen into his grasp, and he sought to derive some benefit from her. There was substantial room for collaboration. If only her attitude improved a fraction, her treatment could be significantly enhanced. Did you enjoy the nectar from last time? Do you not wish to savor more delicacies from the outside? Would you not want a few new garments? Or perhaps some books to pass the time? Chu Xia's words dripped like a siren's call, incessantly piercing the ears of the demon Empress. The cage was confined, leaving her no choice but to listen. Perhaps unable to tolerate his incessant chatter any longer, the demon Empress sat up from the ground. What is it that you desire? Chapter 83. The Art of Void Mastery. Upon witnessing the demon Empress finally relent, Chu Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is not the fear of an impasse that troubles him, but rather the dread of an unwillingness to engage in discourse. The fact that the demon Empress initiated conversation indicated that the grand vision he painted was indeed to her liking. She sought to ameliorate her confinement. While Chu Xia aspired to glean benefits from her, it was a serendipitous alignment of interests. I'm not picky, he chuckled. I welcome any techniques or elixirs, and the more rare treasures, the better. With your stature and prowess, even a mere trickle of your resources would be immensely beneficial to me. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond mere acquisitions. His ultimate objective was to subjugate the demon Empress, transforming her into his devoted servant. However, given his current capabilities, Taming her would require a gradual approach. You may be disappointed, she replied. Long before I was suppressed by the ancient Tao monarch, I had already encountered great calamity. I was besieged by the 12 great demon lords of the demon realm, and all my storage artifacts were shattered. Now, I am left with nothing, not even a grain of sand to spare. What? The illustrious demon Empress is impoverished? Chu Xia's expression darkened instantly. To discover that she was a mere penniless monarch shattered his expectations of a lucrative transaction. However, I have lived for over 7,600 years, and my memories alone are invaluable treasures to most. The demon Empress lifted her gaze, confidence sparkling in her radiant eyes. Yet, you seem quite youthful for your age. Chu Xia replied with a grin. The demon Empress furrowed her brows slightly, sensing a hint of disdain in his gaze. How dare he? 7,000 years is an unfathomable expanse of time for mortals. Yet in the realm of cultivation, it is hardly significant. Should she one day transcend to the level of a demon immortal, her age would merely mark the beginning of her journey. Furthermore, having never been wed, it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a young, unmarried demon immortal. Despite her internal musings, the demon Empress could not be bothered to elaborate further to Chu Xia, a mere insect in the Qi refining stage. Were it not for his fortunate acquisition of the Linglong Demon Lock Tower, he would not even be worthy of her attention. Enough idle chatter. Do you wish to proceed with the transaction? She pressed. Indeed, but mere words will not suffice. You must present something of interest, he countered. The demon Empress pondered for a moment and then commanded, Bring me paper and ink. Chu Xia nodded and promptly supplied her with the materials through the bars of her cage. The demon Empress began to write fervently, filling the pages swiftly. Her handwriting was remarkably beautiful and neat, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure, though the size of the script posed a challenge for one's eyesight. Upon completion, she tossed the paper to Chu Xia. This is the first part of the void mastery technique that I acquired from a duel with someone in the Taishu Palace. It is simple to cultivate. Even those of average talent can master it within 3 days. Its efficacy is substantial, significantly enhancing the speed of sword flight. The improvement varies by individual, but is at least 30%, and with sufficient aptitude, it could reach as high as 60%. An enhancement in sword flight speed? That is indeed a valuable offering. Chu Xia recalled the earlier confrontation with Chu Xia, where he had nearly faced defeat due to a lack of speed. In battles among cultivators, if one could outpace their adversary, even a weaker opponent could secure victory. Very well, what do you desire in exchange? He inquired. I will provide you with the first part. In return, prepare for me 10 sets of clothing, 500 pounds of meat, 500 pounds of assorted fruits, and 500 pounds of honey. Once you fulfill this, I shall transcribe the second part for you. As she stated her conditions, the demon Empress instinctively swallowed. Her mouth parched from 5 centuries without a satisfying meal. Despite her ambition to command the demon race, her most immediate desire was simply to enjoy a hearty feast. Chu Xia was genuinely taken aback by her demands. The value of her request was grossly disproportionate. The item she sought could scarcely be worth a single gold ingot, even with premium spirit meat included. This left him momentarily at a loss for words, having prepared for haggling. Nevertheless, a negotiation must be made. I can provide you with 10 sets of clothing, but for the rest, I can only offer you 5 pounds of each, he stated. It was not that he was particularly stingy, but the primary reason he had succeeded in convincing the demon Empress was the desire awakening within her. The craving for sustenance is the most easily satisfied. Should she be well fed without any other pressing desires, how would future negotiations transpire? Thus, he could not allow her to be entirely satiated. It was akin to taming a beast. One must maintain a degree of hunger to foster a reliance, ensuring that when the next pang of hunger strikes, she would seek him out for trade. 5 pounds? That is utterly insufficient, not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. The demon Empress fumed, her frustration palpable. Were it not for her confinement, she might have struck Chu Xia down in her fury. Sister, please recognize the circumstances. Though the void mastery technique is commendable, I am but a fledgling cultivator in the Qi refining stage, without even the capability to fly on a sword. I am willing to engage in trade, but you must not be overly demanding, Chu Xia urged. If you're not truly hungry, we can postpone this discussion. Who are you calling sister? Do not presume a bond where none exists. The demon Empress glared at him, though a hint of insecurity flickered within her. After all, He was merely fortunate, with his cultivation level being too low, only at the initial chi refining stage. No matter how formidable her techniques, they would not yield immediate results for him, thereby diminishing their demand. Very well, 5 pounds it is, she relented through gritted teeth, a sense of despair washing over her. After 7 millennia in the treacherous realm of cultivation, having been betrayed by her subordinates and reduced to a prisoner, now she was bartering for mere sustenance. Was there a more pitiful 13-tiered demon than she? I feel like crying. Very well, I shall prepare these for you at once. Chu Xia departed the demon-locked tower, taking his time to enjoy a bath and don fresh attire before retreating to his chamber. Observing the slumbering Xia Zishuan, he shook his head. The disparity in their sizes was too vast for her garments to fit the demon empress. It was clear that the clothing of others would be equally unsuitable. He resolved to procure ready-made garments the following day. Turning, he descended to the basement to continue his cultivation of the Xiantian scripture. Chapter 84. A gentleman must be cautious the following day. Chu Xia devoted the entire morning to extravagant shopping within the imperial city. He amassed a plethora of garments, provisions, snacks, daily necessities, and books, filling an entire cell in the lowest tier of the locking demon tower. Remarkably, all these purchases amounted to merely 16 taels of gold. Just as Chu Xia intended to return to the palace, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Glancing upwards, he noticed several figures of cultivators soaring through the air on their swords, disciples of the Ascension sect. Among them was one whom Chu Xia recognized, having last seen him in the eternal wilderness alongside Chu Xia. Chu Xia was not taken aback. After all, Chu Xia was the favored son of the Ascension sect, endowed with boundless potential and held in high regard. His inexplicable demise would not go unavenged. Had it not been for the higher-ups of the Ascension sect being preoccupied with fortifying defenses in Jiangnan to encircle the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign, the scene would likely have been even more tumultuous. Nonetheless, Chu Xia remained unfazed. The only person privy to the truth, Xia Lanqi, would undoubtedly never betray him. As for whether Xia Lanqi would come under suspicion, that seemed unlikely. As a mere tribulation realm warrior, no one would believe she possessed the capability to slay Chu Xia. Furthermore, Chu Xia had considerable faith in Xia Lanqi's acting prowess. Should an investigation lead to her, she could effortlessly craft herself into the image of a victim. Not long after, Chu Xia returned to the Ziyue Palace, eager to enter the exquisite locking demon tower and negotiate with the demon empress. What is your taste? Can this belly wrap even be considered clothing? The demon empress questioned, eyeing Chu Xia with suspicion, as if doubting his intentions. Chu Xia retorted with irritation. I didn't ask you to wear on the outside, so why are you being so finicky? Do you still wish to conduct this transaction? You. The demon empress inhaled deeply, striving to quell her murderous intent. She retrieved paper and brush, swiftly transcribing the latter part of the void flight technique and handing it to Chu Xia. Upon receiving it, he promptly exited the locking demon tower to commence his training. The void flight technique was not classified as a martial art, but rather as a divine skill. Its profundity lying in its ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing oneself and significantly reducing spatial resistance during sword flight, thus increasing speed. Indeed, it was not a difficult endeavor. Within a mere afternoon, Chu Xia had nearly mastered the technique. A brief test revealed that the void flight technique had elevated his sword flying speed by over 70%, nearing double the original speed. This revelation delighted Chu Xia. His innate talent was indeed formidable. As he left the basement, Chu Xia cast a glance at the demon empress, who had consumed all the food from their transaction and was now staring blankly at the garments before her. Why Haven and Oppos, till you change your clothes? Chu Xia's voice suddenly resonated in her ear. She furrowed her brows, but merely gathered up the clothing, closing her eyes to meditate. Chu Xia, so me what pu dao? Scrutinized her for a moment and soon realized the reason. Having not bathed in 500 years, she feared soiling the new garments. Alas, my kind heart compels me to offer you a bucket of water for a wash, he mused, stepping into the bathroom to fill a wooden tub with hot water and delivering it to the demon empress's cell. As she observed the rising steam from the tub, the demon empress felt a stir of desire. Yet, the thought of Chu Xia's gaze upon her rendered her exasperated. This new tower master is far too young. He possesses all the typical vices of a young man. she thought, doubting that he could resist peeking while she bathed. Not going to wash. Then I shall take it away. Chu Xia's voice echoed again. The demon Empress snorted coldly and, in an instant, moved like lightning into the tub. Her body submerged as a dense cloud of steam enveloped the cell, obscuring all visibility. How cautious of you, sir, Chu Xia mused, shaking his head. What has become of trust between humans and demons? His curiosity piqued. He wondered how the demon Empress would react if he were to remove the tub at this moment. Perhaps I should grant her a modicum of dignity, he decided, conjuring some dried flower petals from the storeroom and letting them fall upon her head before departing the locking demon tower. Sensing Chu Xia's aura fade, the demon Empress cautiously emerged from the water surface. In the next moment, a shower of petals cascaded down. Her beautiful eyes widened momentarily, instinctively raising her hands to catch the floral rain. Such a sight had not graced her eyes in many years. By the way, Demon Empress, would you like some soap? It would help you wash up more cleanly. Chu Xia's voice chimed in again. The Demon Empress's expression shifted, and she quickly submerged herself once more, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet unable to suppress a chuckle. The thoughts of young men were all too transparent. Though vexing, this fleeting experience was far more amusing than the 500 years of confinement she had endured. After tossing a bar of soap, Chu Xia completely vacated the locking demon tower. By this time, night had fallen. Xia Zixuan had just awakened. Why is it dark again? I suppose I shall continue sleeping, she murmured, flopping back down and quickly drifting off once more. Where does all this drowsiness come from? Chu Xia marveled, recognizing the long princess and Appo's ability to eat and sleep. No wonder she was blessed with such fortune. Days passed, filled with cultivation. Besides his training, Chu Xia remained vigilant regarding developments in Jiangnan. Until one day, before dawn, a eunuch from the Wulong Palace arrived at the Ziyue Palace, announcing that Xia Zixuan was summoned to an audience with the emperor. Your Highness, the emperor said you may attend or not. The choice is yours, the eunuch stated before departing. Furrowing her brow, Xia Zixuan speculated, this must pertain to Jiangnan. I ought to make an appearance. With that, she hurriedly set out. Chu Xia pondered for a moment and followed suit. Though he lacked the qualifications to attend court, eavesdropping was permissible. Shortly after exiting, he encountered Xia Weiming and the fourth prince, Xia Jinsheng, both hastening toward the Wulong Palace. Meanwhile, Xia Lanqi and the fifth prince, Xia Yuanfang, also arrived. Except for the late seventh prince, Xia Musheng, and the disgraced Xia Zhiyuan, everyone was present. However, they had little time for conversation before witnessing the civil and military officials entering the court. The group promptly joined the throng, proceeding into the Wulong Palace, where they were met with the resounding cries of "Long live the Emperor." Chu Xia crouched behind a stone lion to shield himself from the wind. Unfortunately, the gusts were too strong, rendering him unable to discern the discussions taking place within the Grand Hall. Just as he was growing bored, he suddenly felt the MYRIAD Gods Cauldron tremble. What has provoked this reaction? Chu Xia's expression shifted as he followed the cauldron's guidance, discovering a patrol of dragon abyss guards outside the hall. To his astonishment, he recognized a familiar figure among the patrol. Leading the group was a young officer clad in red soft armor, her high ponytail swaying as she strode with vigor. It was none other than Ling Shuanghua, who aspired to be a heroine. Is that really her? Chu Xia thought, bewildered. You've forsaken your ambitions of heroism to become a lackey of the court? The contrast was indeed striking. Chapter 85. To castrate or not, the unexpected appearance of Ling Shuanghua took Chu Xia by surprise. Yet what astonished her even more was the reaction of the divine cauldron to Ling Shuanghua. What treasures might she possess? It was imperative to find a way to engage with her. However, as she was currently on patrol, Chu Xia felt it inappropriate to approach her directly. Just then, the morning court had concluded, and the officials, along with the princes and princesses, began to emerge from the Wulong Hall. Upon locating Chu Xia, Xia Zixuan immediately remarked, "As I suspected, Father is aware of the Blood Moon Demon Lord incident. He plans to initiate a new trial prior to the 10,000 Tribulations trial, assigning us 6 princes and princesses to lead an army of 100,000 southward to hunt down the Blood Moon Demon Lord and ensure peace in Jiangnan. Utilizing troop movements as a form of trial seems quite reasonable. Since I also intend to head south, this aligns perfectly." Chu Xia spotted Ling Shuanghua again and urged Xia Zishuan, "You must find a way to engage with Ling Shuanghua and invite her to visit the Ziyue Palace." Her? Xia Zishuan was taken aback at the sudden mention of Ling Shuanghua. She held a certain fondness for the spirited young woman. Yet, why was Chu Xia so intent on her? Did he harbor ulterior motives? "Why are you staring at me? Hurry before she leaves." Chu Xia, "That's... Why don an oppose? Till you go yourself." Xia Zishuan pouted, visibly displeased. "Although we share no formal ties, you should at least consider my feelings. As the Grand Princess of the Dacian dynasty, it is rather unbecoming to assist my man in wooing other women." Realizing her misunderstanding, Chu Xia clarified, "What are you thinking? I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. I fear she may refuse if I approach her directly, but if the Grand Princess extends the invitation, she would have no choice but to comply. Is that so?" "I see." A smile crept onto Xia Zishuan's lips, and she promptly made her way towards Ling Shuanghua. Before long, Xia Zishuan returned, informing Chu Xia, "All set. I invited her to lunch at the Ziyue Palace." "Such is the privilege of the Grand Princess," Chu Xia praised. "Give her a thumbs up." Xia Zishuan, hands on her hips, strutted forward, brimming with pride. Ling Shuanghua felt bewildered. After her previous lesson in Jiangnan, she had recognized her inexperience and inadequacy for a life of chivalry. To hone her skills, she had considered enlisting in the military, yearning to experience a new life amidst the hardships of soldiering. However, her father seemed to have misunderstood her intentions and had placed her in the Longyuan Guard. Though it could have been tolerable, she inexplicably garnered the favor of her superior and was transferred to the palace, becoming a junior officer in the patrol division. On her very first day of duty, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, an enchanting sister from Jiangnan, who turned out to be the current Grand Princess. To her surprise, the Grand Princess had invited her to dine. Initially, Ling Shuanghua intended to decline, but the image of Chu Xia floated into her mind, and she found herself agreeing. Surely, Chu Xia must be a guard by the side of the Grand Princess. Would she not have the chance to see him again? This thought only heightened her anxiety. She still owed Chu Xia money, and as she had just started her position, her salary had yet to be issued. How could she repay her debt? Perhaps she would have to return home and ask her father for assistance. Upon returning to the Ziyue Palace, Xia Zishuan eagerly retrieved several military texts and began to study fervently. It was her first time leading troops, and she was quite exhilarated. "Where do we set off?" Chu Xia inquired. "We depart early tomorrow morning. The army is already stationed across Jiangnan, and the forces mobilized are from General Zheng Hai's Tianyuan army, the elite of the Dacian dynasty, boasting an average strength of the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. Their combat prowess is formidable. Honestly, I can hardly contain my excitement." It was indeed bold of General Zheng Hai to utilize his meticulously trained Tianyuan army for the trial of the princes and princesses. "Then you should focus on your studies. While cramming may not be the most effective, it is certainly better than being unprepared on the battlefield." "Indeed, I think so too. But this military strategy is rather convoluted." "Chu Xia, do you think my remarkable luck means I could triumph, even while giving misguided orders on the battlefield?" If anyone else had said such a thing, Chu Xia would have firmly urged them to face reality. However, having witnessed Xia Zishuan's extraordinary luck, he dared not dismiss her words. Perhaps her fortune could indeed offer divine assistance in battle. As noon approached, Ling Shuanghua hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to knock on the door. The door was opened by Baiji. "You must be Miss Ling Shuanghua. The luncheon is prepared. Please follow me." Baiji led the way, and Ling Shuanghua cautiously followed. She barely had time to marvel at the grandeur of the Ziyue Palace before arriving at the dining hall, where Xia Zishuan and Chu Xia awaited her. "Miss Ling, we meet again," Chu Xia greeted with a smile. Ling Shuanghua awkwardly chuckled. "Young Master Chu, I'm currently unable to repay the debt I owe you. I kindly ask for your understanding for a few more days." "Not at all. It was quite presumptuous of me to invite you on such short notice." "Please do not take offense, Miss Ling," Chu Xia replied, his gaze sweeping over her. He surmised that the coveted item must be concealed within the storage pouch at her waist, which she had only recently acquired. The specifics of the item, however, remained to be discovered. He needed to investigate further. If Ling Shuanghua was aware of the item's origins and effects, Chu Xia would not wish to disrupt her enjoyment. Yet, if she was unaware, he certainly could not let such an opportunity slip by, particularly given the strong reaction from the divine cauldron. Xia Zishuan, observing the exchange, sensed a hint of intrigue. Was this about owing money? She wondered, completely in the dark. Chu Xia's relationship with Ling Shuanghua seemed deeper than she had realized. I have matters to attend to. You two continue your conversation, Xia Zishuan said, sulking as she turned to leave. Ling Shuanghua felt embarrassed. Did the Grand Princess seem upset? Are we to face dire consequences? Do not worry about her. She is anxious about her impending departure tomorrow and likely preoccupied with her thoughts, Chu Xia reassured, inviting Ling Shuanghua to take a seat as they engaged in light conversation. When the topic of Ling Yuntian arose, Ling Shuanghua suddenly remembered, during my last visit home, my brother mentioned that someone of significance in the palace wished to meet me. It turns out to be the Grand Princess, although I am unaware of the specifics. My brother is quite the typical second-generation heir, fond of mingling with dubious friends and often abuses his power. If he has offended the Grand Princess or young Master Chu, please do not feel obliged to spare him. I wholeheartedly support whatever action you deem necessary. Chapter 86. Subduing Ling Shuanghua as anticipated. Ling Shuanghua is indeed the sister of Ling Yuntian. However, the relationship between these siblings is far from harmonious. Given Ling Shuanghua's fierce sense of justice, it is quite restrained of her not to eliminate her brother, Ling Yuntian, upon their first encounter in the martial world. It is not so severe, after all. One could simply introduce him to a couple of robust men with a penchant for dragon masculinity instead. Chu Xia. Ling Shuanghua could not help but let out a soft laugh. You are even more ruthless than I am. However, your words pique my interest. If such an opportunity arises, I would certainly wish to witness it personally, even if it means sullying my own eyes. After their playful banter, the atmosphere grew considerably more amicable. Seizing the moment, Chu Xia began to recount the events that had transpired since their last parting in Jiangnan. In the days that followed, I reflected deeply and realized that the martial world is not solely about fighting and killing. It is also about the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, I returned to my master to voice my grievances. He offered some guidance and suggested I gain experience in the officialdom, but I am well aware that I am not cut out for a bureaucratic life. Therefore, I have resolved to pursue a military career, though the outcome has taken a slight detour. After learning about Ling Shuanghua's experiences during this period, Chu Xia was quite surprised. This young lady, despite her tender age, possesses remarkable initiative and decisiveness, making her a person of great potential. Moreover, in casual conversation, Chu Xia discovered that Ling Shuanghua was only 16 years old, yet had already attained the 5th level of the transformation realm. Chu Xia, on the other hand, had only reached the 3rd level, still a bit shy of the 4th. One must acknowledge that Ling Shuanghua's martial prowess is undoubtedly among the finest Chu Xia had ever encountered. Kai, could you assess Ling Shuanghua's spiritual roots? Chu Xia expressed a genuine curiosity about whether Ling Shuanghua possessed any aptitude for cultivation beyond her martial talents. Certainly, Master of the Tower, it would be best to establish some physical contact with her, as that would yield more accurate results, came Kai and Appo's voice. Physical contact, you say? Chu Xia's thoughts sparked as he suddenly grasped Ling Shuanghua's hand, marveling as he examined her finger and wrist bones. I had no idea. Miss Ling, your roots are extraordinary. No wonder you have achieved such remarkable martial accomplishments at such a young age. I believe you will have the opportunity to reach the realm of masters by the age of 20. Ling Shuanghua was taken aback by Chu Xia's sudden flattery. Before she could respond, he had already withdrawn his hand. She harbored no suspicion, merely smiling modestly. You flatter me, young Master Chu. You are not to be underestimated either. I can sense that your strength exceeds mine by a considerable margin. I might not even withstand a single strike from you. That may be true, Chu Xia replied with a faint smile. Ling Shuanghua was momentarily at a loss. Did he take my compliments seriously? Moreover, even if it were true, such a lack of humility is unbecoming. A martial artist should never become complacent. At that moment, Kai concluded her evaluation. Master of the Tower. This young lady possesses commendable qualifications. She has a soil attribute spiritual root. Although it is not of the highest quality, a singular attribute spiritual root is already quite rare in the world of cultivation. After all, not everyone can possess a supreme spiritual root like you, Master of the Tower. Kai what instanti invigot Chu Xia house. A singular attribute, spiritual root, is indeed a remarkable qualification for cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, she would undoubtedly be a coveted prize among various sects and factions. This is too good a talent to let slip away. I must ensure she remains by my side. ISN and Oppos. T. Xiazixuan also interested in recruiting Ling Shuanghua into the Longyuan Guard? She's not fond of patrolling the palace either. Miss Ling, would you consider joining the Longyuan Guard? Chu Xia inquired, his gaze fixed intently on her. I am already part of the Longyuan Guard. The patrol division is merely a subordinate organization, Ling Shuanghua replied. Chu Xia shook his head. That is not what I mean. I am asking if you wish to serve under the Crown Princess. You must have heard of the Ancestor Dragon Festival, correct? Within a year, the Duchian dynasty will establish a new monarch. The Crown Princess has a significant chance of ascending as the Empress of the Qian. By joining now, you would earn merit from the dragon's legacy, which would undoubtedly benefit your future. Ling Shuanghua pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. I apologize, young Master Chu, but I'm not interested in earning merit or who becomes emperor. My sole focus is to cultivate my inner self and rapidly enhance my martial will, as my goal is to break through to the realm of masters within a year. Other matters do not interest me. Chu Xia found himself confronted with a genuine martial fanatic. While surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. It is indeed too early for a 16-year-old girl to be concerned about making a name for herself. However, Chu Xia was not one to give up easily. Then you should join us even more. Remaining in the patrol division is akin to squandering your life away. The palace is stagnant and cannot stir up any excitement. Everything revolves around the royal family, and your experiences are merely teaching you to become a competent subject or servant. However, our situation is different. Here, you will have a chance to encounter far more thrilling adventures. Tomorrow, we will embark southward to partake in a matter concerning the lives of millions of common folk. Afterward, we shall venture into the abyss of 10,000 calamities to confront evil forces, and ultimately, we will enter the forbidden grounds of the Ancestor Dragon to meet the Empress of the previous dynasty face to face. Do you think you would encounter such experiences elsewhere? As Chu Xia spoke with increasing fervor, he suddenly grasped Ling Shuanghua's shoulders. Miss Ling, opportunities must be seized. Ling Shuanghua felt somewhat stirred by Chu Xia's words. It indeed sounded intriguing, at least far more so than the monotonous patrols in the palace. I will think about it, she stammered, breaking free from Chu Xia's grip and fleeing from the Ziyue Palace. As Ling Shuanghua dashed away, Chu Xia suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire about the critical treasure. Alas, he sensed that Ling Shuanghua would not escape this time. Once she joined the Crown Princess and Oppos' side, there would be ample opportunities. There was no need to rush. Why did she leave without eating? Bai Ji, who had just brought over some wine, asked in confusion upon seeing Ling Shuanghua vanish in a flash. Young Master Chu, you truly possess audacity, daring to act so boldly towards another woman right under the Crown Princess's nose. Now, if this reaches her ears, I wonder how you will explain yourself. Qingyu chuckled. Chu Xia cast a sidelong glance at the twins. Come, sit down and dine with me. Eating alone is rather dull. The following day, before dawn, Xiazixuan had already prepared herself, donning a set of purple soft armor, shedding her usual demure and elegant demeanor. Are you still waiting for Miss Ling? It is time to depart. She will not be coming. Xiazixuan bit her lip and said, That may not be the case. Chu Xia replied with a slight smile. Just as Ling Shuanghua gracefully approached. Your Highness, I pay my respects. I wish to serve you. After a night of deep contemplation, she had ultimately made her decision. Excellent. Xiazixuan, although unaware of the preceding events, readily agreed. This expedition would be fraught with danger, and Ling Shuanghua's formidable strength would be of great assistance. As for her ambiguous relationship with Chu Xia, it was better not to dwell on it and let them be. Chapter 87. Re-entering Jiangnan outside the Great Qian Palace, 5 battalions had gathered. Currently, Xiajian was still engaged in warfare against various tribes in the western regions and would not be able to depart for several days. Leading the expedition was once again General Zhong Hai. Additionally, Emperor Xiaoyu had dispatched his exclusive Longyuan guards. This contingent comprised 2,000 men, each clad in golden armor and riding heavily armored warhorses, fully equipped to the teeth, with only their bright eyes visible. These were the true elite among the Longyuan guards. the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. In his youth, Chu Xia had accompanied his father to witness the formidable charge of the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. The scene of dark clouds looming over the city and their intimidating battle prowess remained etched in his memory. His aspiration to forge a heavy armored cavalry for the divine martial army was largely influenced by the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. The princes and princesses present were equally spellbound by the emergence of the Longyuan Iron Cavalry. This represented the pinnacle of the great Qin dynasty and Appo's military might. In total, there were only 5,000 troops, all personally trained by Zhong Hai, with their strength predominantly at the transformation realm, including numerous grandmasters. The direct mobilization of 2,000 Longyuan Iron Cavalry indicated Empress Xia used considerable emphasis on this operation. As the troops prepared for departure, Zhong Hai rode his steed to the forefront and bellowed in a booming voice. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, a heavily armored warship, several dozen meters long with shimmering lights dancing along its sides, descended rapidly. What was this? A flying ship? What kind of treasure was this? Even the princes and princesses were left speechless, completely unaware of the origins of this warship. Zhong Hai provided little explanation, merely stating that it was a military secret, capable of traveling 3,000 miles a day, and that they would reach Jiangnan by nightfall under the protection of the armored warship. The assembly then boarded the vessel in succession. However, due to limited space on the warship, the 2,000 Longyuan Iron Cavalry did not board but instead galloped southward. Moments later, the armored warship rose into the air, ascending to the clouds and beginning its journey southward. For those who had never experienced such a novel event, wonder filled the air. The Grand Princess was no exception, though her curiosity piqued as she pondered how such a treasure had never been mentioned before in the great Qin dynasty. Look, Chu Xia, while the warship appears newly refurbished, one can still discern its ancient origins. Could it be a relic from a previous dynasty? Chu Xia nodded in agreement, stating it was highly plausible. Given the national strength of the great Qin dynasty, it was unlikely they could construct such a floating armored vessel. The formation required for its flight was extraordinarily complex and costly, far beyond the means of an ordinary secular dynasty. General Zhong, could you enlighten us about the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign? The great Qin dynasty has mobilized such a considerable force merely to hunt down a single demon. Its power must be formidable, asked Xia Weiming, drawing the attention of the others. Most had only learned about the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign during the previous morning's court session. While disturbances caused by demons were not uncommon among the populace, most were relatively weak and could be dealt with by grandmasters. However, this situation was entirely different. The main force of the great Qin dynasty was mobilized, and it was rumored that the Ascension sect had dispatched significant personnel to Jiangnan, an unprecedented display of military might. Zhong Hai pondered for a moment before responding. As for this demon, my knowledge is limited. I only know that it previously stirred chaos in the Nanzhao kingdom, causing catastrophic disasters that resulted in the death and injury of over 1 million civilians. Its threat is likely the most severe the great Qin dynasty has faced since its founding, which is why His Majesty has taken such precautions to ensure the safety of our citizens from demonic harm. Xia Weiming's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought leading an army of 100,000 would be an exciting venture, but it now appeared to be a perilous task, where even a minor error could cost him his life. Do not worry excessively. Our great Qin dynasty is currently strong and prosperous. A mere demon cannot shake our foundation, especially with the cultivators of the Ascension sect leading the charge. Our primary duty is to defend Jiangnan. We may not even encounter the demon directly. For now, rest easy. Once we arrive in Jiangnan, I will gather more detailed information to share with you all. Please return to your cabins to recuperate and prepare for the matters ahead. The group nodded in agreement and entered their respective rooms within the ship. The cabins, though modest in size, were luxuriously appointed, exuding royal grandeur. After settling down, Xia Zishuan felt a sense of unease and picked up a military manual to read intently, though her mind was restless. Chu Xia, in contrast, appeared indifferent and relaxed, sitting by the window to bask in the sunlight as he began his cultivation. Having practiced the Xiantian scriptures for an extended period, he had essentially grasped the basics. Unfortunately, he had only mastered the first volume, which did not delve into profound realms. Currently, he continued to cultivate the great sun god technique to further enhance his cultivation level. The sunlight at this height was abundant and invigorating. After a couple of hours of cultivation, Chu Xia sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. As a surge of spiritual energy vibrated within him, he effortlessly ascended to the 4th level of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Ling Xuanhua, also engrossed in her training, suddenly opened her eyes in astonishment upon glancing at Chu Xia. Did he just break through? It appears that young Master Chu possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts, she mused. The peculiar aspect was that he was merely 2 years her senior, yet exuded an aura of maturity and composure, as if he had lived through countless experiences, far surpassing her in mental acuity. Despite this, Ling Xuanhua still held confidence in her own abilities. As a 16-year-old at the 5th level of the transformation realm, she was a rarity in the great Qin dynasty and Appo's 500-year history. While she may not excel in social matters, she was certain that Chu Xia could not surpass her in martial prowess. A day swiftly passed. By evening, the armored warship had flown over the Luoshui River and entered the Jiangnan region. Ahead lay Tangzhou. Chu Xia leaned over the window to observe, noting that the flight path of the warship did not intersect with the territory of the Divine Martial Army, which eased his concerns. Had Zhong Hai discovered the Divine Martial Army stationed in the mountains, the ensuing mission would not have been to hunt down the Blood Moon Demon Sovereign, but rather to eliminate the Divine Martial Army first. After another hour, the armored warship began its descent. Below lay the heart of Jiangnan, the most prosperous city known as Lanling. Surrounded by water, the city boasted an intricate network of rivers, ancient bridges arching gracefully, and streets lined with blooming peach blossoms and drifting willow fluff, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of an oil painting. While the northern snow had yet to melt, Jiangnan had already embraced the arrival of spring. Chapter 88. The Dragon God-S Celestial Patrol Lanling, renowned as the water capital of Jiangnan, is said to have once been a dragon's nest, where the essence of dragons nurtured extraordinary talents and endowed the land with its rich heritage. It boasts a long history as the ancient city of the Daqian dynasty, having thrived even during the preceding era, and now stands as the most populous city in Jiangnan, with over 10 million residents within an 80-mile radius of water and land. In this age, a city with such a vast population is indeed remarkable. The land of Jiangnan is fertile and abundant. Elsewhere, it would be impossible to sustain such numbers. At this moment, the area where the armored warship has landed is in the heart of Lanling, near the city lord's mansion, at a small waterway known as Panlong Stream. This stream is not large, but it carries a resonant name, for beneath its surface lies the skeleton of a coiled true dragon. However, with the night's darkness casting a shroud over the water, Chu Xia could not ascertain its authenticity. As they disembarked, the governor of Lanling, Yin Quan, had already arrived with a multitude of officials to welcome them. A glance around revealed that at least 300 to 400 officials had gathered, creating a grand scene. On the opposite bank, curious townsfolk peered from a night market, eager to catch a glimpse of the esteemed visitors who had stirred such a gathering of dignitaries. Under the arrangements of General Zhong Hai, the eldest princess was the first to step down from the armored warship. In terms of status, she was undoubtedly the most revered, destined to be the first to receive the homage of others wherever she went. Your servant, Yin Quan, governor of Lanling, pays respects to your highness, the princess. We bow to the princess. The officials echoed in unison. Xia Zixuan appeared unfazed by the spectacle, casually waving her hand. Let us dispense with formalities. The circumstances are unique. Let us proceed directly to the city lord's mansion for a detailed discussion. Understood. Xia Zixuan, along with Xia Lanqi, 3 princes, and General Zhong Hai, were escorted ahead into the city lord's mansion by Governor Yin Quan. The accompanying officials were tasked with arranging accommodations. The mansion had been vacated the previous day, its rooms meticulously prepared for the use of the royal princes and princesses. Chu Xia, accompanied by Ling Xuanhua and the twins leading a contingent of Lanyuan guards, settled into the city lord's mansion. The Lanyuan guards began their patrol and cleaning duties. With little to occupy him, Chu Xia seized the opportunity to take a solitary stroll outside. His primary motivation was the recent stirrings of the Wanshin Ding, which had faded just as quickly as it appeared. He sought to test his fortune in uncovering treasures. After wandering around the mansion and its surroundings without success, Chu Xia was about to abandon his quest when he approached the vicinity of Panlong Stream, where the Wanshan Ding trembled once more. This disturbance, was it from beneath the water? With a quickened pulse, Chu Xia ambled along the lakeshore until he discovered a concealed spot beneath a bridge. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes and plunged into the water. The lake's night chill was sharp, yet for Chu Xia, possessing a pure yang physique, it was rather invigorating. He took a moment to swim freely before diving deeper into the lake's depths. Though Panlong Stream appeared modest in size, its waters were surprisingly profound. Chu Xia descended 200 meters without reaching the bottom. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to dive deeper. Illuminated by the radiance of the sun's flame, the surroundings became clear, crystal-clear waters teeming with aquatic life, lush vegetation, and numerous sizable turtles, not to mention a few massive pig-like dragons. Finally, he reached the lake bed, which was devoid of mud and instead comprised soft, white sand that felt delightful underfoot. Following the guidance of the Wanshan Ding, he began to sift through the sandy bottom. His fingers brushed against something large and solid. No, upon clearing the sediment, he recognized it as a nearly petrified bone. Indeed, there lay the skeletal remains of a true dragon. To think the legend was genuine surprised Chu Xia, for such folktales are often unreliable. Wait, could it be that the Wanshan Ding was drawn to this dragon bone? In that instant, a powerful suction emanated from the Wanshan Ding, and as Chu Xia had just uncovered a corner of the bone, it was promptly consumed by the artifact. Remarkably so, yet, the trembling of the Wanshan Ding was not yet complete. It seemed intent on devouring the entire skeleton. Resolutely, Chu Xia steeled himself, although he felt the pressure mounting. He believed he could endure for another 10 minutes. With this thought, he hastened to act, channeling his spiritual energy to stir the sediment on the lake bed, utilizing the force of the water to expose the buried remains incrementally. 10 minutes later, breaking the surface, Chu Xia gasped desperately for air. His face flushed from the exertion. After resting briefly on the shore, he turned his attention inward to his dantian. Floating above the Wanshan Ding was a beautifully crafted bone-shaped talisman. On its front, it bore the inscription Dragon God, while the reverse read Celestial Patrol. The sides were adorned with vivid carvings of two dragons, one azure and one white, their eyes shimmering with an ethereal aura that exuded a formidable presence. As Chu Xia studied the talisman, he found himself perplexed, uncertain of its purpose. He then examined its material, which resembled both jade and bone, yet possessed remarkable durability. The blade of the Absolute Kill sword left no mark upon it, and the great sun flame did not alter its temperature despite prolonged exposure. He attempted various means of blood recognition and spiritual fusion, but to no avail. For now, he decided to set it aside for future consideration. Chu Xia stowed the talisman and returned to the city lord's mansion. At that moment, Xia Zixuan had already returned, and Xia Lanqi was present as well. With the two engaged in conversation. Chu Xia, you're back. Let us serve the dishes. You must eat and rest well, for tomorrow we shall have much to do. Xia Zixuan warmly invited. Xia Lanqi even approached with a warm towel, attentively assisting Chu Xia in wiping his hands and face, attending to him with meticulous care. Had there been others present, who wouldn't have been taken aback by such a sight? The two princesses of the Dacian dynasty, humbly serving Chu Xia like maidservants. How stands the situation? Chu Xia inquired. Xia Zixuan replied, as of now, we have no confirmed news regarding the Blood Moon Demon Lord. But it is evident that Jiangnan is experiencing unrest. Beasts from the deep mountains have infiltrated villages, and rare demon creatures have begun to manifest among the populace. Though there have been no large-scale casualties yet, it feels like a calm before a storm. Beginning tomorrow, we shall each lead our troops to disperse and establish defenses across Jiangnan. My assigned area is the southern region of Jianzhou, with a dense population of 5 million. If the Blood Moon Demon Lord intends to feast on humans, the likelihood of Jianzhou being targeted is quite high. Xia Lanqi added, I will primarily oversee the defense of Longling. After meeting with the soldiers tomorrow, I will focus on strengthening the city's defenses. With numerous rivers and lakes surrounding Longling, effective fortifications along the periphery will be challenging. If the Blood Moon Demon Lord chooses to invade via waterways, it will pose significant difficulties. We must devote considerable thought to countering this. As Xia Zixuan spoke, her expression turned grave. Let us eat for now. A hearty meal will prepare us for rest. We shall contemplate our plans further tomorrow, Chu Xia suggested. Chapter 89. The Art of Fishing in the Heart of Jiangnan. A vast expanse of marshland stretches for 3,000 miles, known as the Eternal Source, a place of timeless beauty. This region is where the four great waterways of Jiangnan converge: the Luo River, the Tsang River, the Tu River, and the Hung Creek, merging their waters, which have nourished the land for millennia, bestowing life upon all and cultivating the essence of heaven and earth. As night deepens and silence envelopes the land, an ancient palace quietly emerges within the eternal source, as if it has broken free from the river of time, standing majestically above the expansive lakes. The palace exudes an austere and timeless aura. Suddenly, for beams of azure light burst forth from within the palace, gushing forth like a spring, illuminating the interior with a serene blue. Within the radiance, the sound of a dragon's roar echoes, stirring the soul. The dragon god has returned to the mortal realm. The spiritual veins of the eternal source have been reconnected. On this day, the world is destined to change. We must hasten to find the new dragon god. Such a legacy cannot be allowed to fade into obscurity. We shall exhaust our final breath to restore the lineage of the eternal dynasty. The voice resonates like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the heavens and earth, awakening a long-dormant ancient will. Within the eternal source, the winds and clouds begin to stir. Chu Xia experienced a peculiar dream. He dreamt of a beguiling white serpent entwined with a captivating green serpent, coiling around him and whispering incomprehensible secrets with flickering tongues. However, the strangeness of the dream startled him awake. As dawn broke, he found himself alone, while Xia Zishuan had already risen, donned in heavy armor, and set out to muster troops. Ling Xuanhua and the twins followed suit. Chu Xia enjoyed a moment of solitude, yet the oddity of his dream lingered in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the token he had acquired the night before and took it out. It was identical. Upon closer inspection, the two dragons coiling upon the token were precisely one white and one green, strikingly similar in their expressions. Yet, in his dream, they appeared as serpents, not dragons. Did this hold some significance? After pondering for a moment, he found no clarity. He decided to dismiss the thought and approach the window, welcoming the morning sun as he began his daily cultivation. Before long, it was noon. Xia Zishuan and her companions returned, weary yet invigorated. This Lanling truly is a remarkable place. The people are so warm-hearted, offering us support at every turn, and they brought us a bounty of fish. Bai Ji and Qing Yu soon arrived, each carrying a large basket filled with an assortment of fish, shrimp, crabs, and oddly shaped shellfish. Xia Zishuan extracted a sea cucumber-like creature, thick as an arm, and handed it to Chu Xia. "What does this mean?" he inquired. Xia Zishuan leaned in and whispered, "The fishermen say this is called dragon ginseng, renowned for its potency. I bought some for you to enhance your vitality." Chu Xia was instantly taken aback. "Do I appear in need of such enhancement?" he retorted, though he discreetly accepted the dragon ginseng into his possession. Xia Zishuan chuckled, and they exchanged knowing glances. At that moment, Ling Xuanhua entered, sheathing her sword. Jiangnan has always been a prosperous land, and Lanling City is the epitome of abundance. The rivers teem with fish and shrimp, seemingly endless in their bounty. It's no wonder that there are more martial artists in Jiangnan, as the ample meat supply sustains their strength and vitality, making martial cultivation far easier. Xia Zishuan, now intrigued, took a seat and added, "Moreover, I have observed that certain aquatic species in the waters surrounding Lanling harbor innate spiritual energy, comparable to the flesh of demon beasts. However, these spiritual fish have been monopolized by the prominent martial families of Jiangnan, with ordinary folk reluctant to consume them, opting instead to sell them to these families. This has, in turn, fostered a thriving fishing industry in Jiangnan, particularly around Lanling, where approximately 70% of the local able-bodied men engage in fishing, providing sustenance for their families. Additionally, the waters of Jiangnan differ from the ocean, being free of tumultuous waves and rarely plagued by demon beasts, making it a safer and easier endeavor. I have also heard tales of some exceedingly rare spiritual fish, worth a fortune, the most valuable of which is known as the dragonfish. Should a fisherman capture one, The sale would equate to 10 years' worth of income. Chu Xia was not surprised by this revelation. He had noticed similar things during his dive the previous night. Baiji, Qingyu, please select some of the seafood to prepare for lunch and distribute the remainder among the other Dragon Abyss guards, Xia Zishuan instructed. Understood, the twins replied, rushing to the kitchen. Preparing the seafood was a swift task, and soon a lavish feast was laid out. The flavors were indeed exquisite, and Chu Xia devoured 18 fish, along with countless shrimp and crabs. The peeling proved somewhat tedious, but he, uninterested in wasting time, ate the shells whole, confident in his strong teeth. After their hearty meal, Xia Zishuan and her companions hurriedly set out again, as the task of fortifying the city was pressing. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time, Chu Xia ventured out onto the streets, hoping to procure more dragon ginseng. As he strolled, he arrived at a bustling fish market. Boats arrived in succession, unloading baskets filled with fresh catches. Good heavens, old Zhang, you've struck gold. Did you really catch a whole basket of flame fish? That must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. A commotion ensued as people gathered to witness the spectacle, and Chu Xia mingled among them. The jubilant fisherman, old Zhang, beamed with delight, attributing his fortune to sheer luck. Before long, several well-dressed youths from martial families arrived, purchasing the basket of flame fish for 5 taels of gold. Chu Xia leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, the flame fish was abundant in spiritual energy, surpassing even that of savage beast flesh. It was undoubtedly a restorative treasure, and Chu Xia felt a pang of desire. He contemplated whether he should buy some fishing nets and dive into the waters to procure his own catch. However, reasoning that he had no lack of funds and saw no need to compete with the fishermen, he ultimately decided against it. Instead, he purchased a fishing rod and bait, intending to find a suitable spot to indulge his fishing hobby. You look unfamiliar. Are you new here? If you want to fish, I can recommend a great place. There's a fishing ground called Yunlai Fishery to the east of the city, where many spiritual fish abound. Just one catch there could recoup your expenses, and with a stroke of luck, you might even hook a dragonfish, the vendor suggested. Half an hour later, after meandering about, Chu Xia arrived at Yunlai Fishery. It was quite lively, filled with numerous anglers. Upon entry, a fee was required, 1 tael of gold for an hour, a steep price compared to other fisheries. Yet the potential rewards justified the cost. Chu Xia paid for an hour, eager to see what fortune awaited him. As he cast his line, a few seasoned fishermen nearby noticed his technique and approached. Young man, your casting technique needs work. Let me show you how it's done. Before he could finish, Chu Xia felt a sudden tug on his rod. With no finesse, relying solely on luck, he yanked the rod, and a golden-hued fish leapt from the water. A dragonfish? No. Has the first dragonfish of the day been caught by you? The fisherman exclaimed in disbelief. Young man, no, master. Please take me as your disciple. In an instant, a throng of eager anglers surrounded Chu Xia, eager to witness the extraordinary catch. Chapter 90. Capture him. Chu Xia gazed at the lively dragonfish before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Could this be the beginner and amp, Oppos, as protection period? This was his first genuine fishing experience, and he possessed no prior knowledge whatsoever. So this was a dragonfish. It appeared rather exquisite, its golden scales glimmering brilliantly under the sun, exuding an aura of dragon energy. Delicate tendrils resembling dragon whiskers hung from its lips, and upon closer inspection, it indeed bore a semblance to a dragon. Young man, I offer 50 taels of gold for that fish. 50 taels? How dare you start at such a low price? I'll give 80. Enough of the bickering. I'll pay 100 taels. Young man, this is a fair price. Selling it to me would be a wise choice. Chu Xia merely smiled in silence, securing the fish before casting his rod again. Although he was young, his attire and demeanor suggested nobility, which deterred the crowd from further pestering him. Yet, just as they were about to disperse, the fishing rod quivered once more. Chu Xia swiftly pulled the rod, and another golden dragon fish leaped from the water, even larger than the previous one. Unlike the astonished reactions before, this time the surrounding fishermen fell into a deep silence. The Yunlai fishing ground was indeed a renowned spot where dragonfish were occasionally caught, but to reel in 2 dragonfish consecutively was unheard of. There's a bite. Drop your lines, someone shouted, and in an instant, the fishermen scattered, returning to their respective spots to cast their rods with fervor. News spread like wildfire. and soon a throng of fishermen gathered around, creating a spectacular scene as their rods flung back and forth. However, despite their frantic efforts, they only managed to catch ordinary fish, with spirit fish being a rarity. Chu Xia found himself somewhat bewildered. No, I truly am not cheating. He had even forgotten to bait his second cast. It was quite peculiar. Could he possess some extraordinary allure for dragonfish? After a moment of hesitation, he cast the line once more without bait. Within 3 seconds, the rod trembled again. With a swift motion, he pulled, and yet another golden figure soared from the water. The other fishermen, now utterly astounded, could hardly believe their eyes. Is the dragonfish seeking to repay a debt to him? Goodness, this one is even larger. It must weigh 3 or 4 jin. One fish could sell for 500 taels of gold. Has he just earned 1,000 taels? No one in Lanying City could match his earnings. Who is this young man? Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire fishing community of Lanying City was stirred. As crowds gathered outside the fishing ground, reluctant to pay the entrance fee, instead leaning over the barriers to catch a glimpse. Members of martial arts families inquired and learned of the situation, rushing to the fishing ground to negotiate with Chu Xia for the purchase of the dragonfish. However, Chu Xia paid them no mind. He sensed something was amiss. Kai, do you know what is happening here? Chu Xia extended his consciousness to Kai, seeking to ascertain the underwater situation. The dragonfish had taken the bait 3 times in a row, almost like a performance, leading him to suspect some mysterious force was at play. Yet, Kai's response surprised him. Everything is normal underwater. Not only dragonfish, but also many spirit fish, rich in spiritual energy, have gathered in the waters before the Tower Master. They too wish to bite the hook, but cannot compete with the dragonfish. Once these dragonfish are caught, it will be their turn. Wait, another dragonfish is being drawn in. This. Chu Xia pondered carefully. If he possessed a natural affinity for attracting fish, he should have noticed it during his dive last night. Excluding that possibility, the only explanation left was that the dragonfish and spirit fish were drawn to him by the dragon god token he acquired last night. This dragon god token must hold great significance. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Why dwell on it? First, let us make some profit. Chu Xia cast his line again. Unsurprisingly, another dragonfish bit. This one was even larger, weighing over 10 jin, its golden body shining brilliantly even under the sun. The spiritual energy radiating from it was immense, and it emitted a faintly sweet aroma rather than the typical fishy smell. This, a 10 jin dragonfish? It must have lived for over 1,000 years. Dragonfish grow slowly, taking a century to reach the weight of 1 jin. This fish was worth a fortune. Several martial arts families would pay handsomely for it. Chu Xia remained silent, continuing to cast his line. One dragonfish after another was pulled from the water. Half an hour quickly passed. On average, he caught 1 dragonfish per minute. 62 dragonfish were secured in the demon restraining tower for temporary storage. During this time, he also learned a bit about the uses of dragonfish. The scales, bones, and whiskers could be used in medicine. The flesh had remarkable nourishing and longevity properties. The most valuable part was the fish heart, which greatly benefited martial artists in enhancing their vitality. If he sold these 62 dragonfish, they could fetch around 50,000 taels of gold. Previously, Chu Xia might have considered selling them for cash. However, with the 360,000 taels in gold tickets contributed by Princess Chong, even after giving Xiao Lanqi 60,000, he still had a substantial sum left. Moreover, Xiao Lanqi was not short on funds. Even if he borrowed 60,000 from her, she had spent at least 150,000 on supplies. If he truly needed to ask her for money, she could easily gather 20 or 30,000 taels without difficulty. With no financial need, selling the fish seemed pointless. Keeping them for himself would surely be more advantageous. Yet, just as Chu Xia reeled in his rod, preparing to leave, a throng of people surged into the Yunlai fishing ground. All were martial artists of considerable strength, at the very least at the profound realm. The Zhao family has arrived. Just as I suspected, the Zhao family was the foremost martial arts family in Lanying, boasting thousands of martial artists under their banner, monopolizing half of the fish market in Lanying City. With so many dragonfish appearing simultaneously, only the Zhao family had the capacity to handle such a catch. However, that young man would likely have to pay a steep price. The Zhao family was known for their domineering ways. In receiving a price, even 1/10 of market value would be fortunate. But so what? Whether he sold or not, he would have to comply. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Although the murmurs of the crowd were hushed, Chu Xia's keen hearing discerned their words. The Zhao family. He recalled hearing of them on his way here. While the Zhao family was powerful, primarily relying on the fishing industry, their influence was limited to Lanying City and its surrounding areas. In the broader Jiangnan region, the Meng family, led by the formidable Meng Longhe, held greater sway. In Chu Xia's eyes, there was little distinction between the Meng family and the Zhao family. Did you really catch 62 dragonfish? Men, capture him. From within the Zhao family, a young man, surrounded by admirers, stepped forward. He scrutinized Chu Xia for a moment before arrogantly barking orders. In an instant, dozens of Zhao family martial artists closed in, ready to apprehend Chu Xia. Chapter 91. Awakening as Chu Xia beheld the imposing figures of the Zhao family's warriors encircling him. His brow furrowed in discontent. The sheer audacity of the Zhao family exceeded his expectations. They had dispensed with any pretense of civility, intent on apprehending him without justification. It appeared that the allure of the 62 dragonfish had driven these Zhao heirs into a fervor, perhaps believing that this lone outsider was an easy target to exploit, eager to seize everything at once. Had it been anyone else in such a predicament, they might have resigned themselves to misfortune and surrendered the dragonfish to ensure their safety. However, Chu Xia was not one to tolerate indignities. With a resounding thud, the leading Zhao warrior was sent flying by a single punch from Chu Xia, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The remaining Zhao warriors, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with horror and hastily drew their weapons, converging upon him. Yet, Chu Xia's agility was astonishing. Their attacks failed to graze even the hem of his garment. Like a dragon weaving through the air, he danced amidst the throng, each punch and kick imbued with thunderous might, causing the Zhao warriors to topple one after another, their cries of agony echoing through the air. In mere moments, the Zhao warriors lay defeated upon the ground, groaning in despair. Faced with such a pitiful assembly, Chu Xia deemed it unnecessary to employ his lethal sword, the Jusha sword. Such a young man possesses considerable strength. I underestimated you, mused a young man with downcast eyes, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He unfurled his arms, prompting his attendant to swiftly remove his luxurious robe, revealing a physique defined by rippling muscles. I am Zhao Yulong. Please enlighten me. Just as Chu Xia anticipated a duel with Zhao Yulong, two figures soared in, flanking Zhao Yulong on either side. Their profound auras and penetrating gazes exuded an air of calm authority, their hands clasped behind their backs. To think that a mere junior in the transformation realm could injure so many Zhao warriors. You indeed possess some prowess. Alas, you have crossed paths with the Zhao family, and only death awaits you. The duo advanced simultaneously, emanating an imperceptible pressure that caused the ground to tremble with each step, showcasing their formidable spiritual power. Both were masters of the martial arts. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan, the most merciless among the Zhao family's masters, were known for their brutal tenacity, relentlessly pursuing their adversaries even after surrender was declared. This is it. This young man has exhausted his luck. He is unlikely to escape unscathed today. Best to retreat before trouble finds you, whispered the onlookers, scattering in fear. Zhao Yulong raised an eyebrow, his demeanor arrogant. If you fear for your life, surrender the dragonfish now, and I shall grant you mercy. Yet, Chu Xia paid no heed to Zhao Yulong's words. His gaze fixed upon Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan. He scoffed. Come at me together, I am pressed for time. Defiant until the end, are we? I shall relish tearing that insolent tongue from your mouth. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan launched their attacks with blinding speed, closing in on Chu Xia in an instant. Zhao Qian directed a fierce punch towards Chu Xia's face, while Zhao Kuan encircled him from the side, his palm strike, as sharp as a blade, aimed at Chu Xia's midsection. With a swift flash, the sword's edge glimmered. Chu Xia remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Both Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan were sent hurtling backwards, their bodies battered and bloodied, each adorned with multiple sword scars. They gritted their teeth, suppressing their cries, yet the terror in their eyes was unmistakable. What a terrifying sword intent! Such a fierce and commanding presence could not possibly be cultivated by an ordinary individual. The Zhao family has indeed provoked a formidable opponent. What are you two doing? You cannot even handle a mere transformation realm novice? Zhao Yulong's face darkened with disbelief. He had not anticipated that even summoning two masters would fail to subdue Chu Xia. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. Had he known Chu Xia's strength beforehand, he would never have been so hasty to engage. Young master, retreat. Allow us to handle this. Zhao Qian inhaled deeply, his muscles bulging as he staunched his wounds, while Zhao Kuan consumed a medicinal pill, his vitality surging as his wounds healed instantly. You two, hold on. I shall summon reinforcements. Zhao Yulong realized the dire situation and turned to flee. But Chu Xia would not grant him that reprieve. The Chu Xia sword soared through the air, slicing cleanly across Zhao Yulong's neck in an instant. Blood gushed forth as he fell to the ground, shock etched upon his face, warmth cascading down his cheeks. Fear, regret, and resentment coursed through his mind. But it was far too late. The sight of Chu Xia slaying Zhao Yulong left not only Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan dumbfounded, but also the onlookers in utter disbelief. Zhao Yulong was the youngest son of Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family. Though not the most favored, he was still held in high regard. His death would be a significant matter, and the Zhao family would not let it rest. While this young man displayed some skill, to contend with the entire Zhao family would likely require more than just a few lives. The Zhao family boasted no fewer than 20 to 30 master warriors, especially Zhao Wujia himself, who had long ascended to the pinnacle of the master realm, regarded as one of the most formidable figures in Jiangnan and Appo's martial world, rivaling even the youth of the Meng family's patriarch. You are in grave trouble. Not even deities can save you now. Panic gripped Zhao Qian and Zhao Kuan as they gazed upon their fallen young master. They understood that their own fates would be dire. Two master warriors had failed to protect the young master in full view of the public. For that, they were undoubtedly doomed. When a master is enraged, the heavens themselves could be rent asunder. How much trouble could arise from slaying an arrogant, unlearned scion? Chu Xia chuckled derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. From the moment Zhao Yulong set his sights on him, his fate was sealed. There was no room for escape. Quickly, inform the family head. Zhao Qian bellowed, and he and Zhao Kuan closed in on Chu Xia once more, fearful that he might slip away. With Chu Xia present, they could redirect the family head's wrath towards him. Should he escape, they would bear the brunt of the master's fury. Rest assured, I shall not flee, Chu Xia replied, calm and collected. He even retrieved his fishing rod, casting it once more. As the crowd of fishermen witnessed Chu Xia and Appo's composure, even in the face of danger, they couldn't help but admire him, giving him a collective thumbs up. Such audacity suggested that this young man's background was anything but ordinary. Perhaps he could truly contend with the Zhao family. The fishing rod twitched slightly. A look of joy spread across Chu Xia's face as he felt a tug. With a splash, a golden dragon fish leapt from the water. My goodness, the 63rd dragon fish. It seems this young man's luck is far from depleted. What a remarkable day. Chapter 92. Strength does not match temperament. Chu Xia remained silent, diligently reeling in his fishing rod. After catching a few dragonfish, he finally reached a total of 70. However, it seemed as though the dragonfish in the water had been entirely fished out as they ceased to bite. Just as the fishermen breathed a sigh of relief, one by one, ethereal fish were mercilessly pulled from the water by Chu Xia. These were the 8-pointed celestial pattern fish and starry fish. It was the first time he had encountered such large specimens. To his astonishment, he had even caught phantom fish, whose exquisite taste surpassed that of the dragonfish. In no time, Chu Xia had caught dozens of ethereal fish, and, eventually, he didn't even need to wait. As soon as he cast his rod, he would invariably reel in a fish. The most astonishing catch was a gigantic dark turtle weighing over 200 pounds. The dark turtle, known for its timid and alert nature, usually feared humans. Yet this particular turtle approached Chu Xia, refusing to budge even when pushed. Chu Xia casually sat on the turtle's shell, using it as a seat while continuing to fish. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside the Yunlai fishing grounds. A throng of 300 to 400 people surged in, all elite warriors from the Zhao family, creating an impressive spectacle. At the forefront was the family head, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed dramatically. His face was stern, his gaze electrifying, exuding a fierce aura akin to a sword freshly drawn from its sheath. He was Zhao Wujia, a peak 9th-tier master of the Zhao family. Who dares to slay my son? His voice thundered like a storm, filled with rage. Zhao Qian and Zhao Kun hastily pointed at Chu Xia, exclaiming, "It was he who killed the young master. Take his life." Zhao Wujia, furious as the wind, swiftly advanced behind Chu Xia and struck down with a palm, the force of which was as heavy as a mountain, infused with violent energy. Like a colossal mountain descending from the sky, creating waves upon the water surface. It was no surprise that Zhao Yulong was so ruthless. He had a formidable father as his model. With a casual flick, Chu Xia extended 2 fingers, effortlessly catching Zhao Wujia's descending palm. The overwhelming force of a peak master was thus neutralized, dissipating like autumn waters without a trace, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Only by mastering one's power to such an extent could one achieve this. Silence enveloped the Yunlai fishing grounds. Zhao Wujia's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, evidently exerting all his strength. Yet no matter how he summoned his internal energy, his palm remained immovable, as if firmly suppressed by an invisible mountain. How is this possible? Zhao Wujia was filled with dread. A mere youth had effortlessly subdued him, utterly shattering his comprehension. Chu Xia's expression was tranquil, his gaze calm as water, as if everything before him lay within his grasp. He slightly raised his eyes to Zhao Wujia, his tone laced with subtle mockery. "Zhao family head, your strength seems unworthy of your temper." Zhao Wujia's expression darkened further, his inner fury almost consuming him. He abruptly retracted his hand and retreated several steps, a fierce glint flashing his eyes. "You've brought this upon yourself." Before his words faded, Zhao Wujia's internal energy surged wildly, his aura escalating dramatically, resembling a beast awakened from slumber. He let out a low growl, thrusting both palms forward, conjuring a massive imprint of energy with the devastating force to obliterate everything in its path, aimed directly at Chu Xia. Overbearing Mystic Palm, Zhao Wujia roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, a move that had rendered him nearly invincible in Jiangnan. He believed this blow would utterly crush Chu Xia. Yet, facing this earth-shattering strike, Chu Xia remained unfazed. He gently lifted his right hand, his fingers slightly splayed as if grasping something in the air. Boom! The immense energy imprint halted mere inches from Chu Xia, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Following that, the imprint began to tremble violently, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, it shattered, dispersing into countless light particles. This is impossible. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. The technique he took pride in had been so effortlessly dissolved by Chu Xia. Chu Xia slowly retracted his right hand, calmly gazing at Zhao Wujia. His tone tinged with a hint of pity. "Zhao family head, your strength is still insufficient to warrant my seriousness." Initially, he had thought Zhao Wujia's prowess might compel him to take things more earnestly. However, it seemed there was no need for such gravitas. After practicing the Xintian scripture, Chu Xia's spiritual energy had reached a level far beyond that of a master warrior. Zhao Wujia's energy appeared formidable, yet in Chu Xia's eyes, it was akin to scattered sand, easily disrupted. This encapsulated the true disparity between cultivators and martial artists. The intensity of spiritual energy was simply not on the same scale. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness surged within Zhao Wujia. He had never imagined he would suffer such a complete defeat, not even managing to touch the hem of his opponent's garment. Was he truly just a mere Tribulation Realm warrior? Zhao Wujia seemed to realize something, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside. Instantly, a herd of warhorses thundered in, creating an imposing spectacle. "The officials are here. We must flee." Yet it was too late, as a battalion of cavalry had completely surrounded the Yunlai fishing grounds. Zhao Wujia frowned upon witnessing this. Why were the officials here? According to the rules of the martial world, the government typically refrained from intervening in disputes among warriors. "Young master, are you all right?" A graceful figure galloped in, revealing herself to be Bai Ji. Chu Xia was somewhat surprised. "What brings you here?" "I received news from the patrolling Longyuan guards and immediately brought my troops here." The crown princess will be arriving shortly. At this revelation, everyone present was utterly astonished. The crown princess is coming. Everyone knew she had arrived in Lanling last night, leading 100,000 Tianyuan troops stationed within the city, seemingly for significant matters at hand. No wonder this youth was so formidable. He was evidently someone close to the crown princess. Moreover, she was personally coming to his aid, indicating a level of importance that was extraordinary. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened considerably. Although the Zhao family held considerable influence in Lanling, they were still obstructed by the Meng family in Jiangnan, let alone the entire Qin dynasty. The crown princess's status was extraordinarily high. Generally, even master warriors lacked the privilege to approach her. Even he had to kneel respectfully in her presence. Not to mention that the crown princess commanded an army of 100,000 well-trained and powerful regulars. With a single command, she could likely raise the entire Zhao family to the ground. This youth had such a powerful background. He had truly stirred up a tremendous calamity. Chapter 93. Incineration on the spot. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated through the air. Outside the Yunlai fishery, a formidable army of iron steeds surged forward, enveloping the area in an ominous darkness. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cavalry had completely besieged the fishery. Although the Tianyuan army's cavalry was not as well equipped as the Royal Lanyuan cavalry, there remained a core strength of the Tianyuan army, undeniably powerful. Following closely behind the cavalry vanguard were thousands of Tianyuan soldiers, creating a scene that would instill fear in anyone who beheld it, robbing them of the courage even to raise their gaze. Amidst the throngs, a figure draped in purple emerged, Xia Zishuan, perched upon a snow-white steed. She exuded an aura of elegance and determination, her expression tempered with a hint of coldness, her eyes sharp as they scanned the crowd. Her arrival seemed to cast a tranquil spell over the Yunlai fishery, even the sound of hooves growing faint. As the eldest princess of the Qian royal family, Xia Zishuan carried an imposing regal presence cultivated since childhood. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Chu Xia, a radiant smile blossomed on her lips. She leaped gracefully from her mount, circling Chu Xia as if to confirm that he was unharmed. "You shouldn't have come," Chu Xia sighed softly. Xia Zishuan's unique status made her reckless involvement in the conflicts among martial arts families a cause for concern, risking scandal and gossip. Furthermore, her military presence could send a signal that the royal family intended to take action against the martial arts families, provoking a collective backlash from all such families in Jiangnan. Nonetheless, despite the risks, Chu Xia felt a warm glow at her impulsive arrival. Who could resist a woman whose eyes sparkled with affection for him? "It's all right. Before I came, I spoke with General Zhong Hai, who suggested that I take this opportunity to assert some pressure on these martial arts families, lest they hinder us when the Blood Moon Demon Lord arrives." Xia Zishuan replied with a charming smile. "Ah, I see. Then there is no issue," Chu Xia acknowledged. "However, some matters are best handled personally for greater assurance." With a slight grin, he stepped forward, addressing Zhao Wuji. "Why so silent, Zhao family head? Are you naturally reticent?" Zhao Wuji's face flushed with embarrassment at Chu Xia's words. Though his heart brimmed with anger, he dared not express it. To be bested by a junior at the transformation realm had already tarnished his pride. To provoke further conflict could spell doom for the Zhao family in Lanying City. After considerable deliberation, Zhao Wuji managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. Throughout history, heroes emerge in youth. "Brother, your strength is truly remarkable. I, Zhao, concede this battle. I will no longer pursue the matter of my son's death. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at the Zhao residence, sincerely inviting both you and Her Highness the Princess to grace us with your presence. I assure you, I will express my utmost sincerity, and you shall not be disappointed." As the head of the Zhao family, who had dominated Lanying City for decades, Zhao Wuji's willingness to lower himself to such an extent was a sign of desperation. Yet, Chu Xia remained unmoved. "Zhao Yulong's death was entirely of your own making. Do you still have the audacity to seek recompense? Is the Zhao family not known for its tyranny? Now that you face a formidable opponent, you seek to feign humility and escape unscathed. There is no such easy way out in this world. To deal with those accustomed to wielding power, one must be even more assertive and ruthless, stamping them down without mercy to achieve the best punitive effect. Otherwise, once Chu Xia departed, the Zhao family would continue their reign of oppression in Lanying. potentially becoming even more audacious, dragging more innocent lives into their turmoil. Zhao Wuji was taken aback that his humble apology yielded no effect, igniting a surge of rage within him. Boy, do you truly intend to clash with my Zhao family to the bitter end? Even with the princess's backing, to challenge my Zhao family in Laneying will come at a cost. Zhao Wuji and Appo's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with veiled threats. He understood he could not provoke the princess, yet he could not swallow his pride. So he gambled, betting that the princess would not unconditionally side with this youth and risk offending a martial arts family with an unassailable position in Laneying City. After all, the populace reliant on the Zhao family numbered far beyond a mere 100,000. Even the princess needed to weigh the consequences of opposing the Zhao family. However, Zhao Wuji severely underestimated Chu Xia's standing in the princess's eyes. Xia Zixuan's brows knitted slightly. Zhao Wuji, is it? I have heard that your family monopolizes 40% of Laneying's fisheries, extorting exorbitant protection fees from fishermen, who surrender nearly half their earnings to your family. Those who refuse face ruin. Just imagine how many resentments this has sown against the Zhao family. And how many martial arts families in Laneying would wish to usurp your position. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the princess's stance would be so uncompromising, willing to go to such lengths for a mere youth. There was no intention of reconciliation here. Regret washed over him as he realized he had miscalculated the situation, failing to realize Chu Xia's significance in the princess's heart. The already dire circumstances had now worsened. Even conceding a portion of the Zhao family's interests might not suffice to resolve this matter. Your Highness the Princess, I acknowledge my errors. With a thud, Zhao Wuji fell to his knees, his demeanor utterly subservient. The common folk are willing to heed your judgment. I will bear any punishment you deem fit. I only ask that you spare the lives of the Zhao family and all their kin. Xia Zixuan regarded Zhao Wuji coldly, unmoved by his admission of guilt. She understood that individuals like him would only bow before absolute strength. Given any chance, they would revert to their former ways. Chu Xia, with a sardonic smile, observed Zhao Wuji. The head of the Zhao family is truly flexible. But do you genuinely believe that a few words of repentance can erase the years of wrongdoing perpetrated by your family? His tone icy, Chu Xia continued. The citizens of Laneying have long suffered under your oppression. If we do not settle accounts thoroughly today, you will undoubtedly escalate your tyranny in the days to come. Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen, his heart ablaze with fury. He recognized that this time, the Zhao family faced inevitable doom. Yet, he could not succumb to such humiliation. To hell with this. Zhao Wuji suddenly roared, his muscles swelling, skin tearing as blood gushed forth. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant over 2 meters tall, his eyes blazing red, breath heaving with ferocity as he charged toward Chu Xia with terrifying speed. Only by killing this person could the Zhao family hope for a sliver of survival. The princess would never turn against them for the sake of a dead youth. Come meet your end. The overwhelming force surged forward, akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, threatening to crush Chu Xia into oblivion. Truly obstinate, Chu Xia scoffed. He met Zhao Wuji's assault with a swing of his sword, the blazing sunfire enveloping the blade, instantly cloaking Zhao Wuji in a radiant golden inferno. Moments later, the flames receded, leaving behind only a wisp of ash, carried away by the wind, as if he had never existed. Chapter 94. The efficacy of dragon fish. The sudden demise of Zhao Wuji left everyone present utterly astonished. A pinnacle master, reduced to ashes in an instant. What a terrifying display of power. Had the youth been holding back all along? Was this truly his authentic strength? The art of fire manipulation. Such abilities are beyond those of ordinary martial artists. Could he indeed be the fabled cultivator of legends? Xia Zixuan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and commanded, "Detain all Zhao family martial artists present. The rest, follow me to the Zhao residence. Inform Governor Yin Quan to investigate the Zhao family thoroughly and deliver justice to the people of Lanling." Although Xia Zixuan had not initially intended to execute Zhao Wuji, his death necessitated a change in strategy. This was the opportune moment to decisively dismantle the Zhao family. Their rise to power was far from honorable. and a cursory investigation would undoubtedly reveal a plethora of incriminating evidence. At this juncture, a swift and merciless strike was imperative to ensure the Zhao family could never recover, thus eliminating future threats. Shortly thereafter, a grand procession set forth towards the Zhao residence. The fishermen at Yunlai fishing grounds emerged, as if witnessing a grand spectacle. Marveling at the events that had unfolded, they were astounded to have encountered a living cultivator. Initially, they had boasted about their fishing prowess, but now, they felt fortunate to have shared the waters with such a being. Indeed, their day had been well spent, and they would boast about this encounter for years. The cleanup of the Zhao family proved to be an uncomplicated task. Despite the presence of 20 to 30 martial masters, upon learning of Zhao Wujia's demise, they offered no resistance and promptly surrendered. After taking control of the Zhao residence, the next step fell to Governor Yin Quan, who would lead his officials in a thorough investigation of the Zhao family that very night. Yin Quan was elated. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The day after the princess's arrival in Lanling, she had swiftly eliminated Zhao Wujia, aligning perfectly with his desires. Having served as the governor of Lanling for many years, Yin Quan was acutely aware of the Zhao family's tyranny, emboldened by their numerous masters. They had frequently undermined his authority, treating him with disdain. With the princess's intervention, the Zhao family was on the brink of collapse, and the power vacuum left by the removal of this local despot would undoubtedly be filled by the authority of the government, significantly benefiting the rule of the Qian dynasty. Truly, the princess acted with decisiveness and efficiency. Who cared for the martial aristocracy? Her resolve to eradicate them was unwavering. However, the martial families across Jiangnan would likely voice significant dissent regarding these actions. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He merely needed to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by the princess. As night fell, Xia Xuan returned to the lord's residence, eager to bathe and refresh herself. After a day of exertion, fatigue weighed upon her, and she resolved to retire early, for an early rise awaited her the following day. In contrast, Ling Shuanghua was brimming with energy. Upon returning, she eschewed rest and immediately commenced meditative training in the courtyard. Chu Xia could only shake his head at her diligence. Even the talented were relentless in their efforts. The martial artists of this world certainly displayed remarkable tenacity. He turned to the kitchen, retrieving a dragon fish weighing 7 to 8 jin. After removing the scales, whiskers, and heart, he skillfully filleted the fish, salvaging the entire skeleton. These parts were rich in spiritual energy and could be used medicinally. However, they could not be utilized immediately for alchemy. They required proper drying first. He decided to set them aside for later. Chu Xia then ground the remaining fish meat to prepare a delightful fish ball soup. He also took a few spirit fish and handed them to Bai Ji for preparation. Before long, dinner was ready. The gathering reveled in the exquisite flavor of the dragon fish, praising its ample spiritual essence, which warmed their insides and brought comfort. It was no wonder the Zhao family coveted it so greedily. For martial artists, the dragon fish was indeed a precious delicacy. Regular consumption could even elevate an ordinary person to the ranks of martial masters. However, the price for such a fish could soar to over 1,000 taels of gold, a luxury far beyond the reach of common folk. As they recounted the fishing experience, expressions of astonishment filled the room. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xia Xuan grasped Chu Xia and Appo's arm, scanning him as if searching for the secret behind his remarkable allure to the spirit fish. With a shrug, Chu Xia replied, "I truly have no idea." After a moment of hesitation, Ling Shuanghua addressed Chu Xia. "Sir Chu, would you sell me a few dragonfish? I have 3,000 taels in gold notes, and I'm willing to part with them all." Ling's family possessed some standing, and her ability to offer such an amount was not unreasonable. However, her eagerness to procure the dragon fish indicated its significant potential benefit to her. Of course, Chu Xia replied, producing 5 dragonfish for her. He also advised her that the fish heart was particularly effective, and if she had no use for the bones or scales, she could either sell them back to him or exchange them for an additional dragonfish. After some contemplation, Ling opted for an extra fish, recognizing that she was uncertain how to utilize the other parts, and that keeping them would only result in waste. Her primary interest lay in the efficacy of the dragonfish meat. After enjoying their meal, Chu Xia indulged in a soothing bath, planning to retire early that night. However, not long after lying down, Xia Zishuan stealthily entered his chamber and deftly nestled into the bedclothes. "I'm still hungry," she lamented, gazing at Chu Xia with longing. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xia returned to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of rice porridge to satisfy the princess's appetite. In turn, she generously prepared a seafood congee for him as a late-night snack. Once they had both eaten their fill, they embraced and drifted into a deep slumber. That night, Chu Xia experienced no dreams and awoke comfortably as the sun climbed high in the sky. The space beside him was devoid of Xia Zishuan. She had left before dawn to continue her preparations within Lanling, establishing more guard posts and shelters to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Before rising, Chu Xia ventured into the Linglong locking demon tower, wishing to ascertain whether the demon empress had any further demands for trade. The void flight technique had proven advantageous, and he was eager to explore the celestial arts residing within her mind. Empress of demons, get lost. Oh, Chu Xia scurried away, feeling quite dejected. How petty. He had merely caught a glimpse of her bathing. It wasn't as if he had stolen anything of value. Besides, he had even contributed a bar of soap and a bucket of hot water. Things of little worth to others, but invaluable to someone imprisoned for 500 years without a bath. Perhaps it was best to avoid her for the time being. He also took the opportunity to check on the young saint's condition. The young saint remained in a deep unconsciousness, though his breathing had stabilized significantly. Will the young saint ever awaken? Kai fluttered over, her expression tinged with concern. He should awaken without issue, but the malevolent essence within him has been stirred. It will be challenging for the Tower Master to command him again unless he uses blood offerings to cultivate him as a true evil dragon. Evil dragon? No, thank you. That could backfire terribly. Chapter 95. The Serpent Lady Qin Xian in Jiangnan. The morning dawned bright and sunny, yet by afternoon, a gentle spring breeze began to stir, accompanied by a soft, drizzling rain that danced through the air. The rain nourished the blossoms and drenched the bluestone pavements as hurried pedestrians opened their oiled paper umbrellas, resembling moving flowers in the rain. The droplets pattered against the umbrella surfaces, producing a delicate symphony. In the distance, the mountains were shrouded in a hazy mist, evoking the essence of an ink-wash painting, elegant and tranquil. The military presence and fortifications around Lanling City